Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo. What up, fools? Today is 1/26/2026. It is 9:46 p.m. Eastern Time. That's a lot of sixes. A lot of sixes, guys. That's 3 sixes. That's 666. We should probably end the show now. Yeah, I don't know why, but on the Tom Bottery account, when I was watching it, it didn't have any audio. And then when I switched over to the Tomfoolery account, it did have audio, so I have no idea. I have no idea what was happening there.
CNN's Tom Foreman is here to walk us through what we're...
And again, I'm not getting any audio.
We're hearing
from
CNN's Tom Foreman is here to walk us through what we're hearing from federal officials, but also what the videos show, including the new videos, because what they are saying and what the videos are showing are not always the same thing, Tom.
Yeah, very much. I want to start with the very first statement made by the Trump administration in the aftermath of the shooting. It was a tweet by the Department of Homeland Security showing a firearm on what appears to be the seat of a car. And the tweet reads, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here. You see the picture behind it there. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do...
Bro, the way that they use this language each time is so manipulative that he approached them with a 9mm. It makes it sound like he's like holding the gun in his hand as he walks up to them. It sounds like he's like walking up to them, like pointing the gun at them.
Maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Now we have this new angle of the video that's just been cleared by CNN, and it shows the lead up to this deadly altercation. This is what I want you to take a look at. Of course, this is disturbing video. Let's take some time though and watch this together. Some things to note. As it begins, you see Pretty out there in the middle of the street. He shows up right in this area here. You start seeing him, and he is at one point using his camera. There he is, right there, and he's pointing to traffic, sort of waving traffic through. At some moment here, you see that law enforcement approaches him, and he backs away as they start moving up on him. He is not trying to move toward them. He's backing away. Then you're going to see one of these officers approach a woman near him and really forcefully shove her to the ground right there. And Pretty starts rushing over toward her. Now, they're both getting pepper sprayed at this point. He gets grabbed, and he's taken over to the ground here. I'll point out this is about 15 seconds from when officers turned to him. He's now on the ground. They are on top of him. The officers are all around. He does not appear to have a weapon in his hand. He doesn't brandish anything. He doesn't seem to do anything. And then all of a sudden you see one agent in the middle there. Look, he turns away, and that's when the shooting begins. One shot followed by, in our analysis, 9 other shots there. We heard from Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino. He was asked at what point Pretty brandished a weapon in all of this. This was his answer.
Ali, this situation again is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light.
This is important because an important detail, because concealed carry is legal. We know from local officials Pretty had a permit to carry a weapon, and law enforcement analysts here on CNN have raised questions as to why the picture of this gun that DHS shared online was shown on the seat of a car and not in the scene where Pretty was shot. And we now have an answer. CNN analysis shows, if you watch all those videos carefully, you see a federal agent right there who appears to be removing a gun. This is very critical to remember. That piece of video you're seeing right there is happening about a second, or maybe slightly less than a second, before the shooting begins.
Yes, but the odd thing is that the officer who takes the first like 3 or 4 shots, he's got a perfect view. A perfect view. He is staring right at where this officer removes the gun. He has a perfect view of this. He's got just the best fucking view of this, staring right at where this guy is removing the gun. He is looking right at it.
Now, it is just video. We have to look at it. There will be a lot of questions here, but that's the reason people say you have to have a truly impartial and fair investigation here, because if he removed the gun before all this shooting broke out, then why is this man now dead? It's really quite a remarkable series of events all coming together here, but almost all of them, Aaron, contradict the story that came out of the Trump administration early on today.
And let's go now to our senior law enforcement analyst, Andrew McCabe.
Yeah, it's just they're because they're too aggressive, and they are emboldened to be aggressive. They are emboldened to be too aggressive and just constantly making things worse.
McCabe, also the former deputy director of the FBI. So, Director McCabe, what do you see in all of this so far, from the information that we have, from the video you've watched, from the responses we've gotten from DHS and from Mr. Bovino?
Well, I mean, obviously, Aaron, at the core of it, you have an unbelievable tragedy where it appears that a potentially unarmed person was essentially assassinated by horrible law enforcement tactics that dramatically escalated the situation. But there are so many questions here at the absolute core of lethal force training. In the FBI Academy, in the Academy at Glencoe, Georgia, where DHS agents, ICE agents, Border Patrol folks go through, you are taught from the very beginning that if you use your weapon, you have to be able to, after the fact, articulate exactly why you perceived an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. And so the question now is, when are we going to hear that articulation? What is the reason that these officers, or a single officer, we don't know how many people shot, believed they were in imminent threat of death by this person who was, by every video we've seen,
There's a milestone. Yeah, you got the regular pink and blue logo. I really need to add a new badge for the 36 months, so I'll try working on that today. That's something I've been meaning to get to for about a year now. So
on the ground with anywhere from 4 to 5 officers on top of him at the same time. Nowhere in these videos do you see a weapon in this man's hand. And so while Commander Bovino's statement was very artfully written, yes, they encountered someone who had a gun, it is not clear that that man ever presented the gun, brandished the gun, pointed the gun at anyone, threatened to harm any of these officers. So what's the excuse for having to use lethal force here? We have no idea.
No, and in fact, they were quick to, post a picture of the gun, which they removed from the crime scene. They put in a car. They said, look at these extra magazines. There was some deplorable act that he was prepared to commit, but they've never actually even said that he did brandish it, and obviously there's no video evidence that he did any such thing.
Anywhere from 4 to 5 officers on top of him at the same time.
He was clearly there. We hear all the whistles on that one video, right? The whistles people do when they're warning of ICE. He was there trying to protect, it appears, a woman that they pushed over. So, Director McCabe, I'm just curious, though, if there is no investigation, which at this point doesn't appear that there are going to be any indications they're saying case closed and sealed, right? And they don't give access to the state for an investigation, which, again, that would be surprising if they did. They didn't do it with Renee Nicole Good. Then what happens here?
Nothing. Nothing
It is barreling down on our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. There are 2 different things that I'd like to discuss with you tonight. The first one being a storm that is barreling down on our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million Americans in 40 different states. We've been working together here at the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with local and state authorities to make sure that we're getting individuals and communities pre-deployed resources that they may need, and also preparing them for the upcoming days, which will significantly impact them and their citizens. The Trump administration and FEMA are working closely with them to get them information, to get them resources, and to help them be prepared and well equipped for the road ahead as we go through this next week. But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal.
U.S. Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino. Thank you for being here. Sir, you are still in Minneapolis, and I want to get to a lot of questions that we have that are unanswered. First and foremost is that Alex Preddy approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. I want to go back to one of the videos, and I know you can see it there, and I want to ask you about what you're seeing, because multiple angles of this incident show him holding up a cell phone and recording it, not a gun. Did he at any point pull out his weapon?
Dana, good morning, and thanks for having me. The weapon, and we do know that the suspect did bring a weapon, a loaded 9mm high-capacity handgun, to a riot. We do know that. As far as what happened in that intervening moment with the video that you just showed, that's going to come to light through the investigation. That's being investigated, and those facts and those questions will be answered soon enough.
Okay, but the Homeland Security Secretary is not waiting for that investigation to take place before saying that Alex Preddy was, quote, brandishing a weapon. Let's go to video 7 because, of course, you know this far better than I. The definition of brandishing is waving or flourishing something, especially a weapon, as a threat or an anger and excitement. That's just a still photo of what Alex Preddy appears to be holding. There is nothing that we have seen that showed him, as Secretary Noem said, brandishing a weapon. Have you, sir, seen something different to support what the Secretary said?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is the situation in its totality. What happened leading up to this situation? The suspect decided to inject himself into a law enforcement action. What's not being said here is the fact that Border Patrol agents and law enforcement were conducting a targeted law enforcement effort against a violent, illegal alien that was nearby, and that suspect injected himself into that law enforcement situation with a weapon. And what happened between when that situation first came about and the shooting, that's going to be investigated, and we're going to get to the facts of that.
Yeah, what does that have to do with whether or not he was brandishing a weapon?
You said yesterday that this looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. What evidence do you have that he wanted to massacre law enforcement? Because all the videos that we have, and I do want to, we just have a still shot up now, but I do, control room, want to play one of the other videos. Let's play video number 1 again. It doesn't look anything like he's trying to massacre law enforcement. In fact, he was filming, and then it looked like he was trying to help another individual there who was pushed down by law enforcement, and then they went after him.
In fact, I believe that the fantastic training that our law enforcement partners have, the fact that they're highly trained, prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do that. And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there.
Who can possibly buy this shit, dude? Who could possibly buy this shit? Who could possibly be dumb enough to buy this shit, dude? Who? Like, who? 5-year-olds are not this fucking stupid. 5-year-olds are not this fucking dumb, dude. Who in the fucking world is buying this shit, dude? Like, how? How? He hasn't come anywhere close to answering a single fucking question. He just keeps stating that this guy was there to harm people, that he was there to hurt the officers, that, like, he's not answering questions or coming anywhere close to even being on the same topic.
In the first place, was he simply walking by and just happened to walk into a law enforcement situation and try to direct traffic and stand in the middle of the road and then assault, delay, and obstruct law enforcement? Or was he there for a reason? Did he fall victim to that violent and heated rhetoric by a Mayor Fry, a Governor Waltz? Look, Dana, they're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and many other words. Did this individual fall victim, as many others have, to that type of heated rhetoric?
I want to stay focused on this incident right now, because what you were saying is that he went there to try to stop this law enforcement operation. All of the video that we have seen shows him documenting it with his cell phone, which is a lawful thing to do. And the only time he seemed to interact with law enforcement is when they went after him when he was trying to help an individual who law enforcement pushed down. So where do you have the evidence to show that he was trying to impede that, that law enforcement operation?
Sure, Dan, at first he was there in the scene. He was in the scene actively impeding and assaulting law enforcement to the point.
But that's not illegal. He wasn't
Dana,
impeding it. He was filming it, which is a legal thing to do in the United States of America.
Dana, let's don't freeze frame adjudicate this now. He was there for a reason, and that reason was to impede law enforement to the point.
What evidence do you have of that?
And here's a good point, Dana, is the fact that
Yeah, he's not gonna say what evidence. He's just gonna keep making claims without any reason to make those claims.
de-escalation techniques were utilized during this action. Those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to remove them from that law enforcement scene, that active law enforcement scene in which law enforcement were going after a violent illegal alien, or the use of pepper spray, which is another de-escalation technique. Those techniques did not work. Officers always try to use the minimum amount of force necessary to either effect an arrest, which in this case was more than likely 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a federal officer, or
Where did he assault a federal officer in any of the video that you have seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir, that he was approached by them when he was helping another individual who was pushed down. What evidence do you have that he was assaulting any law enforcement?
Dana, we don't need a suspect's help in an active law enforcement scene.
When you say suspect, what is
we
he
didn't ask
suspected
his
of?
help. That's an active law enforcement scene. He knew that was.
He wasn't help you with what? She didn't say he was helping the law enforcement. He was helping up a woman that they shoved over.
An active law enforcement scene, especially when the officers approached him, and it's very evident he did not need to be where he was.
So
and he
when
decided
somebody
on his own to stay there.
So when somebody is pushed down and a person's instinct is to help that person, when somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing? I mean, is that really human nature?
You know, Dana, every situation is different. What our officers are faced with here in Minneapolis are chaotic, very difficult and violent situations in which individuals, and this suspect is not the only one to bring a loaded weapon to a riot. The situations are chaotic and ever changing.
To a riot? To a riot? Where's the riot? The fucking officers are the only ones rioting.
Follow directions for law enforcement. Don't inject yourself knowingly beforehand into a law enforcement situation.
With respect, it feels as though in some ways you're blaming the victim here.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents. The victim are the Border Patrol agents. The suspect put himself in that situation. The victims are the Border Patrol agents there.
I want to go back to the gun, sir, because I think this is really, really critical. You can see an agent, and I just want to go to, let's see here, video 5. You can see a screenshot of an agent in a green jacket approach Preddy, and then he appeared to take a gun away. When the agent took the gun away, which seems as though it was Preddy's gun, that happened before Preddy was shot. Why was an unarmed man shot multiple times by law enforcement, by your Border Patrol agents?
Dana, you don't know he was unarmed. I don't know he was unarmed. That's freeze frame adjudication of a crime scene via a photo. That's why we have investigators. That's why we have an investigation that is going to answer those questions. How many shots were fired? Who fired shots? Where was the guns? Where were the guns located? All those questions are going to be answered.
I think you can see the screen.
In the investigation. We're not going to adjudicate that here on TV in one freeze frame there.
Okay, it's not a freeze frame. We're showing a video of one of your agents taking the gun away, and that happened before Preddy was shot.
We don't know that agent was taking any gun away. That could have been the agent's, because we don't know that. the facts are going to come to light.
So you're
as to
disputing
what
the video,
exactly
that that's
happened
what happened?
with an investigation. That's why we investigate.
Well, with respect, you say that's why we investigate, but you're also drawing other conclusions that sort of fly in the face of waiting for an investigation. I just want to also go back to what I was asking about with regard to what Secretary Noem said, that he was brandishing a gun. At any point, do you have any evidence that, yes, he had a gun on his person? Was he brandishing it? Was he a threat because he had a gun in his hand that put law enforcement in danger?
Dana, we heard the law enforcement officer say gun, gun, gun. So at some point, they knew there was a gun. So again, that is going to be
There was a gun isn't the same as he was brandishing it.
part of that investigation as to what was happening on the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect.
Both the police chief in Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Preddy was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. So are you saying it's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law enforcement.
Oh, okay, this guy's a fucking broken record. Holy shit.
Down there is expected to leave tomorrow, too. This is after the president and the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz, today talked on the phone. The president said, as you can see here, that the two seem to be on a similar wavelength. For his part, Governor Walz says the president talked about reducing the number of agents in his state. And the president's sending somebody new, Border Czar Tom Homan, to Minnesota. Now, this is interesting because Homan has been kind of sidelined from what's happening there after what we have seen develop in the last couple of weeks. This is clearly changing after Saturday's deadly shooting, where the eyewitness videos we've seen so far contradict some of what federal officials initially said happened, when at least one officer shot and killed Alex Preddy, that 37-year-old ICU nurse who had a gun and who officials say was legally allowed to have it. Top Trump administration officials at first using phrases like would-be assassin, suggesting Preddy planned to massacre agents, that he brandished a gun. But look at the multiple videos now coming in from eyewitnesses from different angles showing Preddy was not holding a weapon during the incident that started with him coming to help a woman being pushed to the ground. That's an angle of those early moments of the interaction slowed down there. The videos also appear to show that a federal agent took what looks to be a gun from Preddy's back holster before he was shot. At one point, you're going to see Preddy's hands circled in the video. No, it doesn't appear there's a gun in those hands. We've got...
Yeah, so this is the officer that shoots. He's got, like, the best angle. Like, he's the one who can see everything that's happening.
Team coverage tonight. We're going to get to Tom Winter for sort of a walkthrough of these videos, how it fits into the investigation. But I want to start with Monica Alba, who is live for us at the White House, because, Mon, there's some new information now that we're just getting in from our team, from our colleagues Gabe Gutierrez, Julia Ainsley, that appears to be a pullback by the federal government of the current position on the ground in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I think you are starting to see several things that are pushing to a total shift in strategy and approach here, Hallie. And that top line that you just mentioned from our colleagues is a significant one because the commander of CBP, Greg Bovino, somebody who was dispatched to Minneapolis to be very involved in the day-to-day operations, we are learning is expected to depart tomorrow. And that is coming as we know that the Border Czar, Tom Homan, has been sent by the president to now go oversee the day-to-day operations there on the ground. And that seems to be a direct result of this move. And we know, according to our colleagues, that what could follow here is a reduction in agents from that agency, from Customs and Border Patrol. And the reason that that is also important, and we should remind people, is that some of those agents were involved in the shooting death of Alex Preddy on Saturday. Those kinds of agents from that agency, I should say, and not necessarily those specific agents that we know have actually already been relocated for now, it seems, out of the state. But what's important to point out about that is if they do end up reducing many of those federal agents, that also seems to be, Hallie, a direct byproduct of a conversation that President Trump had today with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. This is something that he had been calling for, local officials had been calling for, and that now it seems the White House and the president were open to this idea of, again, reducing the footprint of some of these additional agents that were surged to the area. And I think the messaging just can't be overstated here of what it is signaling if you have somebody like Greg Bovino now leaving, who really made some of the more controversial and at times inflammatory comments over the weekend, claiming things without providing any kind of evidence about Alex Preddy and his motive or what he was thinking in the lead up to that incident in which he was shot and killed. Hallie.
And Monica, this breaking news happening late today in just the last few minutes doesn't come in a vacuum here. There had been clearly some indication that those around the president, or at least some inside the Republican Party, were frustrated with the initial response. We're not happy with the initial response from DHS after the shooting of Alex Preddy. We know Democrats were largely livid, as what they saw, as they described Senator Amy Klobuchar, for example, describing it as almost gaslighting from the administration. But you look at somebody like Republican Senator Ted Cruz, for example, somebody who is a fairly reliable loyalist of President Trump's, of the White House, saying this on his podcast. Listen to this.
What I think the administration could do better is the tone with which they're describing this. That immediately when an incident like this happens, they come out guns blazing, that we took out a violent terrorist, hooray. Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility. And so I would encourage the administration to be more measured.
And now it seems
there's actually been like a lot of Republicans who have been calling this out. The Republicans like on Twitter, who are normally just, you know, MAGA talking heads who are just nonstop just putting out rage bait for everybody. Even they've had a lot of pushback from their own followers. Like, they thought that they were just going to put out a bunch of tweets like, you know, defending the shooting and calling out Democrats and getting you know, just getting a bunch of likes and retweets from all the other conservatives, and then they're flooded with tons of conservatives in their comments being like, bro, what is wrong with you? Like, why would we agree with this? Why would we be on your side with this? Like, how is it that, like, we have to so some of them will say, like, you know, we don't have to toe the line on every little thing. Some of them will say, you know, what are we supposed to do? Just like not believe our eyes and ears? Like, we see the video. Like, there's a lot of people who are conservatives who are pushing back on it this time. And then even, I don't know if you guys saw, Matt Walsh, I believe, is one of them. Sheesh, apparently Dave Smith and Matt Walsh had a long back and forth. Dave Smith said, I'm an immigration restrictionist. I believe that we have the right to remove any and all people who entered our country illegally. Also, ICE is out of fucking control. A bunch of pussies drunk on power going around intentionally escalating violent interactions and intimidating U.S. citizens. They create these tragic situations, and after this gigantic show of force, they won't deport a fraction of the illegals who entered under Biden. This is simply not worth it. Matt Walsh quote tweeted him and said, "This is retarded. ICE agents are simply enforcing the laws of the land. They aren't even rounding up normal illegal aliens. They are almost exclusively targeting violent criminals, gangsters, and sex offenders. Leftists are out in the street breaking about 10 different laws in an attempt to interfere with law enforcement. all in the name of defending violent criminal aliens who shouldn't be in this country in the first place. And you put the blame on ICE. They are the ones who were out of control, fucking insane, total nonsense, embarrassing. And then Dave Smith said, oh, now the Israeli wire guy addresses me. It's always when they think I'm on the wrong side of a popular right-wing issue. Come have a conversation. We'll see who gets embarrassed. Check with your boss to see if you're allowed. And then Matt said, incredibly unsurprising that you didn't address any of my points. He literally invited you onto a podcast to address your points. Like, he literally invited you onto a show to address your points. And instead pivoted immediately to Israel. Nobody is impressed with this routine anymore, Dave. Why don't you stick to the subject at hand and explain why you're siding with open border communists? Open borders, wow. Dave said, well, that was kind of the point of inviting you to have the conversation. I just find it amusing that you guys only address me when you think I'm taking an unpopular stance with your base. We can strictly stick to Trump's immigration policy. Your call. Look up Peggy Flanagan.
Look up Peggy Flanagan Signal Chat while on Twitter.
Okay, I'll try to remember it on that. And then, yeah, Matt Walsh said, not everything has to be a damn podcast, Dave. We're having a conversation right now. There is nothing stopping you from articulating your point of view and explaining why you're siding with the open borders communists who are out in the streets every day trying to sabotage the enforcement of our immigration laws. You just write your position instead of writing excuses for why you won't write your position. Okay. So this is the one. Matt Walsh posted, an armed leftist went out with a gun to deliberately interfere with legitimate law enforcement operations. And I'm seeing some, in quotations, conservatives on this site claim that it might be ICE's fault that the guy is now dead. Insane. Some of you people will never fucking learn. And then, not so weird, I quote tweeted, said like milk with a, or not quote tweeted, replied, and then with a screenshot from Matt Walsh, where Matt Walsh tweeted, February 26th of 2020, gotta love that particular breed of small government conservatives who goes on and on about abuses of power and even claims he owns guns so that he can resist the tyranny of the state and yet will defend police literally no matter what they do. Sheesh. Fucking wrecked, bro. Wrecked, bro. Holy shnikes. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero from Matt Walsh. MSNBC is live defending the Second Amendment, and conservatives are on Twitter explaining that the existence of a firearm in an interaction with a federal agent is a justifiable death sentence. Imagine thinking this is comparable to Kyle at all. They keep saying he had a gun at a protest. You shouldn't bring a gun to a protest. That's what they keep saying. That's their fucking justification over and over and over. You can't have a gun at a protest. So yes, it is comparable to fucking Kyle Rittenhouse when you're trying to make the argument that you're not allowed to bring a gun to a protest, yet Kyle Rittenhouse was a fucking hero for bringing a gun to the protest. Yeah, it is directly analogous.
Like we're seeing the White House distance the president from Secretary Noem, who came out initially after the shooting and said that Preddy was brandishing a gun. Again, the video contradicts that.
Did she ratio him? No, I don't think so. She's got like 10,000 likes on it, but he's got 32.
Stephen Miller as well.
That really stood out to me today, Hallie, in the briefing where Caroline Leavitt, who says she speaks for the president, basically said they could not endorse those comments. They didn't really want to weigh in on whether they were appropriate or not. But at one point, Caroline Leavitt did say that the president did not believe that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist or that he was seeking to, quote, massacre law enforcement. And you mentioned Senator Ted Cruz. We played that sound there. And Senator John Curtis of Utah, also a Republican, saying tonight he disagrees with Secretary Noem's premature DHS response before all the facts were known and weakened confidence. That is something you are starting to see come out a little bit more from Republican allies, but certainly at the White House, that was a notable shift in tone today as well, Hallie.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
Joining me now is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. I appreciate you being with us here in the freezing cold. First of all, just the latest development.
It really is freezing cold, dude. I wouldn't put all of my clothes in the dryer before coming live because of how fucking cold it is, and it's like, this is fucking cold already. Everything's cold already. It's below 20 degrees here. It is very cold. For those of you who are in Celsius places, that's about, I think, negative 6.6 degrees. So yes, it is very fucking cold here right now. Got down to about 10 last night. It is. Did you get snow? I don't know if I got snow, but everything's frozen. Like there's ice everywhere. Like every time I step onto my porch, it freezes. Oh, speaking of, I gotta go grab stuff off my porch. I'll be right back.
Of, it seems, the reassignment of Mr. Bovino and the bringing in of Tom Homan. What do you make of that?
Well, it sounds like they need to change tempo in their eyes. But I can tell you that Minnesotans have had quite enough of Mr. Bovino. Glad to see him go. And the fact is that this city is outraged, is upset, 50,000 plus marched in this freezing cold weather, 9 below, just a few days ago. The day before Mr. Preddy was shot down and killed, we marched 50,000 strong in the cold. So people are really, really upset, and I think Bovino leaving can only be a good development, and we'll hope for the best. But we're going to continue to press the claim of our state, and no matter who's there.
Trump now touting a meeting between Mayor Fry and Homan, his border czar. And Homan is now taking the lead in Minnesota. Trump's controversial top Border Patrol official, Gregory Bovino, is expected to leave Minneapolis within the next 24 hours. And he's taking some of his 2,000 masked and armed border agents with him. CNN is learning administration officials are frustrated with Bovino, who you may remember went before cameras when Alex Preddy was shot. Just within 4 hours of that shooting, in fact, he said this.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
It was clear that that was not true according to the video, which contradicts what Bovino claimed. And Bovino's claims caused massive problems for this administration. Preddy, of course, is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry, according to Minnesota police, and he wasn't threatening them with it at the time. He was carrying a cell phone, according to the video. And Bovino is not the only one whose standing with Trump is quickly deteriorating because of his handling of this thus far. The White House distancing itself today from Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary's claims that Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism.
Secretary Noem said Alex Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way.
And that comes as Republicans are now openly questioning the administration's aggressive tactics and demanding answers.
We certainly. She said aggressive. She said aggressive. That's it. When they come back from this clip, she'll be gone. They'll have somebody else there. She'll have been fired and they'll have replaced her already. Can't say aggressive. Is she aggressive? Yeah. Yeah, she said aggressive like a fucking loser.
Should not be labeling him as being a domestic terrorist who is going to execute cops. There's no evidence to support that.
What I think the administration could do better is the tone with which they're describing this. That immediately when an incident like this happens, they come out guns blazing, that we took out a violent terrorist, hooray.
So what's the goal right now? Is it to deport every single non-U.S. citizen? I don't think that's what Americans want.
I mean, it's pretty stunning when you hear that, right? It's loud and clear. And we've now got new video, as I said, coming into out front of the incident in Minneapolis that shows the moments leading up to the shooting. And I'm going to speak to the two witnesses.
I played this the day of, so just to be clear, I know CNN just got this an hour ago. I played it hours after.
Who filmed this encounter with these videos. But first, let's go to Sarah Seidner. She is out front live in Minneapolis. And Sarah, you were there when Alex Preddy was killed. You were there when Minneapolis erupted afterwards. And now, obviously, Bavino leaving real repercussions from him are very significant. But what are protesters telling you?
They are significant from a 35,000-foot view, but on the ground, it's too little too late. They have already killed 2 American citizens and shot another person in less than a month. And people here are like, look, we have asked again and again for ICE to leave this community. Not just the protesters, not just the resident, not just some of the business owners here, but the governor and the mayor. And so for those who are here, those who are mourning Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old ICU nurse who worked at the Veterans Hospital, for them, it is almost a slap in the face. They want ICE and federal agents out of here. All of them, not some of them, not a few of them, all of them.
Sources now tell CNN that Border Patrol Commander Bavino and some of his agents are expected to leave Minneapolis tomorrow. Now, this shift in tone from the White House follows 2 days of top Trump administration officials making what can only be called blatant misrepresentations about Saturday's killing of Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old VA ICU nurse from Minneapolis. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said without evidence that Preddy...
There's a bunch of pictures of him at like parties and stuff, dressed up in like a dress, wearing a wig, and like cross-dressing, and conservatives are sharing that picture all over the place.
brandished a gun and committed an act of domestic terrorism. Trump senior advisor Stephen Miller called him an assassin. Bavino said Preddy assaulted law enforcement. False, 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 false. Those statements all at best inconsistent with what we can all see on the videos of the shooting, and at worst, egregious lies. Either way, these officials are being called out as such, even by opinion journalists who are normally quite supportive of the administration. The Wall Street Journal and the Free Press editorial boards, even the New York Post editorial board.
I haven't seen the video of him being disarmed yet. What? There's no fucking way. Have you watched anything about this? Like, anything at all? This officer, right here, is the one who runs off with his gun. So here he is. That's him. Right there. See him? Same jacket. Right there. Comes in. Reaches into his pants. Grabs right there on the back of his pants. There he goes. Boom. Gun. Walks up with no gun. Walks out with a gun.
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
So yeah, that is no gun.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know? Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking...
Wrote today, quote, Mr. President, the American people didn't vote for these scenes, and you can't continue to order them to not believe their lying eyes, unquote. Even Leavitt wouldn't stand by the Nome and Miller lies today.
Secretary Nome said Alex Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
Was he alarmed?
Maybe he had two guns. It's possible. They haven't claimed he had two guns. At no point have they ever claimed. They said he had a gun and 2 magazines.
To hear his top officials referring to him in that way, rushing to that judgment?
Danny, go ahead.
Let's start with CNN's Anderson Cooper, who's in Minneapolis. Anderson, tell us what you're seeing and hearing there today, now that it appears as though the president is sidelining Bovino and sending in border czar Tom Homan.
Yeah, look, I certainly think there's a lot of people who have been out in the streets, a lot of people who have been out at the memorial for Alex Preddy, as we have seen over the last couple of days, who will certainly be relieved to hear about the...
Didn't they claim he reached for a gun? No. At one time they did say he brandished a gun, but if you rewind, we just went over them being asked when he brandished a gun, and they refused to respond. They were asked 3 times. Bovino was asked 3 times when he brandished a gun. He refuses to reply. Same with Kristi Noem. Every time she's been asked when he brandished a gun, they refuse to reply. They keep saying, though, that he walked up to officers brandishing a gun. That's what they keep saying. So, not that he pulled it out after they started putting him down, but that he walked up to officers brandishing a gun.
The reassignment or the demotion or whatever one wants to characterize it as of Greg Bovino, there certainly has not been much confidence in his ability to tell the truth or his ability to control any of the agents or many of the agents under his alleged leadership. And I think, so you hear people I've talked to are pleased by that news, unclear exactly what it means.
Yes, Snow. That's literally what I fucking said the first day that we went over this, is that they are being so manipulative with the way that they're saying this because there was one in the gun. Yes, that the way that they kept fucking saying this is that he came with a gun and 2 magazines. And I was like, whoa, okay, that seems a little wild. Turns out it was 1 in gun, one extra. Like, why do they keep saying he came with 2 magazines? That's such a manipulative way of saying this.
To have Tom Homan coming in, obviously there's some people who are going to read that as a good development. Anything that brings some sort of order and sense of decent policing by some of these agents from Border Patrol or ICE. I mean, we've all seen
the other officers had no way of knowing he was disarmed. Actually, they had every way of knowing. The officer who shot was standing right there, staring right at him the entire time. Watched every little bit of it. He had every way of knowing.
The fuck, people? The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
This guy right here is the guy who shoots. Here's the guy coming in, grabbing the gun right here. He's looking right at him, watching perfectly as he's grabbing the gun. He has the most perfect view of this. He's right there and then grabs his gun, starts shooting. So, yes, yeah, he has literally every way of knowing. Like,
images of what happened to Alex Preddy, the tactics that the local police here, the city police, have been decrying by many of these Border Patrol agents, by these masked ICE agents who seem to answer to no one. And as you know, the federal government is now in charge. The Border Patrol, ICE, is in charge of investigating what happened, whether they're investigating their own officers or investigating.
but either way, it doesn't matter if they know whether or not he's disarmed. It doesn't matter. Like, if he doesn't have a gun in his hand and he's not attempting to do anything with it, open carry is legal, concealed carry is legal, he has a permit, like, it doesn't matter. As long as he is not wielding a fucking gun in his hand, there's no reason for them to shoot him. So.
Investigating Alex Preddy as a domestic terrorist, as the Secretary of Homeland Security labeled him, as you've been reporting, and Gregory Bovino as well, and Stephen Miller. That is unclear. So there's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of fear and anger here. But certainly it does feel like something is changing, and how that actually...
That's not how that works, but okay. What do you mean that's not how that works? You think somebody just having a gun in the fucking holster is justification for them to shoot him? What? What do you mean that's not how that works? That's exactly how that works. If you have a gun, they don't get to just shoot you. That's what the Second Amendment is for, is you're allowed to have a gun. They're not allowed to shoot you just for having a gun, just for possessing a fucking gun. They're not allowed to shoot you. You have to actually use it in a threatening way in order for them to feel as though there's a reasonable threat. You can't just have a gun in a holster on your back while they're tackling you and then feel, no, I never said that. What do you...
actually reflects on the ground in terms of actual operations? Will people still be ripped out of the...
Fighting cops with possession of a gun is a threat. He wasn't fighting cops. He was helping somebody up. 1, 2, no, just having a gun is not a threat. No. But, like, cops decide to come and start hitting you while you have a gun. That is not a threat.
Their cars have their
insane.
seatbelts cut, be pushed on the ground, be maced, with chemical agents is unclear. So a lot remains to be seen. But it certainly has been a day of breaking developments and some sort of sense that there is some sort of change.
Yeah, Greg Bovino being pulled back is not exactly a vote of confidence. Anderson Cooper in Minneapolis.
That are meant. It's like, do we call it a civil war? Which means,
Oh, he's ready to talk. He's ready to say it's a fucking civil war again. He's ready to say it's a fucking civil war again, isn't he? Yep.
shocking scenes out of Minneapolis. I think it's fair to call this at this point, I don't know, we've been saying civil strife for a while, but when you find out that there are state government officials...
Yeah, you don't understand how the laws pertaining to carrying firearms works. Okay, you show me where a law says that as long as cops see a firearm on you, they're allowed to now they're allowed to now shoot you. I would love to see that law. I don't understand these laws, so you know where that exists. If you could just tell me where that is, I would love to find it. That's news to me. I don't understand how these work.
Politicians that are actively organizing paramilitary actions and shadow law enforcement. It's like,
again, I never said that. It's not a straw man. He didn't fight the cops. He didn't fight them. He didn't go up to them and start fighting them. This didn't happen. So your only argument would have to be that if they come and start just beating you up, that now, if you have a gun on you while they're beating you up, they can justifiably shoot you. That is what you're saying. And that's fucking stupid.
do we call it a civil war yet? Some of you may be saying, wait, slow down there, Tim. What are you talking about? Well, I'm sure most of you have heard about the shooting of Alex Preddy. CBP agents in a scuffle. They yell, gun, gun. The guy's got a gun. One of the agents appears to disarm him. Looks like the gun may have gone off accidentally, and then they shot and killed this guy.
What? The gun went off? What? When the fuck did that happen? The gun went off?
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
Like, again, even Kristi Noem and the other guy, that nobody's claiming this. The government has not claimed this. Where the fuck did he get that from?
Oh, shit!
Oh. Wait, bro, Kristi Noem and them did not mention this at all. Holy shit, he shot the fucking gun as he was running off with it? So right there, he has the gun, and then...
Oh, shit! What?
I don't know. Wait, I don't know. I don't think that's that gun. It's not. He's not even holding the trigger. That's the ICE officer shooting all of those shots.
Oh, shit!
He's holding it by the barrel. His fingers are nowhere close to the fucking trigger. There's no shot.
Oh, shit!
He's just holding the barrel. Even when it fires, he looks behind him. It's the same guy shooting all shots. It's the same guy shooting every fucking shot. Let me find the other angle again.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you?
Because watch, he will start pushing people when the first shot goes off. And then he'll keep moving them as he keeps firing.
Honestly.
See, he's already pulling his gun. No fucking shot has gone off. No shot has gone off. He's already pulling his gun. First shot. 3 more shots. It's all him. It's all him. It's only him. Nobody else. Nobody else shot except for that ICE officer. Pulls his gun, shoots once, then keeps moving people and keeps shooting. Yeah, no fucking shot. Not a shot in hell. Not a shot in fucking hell did the fucking SIG go off. It was just that ICE officer shooting over and over and over.
Recently, there's an occupation, an autonomous zone, something coordinated. We're now seeing videos of people being pulled over by de facto law enforcement that demand their papers to prove who they are. They have a database where they're tracking license plates. Someone in government is giving them this access or deeply involved. And it appears we have confirmation that government officials and politicians in Minnesota are actively a part of an insurgency network to rebel, I'm not kidding, against the federal government. In fact, they call it a resistance network. And they admit, these politicians, that they are actively organizing this. Call it whatever you want. Now we got to break down for you what happened with this shooting, of course. We're going to break down for you currently what's happening over the past weekend. There was a Hilton, I think it was.
That particular SIG is known to discharge randomly. I'm well aware. It doesn't matter. It wasn't the fucking SIG. It wasn't the SIG.
That particular SIG is known to discharge randomly.
Like, there's no reason to believe that it was the SIG. Absolutely no fucking reason.
Was a home too, ransacked. And there was an officer there from the Federal Bureau of Prisons who was bashed in the face with a brick, left bloody. And after all of this, and everything we learned, it appears Trump is standing down.
Yes, that particular ICE agent is known to discharge randomly as well. So,
stating that he's talked with the mayor and the governor. They're going to cut a deal. He's pulling CBP Commander Bovino out, with some reports that Bovino is being relieved of duty, though it's being disputed. That's the case. Homan's going to go in and negotiate. So people are pissed. But we'll talk about it. There's a lot to go over and break down. Plus, we got a story about apparently a librarian in West Virginia was trying to recruit people to kill Donald Trump. I don't even know this guy. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy stuff. But we'll break it all down for you. Before we get started, I've got a great sponsor for you.
Those fucking librarians, dude.
It is the Rumble wallet. You got to go to wallet.rumble.com for money. Go.com. A robot with
trouble ever. Attorney pod.
Joining us tonight, sir. Why don't you go first? Introduce yourself.
Tom Brown, attorney, podcaster, writer, just basically a cousin trouble everywhere, man.
Oh, there you go. There you go. And this fine lion-maned sir.
Good to be back. And I met Tom Renz for the first time in real life. And like everybody else I meet in real life, he's a solid foot taller than me. But I recognize him from the internet.
I think he's like 12 feet taller than you.
Yeah, Viva Fry. David Fry, former Montreal litigator.
Actually, we have someone else here, too.
I'm Libby Emmons. I'm super glad to be here. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Post-Millennial and Human Events, and I'm really excited to announce tonight that I am launching a new podcast. It's called The Pod Millennial, and we dropped it tonight, just a day early. Normally, it's going to be launching on Tuesdays, but you can check it out at thepodmillennial.com.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary. Let's get into it.
Now, the first big story that we need to break down, which came out over the weekend, comes from Cam Higbee, Minneapolis Signalgate. I think Signalgate may already exist as a scandal.
That's already a thing.
Right, that was with
Pete Hegseth.
Yeah,
and
right.
The other,
so
and
we got,
everybody.
but
And
people
the
are calling
Atlantic,
it. Yeah, people are calling it Signalgate. Here's the story. As it turns out, there are Democrat politicians and government officials actively a part of what they refer to as a resistance network, where they're providing government resources and acting as de facto law enforcement so that they can, as a state, rebel against the federal government. And this is not an exaggeration. They call it a resistance. Call it whatever you want. Cam Higbee says, I've been undercover inside the group for days. You'll notice emojis next to people's names. The highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most self-explanatory. Mobile patrols send their entire shift searching for suspicious vehicles. They have plate checkers, and let's see if I don't know if I have this pulled up, actually. I don't think I do. They have a database of license plates. Now, the question is, who is giving them access to the state license plate registry? Well, somebody is. And they're using that to compile a list of names and associate them with vehicles to figure out who's doing what. Notably, James O'Keefe was identified by his vehicle, and they knew his license plate, which means they'd not only have access to the database, the plate database, someone's granted them access, but the car rental agencies as well. James O'Keefe said it was insane that they were employees at these hotels that were ratting them out. This is not just some activists protesting. This is a city and statewide insurgent network. These people have been operating a shadow law enforcement operation. It's now being exposed. And, you know, I do want to get into this is the biggest component of this. Of course, we need to get into the shooting of Preddy. But as it turns out, it's being reported that Alex Preddy, the man shot and killed by CBP, was an active member of this insurgent group. Now the question is, what is going on and what will be done about it? Who are these people? How deep does this go? And I'll make this argument. The only reason we know about this one is because Trump
actors who are in on what's going to happen because people had advanced knowledge of it, then leaving deliberate weaknesses open. It sounds exactly what's happening right now. And you get, if they go after James O'Keefe by getting his license plate from the car rental, you have activists within who are participating in facilitating acts of violence against the people who are documenting it, speaking out, and arguably changing the mind. So that's where my mind goes, and I don't think it's totally untenable.
Let me show you this video, guys. This is from Frontlines, and it is an officer from the Federal Bureau of Prisons covered in blood.
This is the guy that got his finger bit off?
No, this is the guy who got bashed in the face with a brick. And now the question is why? They are at a home, was it Home 2 Suites or whatever?
Fair. The question is, why did he get bashed in the face with a brick? Because could have been justified. So let's wait. Let's wait to hear out both sides. Might have been fair to go bash the ICE agent in the face with a brick. Tim's being fair here. Let's wait to hear both sides.
Home 2 Suites in St. Paul, Minnesota.
And far-left extremists thought ICE was there, so they ransacked it. They showed up, they smashed out the windows, they tried fighting their way inside. There was a single cop, and this guy, along with his other guy, were sent to protect it, and someone threw a brick at his face.
Yeah.
At one point, you hear sirens, and then you see an ambulance go by. There's no cops, you know?
So, like, imagine if the cops did this. Imagine if it was the cops, you know, throwing something, shooting the protester, whatever. I mean, this guy's just standing there. They throw a brick at him. He's doing his job, right? So you got every right to protest. But imagine if the shoe was on the other foot. I mean, these people are out there, and this whole thing was supposedly kicked off, and it's a lie. Don't tell me it was actually this woman who, you know, they shot. So you got this all over some woman who tries to run over a guy with a gun, who's law enforcement, who, you know, unknowns to her, you know, had been ran over before. He defends himself. And, you know, this whole thing is supposed to be from that. And we're supposed to believe that there's that much outrage that we're going to have, you know, this sort of a thing. This is planned. This is a network. And the real question I have is, why is there never any accountability from the people who keep organizing these things?
Because the point is the chaos. You know, they want the fact that all of ICE's operations in other states have gone smoothly.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the left that is looking for chaos. It's not the Trump administration on a daily basis coming up with some new crazy thing and starting some new news cycle on purpose just to make sure that there's as much bullshit going around at all times. It's the left that is looking for chaos, guys. It's them.
It points directly to the fact that this is something that not just the protesters, but the local and state government want. And you...
Okay. I don't have a whole lot to go over tonight. I didn't come on yesterday because there wasn't much to cover. I don't have much to get into today. We're probably going to go over this, maybe like a Piers Morgan panel. And then there's possibly another debate that we're going to get into as well. But outside of that, there really isn't much to get into. So I probably am going to have just like another just kind of very casual play video games, listen to shit night.
You can pontificate about what the reason is, whether you say, oh, it's because of the alleged improprieties that Jacob Frey and Tim Waltz are involved in because of the Somali daycare scandal or whatever. That doesn't really, I mean, that's not the point, because they are actively involved in this stuff. They are doing everything they can to inhibit federal law enforcement from detaining and.
Well, I thought about, I was thinking about going and getting on TikTok and arguing with people on there, but the mic that I use for this stuff isn't really doing well with this computer yet, and so I'm still trying to fix that shit. So yeah, we'll try to get that fixed at some point, but it's taken a while. TikTok is fucked right now anyways, isn't it? What do you mean? What's wrong with TikTok? Okay. Bro, this is the guy I was, there was a couple of weeks ago where somebody was asking me if I seen the guy who makes, like, songs about politics and shit like that, and I was asking if he was the guy who plays, like, the ukulele or the guitar and has, like, a very, like, you know, or a banjo even sometimes, and he just has, like, a very old folksy sort of style, and everybody said no, they didn't know who I was talking about, and Allie apparently posted this earlier in content suggestions. I'm trying to find it. Here it is.
Well, if you're looking for purpose in the current circus, if you're seeking respect and attention, if you're in need of a gig that'll help you feel big, come.
He's very, very populist, though. Very, very, very populist. Everything's about, like, the elites and the corporations and, you know, taking your money and not giving you health care and shit. Like, he is a very, very, very populist.
Come with me and put some folks in detention. Just last week was kind of rough. I put a kid in cuffs and zip-tied a woman to a van. We can sneak around town hunting working folks down. I hear they get a great benefit plan. Join ICE, boy, ain't it nice? Join ICE, take my advice. If you're lacking control and authority, come with me and hunt down minorities. Join ICE. Well, I failed the academy, the cops weren't having me, the army didn't sound that fun, so I found me a paramilitary operation that was keen to hand me a gun. See, I got picked on in school, I never felt that cool, there's a hole in my soul that just rages. All the women turned me down, they told me I was a clown. Well, won't you look at me now, I'm putting folks in cages. At ICE, they got great hours. Join ICE for respect and power. They got a sign-on bonus of 50 grand. They're in need of you needing to feel like a man. Join ICE. Join ICE.
Finally, somebody with some fucking political lyrics that's actually good lyrically. Finally, like, this guy.
The first episode
so
of Piers
good.
Morgan uncensored since.
He's so fucking good. Every one of his songs are so fucking good. Again, not a big fan of, like, all the popular shit and everything, but he is very fucking good, and it's annoying because a lot of the people who do political songs or like write political raps or whatever, they're all garbage. Like they just really suck lyrically. This guy is fucking amazing. He is very, very talented.
How does it feel to be free? Is it all that you wanted? All that you dreamed? How does it feel to be seen? The grass is the same, no matter how green. Don't you know what they say about all the ways you must go? Don't you know what they do to people like you? Everyone is standing round, they'd love to bring you down. How does it feel to be clean? To know in your soul, to mean what you be. How does it feel to believe? To finally be certain of things you can't see. Don't you know what they say about all the ways you must go?
What about Oliver Anthony? He didn't vote for Trump, so everybody hates him now.
Don't you know what they do to people like you? Give an inch, they take a mile. Life can only last a while. Everything.
All of the MAGA people who were so like in love with Oliver Anthony, when he told them that the song is actually about Donald Trump and people like Donald Trump, that like Donald Trump is like the thing that the song is about, they all fucking hated him, dude. They all fucking hated him. They're like, what? It's supposed to be about Nancy Pelosi. It's not fair.
I've had more dangerous encounters at gas stations. How much fentanyl does Venezuela make? Well, Johnny, that's about 0%. See, the precursors are shipped from China into Mexico. They mix them in a lab, then they press them into pills and ship them up to Uncle Sam. Oh, well then, how much cocaine does Venezuela make? Well, Johnny, that's another goose egg too. But don't you worry your little head, because they're all just gonna be like, dead. Some call it murder, some call it justice, you can call it whatever you like. But dry your liberal tears, cause you know around here we call it a presidentially authorized lethal kinetic strike. Well, if it smells like Al-Qaeda and looks like ISIS, you're staring down the barrel at a refugee crisis. Well, they can dangle the Nobel carrot out in front of the mule, but I guess it wasn't orange enough to really pull the cart. Pete and Marco come out of the closet and say, how much fentanyl does Venezuela make? Well, I have a reason, and know why. Don't do it just so they'll die. If you're gonna kill a bug, don't do it just because.
Mantis! Mantis, this is your fucking song! This is your fucking song, Mantis. Mantis says this all the time. She is a big proponent against the genocide of bugs. All right, she is out there in the streets every day protesting by herself, holding up signs and attacking ICE officers because people are killing ants in their fucking houses.
I like bugs, and I'll tell you why. They're alive, and so am I. But
She heard somebody in MAGA tell her that the ICE is deporting cockroaches. She thought they meant the actual bugs. They meant Mexicans, but she thought they meant the actual bugs, and she was she was out there real quick. She's like, okay, if you're deporting Mexicans, who gives a fuck? But if you're deporting actual cockroaches, that's not okay. She was out there with the quickness.
I like grasshoppers, 'cause frogs eat them. I like bees, 'cause flowers need them. I like spiders, I like slugs. I like caterpillars, I like bugs. I hate crowds, I love people. I ain't down with the plague, but I'm cool with beetles and bugs. Whoa, bugs.
This literally sounds like Mantis, dude. This sounds exactly like Mantis.
I've had more dangerous encounters at gas station counters in the Walmart parking lot. But the smaller the man, the quicker the plan goes to somebody's getting shot. Kevlar and jeans, a mask and a gun, and a badge for everyone in the mob. You probably don't need to shoot someone in the face to do the thing that you're calling a job. How's work? Well, they got us shooting women now. How's the pay? Well, there's a bonus if you're wanting in. How's the hours? We shoot them in the daylight, and then we steal them away in the dark of the night. Only the best and the brightest, only the finest get to put on the sacred mask. If you ever been fired, congrats, you're hired for this particular task. Now they'll circle the wagon. I've had more dangerous.
Good versus ice. That's pretty good.
War is not an adventure. It's a disease like typhus. In all of history, there hasn't been a war which wasn't propagated by governments, for governments, independent of the interests of the people, for whom it is always a malignant and pernicious endeavor, even when successful. Violence creates something only resembling justice, while distancing men from true justice without violence. Ask any man if nationalism is bad, and he'll reply, yes, bad nationalism is bad, but my nationalism is a good nationalism. If all peoples and all nations believe themselves the greatest of all peoples and all nations, then we live in a harmful and gross delusion. War is so cruel and so unjust that those fighting it must stifle the conscience within themselves. War is not an adventure. It's a disease, like typhus. Well, you got your bucket list, your grocery list, your list of things to do. You got a list of all your wishes. That's a wish list, dude. You got your Amazon and Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy too. But I know a list that don't exist, and buddy, so do you. It's the Epstein list, it's a mystery list with a twist. It's a myth of a list that we all just missed. Be an optimist, not a pessimist. If you wish to persist, it's probably best you forget that list. Now what were we talking about? I don't remember, but I can sleep a lot better at night. Yeah, life can just go along. Knowing there's 10,000 hours of sunshine and flowers and nobody doing a damn thing wrong. Hear no, see no, damn Bongino, Cash Patel. Well, I wouldn't wanna be a sweating men with bulging eyes. Now tell me them fellas ain't compromised. Any implicated dude will tell you. Anybody on the big list knows just how far the folks in charge will go to keep the status quo. Well, you got your bucket list, your grocery list, your list of...
You said the fucking bulging eyes, dude. That's fucking great, dude. That is fucking classic. Alright, one more. Let's, Sometimes you bomb Iran. The Great Caucasian God. Deja vu. Alright, we got 3 parts to Deja vu, so we might play that one. Or we got 2 parts to Billionaire Daddies Are Fighting. It's probably about Elon Musk and Trump, so we'll do Deja Vu.
I was drinking Diet Coke with the common folk in a bar down in Tel Aviv. When my friend came in, he was grinning a grin, 'cause he knows that the tab's on me. Then came a man in black on a camel's back. He had an old barrel serious. Said, I told you I ain't here for fun. I said, brother, this place looks familiar. Ain't I been here time before? I get the deja vu when I'm drinking with you. You know, I blacked out a little in the last Cold War. I was drinking Diet Coke.
Okay, I guess we'll do the billionaire daddy then, because I don't know what that was.
My billionaire daddies are fighting. Whoa, the big dogs are getting divorced. And they're going out loud, they're going out proud. It's $250 million.
I said because it has 3
remorse.
parts.
My billionaire daddies are fighting. And I don't know how I should feel. Will the custody, a little baby JD, still roll on over to Peter Thiel? My billionaire daddies are fighting. Yeah, it's something that you'd never expect. Turns out the enemy of your enemy ain't a friend, he's just a stepping stone over the left. But he'll be pointing his money pretty soon, I'll bet, at anybody over there who will take a check. These billionaire types are persistent. Yeah, they're used to getting what they want. And it may sound wild, they're a little entitled. Then again, I never walked a mile in their yacht. Now it's never been a problem before. But now my billionaire daddies are fighting. Yeah, it's something that you'd never expect. Turns out the enemy of your enemy ain't a friend, he's just a stepping stone over the left. But he'll be pointing his money pretty soon, I'll bet, at anybody over there who will take a check. These billionaire types are persistent. Yeah, they're used to getting what they want. And it may sound wild, they're a little entitled. Then again, I never walked a mile in their yacht. Now it's never been a problem before. But now that he's getting dismissed, the first buddy's concerned and thinks we all need to learn. The commander-in-chief's on Epstein's list. My billionaire daddies are fighting, and I wonder what'll happen next. First the man became meme, now in the final scene he's gonna need to put an E in front of the X. My
Okay. Yeah, that's the name of his channel. Jesse Wells. Or it's Hell's Wells. Here's the link. Y'all check him out. Alright, let's see. Passed. Let's fucking go. First one of these I passed in weeks. Or did I? Oh shit, I fucking failed that one too. Fuck, dude. I can never pass these fucking tests, dude. I don't know what the fuck to do. You guys act like I'm like stupid. I don't understand this shit. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What the fuck did I do wrong there? What did I do wrong? Anybody? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? What am I doing? I mean, I got it. I don't think I got it. Select all the squares with a stop sign. Enter the text below.
Huevo cake.
Fuck. What? I don't see anything. This finished yet? Nope. Okay. Enter the perpetrator's license plate? Wait, are they the perpetrator? How do I know if they're the perpetrator or not? Select all the squares with a stop sign. Whoa. Fuck. Whoa. 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 Chill. Whoa. Bro, what the fuck? Stop. Stop. Fuck. Wait, is this count? Does this part count as the stop sign? Okay. No, fuck. No, fuck. Fuck. No. Fuck. Oh, 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 oh. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? Find Waldo? Alright. Last one. Last one. This is the worst shit for somebody who's ADHD. Stop saying he's right there. Shut the fuck up. My screen's blurred. Stop. Based on the last like 5 things, I would bet he's not even there. And in like 5 minutes, they're gonna put him there. I skipped him? That's not him. I hadn't even gotten up here yet. he has a line through him, I already assume that everybody has a line through them, so it doesn't mean much. Yeah, I don't see him. You were waving over him a second ago? Do you think this is him? That's not him. Waldo wears a hat. Person has no hat. Up into the right. Oh. That is him. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this still hasn't archived. Alright. Yeah, fuck that article.
And, you know, deporting illegals.
Yeah, I mean, part of how you can tell that this is what they want is that they've done it before.
Yeah.
Right? So they were doing this in 2020. You had Tim Walz essentially facilitating the riots then, facilitating the Minneapolis Autonomous Zone. You had Jacob Frey taking the knee for George Floyd. You
Alright. I can barely see today. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. The Trump administration's assault on Minnesota's long stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It is a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. It isn't just, it isn't legal, and critically, it isn't making anyone safer. Quite the opposite, immigration agents have now shot and killed two of our neighbors, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And there are countless other stories. Yeah, my screen's going blurry now as well. I can't see anything. Yeah, I'm sorry. We might come back to that later. It's I don't know what it is. I have like a shit in the back of my eyes that they like cramp up sometimes, and when I look at the phone too long, it makes one of my eyes get stuck, and then like everything's like doubled up for me. And then on top of that, for some reason, we're tired of your tech problems. Donate more money to where I can buy some new fucking equipment. I've gotten no donations today, and so I am always doing the best I can with the least amount possible. The fact that I got a new computer to where everything's like a bit better is already a miracle, because I sold my car and used that money. So
you had their city council was working to defund police. Now Minneapolis, according to Jacob Frey, has 600 cops, which is far below what they actually need to manage the city. And that's after demoralizing their police force, defunding their police force, and all the rest of it. And during that summer, let's not forget, this came out during the campaign.
Donald Trump also defunded the police. Donald Trump with I think it was in the Big Beautiful Bill, they defunded the police pretty hardcore.
Campaign when, you know, Governor Walz almost became our vice president. We heard that his wife demanded that they leave.
And then also, as he keeps pulling federal aid from a bunch of different states, most of those that federal aid goes to police. So he is continuing to defund states, which is making it to where they are having to defund the police. So Trump is the one who has defunded the police more than anybody. In our lifetimes, it's been Trump.
The windows open of the governor's mansion so that she could smell the burning tires of the protests.
That sounds like a meme.
It's for real.
apocalypse now.
It's for real because she wanted to remember her white privilege. And I think another thing that's important to remember, and this is something I keep thinking about, is all of these leftists have for years been telling us about white privilege, right? And how white people get a pass and whatever. So what you end up with is this white lady, this white guy, they go into these protests, and I think they actually believe that they are protected by their white privilege. I think they actually believe that if they go in there first, they're not going to get shot. They believed that white, middle-aged white lady was in absolutely no danger because police are so racist that they would never shoot this middle-aged white lady. They believe that their privilege protects them. That's how racist they actually are.
Did she want the windows left open because she wanted to smell the be part of the suffering, or because she wanted to take pride in what she had done?
No, she wanted to remember what she had done and be aware of her privilege, and it's sort of like a whole big commie combo.
So she's certifiable is what we're getting at.
Batshit crazy.
She's not. But Waltz left he was like, okay, babe, and he left the windows open. He was okay with it too. And you can tell that this is what they want because it is what they keep delivering. And we know also, and we were talking about this before the show, if it weren't for these sanctuary policies, there would not be confrontations in the communities, and we would not see all of this going on. We don't see it in.
Actually, if it wasn't.
Aramsan tipped $25. Stop bitching and keep yapping, Baldy. Lick the leathery goodness of donos. Hiking boot emoji. Woman's boots emoji. Hiking boot emoji. Woman's boots emoji. Skis emoji. USA emoji. Fire emoji. USA emoji. Fire emoji. Hiking boot emoji, hiking boot emoji, woman's boots emoji, money bag emoji, money bag emoji, money bag emoji, money bag emoji.
True. Y'all got to start calling Aaron sugar daddy, because on a daily basis he's donating about $25 and making it to where he's paying for all of your content. So all y'all gotta start calling him sugar daddy.
In other states, Florida, there's more deportations.
Thank you,
I think
Aaron
California,
Let's go.
New York,
Tennessee.
there's more deportations. Texas, there's more deportations than in Minneapolis, but we only see.
Yeah, so that when she says this is only happening because of their sanctuary policies, it's the other way around. Sanctuary policies only exist because of the way that they do deportations. That's it. Like, that's all it is. The because of the way that they do deportations, because of the fact that the Trump administration can't follow legal orders, or can't follow the law, can't follow Supreme Court orders, can't follow any of these things. It's only because of that any of this exists in the first place. So, but on top of that, states' rights. Fuck you.
This mayhem in Minneapolis because that's what the elected leaders want.
Like, to be clear, I am not in favor of sanctuary cities. I'm not in favor of sanctuary policies. I'm not in favor of cities not cooperating with the federal government. But do I think they have the right to do it? Yes. And then on top of that, the way that the Trump administration is acting, I 100% am in favor of it now. Like, I'm completely in favor of it now. I've never been in favor of it in the past. I've never understood it. It never made sense to me to have a bunch of cities that just didn't have anything to do with deportations or getting illegal aliens out of their states. But now it is definitely something that makes sense.
Want to have happen.
Yeah.
And it is important to say that they're covering up, $9 billion plus in fraud.
This is the
sanctuary policies have been in place prior to these deportations. All it means is that they don't have to cooperate with the federal authorities. It doesn't mean that they don't, right? It doesn't mean that they don't, just as they don't have to. So whether or not they cooperated with the Biden administration is one thing. Whether or not they cooperated with Obama is one thing. Whether or not they cooperate with the Trump administration, totally different.
This is the tragedy that Tim Walz needs to distract from the multi-billion-dollar scandal.
Yeah, he wishes now that he had waited instead of saying that he wasn't going to run again. Because he already said he wasn't going to run for governor again. I bet he regrets that decision now.
This is all, it is obviously all politics, but this
Walz is cooperating with Trump. Well, so when we say cooperating, what we mean is that they're sending them like information. So let's say they make an arrest, they arrest somebody, they check for that person's legal status. Lots of states don't even check legal status anymore, and so that's one of the things, is that they don't even find out if they're legal or not. Then other states will check their legal status, but they won't report it to the federal authorities. They won't tell them, hey, we have somebody in custody who is not a legal citizen or who's here illegally. And they are literally handing over illegals, the criminal ones. Okay. Well, yeah, the criminal ones is a little different, but no.
This is insurrection, insurgents, whatever you want to call it. It is politics so that they can get the screenshots or they can get the images and
read the article. How about you come on and read the article? How about that? It's not true. States have always checked legal status. What do you mean states? States don't normally it's state law on whether or not you have to check legal status, and then cities and counties arrest people and abide by the state law. A bunch of state laws say that you do not have to check legal status, and lots of times it's the state who sets up the system for you to check legal status. And if the state doesn't set up a system for you to check legal statuses, or even counties and cities choose not to set up legal status, that's why we call them sanctuary cities most of the time, is because the cities who decide not to check it. And then on top of that, whether or not the state has a law that says that you have to report this to the federal authorities is also part of it. So but the state doesn't normally check things. The state doesn't normally make arrests in most cases. It's going to be the cities and counties.
the sound bites to use against Trump and the Republicans in the midterms. That might be part and parcel of some broader scheme of funding international terrorism, but I think that is the bottom line element to this. It's activist blue states that are trying to get the clips, sound bites, and images for their next political promotional campaign. And then the problem is not to give them that which they so desperately want.
Every night, don't forget, all of these activist groups are holding online virtual trainings. You know, the Women's March is holding a virtual training tonight so that they can tell everyone how to resist more and all of the rest of it. And they're just...
Oh, hello! Wait. Oh, hello! Hello, hello!
Why do we have ice creams in our...
I don't know. It did this the other day to everybody who was in there for the panel as well. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, what the heck? I didn't put an ice cream there.
What the
I
heck?
would like an ice.
You're not chilling?
No. Is that what it is? Is it meant to signify chilling?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Okay, I'm okay with it now.
Okay. Good.
Right. Are you going to pull up the article? Because I can't.
Everybody calm down. She's all right with it now. Okay, it's up.
Okay, I'm going to skip the part you already read. Okay, quite the opposite. Blah, blah, blah. So, and there are countless other stories of protesters and bystanders being physically attacked by federal agents, to say nothing of the chaos and violence being unleashed against the targets of these raids, many of whom have done nothing wrong except exist as a person of color. The pretext for all this is the Trump administration's insistence that our immigration laws would otherwise go unenforced. This federal occupation of Minnesota is, administration officials insist, about our predilection for releasing violent, criminal, illegal aliens from state custody. I can't stress this enough. The Trump administration has its facts wrong about Minnesota. I mean, he should have just said they're lying, but okay. The administration claims that Minnesota jails release the worst of the worst. In reality, the Minnesota Department of Corrections honors all federal and local detainers by notifying Immigration and Customs Enforcement when a person committed to its custody isn't a U.S. citizen. There is not a single documented case of the department's releasing someone from state prison without offering to ensure a smooth transfer of custody. Yet the lies persist. This week, ICE tweeted that rural Cottonwood County had refused to honor a detainer for an alleged child sex predator. That's not true. The county sheriff followed procedure and contacted ICE when the subject posted bail, but ICE agents were too busy wreaking havoc in the Twin Cities to do their actual job and pick the prisoner up. Some of the administration's claims are ridiculous on their face. For example, it claims that 1,360 non-US citizens are in Minnesota prisons. The truth? Our total state prison population is roughly 8,000, and only 207 of them are non-citizens.
Oh my
Earlier
goodness,
this month,
dude. Yeah, there's no fucking
I
way when you
know.
only have 8,000 people in your prison. That 1,300 of them are illegal immigrants? No fucking shot, dude. That's impossible. Holy
I know.
shit, dude.
Yeah, unless they're like playing loose with the fast and loose with the term like non-citizen, and they're just saying like refugee or asylum seeker. Like, I wouldn't put it past them to just say, well, unless you're like full citizen, born here, and not like asylum, blah, 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 then like maybe, but highly unlikely.
Even
Okay,
then, like you're talking about at that point, you're talking about like 15% of the prison population is non-citizen. Even then,
Yeah,
to
I know.
have it like
Absolutely.
refugees and all this, it would be ridiculous if it was even like 10%, let alone 15%, or it would be ridiculous if it was 5%. Like that's an insane number.
Yep. So earlier this month, the administration published what it claimed was a list of people who have been arrested as part of this ICE sweep, asserting that this list represents the worst of the worst criminals, and implying that we have been protecting them from capture. Minnesota Public Radio investigated this claim and found it to be completely false. Most of the people on the list had been immediately transferred to ICE custody at the end of time served in Minnesota prisons. All of those transfers happened before ICE began its surge of operations in Minnesota on December 1st, 2025, with some even happening years before. In other words, ICE is taking credit for arrests that state and local law enforcement made, activity that took place before this assault on our state even began. Everyone wants to see our immigration laws enforced. That isn't what is happening in Minnesota. In recent weeks, masked agents have abducted children. They've separated children from their parents. They've racially profiled off-duty police officers. They've aggressively pulled people over and demanded to see their papers. They've broken into the homes of elderly citizens without warrants to drag them outside in freezing temperatures. That isn't effective law enforcement. It isn't following the rule of law. It's chaos. It's illegal, and it's un-American. I've repeatedly appealed to President Trump to lower the temperature, but he refuses. I fear that his hope is for the tension between ICE agents and the communities they're ransacking to boil over. That he wants you to see more chaos on your TV screens, protests turn into riots, more people get hurt. Minnesotans aren't taking the bait. They are protesting, loudly and urgently, but also peacefully. They are helping their neighbors cope with this violent, lawless assault on people of color throughout the state, walking children to school safely, preparing mutual aid packages, and organizing to make sure these atrocities are well documented so that those responsible can face justice. Minnesota is a state that believes in the rule of law and in the dignity of all people. We know that true public safety comes from trust, respect, and shared purpose, not from intimidation or political theater. This assault on our communities is not necessary to enforce our immigration laws. We don't have to choose between open borders and whatever the hell this is. Mr. Trump can and must end this unlawful, violent, and chaotic campaign, and we can and must rebuild an immigration enforcement system that is secure, accountable, and humane.
Boom. Suck it.
I mean, I was shocked to hear all of this because it's not like I believe anything they say. I don't, it's what's really sad is the way that they're slandering Walls, and they've done it so, I guess, successfully. Now Walls is like a fraudster who can't run his state, blah blah blah. Who's like, even you were kind of convinced that they're just not like working with ICE to hand anyone over because of sanctuary policies. I mean,
Well, I didn't say that they were doing that. I was describing what sanctuary policies are.
Okay. But I think a lot of people believe that anyone with sanctuary policies is like therefore not doing anything that was said in this article. But apparently
well, no,
they
that's
are.
why I said, yeah, that's why I said it doesn't mean that they aren't doing it. It means that they don't have to do it. Like some states will have state laws saying that you have to report this information there. And then other states will say that you don't have to do it. But normally whether or not you do it is going to be decided by the city or the county. And that's going to be their own policies. But there are again, like the infrastructure for that to happen is normally set up by the state, and so it's
well,
it is like a complicated process for where like in order to do it, you would sometimes have like you would need the state to even set up the ability to do it, but the federal government probably has like infrastructure for them to do it in some ways as well. So
yeah. Well, it's just sad. It's sad that like the propaganda works. Like I have a fucking retarded sister who I don't even like. She's just some fucking maggot now. Like she's just a mega fucking retard who just repeats all of these talking points and says Walls is corrupt and they're not helping, and if they would just like cooperate, then none of this would happen. Wank, wank, wank. All this dumb shit. And then you read that, and you're like, it's just the classic Trump admin, like MO, where they just claim wins as their own, even though like claiming those arrests is something that they did when it was before he even got there.
Well, it's
like that's far more believable to me because we've seen it happen so many fucking times.
Dude, I'm so confused. I'm trying to make it to where people can see who's talking on my screen with the Discord overlay, where it normally shows everybody's names and pictures and everything. And I don't know what the fuck is going on, but the website that I use this for,
sometimes doesn't. It's
well,
weird.
no, it's not even that. It's that I got a new computer, and so on the new computer, it should be showing the I have to replug everything in, and so I don't even have the Discord overlay here, and so I'm trying to get the link for the overlay, and it won't. It like on the thing that I use, it won't even give it to me. It won't give me the fucking link.
Well, just don't do it. Just do it another time. Sort it out another time.
I've tried it like fucking 20 times. I'm saying there isn't another time. This is the other time.
No one has any reservation. Like, oh, who's that person speaking? Well, it's Mantis. We understand Mantis's accent and who Mantis is. This is Caveman speaking, by the way, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hi, Caveman.
Hey, what's up?
Don't say that, Tom.
That's his name. It's Gay Man.
Oh, true.
Oh my god.
No, it's Mantis. Thank you for reading this, by the way, because like, especially from Walls, like putting pen to paper on this, because I actually asked this through, and again, ChatGPT, grain of salt. I tried to get a read on what this whole criticism was about, like all these right wingers saying blue states with sanctuary policies are like not letting the feds know anything. They're just like keeping everything under wraps, and they're releasing illegal immigrants onto the street after they, serve their prison sentence. And I was like,
yeah, it's like it's like the reason they keep giving for why it's all going pear-shaped in these places, and it's
this is why I think it's like a lot more sinister. So what I've always understood sanctuary policies to mean, at like the most basal level, and this is reflected in the thing that Missouri did a few years ago, where they tried to do like essentially an anti-ATF, like pro Second Amendment sanctuary policy, which conservatives didn't bat an eyelash at. Like they're basically saying we're not going to do the ATF's job for them. This is essentially what a sanctuary policy is meant to do. It's just saying we're not going to, at our own expense, do the federal government's job of immigration enforcement for them. But that doesn't mean that they're not contributing in some particular way. and then I said,
Wait,
what?
all of it.
You
Hold
know,
on, wait. All of it is federal government stuff. Like the states and cities, counties, like none of them are in charge of deporting people. It's all the federal government's job to deport people, to detain them, all of that. It's whether or not the cities, states, counties, all this want to like go and they would have to take an action to go inform the federal government that they have somebody in custody,
or even begin to look for individuals based on their citizenship. That's part of the
Correct.
problem, is that, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that they're not going to at their own expense. That doesn't mean they're not going to cooperate. That doesn't mean that they're not going to, like, in certain very targeted situations, work with federal immigration enforcement to find individuals who they've identified as being not only undocumented or illegal. And I if you want to ask me my distinction between the two, absolutely go ahead. But also to, like, help them bring them in.
Well, no, you were saying earlier that it was more complicated than what it was that I was saying.
No, it
exactly
is,
what I was saying.
but it kind of builds off what Mantis was reading about Walls's response here. So here's what ChatGPT kind of gave me about this. What sanctuary policies often do in practice? Here's the question I asked. People on the right keep saying blue states with sanctuary policies, quote, don't let feds know people who are illegal that they have in custody for crimes. I don't let feds know about people who are illegal that they have in custody for crimes. I guess once their sentence is done and they're set to be released. Is there any validity to this? At least Tim Walz seems to be saying that that's not the case. And ChatGPT is being fair. They said there's some validity to what you're hearing, but it's usually very misleading. So sanctuary policies often do in practice, not necessarily in function, like the way I described, is they won't hold someone past their normal release time just because ICE asks. If ICE asks for a detainer, which I think Walz actually said he's willing to respect in a lot of cases, it's generally treated as a request, as opposed to a judge has actually signed a warrant saying you're kind of, your hands are tied, you have to keep this individual in custody past what your state statutes might otherwise mandate. Because there are state statutes that say you can't hold people past a certain date. There might be, like, certain niche situations in which a state might say, well, we're going to hold someone past a certain time because maybe their life's a threat, or because we worried that they're going to be a threat to the public even after they've served their sentence. Like, again, numerous different situations. But, like, there are some states who have said, we're just not, like, as soon as you meet your release date, we're not going to allow the state to arbitrarily detain you further. Like, you're going to have to be released. And this has to necessarily apply. No, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that it's not arbitrary because the state statutes are in place, and because this applies to the people, and because even illegal immigrants have to qualify as the people functionally, if not, principally.
Yeah, but this is, hold on, I'm sorry. This is just, this is just wrong. That this is normal between, like, states all the fucking time. Like, if one state or city or county or whatever, if somebody's holding somebody and another city, county, or state has a warrant for that person, has some sort of, like, outstanding warrant for them or something like that, they will hold them and transfer them to this other state, to this other city, to this other county, whatever.
I agree.
We even do this with other countries sometimes as well.
But Tom, the point that we're trying to make here in this particular consideration is that detainers are not warranted requests for further detainment. They're simply requests. They don't have.
So what?
They don't have the force of a judicial warrant behind them. It's basically ICE just reaching out and say, "Hey, hold this person in custody further until we find the time to come collect them."
Correct.
But there's no judge to enforce that. That's what they're basically saying, is that their hands may be tied by their municipal or state legislation that requires them, absent a warrant, to release that individual.
Yes, but that's what. Yes, this is what I'm saying. Yes, this is this is what I'm saying.
Hang on, no, but Tom, aren't you saying that if a state reaches out, and, like, if another municipality or whatever reaches out, does that not require a warrant? Does that, or is that
yes,
just another request as well?
Yes. Normally, yes, they will have warrants, but I'm saying that in the case where somebody is being deported just because it is a separate jurisdiction, that they are writing legislation that makes it to where they do not have to comply with this, even though they are like requesting this person be detained for them to come pick them up, regardless of whether or not there's a warrant, that they are choosing not to comply and allow these people to go free and having the state go and find them, or the federal government to find them and arrest them again themselves.
Tom, what they're saying is that absent the federal government doing their due diligence to secure a warrant to further require this particular law enforcement agency or prison entities for like to compel their further detainment, this prison in question that's holding this individual, even if they're undocumented, is required by the state law or the municipal law to release them at a set date, unless there is a warrant that compels their action.
But that's ridiculous.
Why? Are you saying you disagree with it, or that you're saying that?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine, but like they would have to change the law. You're agreeing then?
Well, no,
they would
I
have,
no,
they would have
that's
to-
what I said. I said, hold on, no,
policy.
hold on, just to be clear. That's just to be clear. That I said that is because they are putting the law in place that says this, that they are capable of doing this. That's what I kept saying. Because they put this law there, that is the problem. That is the issue, is that they are making these laws to where somebody who is here illegally, is in the country illegally, that once they are detained, yes, they should not be let out until they are removed. And that is like intuitive. Like, yeah, you're not going to arrest somebody for who is here illegally and then say, oh, your presence here is illegal? Well, let me give you your presence here back. Here you go. We're the law enforcement. We're here to enforce the law, and we're going to let you continue being here illegally. Adios. That's ridiculous.
I can. However, unfortunately, like the same rationale as to why these laws are passed in the first place is the same rationale where I agree. The asylum law that we have in place is fundamentally broken, because it basically just takes everybody at their word without adequate expedited means to determine whether or not their asylum claim is legitimate. But we have to take them at their word. We can't just arbitrarily decide that you're not here legitimately. And again, this is talking about like a situation where, yeah, the law can be broken, but we still have to follow it.
Well, no, hold on. Asylum, we're not talking about asylum. Hold on, wait. Hold on, we're not talking about asylum. I didn't say just undocumented. I'm saying illegally here. They're here illegally, not like people who just don't have some sort of documentation, but that they're here illegally. Somebody who has a court date and they're waiting to get some sort of like a process. They're waiting to go through some sort of process to be approved. Is totally different than somebody who just has no reason to be here and has not done anything with the federal government, has not checked in with anybody, and they're just here.
And I think your definition between undocumented and illegal and mine are pretty similar. Like, you would say anyone who's illegal is someone who didn't go through a port of entry, didn't claim asylum, just essentially a border hopper.
Yes, I would say anybody who got any sort of permission to be here from the government is here. Like, I would not say they're here illegally. Whereas somebody who's no, hold on, wait. The undocumented is like lots of people. They come in, and the government will say, okay, here, we're going to give you a court date, show up at this time, and then they just let you in. That person's undocumented, but they're not here illegally because they were given permission at the border to come in. So that's
or like their visa lapse or something like that.
But I guess my point of bringing up the idea of asylum was only to give a parallel to, we have to follow the procedure of the law, even if the law is in and of itself flawed. So when there's a situation where the feds have not done their due diligence to get a court order, to get a judicial warrant that says this particular municipal or state law enforcement agency has to continue holding this individual past their sentencing date, like the end of their sentence is reached. Under normal circumstances, that individual would have to be released. But then the law doesn't give them an out. And it's flawed legislation, because we're talking about very niche examples. The law doesn't give them an out to say, well, we're going to keep detaining someone who we don't have confirmation is here legally. And again, more likely than not at this point, they've confirmed this individual is undocumented or illegal. So I'm willing to grant that, but what I would say is that the municipal or state government in question has their hands tied because the feds have not done their due diligence to get a warrant forcing the hand of the individual holding them to keep holding further. Because otherwise, they would have to release them as per their own municipal or
You don't
state
like
laws.
Somalis, so just
There's a reason why we follow those laws is because we don't want to give the government arbitrary power to determine when they feel like someone can't be released.
You don't like
public,
Somalis, so just come
even
out and
after
say
their
that.
sentence has been met. It sucks that it applies to potentially illegal immigrants, but it's there for the vast majority of people, and it's an exception to the rule that people who are illegal might benefit from this particular law. Again, we can talk about changing the law. Reasonable minds can disagree about this, but it's incredibly reductive for Trump's administration to say they're just releasing violent criminals to the public because they're not telling the feds anything. No, the feds, like whether or not the feds are told, the feds haven't done their due diligence to like actually secure custody of this individual through a warrant.
Well, yeah, it sounds
Okay,
like
hold
based on that
1 second.
article.
Hold on 1 second. Origin, it is the same video. We already watched it 2 days ago. We've already seen this. We did watch it. It is the same fucking video. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's the same fucking video. I just checked numerous timestamps. They're the same exact thing. They're the same exact parts. I know all of them. We already watched this. It's all the fucking same. We watched, you did the Origin thing where you walk up and you say, why are we even talking about this? This is boring. Like, why do we even care? This is so stupid. Like, and then they, yes, we watched it like 2 or 3 days ago. Okay, sorry. Go
ahead.
Mantis, you had something.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, it sounds like, I mean, it has to be verified, I suppose, and not just I guess you can't just take everyone's word for everything, but it sounds like there's not even a single case of them not helping when it is a situation like this. I mean, Walls is claiming that not a single documented case even has where they haven't contacted ICE and like offered to help, like transferring them into custody.
This is
it
where
sounds like the feds are at fault for not picking them up.
Well, and that's also something that I've mentioned numerous times is that they keep saying that the local governments are not helping them or are making things worse, and that's totally untrue. Like, we keep finding out, we see videos, we hear from the local governments that like they are offering help and they're being refused. Sometimes they show up to help and they're being told to leave. Sometimes they show up and say, okay, well, we'll just like create a border or something for you guys, and then they get pepper sprayed sometimes by ICE agents. They get screamed and yelled at by ICE agents, and like it is constantly ICE agents who are getting rid of local police departments from helping them. So it is total bullshit.
And here's where I think that the federal government, especially under Kristi Noem and all these individuals who very clearly, especially myself as a 2A advocate, think that they're just like playing fast and loose with the laws for their own political ideology, are being particularly sinister. I have no reason to doubt that in isolated circumstances where Minneapolis or St. Paul Municipal Police or Minnesota State Police have successfully detained and are holding individuals who are illegal and have committed crimes. And they may have reached out to the federal government to say, hey, this individual is undocumented. Do your due diligence. And again, this sounds a little bit conspiratorial, but it seems like if they're going to make the claim that the federal government is not cooperating with them, I have reason to believe that these individuals in the leadership are not doing their due diligence to secure warrants to essentially carry out the procedure of taking custody of these individuals in order to
And
say
then they can easily
the
blame
states,
them.
in order to say the states aren't cooperating with us. Basically, the states aren't doing our job for us. They're not doing everything for us, so we don't have to expend the government capital to carry out these efforts, which they
Yeah,
don't
so
have
that
any
is like
ability.
what that is possible, because so for like people in
I
chat who
wouldn't
don't
put it
understand,
past them.
there's a lot of times where, so like if it turns out that the government wants somebody and the state or the city, somebody has them in custody, if they want them, they have to go pick them up, right? So they have to say like, okay, we're going to send a car, we're going to send a van, we're going to send somebody to come get them from you. The people who have them are not going to use their resources, their money. They're not going to use their shit to transport these people to ICE. ICE has to come get them and take them out. And when I was locked up during the Bush administration, in the beginning of the Obama administration, ICE, like the states and cities, they would hold people for a long period of time waiting for ICE to come pick them up. And sometimes people were waiting like a fucking year for ICE to come pick them up. Literally a year. Just sitting in jail. They got like pulled over for a speeding ticket and then got arrested for being here illegally. And then because they got a speeding ticket, they end up sitting in a fucking jail for a year waiting for ICE to come pick them up. And they, after, I think it was the beginning of Obama's administration, to where they passed laws saying after like 9 months, you don't pick them up, we're letting them out. Like that's it. You have 9 months to come get them, and if you don't, we're letting them out. But
They're like, and again, the reason for that. Sorry, Mantis, I have to say this. The reason for that is like a little bit of a double-edged sword. Does that allow certain individuals to be released back to the public that shouldn't? Yes, but what it also like ensures is that there isn't bureaucratic or legalistic sandbagging happening that will disproportionately affect the rights of American citizens. Again, the legal limbo is a double-edged sword, and this is something that we need to try and avoid. And if we see that there are problems that come about, then it's beholden to the legislation, the legislature of either the state or the federal government to fix those problems. And if they're not willing to, then we need to hold them accountable for this. So this is where I'm saying is that what I think is happening is that the federal government essentially has like dual mandates. They don't want to spend money, and they also don't want to be in a situation. Well,
and this is the case with a lot of things. Just to be clear, this isn't like special. Like there's a lot of things where like if you fill out like paperwork wrong as a cop, and even if you caught somebody red-handed like murdering somebody, there can be like processes that you fucked up with in arresting them to where they just get let go, right? Like you didn't give them their Miranda rights, or like you didn't give them, like there's always these like little things that like if you don't do these correctly, it's going to kind of lean in the person that you arrested instead of leaning in the favor of the state. And so this is the case with a lot of things where like you just have to get shit done, and you got to get it done right, otherwise people get out.
Yeah, I think there's several different motivations that might be influencing how things are going with the Trump administration. They don't want to be seen as like directly corroborating with blue states, because if they're seen as doing that, then they can't then make the argument that the blue states are their enemy.
Yeah, I was just because I was gonna jump in just before and steal man the other side, play devil's advocate and be like, well, if their whole like goal though is to get the deportation numbers up because that looks good, then he fulfills his campaign promise. Why wouldn't they be as fast as possible to pick up these people and just get them out of there? But obviously, politically, they can use like not picking them up to their advantage, the way they in my opinion, they are doing now, where they're trying to demonize blue states and demonize Democrats and demonize Democratic leaders, and then it pays off for what they really are trying to do is like rule by intimidation.
But also they wouldn't be able to put on a big show about arresting these people out in the streets if they
like
just go
they've
and get a
hunted them
smooth
down
transition.
and
Yes, if
saved
they
the nation.
Yes,
Yeah.
if they just go to the jail, send a bus to the jail, and pick these people up and move on, there's not cameras out there. There's not a bunch of people protesting.
Like what
there's
Obama
not
and Biden did.
yes, correct.
Yeah.
It's not sexy. It doesn't get a lot of
Well,
news
which
coverage. It's a
is
lot
so
sexier to send a bunch of people marching through MacArthur Park on horses with tanks and shit like that
Well,
for
it was-
absolutely no reason.
It was a question that came up with me because when, like, this is the sad thing about the layman coming into learning about or hearing about political things. It's like how I think about my sister's interpretation of shit because she's retarded and she just is like the average person reading politics.
Sister, you're
And
retarded.
yeah, you hear about sanctuary policies, and you just it doesn't make sense when you hear about sanctuary policies. You're like, why would you want these people released into the public? And then you go down that rabbit hole of this is just stupid, and without any critical analysis of into why they're there and how they can benefit everybody, but also there's some downsides.
And to be fair, I'll criticize the Democrats for not pushing back on this with a similar common sense analogy to try and counter this particular narrative. To demand
Yeah, but they're really bad at that.
No, they're fucking terrible at that. What I would say to any Republican who says all these blue state sanctuary policies, they're not contributing, they're not helping the federal government stop illegal immigration. And I would say these municipal or state level enforcement agencies have their own jobs of enforcing the laws of their state or their city. That's I would say the common sense argument would be that's like asking the local mall security guard to assist in a murder investigation. They have their own responsibilities and they're not necessarily trained to handle this particular type of law enforcement.
Well, but even more so, it wasn't even that. It would be more like another country demanding that we give them somebody for a speeding ticket or something like that. It's
or that the federal government can go into Venezuela and kidnap an individual for laws in the United States, even though they don't live in the United States.
Yeah, so the point is jurisdictions that the reason it seems like a lot of people don't understand why we call states. It is a state, meaning that it is its own government, it's its own entity, and it has a separation of jurisdictions. And so when a lot of people, there's always people coming in the chat who are doing this yeah, but the government, the federal law supersedes state laws. Fuck it does, dude. The fuck it does. This is states' rights, bro. They get to have their own fucking policies and laws.
I will say I was much more of a federal simp about 5 to 7 years ago than I am today. I am much more of a states' rights advocate, except when it comes to individual liberties. Other than that, I agree. The states should be managing themselves, but if there's anything that applies to the individual rights of sovereign citizens, and I'm not saying sovereign citizens like the fucking
I got
dipshits. Yeah. I'm talking about actual sovereign citizens, not the dipshits that say I don't belong and don't pay
citizens
taxes
who are sovereign, not sovereign citizens.
Yeah. Citizens, the individual is the highest sovereign of this country. That's how it's supposed to be. I am more in favor of states' rights than I ever have been in my political advocacy career, because and I think this might be a weird roundabout situation where everybody is starting to experience everybody's different perspectives, because I haven't seen 2A advocacy among the left like what we're seeing now in 50 years. And I'm 37, or I'm 34. The fact that anybody on the left is saying, yeah, the Second Amendment is not to be violated.
Well, hang on. I want to push back on that a little bit, because I don't think I've ever seen. Oh, there probably are some Dems who do want to ban some guns, but I don't think they want to remove all guns from all people. I don't think that's ever been a Democratic slogan.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to push back a little bit on the whole. Now you're suddenly
I
friendly.
agree. What I will say is that up until this point, I don't think that
the tyranny part hasn't really been focused on.
It hasn't been on their mind, but I would also say that the idea of the Second Amendment being transactional, like something that we can like have like a give and take,
Mhm.
has always been kind of the norm in the democratic mindset. I think that's starting to go away. I think that still may leave room for them to say, hey, we need to have some kind of check on rampant
Yeah,
proliferation of
regulations.
firearms. But
Yeah.
but I will say that it's going to exist in the mind of everyone who is left of center, that we need to check that against the rights of the people. I think that's going to be at least a little bit of a tempering, if nothing else. Whereas the
Which
whereas the right is either going to split in favor of like an absolutist stance, which they're already doing. Pretty much every single libertarian party, like by state, I'm saying like Tennessee, Texas, what have you, every single X account for every libertarian party for every state has like universally condemned what Kristi Noem and Kash Patel have said.
Yeah, I feel like it's Dems are poised right now. They're in a really, really, really strong position to like adopt so many core, like constitutional, like core values of American society, and they have exactly something to posit it against. Like they have
Well, I
so many
think
examples of how it's going
Or at the,
wrong on the right.
or at the very least, the flack is going to be removed from them and given to the Republican Party.
Yeah,
Because the
so
Republican
Yeah, exactly.
like the Republicans have always been really good about virtue signaling about these things, and the Democrats haven't. And so it's always been kind of in everybody's minds, like that the Republicans are the ones who are very pro First Amendment. They're the ones who are very pro Second Amendment. They're the ones who really care about states' rights. They're the ones who are like, you know, in favor of limited government. And
and they've given up all those virtues. They've given all
yes,
those virtues.
yes, they've all of those are
Yeah.
gone. And now when it actually comes down to like when there's real
You're cutting
things,
in and out a bit, Tom. Or is it just me?
Am I? Am I cutting in and out?
No, he's not.
Is it just me? He's just kind of sounding
No,
funny. Okay.
No, it could be I was talking and that's what was interrupting.
Okay, no, carry on.
But yeah, now that so like they would always bring it up for random shit, right? Like whether or not they were getting banned on Twitter, or whether or not they were you know, whether or not their statues were getting taken down, or they were like defending, you know, the Civil War, the Confederates in the Civil War by saying states' rights, or they were like saying that you can't limit any guns at all by saying, you know, Second Amendment. But then the like real shit happens, like somebody gets killed for having a gun, or you know, the people are like businesses and people are being harassed and threatened by the federal government for opposing Trump in his administration, or like things like this. Like this is where we all come out and we're like, yo, fucking Second Amendment, bitches, or like, yo, First Amendment, motherfucker. Like we're the ones who actually like show up when it matters. They're the ones who use these things just as cudgels to get away with bullshit, to try to get away with evil shit, like defending the fucking Confederates, or you know, defending racism on Twitter, or you know, like defending whatever. Like it's always the grossest fucking shit that they use these things as a cudgel to defend. Whereas when it actually matters, when there's actual tyranny, when there's actual shit that the government's doing that's fucked up, that's when the liberals have showed up and said, yo, like the Constitution, bitches.
Okay, why do you keep saying tyranny?
Tyranny.
It's tyranny.
It's both.
It's not both. Nobody ever says tyranny. You
They
can say
do.
tyrant, but you don't say
tyrannical,
tyranny.
tyranny.
Yes, tyranny.
Yes.
I feel like tyranny is. I never hear anybody use it like that.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
They are both.
Am I tripping?
No, you're not wrong. But it is both. Like people say both, so it is.
I feel like they don't. I feel like it's very rare to say tyranny. I understand that you might be able to because people say it wrong, and the dictionary goes, "Well, if people got it wrong, and because they got it wrong so often, we just put it in here." But like they're still kind of wrong.
That's literally how language works. You sound like a fucking Republican right now.
No, well, okay, whatever. I think this happens a lot though, and I think like in like most commonly, like this is just what happens. Like the most common one is the most generally accepted. Whatever you always do this with language, so pick and choose whatever.
So okay, to get back
I
to
said
the
it the
logic
Tom
point,
way,
like,
but I'm from the South. Yeah, I was gonna say I remember I used to always think it was tyranny, and I always said tyranny. But then tyranny became like the thing that I always heard, and over time, I ended up saying both. Like I ended up switching back and forth from them all the fucking time. Sorry, go ahead.
So, anyways, yeah, like I kind of I started a new account that was like, you know, I'd had other accounts on X and Twitter or whatever that were, I guess, basically just like incognito attempts to like shit talk every Republican or conservative that I saw. But I started a new account to just say like, hey, if I was gonna like put forth an account where I stuck to my values and I tried to stay as civil as possible, how would I react to the current situation? Because I think, and I don't mean to sound like super hyperbolic here, I think this is like the biggest redrawing of political battle lines that I've ever seen in politics in the last like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really crazy how you have, like, I commented this morning of a guy that I follow in the GunTuber community who basically just gave like the most feckless and servile like apologia for the shooting of Alex Preddy. And I literally called him out and I said, "You sound like servile scum for what he was saying." But then I look at two other individuals that I follow in the GunTuber community, and they say, even if they don't say that this was an unjustified shooting, they said the kind of response we're seeing from the federal government right now is absolutely unacceptable from a Second Amendment advocacy perspective. And
that's what I'm noticing, because even if you say it's unjustified, you cannot possibly, I mean, even if you say it is justified, you cannot possibly justify the way they handled it, the way they're speaking about it, the way, like, that's why, like, Bovino, or whatever the fuck his name is, leaving is like, oh, I can't believe that's actually happened, because that was the right thing. He should be fucking fired, and so should Kristi Noem. But like Trump, yeah, I don't know, all of them, but they've done this in so many other ways as well, like the way
but the damage is done. Like, they've all, like,
the damage
I will say the Second Amendment community has already dealt with like a year of like tacitly getting, like, still maintaining some kind of support for Trump as being the most pro 2A like administration in history, which is not true.
Shot. He's like, he's literally probably put forth the most anti-gun legislation of any president in my lifetime. Like,
he's been most efficacious in doing so, even if his verbiage and his language has not been anti-2A, which should tell you everything you need to know. Is like, if Obama is going to be anti-2A in...
No, dude, there's like a bunch of videos of him and Pam Bondi sitting around talking about implementing red flag laws and taking away people's guns if they've been reported to be insane or like unsafe.
Because Trump can't own guns anymore because he's a convicted felon. So he doesn't care if there are laws that target individuals who aren't felons but have their guns taken away. Because, again, we can't explain this to, like, this is the kind of, like, catalyst event to help fully separate the servile from the principled, at least when it comes to individuals who advocate for the Second Amendment.
Well, even today, I posted on... I posted on Twitter and said, it's really sad that so many people have had to give their lives because there's a bunch of Americans who are afraid that they'll look woke if they defend American values, the Constitution, American rights, or even Americans. And some guy replied and was like, so what? Like, 2 people died, and like, even if we agreed that they died unjustly, there's like more than that. Every single presidency that died, like, this isn't because of Trump that they died. And I was like, it's not 2 people, bro. Like, there's been close to like 300,000 people who have died already just from removing U.S. aid, and there's going to be even more people to die, you know, the longer that this goes on. And then he says, yeah, so what? Who cares? And I'm like, okay, so yeah, so you should have said that from the fucking beginning. Like, I don't know why you pretended like you care if people die. Like, just say who cares. Like, just say that from the fucking beginning, you fucking scumbag. Holy shit.
And again, I'm not advocating this as like an actual position. Maybe Lincoln Riley shouldn't have been walking along that street at that night at that time.
Yeah.
Or maybe Ashley Babbitt shouldn't have been trying to protest her government at that time. Like, if she'd complied with law enforcement and not tried to crawl through that fucking glass window that was broken, she would still be alive. Like, again, I don't actually believe this, but by the logic of the individuals that are engaging in this kind of servile apologia for the Trump administration, Ashley Babbitt deserved to be turned into Swiss cheese.
Well, okay, I do think she got what she deserved, to be honest, because it wasn't just about her individual.
Yeah. Wait.
Hang on, but it's because it's not about. Hang on, I'm not done. I'm not done. It's not because it was her individual on her own climbing through that window. There was a mob of people, but it's like you have to. It wasn't just one person. It was what she would have achieved had she managed to get through. It wasn't. It would have been a lot more people, and then the consequence of that was very serious. So, like, everyone likes to bring it down to, oh, well, just this one little girl tried to climb through a window and she was unarmed. It's like, there was a fucking mob of people behind her that were wanting to come in as well. Like, bro, she got pipped because she was she needed to be made an example out of to stop them. Perfect reason. Perfect fucking reason. But anyway, I understand that, like, the gun freaks are all about, like, but she shot an unarmed person. Like, okay, focus on the most unimportant factor in that analysis. Good job.
Yeah, but even if we were to be, like, somewhat charitable to the situations of, like, Ashley Babbitt or Lincoln Riley, they're not willing to be charitable to
I understand your
Renee
point.
Good or Alex Preddy. In which case,
yeah,
I don't even give a shit anymore. Like, Ashley Babbitt was trying to break into an area with the motivation of stopping the supposed steal of the election, where federally protected congressional members were being protected at that time.
This thing is invisible.
At that point, I'll just say, like, yeah, she deserved to be turned into a fucking target, like a range target.
Fuck.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to say that because I don't want to celebrate the unaliving of individuals that I disagree with politically. But I've seen that in the last, 12 hours, I've seen individuals saying they got what they deserved. And I'm like, what kind of anti-American servile scum do you have to be to say that shit? Especially after the killing of Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
You asked people to be decent. You asked people to say, regardless of what you thought about it, no one should be killed for their political beliefs. If you're going to turn around and say that Alex Preddy got what he deserved, then I'm sorry. Like, the vast majority of you individuals, and I'm talking to the individuals who would say this shit, deserve no sympathy from me when the federal government, upon changing hats, determines that you were a threat to the country.
The type of thought process that Mantis uses also the type of thought process that a lot of these people are using as well, where they're saying, like, well, somebody has to be made an example of. Like, it just kind of has to happen. Somebody has to be made an example of so that they stop rioting, so that they stop doing X, Y, and Z. But the problem is that there's really, like, I'll agree with rioting, but there just doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rioting. Like, I don't see the fucking rioting.
And especially
that would make sense if there was a lot of rioting. Maybe it would make sense necessarily. Actually, it's not good. It's not good to say that in general. I would say, but like, you don't just. What I mean is, like, you don't just pick someone in the riot and just make use of them as an example. I mean, if someone's actually doing something, then that's different. But
here's the thing. Over the last like 18 hours, I've responded to individuals who said, "Well, he shouldn't have been like armed. He should have been like engaging. He should have been trying to like, get in the way of law enforcement." And I said, "Look, not only did Preddy get out of the way, there's no argument that he was like continuing to stay in the middle of the road to prevent them from going on their way. But the other individuals in question, the two other women, were out of the road. There was nothing prohibiting them from continuing on. The ICE agents went out of their way to engage with Preddy and the other
to
two
keep
women.
following them, to push her. Yeah, and I also think like the best, from what I've seen, the best. I mean, I'm sure there's been occasions where people have assaulted them. I'm not saying that hasn't happened, but from what I see, it just seems like they are getting annoyed with people being loud, with people blowing whistles and yelling at them and screaming, that like alerting everybody that they're around. That's probably just pissing them off. And because like the administration is giving them, basically enabling them or encouraging them to just be forceful and intimidation and aggressive, like the way that this ICE operation was pitched to the communities, or pitched to America, was from the very beginning like this giant fucking movie meme about how they're gonna like gear up, put on their masks, and you don't fuck with us, fuck around, find out. From the very beginning, it was like aggressive and all about intimidation. And like they're just finding out that people don't really like that way of you interacting with them. Like that's not how cops should interact. Like I would say every law enforcer is probably trained on how not to come across as intimidate. I don't know what the word is, but
honestly,
way towards the community, and they're like, oh yeah, but we're different, we're fucking awesome, look at us bomb shit, look at us meme on this and meme on that. And it's like, well, now look, it's not going to be received well. Like you asked for it, you fucked around now, and you're going to find out how a community accepts aggression like that, and they're not going to.
Honestly, what I'm really surprised about, which actually should be a case in point as to detract from the idea that the left broadly is violent, which that's not the case. What I'm saying is that this should help contribute to the idea that they're non-violent, is given that the ICE memo that said you don't need a judicial warrant to beat down the door of a citizen or a civilian or someone who's illegal. I'm honestly in shock that there aren't several dead ICE agents as a result of that. Because
Yeah, I am too, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the amount that they instigate and escalate
Provoke.
those, yes, the escalation and the intimidation, the provocations, like that this is all the show of force, like all of this. Yeah, I'm surprised as well that there isn't more rioting, that there isn't more pushback. Like, and even I said, like, lots of times I get off fucking stream and I just kind of sit there and feel like a piece of shit, just thinking like, fuck, dude, like I'm sitting here like talking about this shit all night, and I feel like there should be like so much more to do.
Tom,
but there's nothing. There's nothing happening here. There's not like protests or demonstrations in Atlanta, and it's just it feels like there should be like more to do, and there just isn't.
Tom, you are doing exactly what you need to do. We are doing exactly what we need to do. We are better equipped to try and give critique to these particular situations than to try and interject ourselves, especially when we don't necessarily agree with the way that certain individuals feel that they are entitled to interject themselves into the political narrative. Because I will say,
apparently there were protests today.
Well, no.
Atlanta's protesting demands Senator Ossoff. Atlanta protesters demand Senator Ossoff block $10 billion ICE funding after the nurse's death.
And
yeah, this is the new thing that people are going to probably do is advocate for like no funding, because I mean Chuck Schumer's already said he's not going to sign off on that, because 6 of the bills for like the one big beautiful bill have gone through, but 6 haven't, so they're pretty much now like all the Democrats are threatening, like they're just like, we're not going to pass these. These aren't going through until you make some reforms or whatever the fuck they want ICE to do. Like, I mean, a lot of people are going to say abolish it, but whether that's pragmatic or not, it's probably more like, well, you've got to make some serious changes, or we're not going to fund you anymore.
Well,
so,
yeah, like, well, now currently, even moderate Democrats and people like that are starting to actually back defunding ICE or abolishing ICE, and there's it has become
the policy or the idea or the support for defunding ICE has never been higher. It's like plus 50%. That's fucking crazy, considering I don't think that I'm of two minds. I would say that on the one hand, the majority of people don't particularly give a lot of political thought to what they think. So if people say I'm against ICE doing things, they probably are thinking on a very simplistic level. So they might say abolish ICE. Well, abolish ICE doing the bad things. That's what they mean. And I'm willing to give some like steel manning for the position.
No.
So you're saying
come on.
what?
So you're saying that the
he's
vast
saying
majority of people,
abolish ICE does not mean get rid of the department. It means stop them from doing bad things.
No, for the Tom, he's not saying. I agree. There's probably some people who do just want the whole thing gone, but I do think like a lot of people, when they say abolish ICE, they say they're probably meaning like they don't mean don't have any way to deport people. They probably mean like abolish ICE in its current form, or the specific.
No, it's
like,
neither. It's abolish ICE as a department. Allow like Border Patrol, CBP, like DHS, like allow them to
but
just
Tom,
do the
we're talking about the
deportations
layman,
or come up with
and what the layman doesn't even know half of these departments. They don't think like that. They don't even understand how it operates or works. They just say
we are incredibly privileged in how we like analyze these different government agencies. Like
like you might understand it like that, but most people don't even know that these are departments. They're fucking dumb as fuck.
I don't think that anybody hears because this was the problem with like defund the police. Is that a lot of people, people hear defund the police and they hear get rid of the entire department, but somehow abolish ICE, the layman would hear that and think, no, I agree
that the slogan is dumb and it shouldn't be that.
That's not what
if they
I'm
are
saying.
gonna like you're just saying that they are actually meaning abolish the whole thing. I'm sure there are some people who do think that. I think most people probably don't think that.
Okay. I'm saying that if the layman thinks defund means get rid of the whole thing, there's no way that the layman thinks abolish doesn't mean get rid of the whole thing. Like there's no fight.
I agree. Yeah. Like, and again, what I'd say though is that I'm trying to look to like the deeper sentiments of the people here. I think most people would say, I still agree with getting illegal immigrants out of the country, but I think ICE is not the entity to do it. And I would actually agree with you on that, Tom. If they think ICE is a wholly corrupt organization, which I've even been charitable enough, which is really hard for me, to say that ICE is probably beholden to really bad hiring because of the Trump administration. So what I would say is that, like, if we were going to find a compromise, I'd say basically anyone who's been hired less than 3 years from today, take them off the streets, subject them to rigorous background checks and mental evaluations from a nonpartisan evaluation force. And if they're found to be lacking, scrub them, get them out of the organization, and potentially investigate them for criminal activity. But if anyone else persists, like they've been with ICE for a while and they actually operated in a semi-decent or semi-constitutional manner before that 3-year period, then yeah, sure. Like keep them on and keep a close eye on them. That should be reasonable. But
I mean, this is the problem. This is like the negative effects that this administration is going to have for years and years now. Is like, one, I think most people just think politicians lie anyway, so that's not good. That they just think that they're all liars and they all talk shit. But now we're seeing what like egregious, blatant lies are, and people are finally. you know, I don't even know if many people even really thought that that was the case before all of this, but I feel like they're now cottoning on. Like, for Christy Nome to get up there and call a guy an assassin or that he was going to massacre them, this is like so egregious that it is like almost impossible not to see. But that's fine. That's bad for this administration. But like even ICE and everything, what they're doing, it's going to last. The distrust and
It's going to be a
like
generational thing, yeah.
just going to be so many years of trying to reverse the damage that this administration is causing. It is unbelievable.
And that's really beneficial to countries like Russia or China. Is like if the United States, the beacon of democracy, the beacon of rule of law, can't actually maintain its status, then what value do countries have to commit themselves to a country like that? Like we're already seeing Canada saying we're gonna like.
Oh, bro, I don't know.
engage with
Were you
China.
not here the other day when we went over the Davos stuff? It's not just Canada. It's everybody. Like everybody.
It's
I know it.
I mean,
is.
literally. I mean, literally everybody at Davos. They all gave speeches talking about how they're moving away from the United States. That they're no longer dealing with like this, the U.S. being the world power. They're no longer going to deal with like one president being this rational arbiter, and then the next president being this like tyrannical nut job. And then they so there was France, it was Germany, it was Canada, it was the UK spokesperson, it was like Zelensky, like literally everybody just gave speeches talking about the fact that they're done with the United States, like they're done with them being the superpower and being servile to them.
Which is why I thought it was particularly funny that people were saying that Trump was a Russian agent when everything he's done for the last 12 months was to China's benefit.
Well, but China and Russia
he really has helped
like,
China a lot.
China and Russia are like somewhat in cahoots, so that doesn't mean much. Like they're
but they're sufficiently separated. I would say Trump saying
things that help China overall help Russia. Like
they do, but things that help Russia don't necessarily help China.
That's true. Well, that's kind of, but that's not what you just said. You just said that people said that he was a Russian agent, and that instead he's actually helping China. But you agree that helping China does help Russia. So it is.
Wait, I agree. Helping China.
I know what
does
he
help
means.
Russia. What I'm saying is that everybody accused Trump of being a Russian agent.
Primarily for Russia.
What I'm saying is that it wouldn't strain credulity to say that Trump was actually a Chinese agent, or at least that his actions were structured in a way that would help China, because I would say, like, especially as someone who's like very pro free market, the idea that Trump would make the unilateral decision to allow Nvidia or other companies to sell AI chips to China, despite the fact that that would have like massive national security implications, so long as they pay a percentage of revenue, that I think should be the nail in the coffin for anyone to say that Trump is like an actual free market capitalist. He's engaging in the same kind of like state capitalist, quote unquote, or state economic, like top-down control, like statist controlled economy or planned economy efforts.
You guys hear Republicans just voted in an actual like open communist or socialist?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Where? What do you mean?
Let's see. Let me find this.
Let me guess. He was like, yeah, Jesus Christ, Christianity, gay people bad. That's what he said.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess this was
command economy. Thank you.
This was sorry. This was sent to me in an odd way. Okay, 60,000 Trump voters voted for Mamdani, apparently. That's, This was word.
Did you also hear
communistic planned economy? Yeah.
Did you also hear that the guy, the Republican running in Minnesota, dropped out?
He quit. Yeah.
Yeah, he quit. He did a speech. It's like a 10-minute long speech he put out, a video he put on Twitter, explaining that, like, even though
What a fucking bigot,
he
man.
thinks Trump's done some good things, like, he's like, I have daughters, I have, you know, I have morals, and
Wait,
given everything, I have to get the
I've
fuck out
said
of here.
I've said Trump
Here, I'll
has
be
done
right back.
things. I'm willing to
Keep
admit
going.
that. That doesn't mean that I think that Trump is good. I think Trump is, well, I can't express all the things that I think about Trump right now because I don't want to
And he's
get
just
Alex
fucking
Live in
evil.
trouble. No,
He's evil.
he has the he is the intelligence of an amoeba. He has
But
the
it's not just like that he's incompetent, because I think he is, like, we're lucky in a way that he is so retarded, because he is fumbled so
cool,
many,
yeah.
like, if it's smarter politically, or was more intellectual or intelligent, they could have, you know, they could have made what just happened with this Alex Preddy into something that actually worked for them. Like, they still, even though we have video, if they were smarter, they still could have, like, not come out anywhere near as bad as they have. But they fumble every turn. They just make it so transparent how fucking retarded they are. And he's fumbled the ball far too many times, luckily. But, like,
I love you. Yeah,
yeah, it's not just that. My
I am
point is,
basically
he's also
unleashed
malicious,
to use
I think.
any language that I want to. Trump aligned Republicans don't actually have any principles to speak of. They are, in fact, mouthpieces for whatever Trump says. They don't have any intelligent thought. Therefore, it's impossible to criticize them because I'd basically be criticizing a TI-84 calculator. They don't have the intelligence for me to be able to criticize. Now,
Well,
it'd be
you don't
like,
want to, like, take away their agency, because I think a lot of them are just also just fucking malicious, and I think Trump is malicious.
I would take away their agency because then I would take away their ability to defend themselves in a court of law. If they're a threat to the if they're a threat to humanity, but they don't actually qualify for the mental capacity to be considered human, then we have no problem.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, like
He's trying to say the thing he wants to say without saying the thing he really wants to say.
I want to say that Trump
okay, I
supported
got
like
you.
the most. Yeah,
I got
yeah,
you. Okay,
we don't have to.
I got
We don't have to say it. Yeah.
We don't have to Fed post. I
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, we don't have to Fed post. But what I will
It
say
is
is
sad,
that,
though. Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
no, what I will say is that individuals who are going to defend Trump don't actually engage in any meaningful consideration of principles. And I would say that we could actually use this to our advantage. We could say that, hey, you, like, honestly, I never expected the situation where I would agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually one of the most principled pro-2A individuals I've ever seen in my fucking life. I still think she is, like, mentally deficient.
Yeah, but she has shown that she does seem to have principles. Even if I don't agree with them.
She is willingly mentally deficient for certain topics. When it comes to the Second Amendment, she's actually fucking based. And she actually will stand up for her rights, which is really weird. I think this is a reckoning that we're hopefully finally going to come to terms with. Why is it that we have no Democratic congresspeople who say, dude, I was fucking totally wrong. The Second Amendment is, like, totally based, and all the Democrats are, like, terrible for passing gun control? Why is it that we don't have Democrats saying, you know, all these regulations on, like, the environment and everything, it's all overblown nonsense?
Because a lot of so there were very few who were, like, hardcore about the gun control stuff, but it was like their identity. Like, the ones who were, it was like Biden, it was Kamala, it was what's his name? Who was Beto O'Rourke? Like, it was those people. It was their entire fucking identity was being anti, like, wanting more gun legislation and wanting less guns. And so it's Yeah.
What has Ben Shapiro said?
But again, Tom, why is it?
I would like to know what Ben Shapiro
What?
said, actually.
Yeah, I can we bring him on? Like, I would love to talk to Ben. I want to talk to Ben so bad. But like, why is it that Republicans seem to regain their sanity every time they step out of office? Like, I really want to know that. Why is it that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who started off fucking insane before she gained political office, then comes out and says, "Oh shit, I was like totally fucking crazy. Let me actually engage in principled positions." Like,
yep. I know there's okay. So to listen. All right, hold on. I want to say two things. Okay, one, I am a little annoyed with a lot of the people who and I say this all the fucking time. I don't like when Democrats, somebody like corrects their position on something and they say, "Oh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this," or something or anything, right? Because right now we have a lot of people who are like criticizing. What's his fucking name? Asmongold for like not standing up to Trump sooner, and they were like listening to like him say like, "Oh yeah, this is fucked up. Like, I can't believe they shot this guy like this. Like, this is obviously fucked up." And then a lot of people are like, "Too late, bro. You should have thought of that before voting for Trump." Like, all right, like this is something that we really need to work on, is like accepting, like taking the W. Like, this is really something that Dems suck at, is like every fucking time people from the other side start to agree with us, we always have to throw everything back in their face that they've ever said, and it's not good. Okay, we need to stop doing that. We need to take the W's when we get them. But with that said, fuck, I lost my point. I just ran up on a fucking thing while I was shooting it.
He's trying to multitask, and we all know men can't multitask. Only women can multitask. Yeah, Dems do suck at that, although it is very difficult. Like, maybe in the past.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Probably...
I was going to say that,
I don't
want to. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to give her like a full pass, because it seemed as though she changed her position on this at like the most fucking convenient time in the world, when Trump and everybody were like turning on her. That's when all of the sudden she has a fucking conscience and shit. Like, it is true that, like, yeah, she was like one of the worst about the shit that she would say about immigrants.
I think, and it makes sense sometimes. Sometimes the Dems can take it too far, or like leftists in particular do this with like some stupid little things, where there is an issue with a bit of accountability. But I do have to say, Marjorie Taylor Greene at least apologized. Like, she did in front of everyone on CNN, get up there. And, I don't know if she's taken everything back, but when she was asked, like, you said this and you did do that and you supported this, you supported that, she was like, "Listen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. I was wrong." Like, I was fucking surprised that she even did that. Like, correct. That's what you usually don't get anything close to that.
Yep.
I'm legitimately shocked. But, like, again, by the way, when we said she, we're talking about MTG, right? We're not talking about
Yes.
I was going to be like, wait a minute, is Asmongold trans?
Yes, we're talking about MTG.
Okay, fair. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, Marjorie, yeah. But I do think the problem is that, like, now the problem it's going to be very, very difficult. Let's say right now, a lot of the Republicans, they have a change of tune, and they do decide that they can't support this. Like, that Republican guy dropped out of the race. He's not going to, and he said he can't support it anymore. It's still very hard, given everything that's happened thus far with Trump and the support for him and what he's done thus far, to like trust what they say. It's not like an overnight, okay, well, at least you're agreeing here, thanks for that. But like, we're still gonna kind of look at you as fucking traitors to the fucking country for a while, because you literally are. It's like, the Nazis don't just come out of like what they did and they say, "We were fucking wrong, holy shit, we're sorry," and everyone's like, Well, thanks for saying sorry. It's like, okay, now get on the podium and apologize at the Nuremberg trials, and we're going to sentence your ass. Like,
I'm really thankful that all the Nazis in this fucking country are like super fucking subhumanly stupid and incompetent. But like, that doesn't mean we don't hold them accountable, and we don't also hold MTG accountable because she did this shit for years.
Well, and I also think that's part of the problem with even calling like the Trump people Nazis and shit like that. So I think Nazis were actually principled in their positions. Like, I think they actually just hated Jews, and I think they actually hated a lot of minorities and shit like that. Whereas I think MAGA, I don't think they actually hate anybody. I don't think they actually have brains. I don't think they have any principles. I think they just go along with whatever owns the libs, and that's that. Like, just end of the story.
That's what I think that MTG did. Like, it's only when like the one thing she was willing to be principled about got threatened that she actually disagreed.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's almost an insult to the Nazis to call Trump voters Nazis. Like, it's kind of insulting to them. They were a bit too principled. They were almost better than MAGA, to where in some respects, to where I don't even want to disrespect the Nazis in that way.
Wait, the Nazis were principled relative to Trump supporters? Or is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. That's an interesting take, but I still say, like,
I
okay.
do think I
see where you're coming
MAGA.
from. I'll see where
is
you're
like,
coming from. Yeah.
Listen, I do think MAGA is like just kind of a big response to like wokeism, and that's it. Like, a lot of it is like, that's like really annoying and soy, like, because a lot of it's just like they've just taken things and exaggerated them to a degree that's just not true. Like the trans topic is like, which I don't know if you can say it's a principled position to be anti-woke. It's fucking bullshit.
It's not, yeah. Because woke is inherently a subjective take on the status of the society that you exist in. So how are you anti-woke if you're like, well, I don't know. Like, again, how would you consider Bud Light going to a trans woman and saying that, like, yeah, Bud Light is like a all-American beer or something like that? How would you call that anti-woke? Just because they're trans? Like, again, I don't know. Like,
I don't know. It's all just feelings. People get a little bit annoyed. Like, I think woke people, if you had to put them like and take the like commonly known, the most annoying woke of the woke, I think they're fucking annoying too. But it doesn't mean I change all my values and swing and go the other way. And I understand.
I think unfortunately that's why their position is so hard to like emulate or sympathize with. It's entirely a subjective reaction, but it's like a weird conglomeration of hundreds, if not thousands, of different subjective reactions to the developments of society. Like
very anecdotal ones as well.
Yeah, but like again, like I can't put on the hat. I can put on the hat of someone who says a society that allows for abortion and gay marriage is a society that shouldn't exist because that's against the Bible. I can put on that hat, and I can also put on the hat and say, well, your belief in that religion is stupid, so therefore I disagree with you, and therefore we should just like let society evolve organically. What I will say is that if anyone says, well, the society that allows for trans people is bad because I don't like it, it's like, well, just because you don't like it, that's even worse justification than the Christian who can't.
Yeah, but even that I can understand to an extent. Like, even that, like,
they think
I can
that
understand
it's a
like
social
a decay.
contagion that would actually ruin human society, because it means that like the importance of the biological aspects of humans will be just like sabotaged. So I can understand.
Well, even
like
I wouldn't
how
even say
it
that.
takes them is just ridiculous.
I would say even like there's even a more reasonable like if people don't know what the difference between a man and a woman is, like we've kind of started to like decay society to a point to where we're like losing all of our norms and we're gonna kind of just fall apart. Like I can totally understand that. It's a straw man, and that's like the real problem. Is that
Yeah,
like
that's the problem.
it's just a
It's just
a
not
complete
actually
straw
what's
man. But I
happening.
get where they're
Tom,
coming from. Yeah,
Tom, what's a woman?
your mom,
What's a mom?
a woman.
Well, that sounds like a circular argument.
It is. Some arguments
It
are
is
circular.
perfect.
And scene. Everybody,
Some
yeah.
arguments be like that.
Yep, some arguments in
Well, I'm
fact
gonna
would
go
be
because
like
I'd like to eat and play some PlayStation. But
well,
yeah.
hey Mantis, I'm sorry that I didn't like give you like the true like evictionist definition the other day, and like you said that you lost respect for me, but you know.
Oh my god, I was being hyperbolic. I don't actually. I mean, when people say they're libertarian, I do have a negative. Like a lot of the libertarians, especially on YouTube, are like very fucking annoying. And I just disagree with them on lots of things. I'm not actually. I'm being hyperbolic when I'm not personally saying I don't want to associate with you or anything like that. It's just libertarians.
I know. Like most libertarians are ANCAPs, and ANCAPs are dumb. I'm
Most
not an
libertarians
ANCAP.
are not ANCAP, but
Most
they're
libertarians that engage online end up being ANCAPs, and they're also dumb because they don't.
I would
have
say most libertarians, if they took their real beliefs to their logical conclusions, would be ANCAPs.
Nope, that's not true.
Which is what they do online a lot of the
Most
time.
libertarians, not all libertarians. Most libertarians.
Because they lack like political education and, you know, weighing of pragmatic necessities. Yeah. Which is why
That's the problem.
Which is why I'm so gosh darn special, Tom. I'm the one libertarian friend you have who isn't an ANCAP.
I mean, this is the problem with like just. Oh, well, not the problem. I don't know. It's just this is just the obvious outcome of interacting with like anyone you can online, and anyone can jump online, and anyone can get up and talk, and anyone can have a say and an opinion on politics, really, because politics affects everyone to some degree. But like, not many people actually have much critical thinking ability, and they don't dive into it. I mean, there's a reason why when I speak to like the average person or like people that I know in real life about politics, I kind of just shut my mouth and don't even contribute, because I will 100% come across like an autistic debate bro, because some people actually spend way too long looking into politics and know
And
way
if
too
we were in
much.
the same time zone, Mantis, like you and I would fucking dominate. Like I would back you up 100% of the time. I feel like we'd fucking steamroll all the fucking layman debates.
It'd be fun for me, but not for anybody else.
No, it'd be fun for me. I
mean, you can
love the
imagine.
chaos.
Yeah, you can imagine. I've had a lot of back and forths with my sister, because my sister moved to America 2 years ago, and in 2 short years, I don't know who she is anymore.
Yeah,
like that is the effect that America has had.
Uninformed retard. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
Yeah.
Apparently,
And living in a red state around people who all are Christians and believe and that support Trump. I mean, obviously it's going to influence you, but like the fights we get into, I just try not to anymore, because it doesn't end well.
No, it's because it's physically exhausting, because it's like trying to debate with a fucking amoeba about how the gravity works. Like, again, like these individuals, like you could try to explain the actual reality of the situation to them, they won't understand it. They don't care. Like you can explain, hey, Alex Preddy was a gun owner, and you're like, oh, he's a gun owner. Oh, he's like one of us. He's a fucking Trump supporting, like pro two-way conservative. No, he was a nurse, and he was like against ICE immigration efforts because they were overextending. Oh God, he was a fucking liberal communist atheist. And you'd be like, oh, he was actually like a Christian, and they'd be like, no, he's against Trump, so it means he's like a fucking atheist. It's like,
yeah,
like you can't. I had to tell someone earlier today. I can't debate you if you have a position that you didn't reason yourself into. I can't help you reason yourself out of that. At that point,
Yeah.
it sounds smug, it sounds egotistical, but we basically have to say, I am your intellectual better. Listen to me. Elsewise, you are brain damaged. Like that's
Yeah.
essentially
Most arguments or most things I've noticed always just end up with like the average
Smug
person who doesn't really
liberals.
dig in deep. It always just kind of falls back to, well, how it doesn't. I'm just interested in my immediate surrounding and what I just want my kids to be this, and I want my life to be like this. I want to live in this kind of a neighborhood, and if it doesn't affect me, then I don't fucking want to know about it. Like they care when it's like useful towards advocating for some like political thing, but then when you really grill them down on something, and especially if they don't know, most of them just end up saying, well, I don't really care about that because my sister's like, well, I'm not going to jail. No one's knocking on my door. No one's asking for my green card. So I don't really fucking care about these immigrants. And it's like, okay. So it always just ends up boiling down to some selfish, as long as me and my peeps are good, who fucking cares about anybody else? But that is kind of the difference between people who are looking for society's best interests, not just their own individual.
Which sucks because like my parents are like nominally conservative, like they're very economically conservative. So I can't even engage with them as like an economic libertarian. I can't say it's good to like engage with other countries and not expect some kind of like return on investment, because the return on investment is going to come from like the downstream effects. Like,
well, I was about to say I wouldn't even word it that way because. Every time somebody says like, yeah, but what do we get in return? It's like, well,
yeah, because
we get this,
because
we get
most
this,
conservatives, because most conservatives are like engaged in the zero sum mindset. So I can't reach out to my parents and
but
say,
it is a zero
hey,
sum. That's what I'm saying. It is a zero sum, and we benefit. Like we benefit more than anybody. We are the fucking superpower. Like everybody wanted to work with us. Everybody wants to be with us, and then now they don't. Like that is it is a zero sum, and we're fucking winning at it.
The implication of a zero sum engagement is that someone necessarily like
has to win. Yes.
As no.
Oh well, somebody has to suffer. Okay, yeah. You're right. You're right. But to an extent, I'm sorry. Like I still think to an extent that is the case. Like we are. Like China loses as a result, like Russia loses as a result,
but that's not
and
the
in this other case,
like
it's not the immediate effect.
Trump administration is
it's not
engaging in.
correct. We lose because of the immediate effects that the Trump administration is engaging in.
True.
Like,
fair,
China
fair.
wins, Russia wins because of that. So, like
And I think there's also a bit of a problem with like not just the zero sum thing, but this all or nothing thing, where obviously everything in life, every single decision anybody makes is always like a cost benefit analysis. There's always going to be some costs, but hopefully you get more benefit. But I think that's getting lost, and everyone's just thinking about it's like all or nothing. This whole that every debate, every political thing at the moment is like so black and white. Like if we have immigrants, it's going to fuck us in this way, and that's that. But then there's no analysis of how does it benefit, and vice versa. Like there's always this lack of critical thinking. Really, is what it is.
Well, that's the difference between like a patriot who would say like America doing well as a result of engaging with their trading partners, like the UK or France or anyone like that. Like that is a benefit we gain. We gain influence around the world, even if we don't have the military influence to necessarily demand that France or the UK do something. That is something that we gain as a result of like being a good ally. We lose that when we say, well, we're getting cheated. We're getting like suckered out of a good deal or the best deal because America is not being prioritized.
Or vilify all of your allies.
At the expense of the UK, at the expense of France, at the expense of Germany. That is the mindset of the Trump administration. like Trump is so simple-minded to the point that he can't even realize that if France does better, that could also mean America does better. If it was just like a bout between like American and French exports, Trump would say, well, France is getting a good deal out of like
Therefore, we're not. Yeah.
American whiskey. Like, and again, like we could say this about Canada. Well, France is getting a good deal out of our whiskey. They're going to buy our whiskey at a discount. Well, that means that they're benefiting. So that means that France is like cheating us.
Well, it's the same thing they're saying about NATO currently. Like the whole America is complaining, not you guys, but just in general at the moment. America's complaining that they put so much into NATO and don't get as much out of it from everyone else. But it's you are inevitably. Trump saying, yeah, that's what I mean. But you are the superpower. You are inevitably going to put more into something. That is just the way it's going to work. But you are going to still get benefits from the other, as much benefit as you can get from other people. Like, I'm not saying it's necessarily, maybe Trump managed to get a good outcome by getting them to pay more, or whatever the fuck he managed to get out of like some of the allies, that if they weren't putting in their fair share. But like this, in general, America is still going to be putting in more. But you know, Trump is going to probably use that to say we're getting ripped off. Like, yeah, you're going to put in more. You're the fucking most rich one. You're like the biggest one. Like, you're the most powerful one. Like, this is how it works.
Who benefits the most?
Okay, there's two ways I could take this. If we expect every single member state of NATO to produce at least 5% of their GDP towards military readiness, then yeah, Trump was right to demand that other countries did that. They did that, but we're again, like, he made this like an economic situation. NATO is not an economic treaty. It is we all agree to defend each other against aggression from the particular...
It kind of is. Like, a big part of it is putting money into it. It is.
It's a part of it. It's not the whole thing.
Yes, it's not the whole thing, but a part of it is saying, like, we're a bunch of countries who have, like, money where we can use our money to help each other with, like, bombs and, shit like that. Like, that is a big part of it.
Yeah. I think economics is a part of it, but like, it's not. Yeah, the way Trump analyzes everything, it seems, is just by his checkbook and like we get X amount of money. It's very transactional, and it's like ignoring all the other aspects of like global interactions. But yeah, I mean, that's why the world's going to be fucked for a while after this. If he manages to last another 3 years. This is going to take fucking years to reverse, if it can even be reversed.
He only lasts like 2 months, because that's what like a mental health or like a telehealth professional said. Like, holy shit! Like, please let him just for his own sake. Like, he's an old man with. Really
but like I said, even if Trump goes, I think the damage is done. Now you've got like an entire movement. You've had him like brainwash and manipulate. He's got Stephen Miller, JD Vance, like all these people that are behind him who are probably powering a lot of the stuff. They're not going to go away unless they're forced to. So there is going to be a problem. It's kind of, Trump might be a good media personality to convey what they actually want done. Like, maybe they'll lose momentum because of that, but it doesn't mean the momentum's going to be gone. So it's going to be pretty fucking hard to get out of this one for a while, I think. All right, I've got to go. I'm out of here. Good chats.
Love you, Mantis.
Love you guys.
Bye, Mantis. I just set my record or my personal best on killing wasps, so suck on that.
Good job. Good job.
Good job. We should do trials in a double or trio though to get the most, because yeah.
Sure,
Okay, bye.
obviously, but I just did, so.
Nice.
Bye. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to the Tim Pool video.
Yep. I'll back out, but I do want to talk to you more, man, because like Mantis is like your Jiminy Cricket, I guess.
I don't remember Jiminy Cricket. I'm not gonna lie.
Like your conscience, you know. She comes in and it's like, hey, I agree with you, but here's where I think you might be different.
Yeah, sure.
I might be your.
I would say it's probably the opposite, honestly. I don't know if Mantis has a conscience, and I'm more so her conscious. But
so then at least you can say that I'm the devil on your shoulder, but the devil that advocates for individual sovereignty and stuff like that. I feel like you don't want to agree with that.
sorry, I was looking at the game.
Yeah. Oh, you're good.
What did you say?
Trust me, dude. I play Delta Force, which is like it's another extraction shooter. No, I was saying that I would say that like Mantis may operate as like your conscience, like your Jiminy Cricket. I might operate as like your you agree with me principally, or maybe you don't, but you and I have fundamental disagreements, but we still get along and we're still friends.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Close enough.
At least in the context of
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking.
No,
yeah, at least in the context of extraction shooters. Yes. Yeah. There you go.
It's on top. Yeah. No, like I legitimately appreciate what you do because you're not going to bullshit anybody. Like
well, thank you.
I honestly said like I was really weirded out when you were like, oh, we're going to like provide defenses for the ICE agents in the shooting. But I realized that you were doing so in a principled manner. And I was like, okay, like I respect that.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Oh, no. Earlier it was like, okay, you and I and Mantis were talking about the shooting of Alex Preddy. I don't think that you weren't towing a political line when you were being like, no, they were totally unjustified or anything like that. You were actually trying to like reach the facts, and I appreciate that.
Okay, I don't remember what I said that you were saying was a defensive ICE though.
No. It wasn't a defensive ICE. It was like not immediately chastising ICE. Maybe. Again.
Well, you mean when we're talking about like handing over people in like sanctuary cities? You mean?
Yes. Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
In this particular situation, though, I would say that I would trust you better than most other individuals to carry out some hypothetical investigation of the situation that happened.
Well, thank you. I will let them know.
Yeah. But you're also wrong because evictionism is true.
All right. Okay. All right.
I had to keep you on your toes.
Like, yeah, thank you so much.
You're
so
still wrong when it comes to the abortion perspective, but
okay. All right. Love you, buddy.
Love you.
Bye.
Love you, bye.
Okay. Mantis, you are my conscience.
One group, that I'm still on the list of, and there's dozens of other ones that are doing the exact same thing. And there's pamphlets, there's whole documents that tell you how to use your car, how to de-arrest people, how to obstruct law enforcement without,
How to de-arrest people? What?
Taking any culpability for yourself.
I want to jump to this next story and we can get into the actual shooting that took place You guys may have heard a man named Alex Preddy was shot and killed. Everyone keeps saying ICE, and that's my bad too. Initially, everybody thought these were ICE agents. They were CBP agents, so it's not ICE. But there's a lot to break down on this, and the one thing I'll tell you first and foremost is that everybody is lying. Everybody's lying. Initially, the Trump admin said that this is a guy who would do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement, and that's absurd. There's no evidence to suggest that's the case. However, the left.
Hey, let's go. All right. Well, we can just end it there. I don't think we need to hear anything else they have to say. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. I'm just kidding. They're gonna justify this in 1 minute. It's again, it's gonna be the same as the other ones. I bet. Like, I think this is gonna be the same thing where like the Trump administration says she's a terrorist who was here to to hurt ICE agents and to kill them, and a bunch of people turn around and they're like, well, okay, I don't think she's a terrorist, like they're to hurt, but I do think that she was sorry, I just realized something. I'm so confused. But they say, I do think that she, the officer, even if she wasn't trying to hit him, the officer had reason to believe she was trying to hit him. And so that's like, there was always this like, I'm not going to justify the Trump administration's narrative on this, but I will at least give some sort of half-hearted defense of what happened so that you can't, so that I'm still arguing with the libs about this. Sorry, so the reason I just got so confused is I always wondered what the fuck a trailblazer was. I thought that a trailblazer was the same thing as like the other thing where you throw it out and it catches shit on fire. But I threw it out and it just emitted like the gas that takes away your energy. And then the leaper immediately blew up. And I was so confused. I thought somebody else had to have shot the fucking leaper. There's no way I killed the leaper with that, because all it did was just emit the green gas that takes away your energy. So how the fuck, what just happened? I'm so lost. I'm so fucking lost. Like, maybe it's because it runs on energy that like it. They are goat grenade. How? It's just the shit that takes away your fucking energy. It's just that's it. It's just a gas grenade. Like, the Leapers are weak to electricity, but it's not even electricity. It's just a gas grenade. Like, or was it fire? No, it's not fire. That's what I'm saying. It's not fire. There's the blaze grenades. Those are fire. The trailblazer, I thought was fire as well, just like the blaze grenade, but it's not. It's apparently just the green gas that like it comes out that takes away your. I keep saying energy. It's not takes away your. Energy is not the right word, but the whatever the stems are used for. What are they used for? It's flammable gas. Correct. You have to catch it on fire in order for it to blow up. But I didn't catch it on fire. I didn't do anything to it. It just blew up. And so I'm really lost as to like what the fuck happened here.
So that means that France is like.
So here's the Leaper
cheating us.
Well, it's the same thing they're saying about NATO currently. Like the whole America is complaining, not you guys, but just in general at the moment. America's complaining that they put so much into NATO and don't get as much out of it from everyone else. But it's you are inevitably Trump's going to put.
And then there, I just threw the fucking gas grenade.
You are the superpower. You are inevitably going to put more in.
I threw it there. All it did is just emit the green gas.
Something that is just the way it's going to work.
Oh. Okay, so a spark came out from the Leaper, and that blew the Leaper up? Is that what happened?
But you are going to still getting to put more into something. That is just the way it's going to work.
Is that what happened? It ignites after a delay. Oh, okay. So it sends the gas out and then sends a spark that ignites it. Oh, okay.
But you are going to still get
fucking sick. All right. That makes sense.
Said this was an innocent guy who was just peacefully protesting and exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. That is also.
Yep, here it comes. Yep, he should have. That's going to be the argument. He should have just he should have not. He shouldn't have resisted. And again, I struggle with the he shouldn't have resisted part in this one because one, it seems like initially he's just trying to help the lady up. Now he is getting between ICE and the lady, but it doesn't even seem like ICE is trying to detain the lady. All they did is shove her. It didn't seem like they were trying to do anything to her. She didn't attack them. She didn't put hands on them. They just shoved her. And so for him to just walk up and help her up after they just randomly assault this woman, it kind of makes sense. In this case, for him to stand between them, I don't have much of a problem with that. Then they start grabbing him. He's slipping and sliding. He seems to be trying to hold on to her to try to like regain balance while he's slipping and sliding. And then they didn't arrest the lady after either. Yeah, as far as I know, they didn't. Do you know that for sure, that they didn't arrest her afterwards? But yeah, but then they start spraying him in the face, and while he's still standing up, they're spraying him at point blank with pepper spray. And now at this point, he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Like, he has no idea what the fuck is going on, and it's probably really hard to like deal with people grabbing your arms while you just got pepper sprayed in the face and you're slipping and sliding all over the place and shit. I don't know. This is like a really difficult situation to like even know if he was resisting or if he was like trying to grab his fucking eyes after getting sprayed or what. Like, I got choked by a police officer one time, okay? A cop came up behind me, grabbed me by my neck like this, lifted me up off the ground. Dude was like 6'5", and lifted me up off the ground like this and was choking the fucking shit out of me. When I grab his arm like this to try to pull up so that I can gasp for air, is that me resisting arrest, or like, is that me resisting? Like, it's hard to like really put that term resist on it. While in a technical sense it might be, it's also like hard to call it that. It's like when I would put this in the same ballpark as like when a cop starts to pull you over, right? You're driving down the road and a cop comes up behind you with his lights. You don't just stop in the middle of the fucking road. You don't just slam on your fucking brakes and have him like crash into the back of you. You don't just submit. You have to go and find a safe place. So normally I will take my time. Like, anytime a cop runs their lights by me, I take my time to get to like a safe place, normally a parking lot or something like that, or like well off onto a shoulder that's not like next to a highway or a fast highway or anything like that. I want to get somewhere on like a more, slow street with slower speed limits and shit. And I've never had a cop be like, "Why did you keep driving? Why did you keep going? Why are you running from us?" Like, I've never had that happen before when I'm just going to a safer place to stop. That sort of thing is like, that could be technically seen as like running from police, but it never is, because it's a sensible thing to do. It's something you should do. And even like a police often tell you, if cops are pulling you over, find a safe place and then pull over. That's what I feel like is happening here. Is like, these are just things that it's almost like intuitive to do. And to call this resisting at all, I kind of have problems with that. Now, I did say on Twitter, to be fair, which I am always fair, but to be fair, I did say on Twitter, I will admit, Alex Preddy was obstructing ICE officers from beating up a little old lady in Nick Fuentes fashion. MAGA are those real machismo men who would stand back and stand by while a woman gets assaulted by a bunch of other dudes for no reason. And then have a GIF below it. It says this shit ain't tough. I've got a. I was tweeting a good bit yesterday. I was tweeting out a lot. This one says the MAGA defense.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
I love that, dude. That's the fastest I've ever seen Trump move.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it. Corruption is not
so good. This one says, when Charlie Kirk was shot, no mainstream Democrats defended it. But it's constantly Donald Trump and Republicans defending the state killing people on the left. This one says, it's sad how many people have had to give their lives all because a bunch of folks didn't want to seem woke by defending Americans, American values, or the Constitution. This guy said, bitch, fuck off. Americans have tragically died. Yes, it's sad and didn't need to happen. Biden killed 12 innocents with his insanely botched Afghan withdrawal. When we got to 12, we can have a discussion. Until then, quietly fuck off forever. I said, a record number of people died in ICE custody in 2025. Some died in CCOT. Estimates say over 600,000 people have died from U.S. aid being dismantled so far, and will be in the tens of millions by 2030. I could go on. And he said, 600,000 people have died from U.S. aid? Fuck off. You know how many programs in the history of our country we have ended that have led to the possible deaths? Such a libtard answer. As for CCOT and custody, these people should not even be in our country. I don't have much empathy for what happens to them after they chose to come here illegally and break the law. Or worse. It's so fucking stupid. I don't know. I don't have much empathy for these people who, a lot of them, again, never entered our country illegally. A lot of them were literally just waiting for fucking asylum to be approved. That was it. That's all it was. And a lot of them fucking died. And he's, I don't have much sympathy for these motherfuckers. I said, I always wondered what it would be like living in the 1930s around a bunch of Nazis with no humanity. Now I know.
So a lie.
I'll be right back.
According to the New York Post, this guy is part of a network that is tracking law enforcement, pulling citizens, random civilians over, threatening them, forcing them to, threatening to kill James O'Keefe in that circumstance. This guy's part of a group that is trained to obstruct law enforcement, and they refer to themselves as a resistance network. Sure, if you're actively training. People to track law enforcement vehicles and obstruct while armed, you're not a resistance network, you're an insurgency. Now, this guy, Preddy, sought to interfere with a law enforcement operation for which a scuffle ensued. Now, the left is arguing again that he's peacefully protesting. He's not. He certainly wasn't there to massacre people, but we're going to play the video for you. And there's some commentary that I don't think matters all that much, but watch this. Viewer discretion is advised. This does show the shooting, though it is grainy and low res. For those that are just listening, they're now putting him on the ground. He's resisting and trying to stand up. You hear now, gun, gun. You could hear someone. Now you can see he's got the gun taken away. A shot is fired. And then they shoot the guy on the ground. Now, there's several important things to understand about this. First, it is not a protest. There was no organized protest. This was an active insurgent group tracking law enforcement. 3 people then get out and surround the CBP guy, 2 women and a guy. The agent then shoves them across the street. He keeps pushing them, knocks them into the ground. Preddy did not show up as a protester to wave signs. This is an insurgent group with government backing that was seeking out feds to obstruct law enforcement operations. That's a felony, okay? Then, when the police made a move to arrest him, and by all means, say the CBP is overly aggressive and didn't need to go that far. That's a fine opinion. I'm not saying it's right or wrong what they did, but he did resist arrest and he was armed. It appears that what happens is at some point as they're trying to pin him down and he's actively fighting them, they notice he's armed. It appears he has a gun in his back waistband. This agent, it appears, I believe he's an agent in gray, then pulls the gun out and someone yells, gun, gun. Now, the interesting thing here is this was a SIG P320, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah. And when the agent then turns, it appears he's only holding the grip. The gun goes off. Listen. That is presumably the shot from Preddy's gun. However, he's actively holding a cell phone in his hand like this. So you've got agents trying to arrest a guy who's fighting them. One of them yells, gun, gun. He's got a gun. They grab it from him. The other agents can't see this. They hear a gunshot go off and then see a guy turn around holding a black object in his hand like that, and they unload on the guy. I don't think this is an instance of ICE executing or CBP executing. It's certainly not ICE. No. They're not ICE agents. No. Or CBP wanting to execute a guy. But it's also not a peaceful protester engaging in First Amendment rights. You have no First Amendment right to be part of a network.
What the fuck? Hold on, what?
Surround the CBP guy, 2 women and a guy. The agent then shoves them across.
They surround him? What?
A resistance network. You're an insurgency. Now, this guy, Preddy, sought to interfere with a law enforcement operation for which a scuffle ensued. Now, the left is arguing again that he's peacefully protesting. He's not. He certainly wasn't there to massacre people, but we're going to play the video for you. And there's some commentary that I don't think matters all that much, but watch this. Viewer discretion is advised. This does show the shooting, though it is grainy and low res.
Bro, all they did is shove her, dude. This is not like an official police action. If they were putting her in handcuffs, if they were like detaining her, if they were questioning her, and then he came up and did that, I would have a very different opinion of this. Would have a very different opinion of that part right there. But all the ICE officer was doing was beating up a woman. That's it. That's all he was fucking doing. This is not like some sort of official duty of the ICE officer.
Occur people, but we're going to play the video for you. And there's some commentary that I don't think matters all that much, but watch this. Viewer discretion is advised. This does show the shooting, though it is grainy and low res. For those that are just listening, they're now putting him on the ground. He's resisting and trying to stand up. You hear now, gun, gun. You could hear someone. Now you can see he's got the gun taken away. A shot is fired. And then they shoot the guy on the ground. Now, there's several important things to understand about this. First, it is not a protest. There was no organized protest. This was an active insurgent group tracking law enforcement. 3 people then get out and surround the CBP guy, 2 women and a guy. The agent then shoves them across the street. He keeps pushing them, knocks them into the ground. Preddy did not show up as a protester to wave signs. This is an insurgent group with government backing that was seeking out feds to obstruct law enforcement operations. That's a felony, okay? Then, when the police made a move to arrest him, and by all means.
Where the fuck is he getting this shit from? He's just making a ton of claims, and I haven't heard him back up any of this. What? He's making so many fucking claims right now. What is happening?
He then shoves them across the street. He keeps pushing them, knocks them to the ground. Preddy did not shove a protester to wave signs. This is an insurgent group with government backing that was seeking.
Where is he getting this from? Why is he saying he's just throwing this out there out of nowhere? He's just out of fucking nowhere. Just this is an insurgency group backed by the government.
Out feds to obstruct law enforcement operations. That's a felony. Okay. Then when the police made a move to arrest him, and by all means, say the CBP is overly aggressive and didn't need to go that far. That's a fine opinion. I'm not saying it's right or wrong what they did, but he did resist arrest and he was armed. It appears that what happens is at some point as they're trying to pin him down and he's actively fighting them, they notice he's armed. It appears he has a gun in his back waistband. This agent, it appears, I believe he's an agent in gray, then pulls the gun out and someone yells, "Gun, gun." Now, the interesting thing here is this was a SIG P320. I believe that's what it's called.
Don't do it. 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 Don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it, bro. Don't fucking do it. He's gonna fucking do it, bro. He's gonna fucking do it. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, bro. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. He's gonna save it because it's a SIG. Because it's a SIG. It's going to go off. It's just gonna randomly fire. That's what he's gonna say. He's gonna say that it randomly fired. That's what he's gonna fucking say. This is such a fucking bullshit narrative. That's what he's gonna say. He's gonna say it went off.
Yeah. And when the agent then turns, it appears he's only holding the grip. The gun goes off. Listen.
It did not go off. It did not go off. He is fucking lying. It did not go off. He just says, listen, look at how he's holding the gun. He's holding it by the fucking handle. He does not have his finger on the trigger. It's nowhere close to the trigger. And if you watch the other fucking angle, you see the other officer is already shooting. You see he is shooting. All of the shots sound exactly the fucking same. And you're telling me these are two different fucking guns? Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. How do people not think when they say this shit? How do they not think for a second, bro? Just think for a fucking second. Just 1 second. Take a moment and use your fucking brain. They sound exactly the same. The shots sound exactly the same. It's a JDAM on call. We can all tell. All right. So this officer right here, he's the one who shoots. It's him. He shoots. Okay, look, he's pulling his gun right here. This guy has the gun. He's moving away with it. He's gone. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. It's him. It's him. It's just him. He's pulling his fucking gun right here. Pull the gun. Pull the gun right there. He's pulling the gun right here. Pointing the gun. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. You're telling me this is another fucking gun. Bullshit. Now, there is another one after the 3 that sounds different. There's another one after those 3 that sounds like it could be a different gun. That one. That one right there. That 4th shot, that could be a different gun. But that's just a different officer standing on the other fucking side of him, also firing randomly into the motherfucker as he's just laying there. And then that same gun shoots 3 more fucking times. You can tell the difference between these 2 fucking guns. One is just a pop, pop, pop. The other one's a bop, bop, bop. And they just keep fucking firing into a dead person for absolutely no reason.
Honestly.
But the main thing is that as this officer is grabbing the gun, the guy who shoots first has the best angle of this. He has the best angle where he is looking right at where this is happening. He is looking right at where his hands are as he's pulling the guns out. He is looking right in there. He's looking, and then looking. This guy has the gun in his fucking hand now. He has the gun out of the holster in his hand and is turning and running away as he's pulling this gun. Gone. He's gone. Now he starts shooting. There's no fucking gun there. He watched the guy take the fucking gun out. He watched him take it out of the holster. He watched him undo the holster. He watched him pull it out. He watched him move. And then he starts shooting. He's looking right fucking at it. There's no way you can act like this is the SIG going off. There's no way you can act like that. Because my first theory was, okay, somebody probably just yelled gun, gun, gun. They didn't know what the fuck was going on, and so they just start shooting. That would make sense. That would be horrible. That would be like horribly unjustified. That would just show how fucking unorganized these guys are. And if they're this unorganized in a tense situation, they shouldn't be escalating every fucking situation every chance they get by just walking up and shoving women for absolutely no reason and then fighting the other guy who's just trying to help her up. They probably shouldn't be escalating everything this way. If they shit their pants every time that stuff gets tense, they probably shouldn't be escalating everything all the fucking time. But that's not what happened. They didn't just yell, gun, 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 and he just starts shooting. He is the one who is staring right at them as they're taking it out of the fucking holster. There's no way. So I think this guy is the one who's firing now. It's either him or him. Yeah, I think it's him. And I think he was the one who fired first. Or no. No, okay, wait, it is the same guy who's still firing. So he's the one who shoots first, right? Yeah, he shoots first. Yeah, it seems like it is just the same guy. It's just from a different angle that that the pop sounds different. So it's just this one guy. One guy shoots the whole fucking time. One person.
The fuck did you just do? What the fuck?
It's what it looks like to me. Does everybody else agree one person shoots? Does anybody else have like a... Does anybody else believe a different person shoots? This is the theory, is that he's reaching for his holster after they take the gun. And that because he reached for his holster after they took the gun, that was a threat towards the officers. Even if he didn't have a gun there, him reaching for the holster is him trying to get the gun to shoot them. And so therefore they were justified in shooting him. And so that's what they're all showing. He's reaching for his back after they took the gun. So this is justified now. So yeah, the gun's gone here. So he reaches after they shoot him, by the way. Just so you know. The majority of these that say, like, look, his jacket lifts up, that's him reaching for the gun. It's after he's already been shot once. He reaches for the gun. After he's already been shot once, he reaches for the gun. And he was shot once in the back. Might be reaching to where he just got fucking shot. I don't know. Could be. But yes, he is reaching towards his back at that point. So this is the other angle. And because his arm comes back here, they're saying he's reaching for the gun. But the holster is here. This is the holster. You can see it still sticking out there. It's a beige holster. So it doesn't make sense that he's reaching for that when he actually touches his own ass instead of actually touching where the holster is. And it's after he's already been fucking shot. Because yes, his holster was not here. It was right on the middle of his back.
I want to be.
But yeah, I don't. I believe it's one person shooting. I think it's one person shooting.
They keep pushing people, you know?
So the officer who shoots first is here.
Oh, shit.
This is him here. He's pulled a weapon, but he's still holding it by his side. Yeah. Nope, it's just him. You can see it in this angle. It's just him.
Oh,
one
shit.
officer shot. One officer shot. It's just him.
Fuck?
Yep. You can see the gun firing right there.
They killed.
It's just him. It's one officer who shot. Nobody else. Nobody else shot. Wish they had body cams? Me too. Me too. Wish Trump did not get rid of the executive order that demands all federal officers wear body cams. It had been like a long thing where all of these Republicans were like, can't believe you're making cops wear body cams just because you don't trust them. And then after like a couple of years, they're like, haha, joke's on you, Democrats. Body cams the majority of time have actually helped officers and proven that they were innocent. It's like, that's one of the reasons I wanted them, is because yes, I want to know the truth, not because I want to hurt officers, not because I want to get officers locked up or anything, but because yes, I want to know the truth. I want to know what actually happened, and I would assume that body cams would actually help officers the majority of the time. I would assume that, like, that would be a pretty obvious assumption, is that the majority of shootings probably are completely justified. But when we make this argument, even Republicans make this argument of, you know, oh, well, body cams are actually beneficial because they help cops the majority of the times and end up vindicating them. Okay, well, then why the fuck is Trump getting rid of them? Why is he getting rid of them then? If officers are normally following the law and doing their duty in the correct way, why would all of a sudden he get rid of them? I would think it's because they're encouraging them not to follow the law. I would think it's because they're encouraging them not to do their due diligence, not to do things the right way. And we know that they're doing that. We've already had tons of memos coming out from the ICE administration. We've already had tons of orders coming out where they are literally ordering them or encouraging them to break the fucking law. So this is a mess of their own making, where they are consistently making things worse. And Kristi Noem coming out with her "one of ours, all of yours" bullshit is what is causing this sort of shit to happen.
Holding the grip, the gun goes off. Listen. That is presumably the shot from Pretty's gun.
It's not. It's not.
However, he's actively holding a cell phone in his hand like this. So you've got agents trying to arrest a guy who's fighting them. One of them yells, "Gun, gun." He's got a gun. They grab it from him. The other agents can't see this. They hear a gunshot go off and then see a guy turn around holding a black object in his hand like that, and they unload on the guy. I don't think this is an instance of ICE executing or CBP.
Did he still have his phone in his hand at that point? Fuck, I just X'd out of all of the shit, so I don't want to pull it back up. But does anybody know that he still have the phone in his hand?
Executing, certainly not ICE, they're not ICE agents, or CBP wanting to execute a guy, but it's also not a peaceful protester engaging in First Amendment rights. You have no First Amendment right to be part of a network tracking license plates to obstruct federal law enforcement. That goes so far beyond obstruction. Let me say this. When the Renee Good shooting happened, you had a lawyer go on The Daily Show.
Bro, you would have to have some evidence that that's why they were detaining him for that to be relevant at all, in the least. Like, you would have to have some evidence or a claim from the administration, something. You would have to have something somewhere to believe that that's why they were detaining him. That because he was in this cell phone, group where they were doing this.
Open the phone line to the people.
You'll have to call in through Discord. I can't do phone lines while I'm doing all this other shit right now. The only way is if people call in through Discord.
And say blocking traffic does not reach the level of obstruction. It's pretty serious. All right, lady, I'll give you that one. Fine. What about being part of a network that is driving around on shifts with thousands of people working with the state government to isolate, locate, and block federal agents from doing their jobs and actively fight them while armed? Now I'm going to go ahead and say that's obstruction, and then this is the unfortunate circumstance that happens when you engage in this behavior.
You made this point this morning on one of your clips. When you're being detained by law enforcement, the safest thing to do is go limp, right?
The activists are trained to do this.
Yeah.
I have been at these meetings. I have worked for Greenpeace. They tell you when you are being arrested, limp. You just plop down like a blob. They will pick you up and you do nothing. The fact that this guy's actively fighting, these are not your typical protest groups. These are coordinated, planned insurgents who have been told to get armed, who have been told to fight back, and he showed up with 2 mags. Now listen, I'm not going to sit here and claim you're not allowed to carry magazines or carry guns. But if you are part of a group that is giving you instructions to find and block law enforcement on shifts, meaning this guy has there's an authority, there's a hierarchy in a group saying, okay, Alex, you are on duty now. And then he brings an extra magazine with him. I don't think he was going there to massacre law enforcement, but he's not just a protester.
Well, this is someone also who spoke to his parents about his plans after.
It doesn't make sense. He's literally just standing there recording with his phone. Even if he's taking their license plates are public information. You can't say that because he's recording license plates. Even if that was the case, I haven't seen any evidence to say that that's the case. But even if it was, you can't say that just because he's recording license plates that this is like changing anything within the scenario whatsoever. It doesn't matter. None of this is relevant information whatsoever.
Renee Good was killed. He went and talked to his parents about how he planned to get involved in the protests. He'd been involved in protests before. They warned him about interfering with law enforcement. They warned him about getting too involved. But you also had Governor Tim Walz telling Minnesotans to track and film ICE agents to keep protesting loudly, to make sure they had their cell phone on them at all times, and to get involved by filming all of the interactions between law enforcement and the arrests of illegal immigrants. He said that.
To get involved by filming? Is that what she just said?
Was killed. He went and talked to his parents about how he planned to get involved in the protests. He'd been involved in protests before. They warned him about interfering with law enforcement. They warned him about getting too involved. But you also had Governor Tim Walz telling Minnesotans to track and film ICE agents to keep protesting loudly, to make sure they had their cell phone on them at all times, and to get involved by filming all of the interactions between law enforcement and the arrests of illegal immigrants.
That's it. Wow. I can't believe Tim Walz would tell people to get involved by recording ICE agents who don't wear body cams. Wow. Isn't that fucking crazy? Wow, that's nuts. Why would they tell people to get involved by recording ICE agents who don't wear body cams? That's so fucked up, dude. That's literally the definition of insurrection.
He said that directly. And then on Sunday night, he came out and said he
directly?
was damn proud of Minnesota. You know, the
Whoa.
governor is actively in favor of all of this stuff. And you put this guy out there, he's out there on these front lines, you know. I don't know. I don't know how you do anything other than comply when cops come talk to you. I personally, I am afraid of police officers. I'm just going to throw it out there. When I've been pulled over a couple of times, you know, I smile. I put my hands here. When they ask me for stuff, I say, I am going to reach into my glove box and get it because I don't want anything. They're in an intense situation. They're in life and death situations all the time. I'm just some random person who doesn't want my life to get screwed up right now or ended because I do the wrong thing with the, you know, for the guy with the gun.
I've carried a gun almost every day for the better part of the past 15 years, right? And I've had interactions with law enforcement multiple times. There was one time where I was driving, I had my gun on the console, got pulled over. The cop came up on the right side because it was on the highway, and I look over, and the cop's got his gun drawn, you know, flashlight on, gun drawn, because he saw my gun. Right? So what do? I sit there with my hands on the wheel, and he instructs me to get out of the car, and I get out of the car. He puts me in cuffs, gets the gun, makes sure it's clear. 10 minutes later, he's like, okay, you're good. Gives me back my gun. See you later. Because I complied. I didn't fight with him.
You just got to do what they tell you.
I'm sorry.
What I love is these.
This is not the same fucking scenario, bro. This is not the same. The bullshit you're describing where you get pulled over and shit like that. That is not the same as ICE agents just coming up behind you, punching you, spraying you with pepper spray, then dragging you to the ground, continuing to punch him in the face over and over. That's in the videos where they are just wham, 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 so unnecessarily. Like they are just beating him in the fucking streets for no reason. There is no reason for that I can see. Like that person is pistol whipping him. I don't know if they had a pistol, but they had something in their hand. It didn't look like a gun because the same person, I believe, goes for their holster later. So I initially thought they were pistol whipping him as well. But from what I remember, I went over this, I think, yesterday or the day before. But it looked like they were, the same officer goes for his holster a little bit later. And so I realized that, like, that wasn't a pistol that he was hitting him with in the face. But he is, like, uppercutting this motherfucker. Just wham, wham, wham. Over and over, right in the fucking face, over and over. It didn't make sense, dude. It's just so brutal and unnecessary.
These liberals who all of a sudden are libertarians and all of a sudden love 2A, and
they were hitting him with the mace can. Ah, okay, yeah, that totally checks out. That totally checks out because that is what it looks like. It looks like, yeah, they're holding the handle and hitting him with the metal part of the mace can. Okay.
The Lolberts. I love the Lolberts. You know why I love libertarians so much? Because whenever a fight breaks out, they fold like cheap suits. So I don't have to worry about them at all. These libertarians come out and they're like, look, I'm concerned about immigration, but I don't think the government should be allowed. And I'm like, bro, by all means, scream into the wind. Because if anything actually has to happen, you're going to stand there with our arms crossed while we do the jobs that need to be done. But what I love so much about this especially is that these...
Isn't Tim a libertarian? I thought... I'm so confused. I thought he was a libertarian. Like, don't get me wrong, I agree with pretty much everything he's saying right now. I just... a little confused by it, but...
People who are saying, I thought you were for the Second Amendment, Tim. I thought you... I was never in favor of the right to keep and bear arms to go and obstruct duly appointed law enforcement officials from a duly elected government because you disagreed with the policy position everybody else voted for. The idea that you were like, don't I have a right to go fight a cop with a gun? No, you don't. And the funny thing is, I love this. I love this. Guys, I'm going to let you in on a big secret. Did you know the Second Amendment was not about fighting tyranny? I'm sick of these people who have this, like, 7th grade American traditionalist view of the Second Amendment where they're like, the Founding Fathers were concerned.
Yeah, no, what it was actually about is it was about the war that was happening where they wanted everybody to be ready to go and arm up in that war. And they thought that that war would last literally forever. And so they were telling people, hey, listen, we're gonna put this thing in the Constitution because we think this war will literally never end, and so we want people to be ready to keep fighting the British people for all of eternity. That's why we didn't put like during times of war or anything like that in there. We just completely left it open-ended for all of times. Just yeah, that's why.
The government would take over. But tyrannical government would oppress them, so they needed to be armed at all times. There was a factor in the Second Amendment of which was the regulars from the crown were trying to take our guns from us, for which we used to protect ourselves, and we said no. And if you allow us to take your weapons, you will be oppressed. But the principal reason for the Second Amendment was not just because they were like, guys, what if we'd overthrow our new government? In fact, a bunch of the founding fathers were like, we don't want to give the people guns. They'll overthrow us. We just want a new government. The principal issue is the general defense of a free state, which can be interpreted to mean fighting tyrannical government, but typically was about foreign invaders and not having...
What up, Brody?
strong standing armies. That's why the original article, of which I think it would have been Article 4 or 5, actually, before they got rid of the first two and then reduced everything down, actually had a provision about conscription not being necessary. Because the actual intent was, in a time of war, we need people to be able to defend their communities. They got to have guns. Only one component of that is in the event of tyrannical government. However, Thomas Jefferson, who famously wrote the letter saying that, what is it, every 200 years, the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants, later went to say, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. And many of the founding fathers actually held the opinion that the crown was, the crown wasn't necessarily the problem, Parliament was, and the king would not come to their aid. It wasn't this cut and dry thing like the king is bad. No, it was, we're not being represented in government. As it stands right now, Ulysses Grant, what he wrote was, you have redress of grievances. You have elections. You are not facing taxation without representation. So while you can try to rebel, you will be conquered by your betters. So the argument right now is this. I'll put it simply. First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please.
I would guarantee he would never allow that line of argumentation for anybody else who voted for the people. Like, there's no way he will ever allow that argument to work. Never. If we said, like, during the Biden administration, if they were doing shit like this, oh no, it's okay. I'm not a bootlicker. That's my boot. Like, he would never accept that argument.
Please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying you're coming in and enforcing laws we didn't vote for. Well, I got bad news for you. The American people voted for the Republican Party in the House, the Senate, the presidency, and they got the Supreme Court. That means it's the will of the people and democracy that we enforce our immigration law. I'm not going to sit here and say that children should get wrapped up and abused or anything stupid like that. Your stories are fake and they're not happening. Mistakes are made. Those are bad. We'll figure that out. But the margin of error is always going to exist, and we are going...
It's not happening. Also, it's happening, but we'll figure it out. Your stories are fake and gay. Also, they're totally real, but we'll figure it out.
To do what our laws say. And these laws were not written by me, nor are they written by the current Congress. Our immigration laws were written 30 plus years ago, 40, 50 years ago. I only ask as a voter, and I know most of you watching, that we have...
Nobody, again, I know I say this every day. I'm going to say it again. Nobody's against enforcing immigration law. Nobody's against deporting illegal immigrants. Nobody's against, like, any of the shit that he's arguing against right now. When I say nobody, I mean, like, Democrats, Democrat politicians, Democrat representatives, like, none of those people are pushing this shit or saying any of this shit. This is not what they're looking for. This is, people who were upset with it, like he says, we didn't make these laws. This is the way it's always been. It's not. These are things that were, like, changed by the Trump administration for them to be more for them to be more aggressive with the way that they handle this shit, for them to be more doing things that would have been illegal under other administrations, doing things that would have been against the law, that would have gotten them fired. But under this administration, they're not even willing to do an investigation to look into any of it because they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They want them to be more aggressive. They want them to be more abusive. They want all of these things.
Have those laws upheld. So when I see DHS, ICE, and they go out and they're armed and they're putting down these protesters, and then people look at me and say, "You're licking their boot," I'll be like, "You misunderstand. I hired the boot. I'm paying their bills and clapping for them. So cry more about it." But you're lying.
That's literally what a bootlicker is. I don't like. That's just a bootlicker. He's just describing a fucking bootlicker. Like, a bootlicker is somebody who will accept, like, government excuses for things and government reasoning, even if it's not beneficial for them, as a citizen. They will still defend that shit because they're more concerned with defending the government and the people in the government. So when he turns around and says, "No, that's my boot," we know that's what a bootlicker is, bro. You're saying, like, you voted for Trump, you like Trump, and so you're going to defend him because you like him. That's a bootlicker. You just described a bootlicker.
Lies and manipulations ain't playing with me at all, because I gotta tell you, I honestly don't even care about this argument coming from communists that they should have a right to keep and bear arms. You want to come to me and say, "But what about your principles, Tim? Don't people have a right to keep and bear arms?" I'll say, generally speaking, yes. But when a communist comes to me and says, "I shouldn't be allowed to have a gun," I'll return the favor and say, "Neither should you."
The fact that Thomas Jefferson said that he regretted having said that later is one thing, but the fact that it resonated throughout the ages means that there's probably more...
Somebody definitely just killed another person right above me. Somebody definitely just killed somebody. I'm trying to get my shit and get the fuck out of here. I'm just here for chemicals, bro. I just want chemicals, that's it. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just trying to listen to see if they're coming this way. So I'm about to dip out and go home. Fuck you guys, I'm going home.
Truth to it than him having...
Fuck, I just heard him.
Go to that metro.
Written it out of error, but going back to the guy and whether or not he was part of an insurgency, and we now have elements that he was an activist involved in BLM. The argument is going to be to play devil's advocate. At that time, they would have no reason to know that he was only there with a camera and a gun, a concealed gun. The big question is going to be that.
True. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Finally. Fucking finally somebody says this. Why the fuck have we gone this long mentioning, like, well, he's a insurgent and he's working with the Democrats and he's doing this. Why are we just now mentioning none of that has anything to do with whether or not he was fuck.
As of the moment,
stink bug on your chair.
A what? No, that's don't.
Don't.
You'll make it worse. It's not a bumblebee. The argument is going to be that they didn't know what he was an activist. They didn't know that he was there taking names and taking plates and whatever. And that might be irrelevant to what happened at the end of the day. The issue is that he willingly and deliberately got involved in an altercation. We don't hear from any of this footage that he announces that he's got a gun on him. And whether or not he thought he was righteously defending a woman who might have been abusively getting sprayed by pepper spray by these officers, this is...
Somebody just died right over there, bro. So I'm friendly, but I'm a little
No, you got a shotgun though. Like, I can't kill you that fast. Like, this literally happened to me last raid. I did it and the guy didn't murder me.
Well, I'm not killing anybody, I promise. We'll let the other guy close the doors, okay? We'll let the other guy close the doors. Yeah, I thought you were gonna hit it. Yeah, just go ahead and hit it. Hit it.
Yeah, you're good. Yep, yep. All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, have a good one. I've got no health. I've got a patina. He's sitting there telling me he doesn't. I can't kill you. You have a shotgun, so I can't kill you. And then at the end, I've got a patina. Fucking shit.
This all happened within basically 3 seconds. There's some shoving, and then they find his gun, and then a shot rings out, and it happens within a second.
And he's holding a black object pointed in his hand.
No, and then people are saying, well, he was reaching for the holster, but the holster was empty. First of all, by the time they find out he has one gun, they don't know that he doesn't have more than one gun. And this happens in a second and a half. And I was, took a little flack for saying what happened to Renee Good was...
They don't know that he doesn't have more than one gun? That is wholly irrelevant. That is wholly irrelevant. Again, if you have a state where concealed carry is legal, you always don't know if they have a gun. Like, when you're approaching them, you don't know if they have a gun until you ask them if they have a gun. But if you just run up and start tackling people and spraying them in the face and then punching them over and over, but at no point do you actually go through the processes of like, hey, can I have your ID? Do you have any weapons on you? What, like a normal fucking cop. Instead, you just start punching everybody right off the rip and ask questions later, then you are creating the scenario where, yeah, you don't know if he has a gun. That's your fucking fault for starting this shit without checking first.
Was justified but unfortunate. This is another one where, whether or not you think it's justified or not, it's a very predictable outcome from acting like an idiot. And when you say, you get pulled over with a gun in your car...
I am so amazed at like how critical they are of people saying that they're acting like idiots. But the officers who are the ones who are the authorities in the situation are the ones who were supposed to be the smart ones, the ones who were paying to be the ones who are supposed to be more responsible. They are the ones who we're not being critical of them at all for being stupid and for making dumb decisions and for creating the scenarios in the first place.
I got pulled over coming out of my house in Montreal, and a cop stopped me because I looked suspicious, because I did, and I'm not going to mouth off and say, I'm coming out of my house and you don't have the right to do me. Yeah. It was, all right, here's my ID, I live here, thank you for protecting the peace, not going in there and exacerbating volatile situations.
So here's what we know now. This guy was on duty as part of a paramilitary group, an active insurgency, organized with state...
Not a fan of cops in the least, but these federal agents are giving me a whole new respect for actual cops that know how to handle these situations. TV Era 35, if you're being serious right now, I need you to come on to the fucking show right now. If you're not trolling right now, this has been the worst showing of police doing their jobs the right way. This has been the fucking most embarrassing shit when it comes to officers doing their fucking jobs the right way. This has been disgusting. Oh, you're saying for cops in general, that like other cops now actually doing their jobs right, watching these guys mishandle everything has given you a new respect for everybody else who doesn't do this shit. Okay, I think I get what you're saying now. Okay.
Support, state-sponsored insurgency. He was there to resist duly sworn-in federal law enforcement operations. So we're looking at combat. We're looking at a guy who chose a degree of force against federal agents, and this is what happens. I think the important thing people need to take away from this: none of anything we said matters. Only one thing matters to the average person, and in the deep reaches of their minds, they all know it to be true. All that matters is that this guy was an enemy combatant. If it turned out that he made a video an hour in advance saying, I can't live this way anymore, ICE must be stopped, I'm taking them all down with me, I'm going to take these guys out, and then he pulled out his gun and chambered around, liberals would not care. The right would say that proves it, and the left would say none of that has anything to do with what the CBP guy did. Everyone keeps saying this. They'd be like, yeah, but he wasn't doing that there. It wouldn't matter if this guy said, I want to exercise my rights, and I just so happen to be walking down the street and I see these guys. Maybe I can peacefully approach this officer and explain our position to him. It wouldn't matter if he did that, because the right is still going to say he was actively armed while resisting arrest. Because in the minds of the partisans, only one thing truly matters. Enemies got into a fight, and one side took an action.
He's such a fucking piece of shit. Because that's literally what he's doing. That's literally what he's doing. To him, he just said, this is what I voted for. I voted for this side. These are people who are on my payroll. This is what I wanted. So that he's the one who's being partisan. He's the one who's saying, no, this is my side. This is my side of things, and so I'm okay with this because it's my side. That's literally what he's doing. For him to accuse the other side of that right after just giving his speech about like, well, no, I'm not bootlicking. This is me. This is me. I'm looking my own boot.
If Preddy was being beaten and fighting, and then a gunshot rang out, and he rolled over, pulled out his gun, and shot the agent several times, the left would be arguing the inverse, saying he heard a gunshot and heard gun. He thought they were trying to kill him. He's innocent. And the right would be like, they're insurgents, they're crazy, they must be stopped. That's where we're at. Look at Renee Good.
He's such a fucking idiot.
It doesn't matter. You know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna jump to this next clip. We got a segment for you guys. Let me pull this one up. Here's your proof. We got this post.
So first off, if you just got here, he's going off the idea that Preddy's gun went off. He has no reason to believe that. He has no evidence of this. He has nothing in the video makes it look like the gun went off. Nothing. But he only used one angle where he shows the cop running with the gun and says, I believe the gun went off. That's that. Moved on, and now he keeps inserting this as part of his theory that the gun just went off. It just randomly went off. Whereas if you look at the other angle, you watch the officer pull his gun and go bang, 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 bang. You watch the fucking officer start shooting. So he's just looking at one angle that only helps his that only benefits his point. The other angle that disproves his point across the fucking board, he doesn't look at that at all and doesn't show it at all.
Post from Todd Anderson, Poker Night Todd. He says, if you look at this picture and see anything other than an unarmed and defenseless citizen being executed, please check yourself into a mental health facility.
Again, it's pretty obvious the majority of citizens, including Republicans, believe that this was unjustified. It seems like pretty much everybody believes that this was unjustified, and this is fucking stupid for him to keep taking this fucking
society
angle.
Is worse off with you in it. F ICE. Well, here's the image. Let me open it in a new tab so we can zoom in on the image that he posted. Now, let's play a game. What do you guys see here, this image that this guy posted? What do you see here? Anybody want to...
I'll go first. I'm not an idiot, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion based on what is 1/8,000th of a second of a volatile situation.
Oh, he does. He still has his phone in his hand. He still is holding his phone. What a fucking champ, bro. Holy shit. How the fuck is he still holding his phone? Holy shit, dude. How? How, bro? What the fuck? How is he still holding his phone? This is like the guy who like catches the baseball and is still holding his beer while upside down.
That would be,
okay, hold on, Viva. I'm asking you what you see in this photo. Please look at it. Please describe the photo.
Oh, I don't want to spoil the punchline because I know that Grok.
Well, you're gonna say the punchline.
Well, no, I see right now what the left wanted by way of their new poster. You know, enhance the negative, reverse negative, put it on a shirt. That's their new Che Guevara. I know what the punchline is.
You're missing the punchline.
I see a headless guy.
I see a guy with no head.
Yeah, that second guy.
You.
There is an ICE agent on the ground whose leg is made of some kind, who's got one leg made of robot parts, and he has no head. Because this is an AI image they fabricated.
Well, hold on. No, because the truth is,
Yeah, we got to do it. We gotta do it. All right.
Fuck people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
This is it. This is it right here. This is it. This is it, bro. You can't see the fucking officer's head. This is it right here. There's his phone in his fucking hand. There's the gun pointed at his head. This is it. It's very like low resolution. This video's not great. That's it. I don't know where this came from. Where it might be that they like had it might be that they upped the resolution with AI or something, because I don't know how the fuck they would have gotten this good of resolution. But this is definitely the spot where this happened. You can see like his leg is up like that here. It's up like that here. Like this is the spot where this came from. I just don't know how the fuck they would have gotten this without possibly using AI to like enhance it or something like that. The original video? Yeah, but I don't know where the fucking original video came from. This is like the most original of that I have. Yeah, this is like the earliest one that I have. I don't have another.
Tonight, new videos raising questions of what exactly happened in the lead.
Yeah, this one, even from them, is really blurry as well.
Tonight, new videos raising questions of what exactly happened in the lead-up to Alex Pretty's death. The Trump administration now doubling down on defense. The Department of Homeland meters
just did that
from a side or contradicting inside a store. The person with clutches his phone. Seconds later, several agents wrestle Pretty to the ground. Or videos.
Yeah, this one is just as fucked up. So even theirs, where NBC almost always goes to the original person who made it to get them to send them the video so that it's not compressed from Twitter.
Do not appear to show him brandishing a weapon, as DHS had stated. This angle showing an officer swing something at Pretty's head. Pushing in on this video, you can see one agent reach behind Pretty, appearing to remove a gun from his waistband. As someone yells, "gun," that same agent appears to step away, and about a second later, the first shot is fired, followed by a flurry of gunshots.
Call an ambulance, please.
I think the key detail is, were the agents under the imminent threat?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like they probably did some sort of like AI thing to add resolution to it.
I didn't know that was the punchline. What
Look,
I had seen,
there's no head, and his foot is made of robot parts.
No, but
his foot is a gun.
There's a screenshot that is relatively similar, and then some. Someone had asked Grok if it's a.
I don't know why he keeps saying a foot made of robot parts. That's a shoe. That's a shoe from this guy. This guy's foot is over here. His shoe is right there, and then this is some sort of like box that was on the ground.
A real image, and it says, yes, this is a real image of a Russian soldier executing a civilian in 2022, and then the reply to that was, way to go, Grok.
So there is a comparable low-res grainy screenshot from a single frame, but what they've done is they've AI generated a version of it, and they're using this to make their claims. This, of course, based on the
okay, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have a head and that he has a robot foot when this is what happened. This officer is pointing a gun at his head. Just like this. This doesn't. Who cares if one guy doesn't have a head and one guy doesn't have a robot foot when the rest of it is accurate? Like, who gives a fuck?
Expressions and what they're doing is meant to make you think this poor man is on his knees being executed. Now, certainly the original still does look similar, but you can't see their faces, as evidenced by the fact that this agent's head doesn't exist because the AI couldn't even see his head. So the expression these guys have is fabricated. They want to create.
The expression is not about whether or not that guy has a head or whether or not the other guy has a robot foot. That is the fact that Tim thinks that's the expression in this picture just shows that he is too fucking stupid to be covering the news. He's too fucking stupid to have any analysis or any say on this situation whatsoever.
An emotional image. That's the point of AI generating this version of it. You can see in his hand he's holding something. Now, what he's holding in his hand looks like it might be a magazine, and he's got multiple thumbs. Whatever. The point is, they're going to fabricate whatever they need to fabricate to justify their worldview. And when you try and explain this to them, as I've done, they are too retarded to care, and they call me right-wing for it. My position right away was, DHS said he was going to massacre law enforcement. I said, that is a lie. That is not true. It was a series of unfortunate events, likely because he had a gun, the gun went off, other agents don't know that, and he's holding something black in his hand pointed forward.
Not true.
So they unloaded on him. It sucks. But he's clearly resisting arrest. The response the left gives is, Tim Pool's far right. He was not resisting arrest.
Doesn't look like they're arresting him.
He was just having an involuntary reaction to men.
It does not look like they're arresting him. It looks like they're just beating him up.
And grabbing him.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We saw that, right?
Yeah.
We saw him having numerous involuntary reactions there for like 10 or 15 seconds, which anybody that's ever gotten in any real fights knows that a real fight doesn't last more than a minute usually. If it does, there's something going on. This whole thing is nonsense. Plus, let's not overlook the fact that he was in the process of committing multiple crimes, resisting arrest, participating in insurrection, a conspiracy to resist. I mean, there's so many different things that this guy might have been doing at the time. And, I mean, again, to me, though, this is something that the left is looking for. This is something that these people in Minnesota are looking for. They're trying to stoke war. They're trying to stoke this. They want this. They need this because they can't shut down what we all fought for. What we fought for Trump to deport people. We fought for this. And right now, one of the things I was thinking about when Libby was saying earlier, particularly about the foreign connections, right? So these Somalis they're shipping briefcases full of money across the border to wherever, right? So here's the thing. Does treason apply, right? Are we aiding and abetting our enemies, right? Is this comfort to the enemy? I mean, this is insane because we're sending money over there. We know all these illegals a lot of them came through the southern border or through refugee programs that Biden set up, different things. But a lot of these people are here illegally. They're clearly enemies of the state. I mean, this is an insurrection at minimum. I mean, yeah. Is this a state-sponsored thing? I mean, is this sponsored by Somalia? Is this sponsored by some of our foreign enemies?
Democrats are actively involved in promoting it.
Well, 100%. But I mean,
I'm gonna get that video for people because I know that people are gonna be like, "What do you mean?" I'll pull the video for you guys.
The question I did have about first of all that fact that it took that long. If this is generated from roughly the same pixelated image, and I went to double check that I wasn't having my own hallucinations, but. No,
but understand how this changes the context.
Everything.
And we don't know if they said, Grok, enhance the image and make the agents look callous and angry.
No, the question that I have is we're going to get, I presume they have body cam footage. If they don't, I still think...
They do. They've apparently they've confirmed
so
they do.
The question is this, in that kerfuffle that lasted 15 seconds, does he at any point mention that he's got a firearm?
You can hear the people...
Well, so even where they say they're yelling gun, 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 I can't even make that out. I said from the beginning, I assume somebody probably yelled gun, gun, gun. But I can't hear anybody yell gun, gun, gun clearly to where I'm like the least bit confident that that's what they're saying. I have no idea what's being said.
People yelling, he's got a gun, gun, gun.
Yeah, now the question is he announcing it, or did he want either to go out in a blaze of glory, or did he think that he was going to go in there, shoot a couple of officers who he thought were abusively pepper spraying an innocent pedestrian, and he would be a folk hero as a result?
I don't think he was going to shoot anybody. I mean, to be fair, listen, there are a lot of people who are like, look, I carry multiple magazines with me. It doesn't mean I want to kill anybody. Sure, but when you're part of a group where you have shifts, and you've got the governments based...
Bro, he is so fucking weird with this shit. You're part of a group where you have shifts? Like, what? What is that? Bro, anybody who's ever part of a group, and that group has shifts, dude? They got shifts, bro? Oh. Yeah, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that, did you? Yeah, you were talking about this whole situation. You're talking out of your ass because you didn't even know that he is part of a group. And that group has shifts, dude. And you know what else? They had banana bread at work, dude.
Basically telling you that Nazis are taking over and we have to put an end to this now. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to, listen, it was not a protest. He was on duty. This is a paramilitary group in a chat with managers and bosses, putting him on duty to go out, seeking out law enforcement to obstruct them. And he decided, not only should I bring my gun, I should bring an additional magazine with me.
Well, he might have been waiting for an altercation that didn't involve federal law enforcement.
At the bare minimum, he expected the high probability.
Help! Help! Somebody help me! Help! Somebody help!
Hello? Hello, Raider? Hey!
Help!
Ability of a firefight.
Yeah, no. I mean, look,
right? Maybe he wanted to kill James O'Keefe.
Maybe he wanted. Maybe he. I forget who it was that was assassinated a while back, and then the guy gave an interview on Vice, and then the cops found him, and it was.
Oh, you mean Aaron Danielson?
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Michael Reinhold shot Aaron Danielson twice in the chest.
Yes, exactly.
Walking down the street.
No, and then claimed self-defense. So
Right.
I mean, this guy goes out looking. He won't do it to ICE, but if they find other agitators.
Hello? I need help. I'm gonna die. I'm down. Help! There's somebody right there, dude.
If they find independent journalists, and then they get in a corner where
Right
there's nobody but
fucking
them,
there.
and then he claims self-defense. Whether or not he was out looking for trouble, he definitely found trouble, and the issue of painting him as an.
Hey, bro, help me out. I'm about to die. I got like a second left. Can you give me like a little stabilization with something or another? Fuck. Yeah, I need a defib. I'm about to die. I'm down right here. Here, can you stabilize me one more time? It's not the... Thank you so much, bro. Holy shit, that fucking Sentinel caught me off guard. I've got a couple as well here. I'll give it back to you. Yeah, the Sentinel just totally fucking caught me off guard. There you go. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Oh, watch out, watch out. You're getting hit by the Sentinel. You're getting hit by the Sentinel, bro. Bro, you're getting hit by the Sentinel. Move. Move, move, move.
Oh, thank you. I was like, what the hell?
An innocent victim. It's easy to
But
do.
it's.
But he's involved in intervening actively, even if he thought he was righteously doing so, armed with a firearm in a police altercation. You cannot expect it to go.
Okay, Sentinel's gone.
Here's a video from Libs of TikTok. They say the man who was killed by ICE is apparently an anti-ICE resistant.
Thank you so much, man.
Anti-ICE resistance.
You got here just in time. I was so close to dying. Yeah, he just killed the Sentinel.
I heard you on the mic. It's a good thing you're on the mic. If you didn't have a mic, you'd be dead.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man. All right. I just got here, dude. Have a good one.
Me too. You want to stick together?
I'm going to the hospital. I need chemicals.
I don't really have a plan for this raid. I'm kind of just doing whatever.
All right, well, let's go. What's that? Oh, chemicals. Nice. Appreciate it, man.
In signal chat groups, he was killed by...
I went invisible?
Yeah, I don't really, like, when you slid, if you were invisible, then you stopped hitting the stairs.
Oh, did I go into the ground?
Oh. Is there a scanner in here? You can take that.
PvP. Everyone got that wrong, even me. Do you know who's running the chats? Minnesota State Rep Alex Falconer. He admitted it. He's open about it. When is he going to be hauled in for questioning? Here's the video in question. And it's freezing on us because...
Well, we can go with Falcon Gate now. We can
Is this
definitively call it Falcon Gate.
Is this what X just does all the time, no matter
In
what?
incognito, it's something.
We had I'm a community organizer at heart, and that's part of what I'm trying to bring to the legislature. I'm helping to lead the community response, rapid response network that we have, given any ICE situations. I have a couple cards here. I'm willing to stop to stay around and talk with anybody that wants any more information. We've got a couple groups on the app Signal that we would love for you to join. Whether or not you want to be a part of the Resistance Network, I fully understand that you may not be comfortable with that, but you can help us in a lot of ways by sending an alert that if you see any suspicious vehicles, any traffic, if you know of anybody that is being targeted, that's being detained, we have resources immediately available that we can send to you, send to their family, get them legal help, help the families if they need food, if people are afraid to leave their homes to get food. We're working with the food shelves to try to figure out a way to deliver groceries. I know yesterday...
So you get it. I pulled up his Ballotpedia here.
Can you believe it?
Democratic Party, District 49A, currently in office. So, presuming that Libs of TikTok is accurate in their reporting, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, here is a state rep organizing active insurgency against the federal government, which a man who is, again, Cam Higbee shows, they turn their shift on and off. They show their emoji. I'm on duty. This guy got armed
Cam Higbee
and said, I am going to
okay.
actively seek out federal law enforcement and get in their way. Sponsored by the state.
Even back it up to the point where you don't have to assume he's partaking in that insurgency. Just from a political perspective, this is a guy organizing how to protect illegal aliens within his jurisdiction. Set aside everything else. They've got homeless people, citizens of America, veterans living on the streets. This guy is out here clout chasing with, who he presumes to be illegals, strategizing and organizing how he can actively divert resources to protecting illegal immigrants, and especially, presumably, because they're going after the violent criminals of them. This.
Yeah, no, I think you got the spider. It's it sucks because if you're looking at something that like gives you an action, like if you're looking at a drawer and it says search, you can't hit X to get the spider off. You have to turn away from it before you can do it, and I fuck that up almost every time. Yeah, you can get all the shit out the drawers that you want first. I'm literally just here for chemicals.
Yeah, I'm thinking chemicals too. I'll just drop them to you
Wait.
when we're out of here.
Do you see these?
Yeah, those 2 guys, I dropped them.
Oh, you dropped them? Oh, I don't want them. You can have them.
Yeah, they're too heavy for me. I don't know what to think.
All right, well, I'll sell them. All right, I'm gonna go up one more floor and then probably head out.
Seditious, treasonous, whatever. This is the Democrat Party, and this is who is in charge of the state. That should be shocking on its face alone, all things other set aside.
Well, we've got more breaking news that was earlier in the show, but, we gotta get to him as we get to him. There's a lot to cover. Trump has surrendered. The Atlantic reports Greg Bovino has lost his job. He is being pulled out. He has been ousted from his role as commander
Trump
at large.
surrendered?
Will be returning to El Centro, with others just saying outright he may have been fired. Now, Tricia McLaughlin says he is not relieved of his duties, but he is being pulled out. Tom Homan is being sent in, and I believe I don't have the posts from Trump. I got so many.
It's so weird, hey, Bovino, you've had a lot of really bad publicity lately. It seems like a lot of the people really don't like you. And so in order to like lower tensions, we're going to send in Tom Homan. And we want to get a more likable character. We want to get somebody who people don't think is, super corrupt and that isn't going to be as big of a problem for the administration. So we're going to send Tom Homan instead. Brilliant. Brilliant. That's what... Oh, okay.
Here. Wait.
Oh, nice. Thank you. And I gotta search the other side of the bottom. So I'm just about to drop down that.
Here. Alright, go.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just back here at the bottom.
Is this... Oh, wrong bottom. Fuck. Where is it? I guess I gotta take the stairs. I always feel bad whenever somebody follows me around because I don't want them to follow me. Because I don't want to have to, like, stop and talk to them while I'm streaming. But also, that guy did just come, like, fucking save my life, and then he's like, well, wanna go together? Like, okay, I can't tell this guy to fuck off after he just saved my life, so sure, let's do it. He's a nice guy though. Okay, it's if I wasn't streaming, it would be totally cool, but it's just a little inconvenient. But yeah, it's just like Tom Homan is the guy who was literally caught like taking bribes or contracts with the government before the Trump administration and even like before Homan had even gotten into the White House or anything. He was already taking bribes from corporations and companies for getting contracts with the government. So he was like taking shit from. Oh wow, none of this is open? Holy shit. What the fuck? Wait. Oh, it is open. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I'm crazy. Okay. Yeah, Holman obviously very corrupt, very much not liked. So the fact that they think that's why the Trump administration got rid of him, I highly doubt that that's like the reasoning for them to remove Bovino. I would assume there's something else none of us know about. There's some other thought process here, but the like, oh, the left protested too much, so now we're getting rid of him. I don't think that that's part of the analysis at all. That's fucking stupid.
Many posts, so much stuff is going on. We have this post from Donald Trump who said, I just had a very good telephone conversation with Mayor Jacob Frey of Minneapolis. Lots of progress is being made. Tom Homan will be meeting with him tomorrow in order to continue discussion. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Trump. And then I don't know if we have, there's an additional post he made where he said Trump says he received a call from Tim Waltz and that they were negotiating and Tom Homan was going to come in and help settle this down. So it is largely being viewed as an overt surrender, the removal of Bovino, Homan being sent to negotiate with the local government.
Surrender?
Looks like Trump has standing down.
Wouldn't that be a
the
covert
idea
surrender?
of any perceived weakness from the administration. I think that part of the reason why he's making the changes that he's making is because of the way the PR has been handled. A lot of people have been complaining about the things that ICE officers have been saying.
I don't think. Okay, so I think it's kind of stupid to blame Bovino for that, and I doubt that they are blaming Bovino for that because the what Bovino said, what he read, is the same fucking shit that it's the same thing that what's her name read. Gnome. Christy Gnome read the same exact speech that Bovino read. So the idea that people are like, oh, he read this speech and it's been debunked now by the video, and so now the Trump administration is upset and they have to do damage control. It's like, have you guys ever... This is y'all's first day covering Trump? Like, that's his fucking MO, dude. Like, the saying shit that's not true and then running with it anyways. That's like his whole fucking thing. Oh, shit.
Let's head home at the southern station.
You still here, bro? Okay, I guess he left. You still here, buddy? Fuck. I am way far away from the... extract.
To the press, and I think that that's likely why, not because they're not handling the actual application of law properly. But I hate the fact that it looks like Trump is backing down, and I hate the fact that he's talking to Frey.
Yes, bro. I was just looking to see if you were still around. Yeah, sorry, I had to go upstairs, but we're kind of far from the extract, so I'm just trying to get what little bit I can before heading that way. There's a cat bed in here if you want it. I don't have room for it. Yeah, I always check this place for shit if I can, because it's got all the best shit. Oh, did you get the gun out of the gun bag?
No, that case is already looted, but the person who cleaned it out didn't grab this little white case. Got a trigger grenade and a...
Oh, nice. Nice. Yes. Yeah.
This stuff, like, the administration is completely in the right in trying to get the illegals out of Minneapolis.
Yeah, there's
So
another
to back
grenade in
down,
there
I
if
think
you want it.
just makes them look weak.
Yeah, well, it's a signal to Kathy Hochul,
A grenade
and
in there.
Newsom, Abigail Spanberger, and all the rest of them that they should go ahead.
Yeah.
Here, you gotta check this too. So to get this one, you gotta come up here and do this, and then it glitches into it. That's the only way to get it. Most people don't even know it's here. It's got a medium shield in here if you want it. I don't want that either. And then there's a music album in here. If you want the music album too, you can have that. I'm full.
My inventory's full. There's also not whatever. There's 2 music albums. There's another one on that one. You won't want them both. Stacking them would be inefficient.
Actually, yeah, I'll take them instead of the wires. Why not? I kind of want that blaze grenade too. I'll get rid of the El Toro. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's hit it.
Would you have an El Toro?
Sorry?
You said you have an El Toro?
Sorry, not Il Toro. Whatever the gun was earlier that you dropped. No, not the Arpeggio, the other one.
The Pharaoh?
Yeah, the Pharaoh. I have an Il Toro on me. That's what I'm fighting with right now. I think I'm full on ammo. I've literally been dropping ammo to pick up other shit. Okay, we got 2 minutes. We are in a lot of trouble we're in a lot of trouble if we run into Arc. I gotta switch my my stims into my quick use real quick.
Me too.
Okay, there we go. Wait, where the fuck did you go?
I'm ahead.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Oh my god, I don't know if we're gonna make it.
We'll make it. We'll make it.
Just right down the zip.
Yeah, just be careful. It's normally loaded with traps and shit, so be careful.
I'll go first. How do you get in here?
You followed me.
And engage in these kinds of things. And if that means turning some of their citizens into martyrs in order to fight back against the federal government and expose what is apparently the weakness of the federal government.
Every time she says federal government, it keeps sounding like she's saying feral government. For the homies we lost. Alright, it's been fun, man. Appreciate the help.
Yeah. Good raid.
I didn't even look and see what his name was the entire time. He kept walking up to me saying, "Are you Tom Foolery?" And I'm like, "Yes," but okay, his name was... I'm glad I didn't look and check his name the entire fucking time. I'm glad I did not check that guy's name the entire fucking time. Holy shit. His name is My Negroes. That's not me making a joke. That's literally his name. My Negroes. MYNEGROS. My Negroes. I'm glad I didn't tell him I was streaming, because he's one of those that probably would have just started screaming the N-word. It's a pretty common thing where people will ask, like, hey, is anybody here streaming? And if somebody says yes, they all just start screaming the N-word. So.
To do.
Donald Trump is not Lincoln, he's Buchanan, and I stand by that. I tweeted that, and a bunch of people were like, oh, high school reference, Tim, and you can't say that. Buchanan is largely considered one of the, if not the worst president in U.S. history. And the reason I say this is we have gotten to a point where, I'll tell you guys, look, obviously I'm not voting Democrat. These people are wackaloons, and Trump certainly is better than what they offer, but they're not in. And I think it's fair to say that Biden is substantially worse. Trump's actually not bad, but we are dealing with rapid social decay. Do you guys see silver hitting $118?
Yeah.
I mean, this is nightmare level stuff. For silver to get to this position, we have to have some kind of psycho anomaly.
What is he talking about? What is silver? What is he talking about?
No, we are dealing with rapid social decay. Do you guys see silver hitting $118?
Yeah.
Oh, silver as in like gold hitting. Okay.
I mean, this is nightmare level stuff. For silver to get to this position, we have to have some kind of psycho anomaly outside of standard economics or mass panic that the US dollar is about to just...
I'm sorry, but like you're sitting here complaining about social decay while right after you just finished making up a story about the gun going off. You just finished making up shit about the gun fucking going off and that's why they started shooting. And you're saying this about one of the most controversial shootings, you know, in your then afterwards, like, oh, there's so much social decay. Huh. Wonder why that is. That's strange. How did that happen? Trump's the answer, though. Trump is the answer. We've got social decay, guys. Well, we need Trump then. Thank goodness we have Trump. Wait, rusted shut medical kit recycles into antiseptic in syringes? Okay.
Vaporize. And we're already at the point where the institutions have made those purchases a long time ago, and now the retail market's starting to buy up silver. I don't exactly know why. There's a lot of speculation around it. The point is, Donald Trump is overseeing the dissolution of the United States and its fragmentation. We are looking at active insurgency in Minnesota with Donald Trump saying, I'm pulling my guys out, and we're going to have a negotiation. Great. That's what Buchanan thought he was going to do. The guy, Lincoln, first thing he does when he gets in is he goes send in the troops. Trump's not that guy. He didn't do it in his first term. He ain't do it in his second term. Maybe he turns around later on, but I have a feeling Democrats are going to win, tie his hands up, and he's going to be he'll be a Buchanan.
I'll take a hot take and disagree with all three of you. I don't view this as capitulation, and I don't mind that the left does view it as capitulation. What I view this as is sort of like, you know, dad comes home and says, I'm taking mom's position, and now I'm here. Like I view Homan as the person who ought to have been there calling the shots from the beginning, and not Bovino. And it would be like saying, like, if he replaces Pam Bondi with Andrew Bailey, some people might say, well, that's capitulation. He's like ceding to... No, I'm saying that you probably want to put the best person in there to avoid the bad PR that they've gotten right now. And had they done it properly and effectively, then you might have avoided this PR disaster to begin with.
Perhaps what's going to happen is Tom Homan meets with Tim Walz and says, I'm going to shove a boot at your ass. You're going down. If you want this war, you're going to get it. Maybe Homan's going in because Bovino is on the street looking like a fool, perhaps.
But Bovino had his issues, like allegedly lying under oath, according to a judge, to exaggerate some of the crises that justified their responses. You
Yes.
discredit yourself to be in the position that you're...
Yes, but that happened before they hired him. That's not something that happened under the Trump administration. So you can't use that as like a reason for why they got rid of him. You can't use that as like, oh yeah, but like Bovino, he did lie under oath, so it kind of makes sense. No, he lied under oath, and then they were like, yeah, that's our guy.
You're in. Homan And it's arguable that Trump ought to have listened to Homan from the beginning and instead was going with Kristi Noem's decision-making, which is problematic at best.
I believe Homan also lied under oath, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Based on available reports that as of late 2025, there is no evidence that Tom Homan was convicted or formally charged with lying under oath, despite intense scrutiny and investigations into his actions. A Department of Justice DOJ probe concluded there was no credible evidence of criminal wrongdoing regarding allegations of bribery. That is not like that. It is true that they said this. They put out a statement saying this. The investigation said the opposite. The actual investigation literally said the opposite, that we had hard proof, recordings, pictures, phone calls of him engaging in wrongdoing and bribery. So that the FBI agents and the team who actually worked on this case, they said, oh, he 100% did this. Like, we met with him numerous times. One of the things is that a bunch of people kept saying, well, this is what is it? Fuck, I'm blanking on the word, but where the government, like, forces you to do an illegal action, or they, like, coerce you into doing something illegal. What's the... What's the term? Entrapment? Yes. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that the probe with Homan was entrapment. And I remember that when people said it was entrapment, the FBI agents actually came out and they were like, actually it wasn't entrapment. We didn't even reach out to him. So entrapment is not when the government is involved, like does undercover work and people try to get them, you know, it's not when the government does undercover work and somebody commits a crime in front of them. But even on top of that, we didn't even contact Homan and ask him to do this. They contacted us and said, hey, if you guys want, we can hook you up with some government contracts if you'll just if you pay Tom Homan $50,000, he'll get you the government contracts once he gets into office. And so yeah, like it was just blatant, like proof, like all of that shit. Yeah, it's just pretty clear. So when they say, like, Department of Justice probe concluded there was no credible evidence, the probe did not conclude that. The investigation concluded there was credible evidence, but Pam Bondi decided not to do anything. Bribery allegations, investigations were conducted into allegations that Homan accepted money, which he denied, asserting he did nothing criminal. The DOJ concluded its probe in September of 2025, finding insufficient evidence of wrongdoing. Political disputes. While some politicians, such as Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, accused Homan of lying about city data, these accusations did not result in a perjury conviction or a formal finding of lying under oath. That's what it was. Yep, that's what it was. Because I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they just said that Bovino lied and exaggerated data under oath. I was like, literally, I'm almost positive Tom Homan literally did the same thing. Like, I'm almost positive he literally did the same fucking thing, where he kept trying to make like immigration shit sound worse than it actually was. The investigations into his actions found no evidence of crime, and the accusations remain in the realm of political dispute. Okay.
When you have Kristi Noem coming out and facilitating the argument that they're lying through their teeth about what's going on, you got to do something. Homan should have been there from the get-go, and I don't see this as letting Frey and Walls off the hook at all. Their beds might be made, and now you get someone in there who's going to really bring down the hammer.
I am not going to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, assuming that he's going to go in there and he, you know, people want to imagine Trump's behind the scenes going, this Bovino guy is screwing everything up. Homan, get in there and shove your boot up their ass and tell him it's war. Not happening. The Epstein files, I think, prove it's not happening. Trump is behind the scenes saying, don't screw up my plans. This is getting in the way. Just walk it back, walk it back. Tell him Epstein's fake. And I think what's happening here is Trump's dealing, fairly, I think it's fair to say, he's dealing with Iran and China right now. Big issues going on with Iran negotiations. And Trump's sitting here being like, I don't care about your little skirmishes in Minneapolis. I'm dealing with potential war with Iran, and we got battleships in the Gulf. Go deal with it. And then when Bovino screws it up, he says, get out, Homan, you take care of it. I'm focused on this. I think that is likely what Trump is doing. But this means with an active state-sponsored low-tier insurgency, I'm not going to pretend like it's the Taliban or something, Trump needs to go in and say, your government is in control and we will not tolerate this. Instead, he's missing the big picture. And if he really is sending in Homan to put the fist down, it looks like to his already somewhat dejected followers, the black pillars, Dan Bongino calls them, that Trump is once again just surrendering. Yep. And so listen, being a leader is not just about being right. It's about proving yourself to the people who stand before you. I just watched Braveheart. Y'all have seen Braveheart, right?
Love Braveheart.
And when Mel Gibson, William Wallace, is standing before the Scotsman, and he says, if you stand with me and fight, you'll win. And one guy goes, we'll die. If we run, we'll live. And then they all start laughing. And he's like, okay. Or, and then he says, you can stand this day and let them know they can take our lives. They'll never take our freedom. And then everyone cheers and screams and agrees to stand and fight them. Or, man, The Patriot. Talk about the best movie ever. Sometimes all you need in that scene when everyone's breaking and Mel Gibson's character grabs the flag and screams no and runs forward and they all watch him and they turn and run. Maybe he's wrong, but people see that and they see inspiration. And what I see right now with the Epstein stuff around Trump, and again, this is very much Beltway insider stuff. We know there's a viral post. People care more about the Seahawks than they cared about what's going on with ICE. In the political space, those that are most active, those that are most willing and likely to support, have watched Trump falter again and again. I am not saying he's lost his base. I'm just saying that there's some people who are just like, are you kidding me? You're pulling. They had announced there was rumor circulating Trump was going to pull out CBP, the unit, completely, not just Bovino, and then reassess. And then there was some back and forth. Some people said, no, it's not confirmed yet. Some journalists were like, we're reaching out to see if this is the case. Now we know that Bovino is being pulled out. They're claiming he hasn't lost his job. Some are arguing he lost his job, though, to be honest, I don't trust the Atlantic. Again, I'm sorry. It just looks like Trump is saying, I surrender.
It absolutely looks like that because
he's literally just contradicting himself every fucking few sentences. This is so infuriating.
Kind of is, right? I mean, listen, I on my own dime ran around the country fighting to get Trump elected. Why? Because I wanted accountability. It's not blackpilling for me to ask legitimate questions. And you said something that was really interesting, Tim. You said it's not Taliban-like insurgency. Well, you know what? I don't know. What do we have there, right? So we have a lot of foreign nationals. We know a lot of terrorists were imported across the border when Biden had it open. We know that for sure. There's numerous intel reports on that. What do we have there? Now, we're not challenging these guys full-fledged. All these guys have guns, though. These guys are armed, paramilitary-type training. I mean, we don't know what we've got there. If we push this, if we actually start deporting people on a massive scale, if we actually went in there, what would happen? How do we know they don't have it? We have no idea what we're actually facing. But what we do know is that we elected Donald Trump to clean house. We had elected Donald Trump because we wanted accountability for Democrats, for Republicans, for anybody who was breaking the law. And what we've got is weak-kneed, wussy, rear-end response. See, I caught myself there. But listen, this is pathetic. This is an embarrassment. For over a year now, we've been waiting for prosecutions of anybody of substance, and not once has it happened. We literally have the most embarrassing attorney general. I mean, this is like Merrick Garland Part 2. We have the same people in the DOJ and FBI that arrested and prosecuted J6ers like this, but they can't do it with these guys?
Well, maybe Bovino is out because he said that thing about how Preddy was going to massacre law enforcement, and that does not appear to be true. I mean, maybe that's more what this is about, perhaps, than capitulating necessarily. Maybe it has something to do with Bavino's comments.
No, Bavino, I don't even care about Bavino as much as I care about the fact that, we fired 150 or so FBI agents. There were 5,000 that were involved with J6. So those 5,000 FBI agents could round up J6.
Okay. This is dumb. This is fucking stupid. All right. Trying to think which one of the people on Live and Learn has the best setup. I don't like Hutch's. He always has his chat where it comes up and covers half the people. Him and Lonerbox both do the same thing where they just have the chat kind of very disorganized and oddly just coming way out and covering people up, and it's not even centered to the right or centered to the left or anything like that. It's all just kind of zigzagged all over the place. I need to do that on. Fuck! Stop! I guess Pisco probably has the best setup. Yeah, Nonfon was on there today.
That's honoring just
fucking W Nonfon, bro. Let's get some W Nonfons in chat. Nonfon, friend of the channel.
Josiah's spirit. Do you hate Josiah?
Nonsense? No, not nonsense. Nonfon. Nonfon.
Is that what you're saying?
Listen, I don't mean to be rude. I just don't. I fucking hate it for some reason.
You hate Josiah? No.
It just reminds you of 2006 Republicans. That's why you hate it. What's up, everybody? It's Live and Learn with all your hosts, and I've had a new request. I can't introduce everyone because some people only.
Wow, dude, what the fuck? Literally the first fucking comment, bro. But they knew that I was gonna fucking watch or some shit. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Right off the rip.
Listen, and they don't know who the fuck
This one just says bald. This one says bald raid.
is who. So why don't we go top left first? Who's that? Who are you?
My name is Hutch, and I make videos and put them on the internet.
Awesome. I'm the Soy Pill. I also make videos on the internet. Bottom left.
And then Gutch Gooner Gang raid. Wait. So wait. Hutch is bald, clearly copying me. But then they also call themselves the Gooner Gang. This guy is cramping my style hardcore. Look, I said for a long time that I didn't like Hutch because he grew his hair back, and that I would only like him again if he shaved his head again. Obviously, he has shaved his head again, so I do like him better for that reason. But Gooner, that's our shit. That's clearly our shit. And now to be bald and a Gooner at the same time. This is the void that you left when you got banned from Twitch, Tom. Obviously, people on Twitch don't know that he's just stealing all of my shit. And Nonfon doesn't know that he's putting this on the camera and it's being covered up by the actual overlay.
I'm really important. Mostly debate MAGA on TikTok.
And
I'm a Econo Boy, and I mostly talk about economics from a socialist perspective. Just kidding, I'm Pisco.
Yeah. And speaking of, today we have with us liberal Biden shill and a guy. You asked what's a non-fon. I think if Econo Boy was like an asexually reproducing being, he would spawn off a non-fon. It's like a mini little economics expert. So non-fon, hi, who are you? What's up with you?
Yeah, I'm non-fon famed Econo Boy orbiter. I talk about economics from a liberal perspective.
Based. Okay.
Your name kind of sounds like a classic R&B song from the 90s, the thong song. I don't know if you know that.
The song that goes dun 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 dun. Is that it?
Sorry.
What does non-fon mean? Where'd you come up with that?
Non-fon, it doesn't mean anything. It's the name I came up with when I was like 10 years old. So
okay.
Whoa, it's like video game donkey.
If it ain't broke,
sure.
Well, it's kind of like my logo is like a type of font that I came up with when I was like 10 years old. Who's non-fun? A fucking loser with hair. A fucking loser with hair. And we are all anti having hair. Totally against it. What's up, non-fun? So it's nice that you got on here. Did you have like some sort of disagreement that you came on here to? Somebody told me to watch this, to watch Pisco and Hutch get into it, but I wanted to see what you were there for and what you were doing.
Non-fun, can you give us a little bit about your background and what you're all about?
Yeah, I'm not that interesting of a person. I guess, I am I started getting interested in politics like when I was in like 8th grade. I should clarify first. I'm 20 years old.
You're a middle schooler.
Yeah, but so I think I started out kind of as a Bernie bro type person, just because I was like just kind of the vibe that my parents had and stuff, and what he said sounded good. I started like actually reading more into politics throughout like my freshman and sophomore year of high school, and I started leaning more socialist, and eventually I started reading more and more and started leaning more towards neoliberalism, or however you want to brand center left Democrat moderate position. And like 2-ish years ago I started streaming about it. So yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So your parents were socialists? It's like one battle after another.
I mean, my parents are, they're not socialists. They're sock dem types, I guess. They have some sock dem intuitions, but we're working on it. I'm fixing it over time. Don't worry.
Non-fun. Do you like black girls?
Oh my god, I love them.
Do you have your own place?
Sounds like Jesse Lee Peterson. Well, kinda. I had shorter chats with Pisco and Soypel about healthcare and inequity like last week, but Pisco and Hutch talked a lot more than I did. Well, I was asking, like, was there a reason that you went on? Like, did you have like a specific disagreement that you were like, I'm going on to talk about this, or you guys said this last week and I want to disagree with you on that? Or like, I was asking, like, is there a reason that you're on there, or are you just like one of the hosts now? Like, what is the what's
No.
Oh, okay.
Why do you gotta out him like that?
Because you have a bed frame. That's like a big thing that distinguishes like people in their early 20s. It's like a lot of people don't have a bed frame. I didn't get a bed frame until I was in like my 30s, and so I was gonna say you have a bed frame, and so that automatically puts you, probably leagues ahead of your peers.
True, I guess.
And I also want to say there's like been like a I don't know if it's a trend, but there's a bunch of these like young white skinny like guys who are like this center left new movement, and I just gotta say it's pretty interesting that there's like this rash of new individuals who are like trying to be base libs, and so good on you.
Are you lumping me in with Dean and
I do want to say I'm really important is the one who has been doing that for the longest. Like, for the fucking longest. There was a period when I first, and I've talked about this a bunch, but when I first came into Twitch politics in the like sphere, the word liberal was a slur. Like, I'm serious. Like, it was a slur. Like, if somebody called you a lib, it was like calling you a boomer. They would say like, okay, lib, like, okay, liberal, you sound like a liberal right now. Like, they literally, and Freddie can back me up on this, people who were around in the old Twitch poll days, they know the term liberal was like it was a slur. It was an insult. And I believe I'm Really Important even called himself a progressive at first, but then he was kind of the one who started with the like, I'm taking the term liberal back. Like, I am a liberal. Fuck you. Like, who cares? I'm a liberal. And he held that for a long time, to where even eventually Destiny started calling himself a liberal, whereas for the longest Destiny was calling himself a progressive. And so but I think I do not endorse anything Tom says ever. I think he did identify as a progressive in the beginning. Let's see. Destiny. Is it Caleb? Who was the guy who was running for Congress? What was his name? I'm gonna go back to Nanfan's comment in just a second. I saw it. I'm gonna look at it in a second. Well, who was the guy who ran for Congress a while back, and his name was like something for Congress? IRI says he's progressive. I don't think he does. He says that he has progressive policies, but he says, I'm not a progressive. I'm a liberal. IRI is a pragmatic lib. Yes, he is a lib, not a progressive. He literally says he's not a progressive consistently. Like, he pretty consistently says he's not a lib. The guy running for Congress. Allie, you already know that you weren't around back then. You already know you weren't around back then. So I don't know why you're asking. Like, the people who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. I gave enough information for where the people who know, they know. I can't remember Jesse or something. No, it was something like Caleb or Connor. Connor? Is it Connor for Congress? I think it was Pixie's panel. I believe it was Pixie's panel, but if I put the term Pixie and Destiny in the same search result, yeah, I will get nothing but drama shit. Fuck. Nobody here? Nobody? Seriously, we don't have any fucking old school Twitch poll homies in the chat? No, this isn't it. This is it, Joshua.
How do you talk to people on the
There it is. Okay.
campaign
I
trail?
should probably also mention this. Like, I am autistic.
So this is how we're gonna start out. So like, what you're be like, hi, I am not. And the reason I believe that, I'm calling. Please stop. We're here to
Hang out on Twitter a lot, and I've just got a chance to get invited to speak on like panels and stuff. So my view is I'm not a.
So this guy, Joshua for Congress. This is Pixie's panel. She was hosting the panel. If you remember in her like manifesto, like, you know, statement that she put out, she mentioned she met Destiny and then started talking to him and like was on panels and stuff with him. This is like, yeah, and I think Destiny even said like, dude, she started messaging me, like, what the fuck, like, this is. Yeah, they were on a panel together early on, and I even tried looking for this when it happened because we wanted to find out, I think, her age, and she even said how old she was here. So
A
yeah,
Bernie or Buster or riding with Biden. I'm more or less just like electoral.
This is the very beginning of me watching political content. This is the beginning of me like finding out about Twitch poll. Was this? If you guys don't know, this guy, Joshua for Congress, he was running for Congress, and in the course of this panel, we might even watch it later. Like, this might be good background noise for when I go just play video games later. But he later is like kind of found to be a fraud, like, and just doesn't have like positions on anything. He was just kind of using the like hardcore Bernie bro, you know, progressive, you know, movement that was happening in this space to start streaming. that was pretty much it. He was just trying to. It seemed like he was just trying to create like an online personality around this guy who ran for Congress and wanted to, you know, co-opt that label.
Failed us, specifically like within like.
And then this, I forget her name, but she got radically fucked up by a number of people. Mainly, I think it was Sock Done Left, who really like was it Melanie or something? I can't read her name, but I think it was Melanie or some shit like that.
The United States and like Western and Eastern Europe. Identify, I guess, as a communist, but I mean, I can elaborate and give nuance to that. I like my tendencies. I don't want to get detained. Pretty simple.
You did a fantastic.
I'm really important. Your turn.
Sure. So, Pixie, thank you for having me on here. I enjoyed watching last week. I thought you did an amazing job. I heard so many people say, man, Pixie did a fantastic job. So, kudos to you. I am somebody who supported Bernie throughout his entire campaign. I voted for him on Super Tuesday. But as soon as it didn't seem like he had a viable path to the nomination, I got behind Joe Biden. So, that's where I'm at. On my channel, we focus on politics, mostly Capitol Hill, the Senate, the House. And, yeah, so thank you for having me. I'm excited to chat politics with people that follow it really closely.
Okay, cool. Joshua, do you want to go?
Yeah, fuck, he didn't say. He didn't say shit. Yeah, I thought he would have I thought he would have said there, because even the first person who went, Melanie, I think is her name, but I think she even said like, I'm a communist. And
on party lines.
Can I ask a question here to Joshua? I'm sorry, do you go by Joshua or Josh? I'm sorry.
Joshua.
Okay, cool. Joshua, so I'm a progressive, believe it or not, and I want to...
There it is. Boom! Boom! Got him! Got him! You're fucking done, IRI! You're done! Holy shit! We fucking got him. Fucking got him. Yes! We fucking got him. You're done, IRI. Your life is fucking over, bro. You've been exposed. You've been exposed.
Joshua, I'm sorry, do you go by Joshua or Josh? I'm sorry.
Joshua.
Okay, cool. Joshua, so I'm a progressive, believe it or not.
I'm a progressive, believe it or not. That's what he said. I'm a progressive, believe it or not. That's what he said. So you can believe it or not, but he was a progressive back then and does not identify with that anymore. Now he identifies as a liberal. So suck it, bitches. All right, that was a lot of time for absolutely nothing. I don't know why we actually spent that much time on it. Where was Non-Fun's answer? Hutch just saw me talk to Soypill and said I should be on the podcast. Oh, nice. Okay. So you were following up on the other conversation that you had with them.
And Parker, I don't claim them.
No. I mean, who knows what I'm doing? No. Who did we have the other week?
Like Adam.
No. The other week we also had another like wonkish type. Oh my God.
Micah?
Yes, Micah. Yeah.
Anyways, there was initially a point about like, you know, back then people didn't call themselves progressive, or people didn't call themselves liberals. Everybody was a progressive. If you were like on the Democrat side, you didn't like Democrats. Okay? To be clear, you did not like Democrats. You hated Nancy Pelosi. You hated like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. You like everybody hated them, even including Destiny. Okay, again, including Destiny. And Destiny was a fucking progressive back then. He was like one of the first interactions, or one of the first times I saw Destiny. I really didn't like him because he was defending the idea that politicians are like corrupt and that they're all like lobbying is bad, and lobbying is like, you know, really corrupting all of our politics, and getting all of this money in politics is ruining everything and changing the policies and shit. Like, he really was a actual progressive back then. He really was progressive back then. And I'm Really Important is the guy, from my recollection, from my vantage point, from my, you know, purview, he was the one who started saying, like, I'm bringing back liberal. I'm bringing back the term liberal. I'm bringing back the term Democrat. I am, you know, he would literally say that too. Like, we're taking it back. We're taking it back. It's going to be a normal term again. We're going to make this normal again. And over time, yes, Destiny and Hutch and all these other more and more people stop identifying as progressives and start identifying as liberals, as they like start to see the problems with the progressive movement and the progressive ideals, things like lobbying being like this thing that corrupts all of government and everything. Like, these are a lot of the things that you know, really started to change their minds on calling themselves progressives. At the time, I was still a conservative, so I was not ever like calling myself progressive or any of that shit. I have a lot of times saying that I have a lot of progressive politics, or saying I am a very progressive person, but I do not identify as a progressive. I will never do that.
I'm curious, how come you don't go further? How come you're not further left? Because a lot of young people in your position that are interested in politics tend to be further left. So why are you more towards the center?
So, I mean, what kind of sparked that evolution, I guess, or whatever. It's I took this sounds so cringe and lame. I took an economics class in high school, and it was less the economics.
Yep. This is a common path. Yup. Why aren't you farther left? Because I understand economics. Yep. Based
Class, and more the conversations I had with my teacher, and the stuff that I read when I was talking to him, that like slowly shifted my mindset. And actually, so Micah like used to post stuff. He used to like have like economic blogs and Substack and stuff. I remember reading his issues with market socialism blog post. I think it's still up, and that shifted my opinion on worker co-ops at least a decent amount.
Wow.
Like, yeah, not being for mandating them, and I've just continued to read.
Wait, who?
Like, used to post stuff. He used to like when I was talking to him, that like slowly shifted my mindset. And actually, so Micah like used to post stuff. He used to like have like economic blogs and Substack and stuff. I remember reading his
I don't know who Micah is.
Issues with market socialism blog post. I think it's still up, and that shifted my opinion on worker co-ops at least a decent amount.
Wow.
Like, yeah, not being for.
I actually do. I think that market socialism is dumb, just as I think all socialism is dumb. But I do think market socialism is probably the one that makes the most sense to me. It is the one that is probably the best.
Mandating them, and I've just continued to read more and more, and most things I read push me in a more center-left direction.
So we stand.
I feel old.
We stand open-minded youth. It's good. It's good.
Would you say you're more of a status quo kind of guy? Like, most things are the way they should.
Is center left? Is center left the same as like moderate left or centrist left? Because whenever somebody says center left, I think of the left, and they're in the middle of it. Like, that's what I think of. Is that the same thing?
Should be.
I don't know if I want to say status quo right now. Yeah, so I'm somewhat of a like establishment chill to some extent. No, I think like being a true establishment chill means that you should be willing to fight. You should be willing to even like break some norms. Like, if obviously, like if Trump is doing something that's entirely anti-establishment, trying to just get more power in the executive branch, and I think there are some moderate Democrats who like fail to do that. But
like a little Cuck Schumer type person that might be leading our Senate Democrats.
Based.
Listen, I don't have strong enough opinions on Chuck Schumer.
You don't want to burn that bridge just yet. Don't worry. He had a pretty good statement.
I also don't. I would actually answer the same way when people are like, "Are you a big fan of Chuck Schumer?" I'm like, I actually don't know enough to have like a strong opinion on him, but I don't have super negative opinions of him. I don't think he's like as bad as people make him out to be. I know a lot of people blame him for Chuck Schumer is so hot. I can totally see that. Yeah. I also, yeah, I don't blame him for the government shutdown ending. A lot of people theorize that he's the one who set it up. I have not seen any evidence to that effect. Nothing. But you know, yeah, I just don't have anything like, there's not much negative about him outside of the fact that I think tactically sometimes he's a little off, but overall, I don't have anything like negative.
Statement, all right.
You guys are gonna run through the gauntlet at the end of the episode. All the purity testing.
Total Babe would smash base
questions, right?
Top three Democratic Party presidents in history. Go.
Oh,
in history?
Yes.
Bro, I don't know. So I think, I mean, oh my God, I don't even know. I can only think of like, the bad things. I can only think of like the bad things that historical presidents did. I think Bill Clinton was probably pretty decent. I can't even remember. I don't even know what half the shit Obama did, bro.
Do your peers hate you? Do they hate you? Like you just said, Bill Clinton was one of the best presidents. I mean, I respect it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love this guy.
You respect Bill Clinton as the best president, Nudge?
I respect it. He doesn't get. I mean, I'm just saying,
Wait,
non-fun doesn't give a fuck. He just said that Bill Clinton was one of the best Democratic Party presidents. He's 20 years old.
Bill Clinton, the Epstein client.
You even got a BJ in the White House, man.
The financier.
Financier client.
Wait, can we get the definitive list though? I mean, it's Biden, it's Obama.
I do like Biden.
Yeah, now they both have their problems, and I also think you should give LB.
Wait, what problems does Biden have? Biden was the most perfect president that's ever existed. Like, if we could create a fucking president in a lab, I'm pretty sure it would become Biden. And while the there's a pretty major problem with him pardoning his son that I'm definitely not a big fan of, and kind of tainted his legacy a good bit, a really good bit. I also, that's something, in a president that you would want is a guy who cares about his family a lot and is willing to do something that will hurt his legacy and make him look bad in order to stand up to tyranny.
Not the best time, but go on.
LBJ some credit. Was it 30 years or 50 years? Or they're both, wow, it's 2026. It would need to be longer than 50 years for LBJ.
Yeah.
LBJ would be closer to 70, 75,
Who's your
65 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Who's your top 2028 candidate right now? If you had to vote tomorrow.
Wait,
Gavin Newsom.
Ooh.
I would go, if I had to guess, Buttigieg.
I was going to say the same thing, actually. Yeah?
No, I say Newsom.
I like Buttigieg. I'm worried that Buttigieg is going to be more progressive when he runs in 20.
Yeah, same. I like Buttigieg for the most part. I do think that he is leaning more towards being more progressive. I think that that's even something that he said, is that like the party needs to realize that the more progressive and populist wing is taking over, and we need to represent our constituents better. And so I think that yes, he's even kind of alluded as much.
2028. I think he already started getting more progressive under Biden. There's no.
Okay, one's in chat if you guys want Newsom. Two's in chat if you guys want Buttigieg. Or if you don't want either, pick the lesser of two evils. Which one, if those are the two options, gun to your head, which one are you picking? One's for Newsom, two's for Buttigieg.
No one I would really feel confident saying that they're my number one pick, given that I think everyone will start to change their positions when they actually start running. But I like Buttigieg. I don't think I know enough about Andy Bashir to say he's.
Actually, I'm going to put a poll on screen. So hold your boats. I'm going to ask again in a second.
My number one pick, but I've heard good things about Andy Bashir. Those would be probably who I would lean towards.
Healthcare policy. Would you want the whole thing privatized, or do you
What a gauntlet.
would you support a public option? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just
We're doing the gauntlet now.
I was talking to Soyfield about this the other day. Okay, you know, the worst thing Biden did, was the drug negotiations. I think that's not accurately. They were price caps. I don't think they're accurately characterized as negotiations. But so I think in some sense, I would favor a public option. I don't like that we have sort of a number of like separate agencies, like we have, the Veterans Affairs, and they do their TRICARE for veterans, and sometimes
So fuck the veterans.
actually-
So fuck the veterans. You know, Alex Perry was a VA nurse, right? So you want him out of a job as well as dead?
Wow. Is that what you-
I'm saying so I think that we should probably have some type of like public option that just kind of consolidates all the like the separate care that we have for people. And I think it would probably be good to like contract it out essentially the same way we do like Medicare Advantage plans. I think that the evidence I've seen of that seems to suggest that like for the same price they tend to have better outcomes, or at least the same outcomes. And also unironically,
which countries
to some
mixed model?
extent, I don't think I would go for any specific country's mixed model.
No ideal we can
Something
strive
new.
to. So you're saying America's the best?
We have ideal healthcare.
No. So I don't think we're not the best for the median person. I don't think. I think if you're rich, we're essentially the best. But I think I do think the sort of meme about other countries free riding on our pharmaceutical innovation and other medical innovation is somewhat true.
What about Israel? What's their healthcare system like?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Actually. I know they have some type of public option.
Chill out, Hassan.
Yeah, he's dying to make some content over here. He's again, supposedly we get the content. Supposedly Pisco and Hutch go at it a good bit here, so apparently we do get the content. But I want to hear what Non-Fun has to say and give him a minute to get his 15 minutes.
And speaking of shitting on healthcare and progressives, Hutch, is that where you scoped Non-Fun out, where you came onto my wig panel and started talking about the base Democrats?
Oh shit!
I did listen to you guys talk. It was
he's
really great.
grooming
It was only like three minutes or something.
Yeah, and I heard he's like, "Who is this guy? Who is this guy? This Non-Fun character?"
Talking some shit about Hassan Figaro. What'd you
like,
say, Non-Fun?
I didn't say anything about Hassan.
He was actually criticizing because I did that panel with.
Pisco's about to get defensive of Hassan. Pisco's getting pissed off. Somebody said something mean about Hassan. No, sir. That will not stand here. All right, here we go. We got the poll up. Who would you rather as the Dem nominee? 1, Gavin Newsom. 2, for Pete Buttigieg. Put 1s or 2s in the chat. 1s or 2s in the chat to get your vote counted. You only get counted once. And you can only put a 1 or a 2. If you put anything else in your comment, it won't count. So put a 1 or a 2, and that will count your vote. 1 for Gavin Newsom, 2 for Pete Buttigieg. So far, we're 50-50. So we got. All right, votes are rolling in. Votes are rolling in. Get them in. Get them in. Get them in.
With progressive victory with some of the progressive candidates, and he's like, why are you supporting these people when they have silly policies like a $25 minimum wage, which I do think is silly, but I think they do a lot more good than they're doing harm. What would you disagree, Mr. Fawn?
Well, right now, no. I wouldn't disagree. I think there's there's no Republican or like presidential nominee on the Republican side that I would ever like consider voting for, even like in state and local elections. I don't think there's anyone I would any Republican I would support. But I do
I'm
think
so cool. I'm completely cucked by the Democrats. I like it when they shove their dicks in my butthole. That's so fucking awesome, bro. Don't you love that too? Yeah, based. Oh. Ugh.
think I don't think the cost of like if we were to truly do single payer healthcare or if we were to truly go full scale with unions and labor market regulations and stuff, I don't think those would be like totally negligible. I think like that would have a substantial effect on our overall growth and on with pharmaceutical innovation, like just the number of future
in improving it,
life
right?
years
In
lost.
in improving
getting,
it.
No, in making it worse.
Improvement.
I gotta say,
sorry.
I'll go ahead. Please go.
So, focusing on labor regulations and regulation in general, you think will have a negative effect on medical innovation?
So far, okay, we got 31 thumbs upsies, so we need more thumbs upsies. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We have 44 people watching, okay? 44 people watching, and we only have 10 votes on the board, okay? We have a bunch of fucking liberals here, okay? We got a bunch of fucking liberals and Democrats and progressives. I want to know who you guys want for fucking president, okay? This is going to decide who we nominate. So I want to know right now, how the fuck am I supposed to grift and give everybody in my audience just say all the things that they want to hear if I don't know which one of these guys you like better, okay? I need to be able to push the audience capture message for you, and so I need you to tell me which message I am supposed to be pushing. So 1's for Gavin Newsom, 2's for Pete Buttigieg. Put it in the fucking chat. No, one of these two. We can put other people another time. I'm only asking about these two. Lesser of two evils voting. You got one of these two. Gun to your fucking head. Which one do you want? One of those two. Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg. I'm not saying that this is who you actually want. I'm saying of the two, of these two, who would you want?
Okay, right? That's correct.
Well, I think the single player healthcare is going to have a decently sized, at least, negative effect on medical.
Asaf, Mark Kelly. Okay, listen. If we get this poll to 20 votes, I will add Asaf and Kelly and do it again. But we got to get at least 20 votes on this one for me to take you guys seriously.
Innovation. I think that labor market regulations are more likely to have negative effects on overall growth. I don't think they would affect pharmaceutical innovation that much specifically.
I gotta say, I love hearing a 20-year-old commit to straight ticket Democrat, blue no matter who.
I love it.
To me, guys, and I don't know if we want to start the conversation here, or if we want to start with the Minneapolis shooting, but to me, that's the only question that I think matters right now. If you're having a conversation with someone about politics and you're trying to decide like where you guys are at, and if you guys share the same quote unquote side, you ask them, are you committed to voting straight ticket Democrat for the foreseeable future? And if the answer is no, you can regard that person as political opposition. That's where I'm at.
100%. 100%. It's not even just that that's where I'm at. It's that is the fucking case. I just talked about this the other day, that somebody who chooses not to vote is exactly the same as MAGA. There is no difference between the two of them. They are both helping MAGA win elections. They are both doing the same thing. And I'm not talking about people who are just totally uninvolved. They don't know anything about politics. They don't ever have time to vote. They work too much. They're just totally like, but I'm talking about people who know about politics, who pay attention to the shit, who watch these fucking streams, who watch podcasts and listen to the news all the time and shit like that. Like these people here, they are the ones that, yes, if you aren't voting, you are the same as MAGA. Or if you do vote and you don't vote Democrat, if you voted for Jill Stein or you vote like whatever, you are the same as MAGA. You are all the same. You are all people who are helping a tyranny
with things right now.
Have you guys seen the
I love that Stalinistic thinking, and it's very.
We're at 14 votes, guys. We need 6 more. We got 44 people watching. 44 people watching. You guys can just type a 1 or a 2 in the chat. 1 for Gavin Newsom, 2 for Pete Buttigieg. Which one would you rather? Lesser of two evils. It's only if those are the only two at the end of the primaries, and you got to pick one of the two to go into the general elections. Which one are you gonna pick? We got 14 votes. Come on.
Very good, Hutch. I mean, really, that's the only important question is the virtue signal.
That's
not
not
the only
a
important
virtue,
conversation.
that's a commitment to trying to win, Pisco.
No. I agree. You should ask the question at some point if it's an online person, but a lot of caveats there. There's interesting dialogues to have with people, even if they don't give those specific disclaimers. And IRI, for example, I think is a great person who has conversations with people who might not be willing to make that disclaimer and respects them, not as opposition, just based on what they're going to say, and have the conversation and don't just make it about the virtue signal.
Well, let me revise what I had to, like if someone demonstrates themselves to be open-minded, that's a different conversation. But if someone is just principally just like if they understand the stakes and they're still not committing, then you would agree that not supporting Democrats on ballots is akin to helping Republicans win, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So in practice, they're opposition then, right?
I mean, I think in practice they're doing effective opposition.
Okay, that's what I mean. We got to start drawing these battle lines. We don't
I
need
mean, I
to
think
do
you
it.
should.
Do we have to do it now? We can
No,
wait
no,
till
no.
after the primary, right? Hutch?
We don't need to have that. Let's get into Minneapolis. Let's talk about that.
Let's all be on the same side here.
We're not going to do this fucking
Support ICE, right?
Yeah.
Abolish ICE, right?
Non-fun. Let's just get your.
Do I need to vote again? Because it's always Gavin. You can only vote once. You can type 1s and 2s in chat all you want. It'll only count your vote once. But if some of you typed anything else besides a 1 or just a 2, it's not going to count your vote. So you can type it again to make sure your vote got counted, but it will not count it more than once.
Your thoughts, like talk about your reaction to, I guess, both shootings. What did you think of the protest movement this weekend? The administration's.
Yeah, non-fun. Do you like watching people get murdered in the streets? How did you feel about that? Did you jack off? Did you come? What was that like?
Response, where you think this is headed? Yeah, dive into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything unexpected. I think both shootings were unjustified. It's less clear to me whether the Renee like good shooting, whether that was there's no self-defense claim there, but certainly this second one, I don't think there's any self-defense claim there. I think this is like obviously at the very least, it is because a lot of ICE members are untrained and Trump and the administration doesn't care. I think they're like, well, almost certainly is just a culture within ICE and within even the administration that they just don't have any regard for the well-being of immigrants. And there's some active hatred there that makes these things more likely. And there's probably some active hatred for the domestic terrorists that have been filming them as well. And that is what's leading to these confrontations. And I think I would support abolish ICE. You guys might be able to clarify this. I guess I wouldn't see though. I'd be curious what you think like the big difference between just like laying off most of the people who are hiding under Trump and having a president that is not doing these type of raids. What the difference between that and actually abolishing ICE would be? Because I don't see a big difference there.
Well,
what did he say?
Be able to clarify this. I guess I wouldn't see though. I'd be curious what you think like the big difference between just like laying off most of the people who are hiding under Trump and having a president that is not doing these type of raids. What the difference between that and.
So this is I've talked about this a couple of times as well, because I do think a lot of people are saying like, well, why not just like fix ICE? Why not do that? The reason is because like it's true, under Biden, ICE was not this like horrific group of people who were like fucking up the country and doing horrible shit the entire time. ICE was not this, group of people who were running around and terrorizing everybody and trying to kill people. But I think that the amount of executive orders that Trump has made and the amount of like changes to ICE and the way that they police and the things that they're allowed to do, the government's the precedents that have been set through court rulings, the leadership and the hirings, you would literally have to fire everybody. Like literally. And that's not an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration. I don't want people to think like I'm saying you would literally have to fire everybody in order to fix that department. You would have to start over from the top down. So either you need to just end the whole thing and allow DHS or Border Patrol or somebody, CBP, somebody to handle it themselves, or create a new department that is brand new leadership, new hierarchy, everything all across the board. Because the ICE currently is so infested that you can't fix this. You cannot fix this. It is unfixable. It is fucked.
Actually abolishing ICE would be, because I don't see a big difference there.
Well, we'll unpack these questions, and Pisco, why don't you start us off with that, and then everybody else can give their thoughts. But I do want to give some breaking news. The Atlantic is reporting that Greg Bavino, that little Nazi fuck, has been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander at Large and will return to his former job in El Centro, California, where he is expected to retire soon. So it seems like he got...
Did you just say El Centro? Is that what it's called?
Got fired. And Secretary Noem and advisor Corey Lewandowski are at risk of losing their jobs as well. So there's a little bit of breaking news there. Pisco, thoughts? Go.
Sacrificial lambs. No, but on the specific question of like, what's the difference? I think the difference is, from the perspective of like the legal distinction, abolishing an agency, making it defunct is very different than firing personnel within it by definition, right? Getting rid of the agency means it's not functioning anymore.
Obviously, he's asking pragmatically. Sometimes I wonder if Pisco really like misunderstands the things that are being said, or if he's just fucking with people. Like, I can never tell if he's like actually this like autistic in his head to where the pedantry makes sense, or
there is no such thing as it. Firing people within it is merely sort of changing who's within the agency. And I think there's good reason to abolish the entire agency at this point. I think that after this administration, they would have recruited.
LL Destiny said the same thing today. Wait, he watched this and he said the same thing at that point? I've said this about Pisco like 3 or 4 times now. And like almost every time, yeah, it's like he does this thing, and I'm sitting there like, I can't tell if he's, man, I can't type. Are you misspelling things, or is YouTube not letting your chats go through? Yep, he said a little bit later, but yeah.
Heavily and specifically for people who are ideologically.
Yeah, we need to start calling it like pedantic or something like that. He's being pedantic.
Motivated for a given.
It's pissantry. Yeah, instead of pedantry, it's pissantry.
Given sort of position, which seems to be not respecting the rights of the American people, or indeed any of the people who they're attempting to detain or deport. I think that they've shown themselves to be a clear and present danger to the American people, and I think that we need a new agency or an old agency with a mandate that puts first as a priority respecting the rights and privileges of the American people. And so that's the difference, in my opinion.
I'm not a fan of abolish ICE. I think it requires too much explaining, like defund the police.
Yeah, I don't like the term abolish ICE, but I do think instead just saying let DHS do it, like that's much better. Just say let DHS do it.
I understand that there's support for that now, but in the end, we want a federal agency that works with state and local officials to do targeted pinpoint raids on bad people. I think ICE is full of shit right now about what they're doing. I don't think they're going about it right, but I think there's just too much. We expect people to fill in the gaps and come up with, oh, but you mean you still want this to happen or not? I think it's just too easy for people to go, oh, so you want child rapists to be in communities that are undocumented.
Truly, and the problem is that a lot of people who have been saying abolish ICE for the longest time, they really are like open borders, crazy communist types of people. And so it probably isn't good to co-opt a message from a movement that is like anti deportations. Like we probably don't want that to be our message.
Documented, got it.
I don't know. I mean, like, I think I agree with the hesitancy because the defund the police slogan was so poison. But when you look, and if you don't have to explain to people, if you just say, hey, this is a corrupt agency, we need to reform it, I don't think that's not like some burden that we have to hop over to just say, abolish ICE, let's do, immigration with some other facility or for some other department. That's not that much of an ask for people to understand that. I don't think it's nearly so crazy as abolish the
deport ICE. Yes. Yes, that is a much better fucking slogan. I like it. I like it. I actually like that. I'm going with that one from now on. That's a fucking tweet and a half right there.
The police. And most people don't even know that ICE was recently created, but I don't think most people even know what ICE is until now, when all they see is them essentially being the enforcement arm of the executive branch. And just like you said, like, oh, the facade of, oh, they're going in and getting rid of the bad people. Well, you look at the letter that they've sent to Tim Walz, and one of the demands is give us your voter registration data, which is like, it couldn't possibly be more blatant that, oh, this has nothing to do with the immigration. If you're saying you'll withdraw people, you'll stop doing ICE operations in this state, it's clearly not an important thing that you want to do mass deportations. You're just trying to enforce what the president wants. So I don't know. I think it needs to go.
I'm pro abolish ICE with some caveats, and I think I can give you guys a pragmatic reason as well. The caveat that I would give, and well, I'll start with the pragmatism. I think the pragmatic reason is the same reason why I think like Chuck Schumer should step aside his leadership. It's not even because I think he's been a particularly horrible leader. I think it's because he's lost the confidence of the voters, and it would foster goodwill for the party for him to step aside. I think that would be a meaningful gesture. And similarly, we're seeing right now support for ICE collapse like significantly. There's multiple polls now showing, pretty astonishingly, in my opinion, considering we went from a year ago, around the time of the election, the country had very obviously shifted right on immigration, and then a year later, it's like 55% now support abolishing ICE. I mean, that's pretty. All
right, let's see what we got. According to a Google AI summary, a civics poll found in August 2024, support for abolishing ICE was just 20%, while 66% opposed abolition. Following the 2024 U.S. elections and second inauguration of Donald Trump, support rapidly increased. As of January 26, 46% support abolishing ICE, while 43% oppose abolition. Oh, shit. Holy shit, dude. Okay, I changed my mind. Yeah, Hutch just totally Hutch just totally fucking changed my mind. Hutch just totally fucking changed my mind. Fuck it. Yeah, abolish ICE. Abolish ICE. Fuck it. Damn, dude. Fucking shit, bro. That went from 66% opposing abolishing ICE to 43% opposing abolishing ICE. And the people who are in favor of abolishing ICE more than doubled from 20% to 46%. Bald recognized bald. Yeah. Yeah.
I think just to first take a moment about Minneapolis, it is horrific what we have seen there. And I think that there are too many Americans who are being asked to not believe their own eyes, not believe their own ears, not believe their own realities. And people want to hear the truth, they want to see the truth. And that's why I described that as a murder, because there's no other way to watch that video and come to a different conclusion. And we know that the
abolish DHS, why stop with ICE? Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Thorn. That is what we're trying not to sound like. That is exactly who we don't want to seem like. We don't want people to think that we're against deportation, or that we want open borders, or that we're like, you know, that we're against all DHS operations. Like, that is exactly what I'm saying, Thorn. Thank you. That is the exact thing that we do not want people to think we believe. And so that is a good point. Thank you.
fear that so many are living with in Minneapolis, it's a fear that New Yorkers are also living with, a fear of being terrorized. And I will do everything in my power to ensure that we do not see that take place in New York City. And I've also said clearly to the president that these ICE raids, they are cruel, they are inhumane, they do nothing to serve the interests of public safety.
They literally started a fucking war zone in the middle of Minneapolis and have turned this into a fucking war. Like, if after Renee Good died, if they could have still said it was justified. They could have still said it was justified. If they had just turned around and said, we're going to do an investigation into this. Currently, it seems as though the officer was in fear for his life, and fired back in a justifiable manner, but we will see what our investigation concludes and get back to you then. Like, that would have been a drastic fucking difference. But when instead they turn around and say this was a domestic terrorist who was there to try to kill ICE officers, and they were there harassing everybody and tried to murder them, and they had to take out the terrorist, like, all right, fuck you, bitches. That is, like, insane. Is beyond fucked up. Is beyond fucked up. Who managed Border Patrol before DHS? Okay, Google. When was DHS created?
November 25th, 2002.
We didn't really have like a lot of like issues with the border before that, but I would assume it was like the FBI. Okay, Google. Who did Border Patrol before DHS?
I'm not sure about the answer to your question.
And then
but
answer
according to CBP.gov, the inspectors, usually called mounted guards, operated out of El Paso, Texas. Though they never totaled more than 75, they patrolled as far west as California, trying to restrict the flow of illegal Chinese immigration.
They did the thing where people unnecessarily exaggerate Trump's actions, making people discredit the whole claim. Wait, who did what? Who are you talking about? Who's they? Before the Department of Homeland Security was created in 2003, the Immigration and Naturalization Services, INS, an agency with the Department of Justice, handled U.S. immigration, naturalization, and border control. Following the 9/11 attacks, the Homeland Security Act of 2002 dismantled the INS and recognized its function into three new DHS components: U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Customs and Border Protection. So when you say who did this before ICE, it's a department that doesn't exist anymore. So when you say like we'll just get rid of DHS and let the people who did it before them do it, well, they don't exist anymore. So we can't just do that.
Incredible. And so there's an opportunity there to.
All right, we still only have 15 votes, guys. You guys fucking suck at this, okay? We got 45 people watching right now. You got to vote. One of the two, lesser of two evils. Just pick one of the two. We got to get at least 20 votes. 1, Gavin Newsom. 2, Pete Buttigieg. It's on the screen, in the corner of the fucking screen right there, okay? Which one would you rather be the nominee in the Democratic election? Would you rather put 1 in the chat for Gavin Newsom or a 2 in the chat for Pete Buttigieg? If you put anything else, your vote will not count. Just put the number 1 or the number 2 to vote on this thing. We got to get 20 votes, and then we'll do another poll. But we got to get at least 20 votes first, okay? If we don't get 20 votes, we're just going to leave it there until we do.
To do kind of like a repeal and replace situation, but you would need to pair it with, like, you need to do 2 things. The first thing you would need to do is signal to the public that the Democratic Party still believes in some kind of enforcement mechanism for border security and immigration.
Voter turnout sucks. We literally just had like a 66% voter turnout. We've literally had the 2 highest turnouts of my lifetime in the last 2 elections. Like, what do you mean voter turnout sucks? Like, we have pretty high turnout for even for like most countries. Obviously not more than like Australia, but actually, okay, Google. What percentage of voters vote in Australia?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Tom Shohair? What? What? Why? Voter turnout for your poll? Oh.
Immigration policy. And then the second thing you would need to do is you would need to pair a policy of abolishing ICE with specific reform asks.
Turn around? Why? You didn't answer my fucking question. Why? What do you want?
1,000% mandated body cameras at all times with significant punishments for officers that do not comply. Way more training protocols, way more screening protocols to make sure that we're not hiring people who are prone to abuse power. You can.
It's growing back. Yeah, I've been a little lazy the last couple of days. Should have shaved it. Didn't. I got a cul-de-sac coming in.
Propose, like, I'll leave it to the policy wonks. I'm sure there's like 10 other specific reforms that you could push. But as long as you do both of those things, then I think that there's a path that's forming right now to galvanize support for abolishing ICE. You just have to be smart about it.
What about abolish Trump's ICE? Like if you put the Trump qualifier on that, like
I like it.
It's kinda like,
I mean, I kind of like that. Yeah.
It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. I'm just gonna say it doesn't hit the same.
I don't know.
I'm
I
gonna
think
go
we'll cover the whole
Two more
spectrum of the
votes.
like, worried about it IRIs to the like fucking get rid of all these people in Nuremberg.
We're at 18.
Abolish Trump's ICE. I think can
You guys can do that. You guys can do that. I'm gonna go grab my abolish ICE shirts. I do, however, think in terms of optics, this is the name of the act that I'm proposing. The Renee Good and Alex Preddy Justice Act. And you do the kind of Lake and Riley act.
Lake and Riley thing, yeah.
That's
yeah,
so good. I'm not even kidding. That's so good.
Just fucking it hits, and you make the mandate. It's a dual mandate: internal immigration enforcement for the new agency and respect for constitutional rights. And that's the number one mandate: is respect for the rights of the American people. And that needs to be a new culture, a whole new culture. And anyone who's in government who's wearing ICE will make that a crime. Any kind of ICE shirt, any kind of ICE paraphernalia, crime. Abolish ICE.
I'm not sure I agree with the last part.
Yeah, wait, what?
Oh shit, this panel is bad. It's not a debate panel. It's a podcast.
While on duty. While on duty. While on duty. While on duty.
Jeez.
No First Amendment issue there.
Yeah, the Pretty Good Justice Act. I do see a lot of people, a lot of conservatives are doing this thing saying like, oh, you ask, how do I think ICE is doing? And then they put pretty good under. Pretty gross, actually. The really gross thing, but yeah.
Is it a uniform? Is that a First Amendment issue? No, not off duty, on duty.
A friendly debate thing? Well, no, it's a podcast. It's not a panel. It's not a debate panel. They normally have one other guy on it as well, who I thought was like kind of the main host. He seems to lead the discussions most of the time. But Pondering Politics, that's what he goes by. But yeah, this is just a podcast. It's called Lib and Learn. It's about a bunch of libs just coming together and talking about the news. But Pisco is a fucking progressive, so he gets into fights with pretty much everybody pretty consistently.
These motherfuckers.
I think obviously, even if it doesn't violate.
I watch Leftist Mafia sometimes, basically this but socialist. I watch Leftist Mafia to talk shit about them a lot. Yeah. I watch Leftist Mafia normally to criticize them, but the last time we watched them was actually because they came out with some good shit.
Violate the law, the First Amendment, like in like the
How would it violate the law to say it's not allowed as part of your uniform to wear ICE? If ICE is abolished, non-fun. How would that be a First Amendment issue?
I'm not. You're a lawyer, okay? So
that's right.
I would have. I would like. I know in Tinker v. Des Moines, and like this is different, obviously, but like
that's a school case. That's a school case.
That's a school
case. That's a school case involved.
Yeah, Pisco has to get kicked off the show now. He's not even a lib. He's not even a fucking lib.
Kids.
That's
That's right.
They fucked up, boys. They,
Cover institution where you're allowed to wear something as part of your freedom of expression. I don't know that, but
not ICE, because it'll distract people and they'll be confused and they'll think that ICE is back, but ICE is abolished.
One more vote,
killed,
guys.
They
One
killed
more
a
vote.
mom
We got
who literally
20.
had stuffed animals.
One more vote. We got 20. We need one more vote. If you just got here, we get a poll on the screen in the corner. We're asking lesser of two evils. If it's the end of the primaries and we got two options for Democrats, which one are you choosing? Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom to be the Democratic nominee? Which one? Only those two are options. Put a 1 in the chat for Gavin. Put a 2 in the chat for Pete.
In her glove compartment, and then they killed a white Christian VA nurse, Second Amendment enthusiast. They fucked this up. I mean, obviously killing people is wrong, but I'm just saying the idea that they thought that they could convince the public that this guy was a terrorist who showed up to do, quote, maximum harm and mass murder ICE agents.
Assassin. Yeah.
And then that day, there's videos of this guy leading a prayer for a veteran that died in his care at the VA. I would be shocked if Kristi Noem survived another month politically.
I actually want to ask about that. Do you think that this news about Bovino stepping down, is this because the optics are just so bad? And were they not, if the polling weren't shifting against them, would they triple down and say, nope, fuck it, we're doing great and ISIS did this perfectly? Yeah.
Of course. This is a concession.
They feel they're vulnerable.
They know. They know that they totally.
All right, there we go. 20 votes. Gavin Newsom wins. Let's go. 14 votes for Gavin Newsom, 6 votes for Pete Buttigieg. All right, we'll do another poll with 4 options.
We lost the narrative on both of these, frankly, but this one was, in my opinion, much more egregious. He died protecting a woman. He died. That was his last instinct.
Who were the other people that you guys wanted? John Ossoff, and who was the other one?
He died protecting a woman, and his last words were very likely, "Are you okay?"
I want to shout out. I have totally apolitical friends, and this is anecdotal, obviously, but the one thing that gets them actually somewhat interested in politics is the ICE raids, is the ICE shootings, because they always do go viral. Those are on Instagram reels. That is the one thing that actually gets them motivated.
Are these conservative friends, or are these are
these are
apolitical, like normies? Got it. I want to shout out, and this is not going to help the rumors because I usually don't like this guy.
Don't do
Glenn
it.
Greenwald's recent video.
I thought you were going to say someone else there, buddy. Oh boy. Okay. All right.
You almost got me there. Glenn Greenwald's recent video on Alex Preddy. It didn't take a view on the legal justification angle, even though I think that's pretty clear from my perspective. People can have different opinions. I think it's pretty clear. It just took a look at the lies of the administration, like the objective lies that Hutch referenced. He's an assassin. The fact that they were both parodying each other, saying what was it, massacre or mass casualty event or maximum damage, maybe. And it is just unconscionable to think that they would be in charge of, for example, invoking the Insurrection Act, claiming all these wild and extravagant powers to conduct war wherever they want to with no oversight. Why would we, if they can't even be honest about things that are happening in front of our eyes that are debunked within seconds, how can we trust them with anything else? And at some point, I think the overreach is going to kick him in the ass, and maybe it's doing it right now.
And they're already coming out and saying they're not going to release the body cam footage, or at least.
Oh, really? That?
Yeah, that was in one of the press conferences. But
they're not. They didn't. What? They don't have body cams. Why do people keep doing this? They didn't have body cams. From what I saw, I didn't see any of them wearing body cams. And Trump got rid of the executive order saying that all all federal officers had to wear body cams. So I don't know why they keep doing this. People keep saying I don't like that they're even giving them enough credit to pretend that they were wearing body cams in the first place. I don't like that people keep doing this. Do not give them that. They were not fucking wearing body cams because Trump made it to where they don't have to wear body cams.
It's exactly what you're saying. It's like if they're willing to blatantly lie.
Wait, hold on. Are you sure they committed to that? Because I watched the.
I didn't know. She didn't commit. It was just like President Trump has no indication that he's going to do this. Instead of being transparent about this, but it could come out later. But as far as I know, they have not signaled that they're going to.
Okay. Yeah.
But to bounce off that Pisco, the idea that we literally can see in the footage that they're 180 lying the complete opposite of what reality is. Same with the Renee Good. They said she knocked him over, ran him over. This guy approached ICE agents with a weapon, implication being he's pointing his gun at them. It's just blatant lies. So if they're going to do this, how can we trust anything at this point? I feel like I'm a QAnoner now, where it's just the deep state, and I can't trust anything in the government. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, I believe all that shit, and I believe it. And I think the Epstein files is coming back. because this is going to add to this mistrust. It kind of reminds me a little bit, though I was not alive during this era, the post-Nixon era. There was this like kind of during the 70s boom of oversight laws. Think like the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, the Church Committee, all this stuff. When the American people were just fed up with the deceit.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I want to correct this real quick. The law saying that ICE has to wear body cams is still in existence, but they haven't bought enough body cams for everybody yet. And the funding that was there for them to buy the body cams, Trump cut the funding so that they can't even buy the body cams anymore. So I was totally wrong on that. My bad. I must have like mixed those two things in my head. But yeah, he got rid of the funding so that they so initially they have body cams, and but they don't have enough for every officer, and so they apparently just switched like who's wearing them at what times in different places, and so they it is like a scenario where everybody isn't always wearing a body cam. But the idea is supposed to be at this point that like you have one per raid, or like one per warrant, or one per arrest. Like that they have at least somebody there wearing a body cam is supposed to be the current idea.
It's the lies, the misdirection and doublespeak about Vietnam and Nixon and Watergate, all that stuff. I just feel like we need to have another moment like that, and that needs to include with it not just.
It's insane funding for ICE is more than country's military. I mean, that doesn't say much. Like we probably have tons of departments that are making more money than some countries' military. So
It's like oversight, but structural reform, and a lot of that is the stuff that Josiah talks about. It's my number one issue: is accountability, punishment, and structural reform. And I think everything.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this one more time. Sorry, I'm pausing so much, but. There was one other person that you guys wanted me to put on the poll. He was I believe it was the bald guy who was just at the forefront of the fight over the video that was put out from Democrats saying that military officers don't have to follow illegal orders. It's like David something. I can't remember his name, but I'm trying to do the poll. Also, John Ossoff is spelt without an H. It's Jon. So remember that, guys. But yeah, somebody asked me to change the poll to add him and John Ossoff, and now I don't know who the guy.
Maybe some of the great policy prescriptions that some of you have, or that non-fund wants.
Mark Kelly,
to achieve is premised on doing that and implementing it to protect our system and actually have the changes that we want to see be implemented.
I understand where you guys are coming from on this, but I think the public still wants the underlying mission of ICE. Obviously, they're going about it in a crazy way right now that the public doesn't support, with stopping people, racial profiling, stuff like that. But I mean, aren't you guys concerned at all that the Republicans are going to come out with ads in the midterms that say these child rapists are who the Democrats are protesting the arrest of?
Not if you do it right. Not if you.
That's currently what they're doing. So in both the scenario with Good and with Preddy, both times they said the guy that they were arresting was a rapist or was a pedophile or was a murderer, and that's who they were there protecting. That's who they were there trying to stop them from getting. Like, motherfucker, it's not a specific person at any point. And it definitely has nothing to do with what it is that they did. It's not like they know who they're there to get. It's not like ICE puts out a fucking statement. Everybody, we're going to be at this address today to arrest this person for these offenses. Like, they're not doing that. So it's not as if any of these people can know, one. But two, even if Donald Trump's rights were being even if he was not getting like due process, even if they were doing illegal things against him, even if he was not getting justice, I would defend Donald Trump. If in his court cases, of the many court cases that he had, if the judges were not being fair, if the prosecutors were not being fair, if they were making unfair decisions, if the charges, like all the shit, if that was the case, I would defend Donald Trump in that case, because I actually care about like the rule of law. I care about the consistency. I care about the precedents. I care about these things. So it doesn't matter how bad the person is. I still want there to be justice. And in the case with Donald Trump and his administration and DHS and ICE, they are doing a lot of things that are illegal. They are not giving people due process. They are arresting a lot of people unjustly. They are unjustly provoking people. They are unjustly provoking fights. They are unjustly shooting people now as well. This is what people are protesting. They are not protesting that individual being detained or arrested or deported. They are protesting people who are illegally being deported, and the way that the Trump administration is doing it, the fashion that they are doing it in. I'm clipping that and sending it to Rob Noor. Is that Raslet? What's up, dude? How's it going? I haven't seen you in a while.
If you do it right, again, like if you pair it with you pair it with tangible asks, and yeah, I mean that I think it's that simple. I mean, like if there's a way to telegraph a policy, telegraph support for a policy, or run on a policy in a way that makes it very clear that the Democratic Party is obviously not saying that the federal government should have no mechanism to enforce our immigration policy.
Yeah,
there is a way to do that. And the public, you say that you're worried about the public, but the public's, again, 55%. I mean, there's been a 30-point swing in favor of abolishing ICE.
But I think they're pissed at the way ICE is going about things, not at ICE as a whole. Because ICE operated under Biden and nobody had any complaints.
But what's to stop us from doing the counter ads, RI, where we take these like sickening stills of all these people pointing guns at these victims who are not like threatening them in any way, and say ICE is corrupt. We need a new institution to like fix our border, right? Like that's all. I think that's going to play so much better than they want to protect pedophiles and rapists. Like just based on what Hutch is saying, the polling. Like we make better attack ads. I think it goes in our favor.
And focus on Americans' rights. Like this is a police state. That's papers, please. They're wearing masks. Whatever immigration enforcement looks like, it can't look like this. And the institution that we have now has shown itself incapable of operating under the constraints of our constitutional system, and therefore it needs to go. And we need a new agency with a new mandate that puts respect for the constitutional rights, not just of people who are targeted by ICE, but of Americans who are innocent exercising their liberties. And that's what's most important, right? Because you want to just like try to make this about Kilmar Beggar Garcia. That's one thing, right? And I think that matters. And we did see an opinion shift on that. But when it comes to American civil rights, you're gunning down a VA nurse who's trying to help a woman without any justification. We should be running on that still image of the guy with him with a gun aiming at his back for the rest.
That's fake. He doesn't even have a head. He doesn't even have a head. He's got a robot leg. Wow. Wow.
Rest of the midterms, I have no problem with it.
Let guy respond.
Why not?
It's AI.
Why not reform ICE?
Yeah, why not?
That shows we actually want to do something. I'm just so worried that people are gonna be like, these fucking Democrats want child rapists who are in this country illegally to stay here. I just know how my fellow man works in this country. They're morons.
But they already do that, right, guy? Like they did that.
Well, but there's ways to like fight that more easily, because during the BLM stuff, when they were saying abolish the police or defund the police, so they were saying both, but the people who were saying defund the police were from my perspective, they were like half and half. Like half of them were saying, well, we just want to take some funding and move it to, you know, other things that we think would be more beneficial for actually helping the community. And then others, the other half was like, no, we don't want police anymore. We want there to be no more police. We want the police gone. And so I think it was like, once you had one group that was saying, well, no, we just don't want police anymore. We want them gone. Like they need the adios amigos. That was pretty much it for the other group. Like they were fucked. There was no there was no coming back from that. And so in that scenario, it made sense why nobody, like if you told somebody like, no, they're not saying that they want to get rid of police, they're saying they want to move funding from that group. People are like, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. I just heard a bunch of them on the news yesterday saying pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. Like, I just watched them say this shit. You're not going to gaslight me into believing that they don't want to get rid of police. They were all saying that they hate the cops. They were saying, they were holding up signs that said ACAB. Like, yeah, I get it. That makes sense. You kind of fucked at that point. So I do think that, yes, when there is a group that is actually pushing this message, you're kind of fucked. I was going to say I don't think that's the case here, but I think I'm wrong. No, because there are people who are like in favor of open borders and shit like that. They're not common. They're not really like, there's not a lot of them. But there are, I think that the abolish ICE people, it probably is a bit tainted to where that is what people hear one way or the other.
That in the Kamala election, it was like, oh, they want to give trans health care to the pedophile rapist immigrant.
Yes.
Like, what's going to stop them from doing it just because we changed the slogan, which might not play as well with the invigorated, angry base, right? Like,
but why that worked was because we didn't draw a line on where we stand on the trans stuff. Like, we didn't say what we support and what we don't support. I think that's been a big lesson for me, learned from the 2024 election. We need to draw a line in the sand and stop letting people fill in the gap with their imagination. Yeah. Oh, well, of course the Democrats want the federal authorities to help enforce this. I just think when we assume that, we lose.
I think we all agree, right, that the goal here is massive reforms, right? So whatever form that takes place, I'm frankly agnostic. I mean, I told you guys my position.
Where did wrestling go? Or Raceland? Is that a different person? Or was that Raceland from like Jola's chat and from my community that just hasn't been here in a long time? Oh, you're here? I said to you, is that Raceland? Are you, I haven't seen you in a long time. Like, is that Raceland? No, it's me. Wait, yes, it's me, or no? Wait. Okay, so that is the same person. I am thinking of the right person. Okay.
But if this resulted in ICE remaining as an institution, but with a series of significant reforms.
So yes, the new poll is up. It only has 3 votes right now, but it says, which would you rather as the Democrat nominee for president? Type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat to vote. So number 1 is Gavin Newsom. Number 2 is Pete Buttigieg. Number 3 is John Ossoff. Number 4 is Mark Kelly. We have 1 vote for Mark Kelly, 2 votes for Gavin Newsom. Of those 4 options, which one would you rather? Not which one would you vote for? Not which one is more electable? Not which one do you think is capable of beating, JD Vance or Donald Trump or whoever, but which one would you rather?
It's codified through legislation. I'm happy. It doesn't really matter. It's just symbolic at that point.
What?
Right.
So
I mean, that's why I said, like, if you could just get rid of most of the people like Trump hired or whatever, and you had a president that was not, they just didn't have as a policy doing these raids.
Well, good to see you,
I'd
buddy.
be perfectly happy with that. And I'm not sure whether or not you can message effectively on that, but I do have like some basic concern that the abolish ICE slogan is just gonna things could very easily swing back in the other direction if there's like some publicized like immigrant killing or of a U.S. citizen or whatever,
or if there are riots that break out similar to 2020. I mean,
Right.
like we saw support for Black Lives Matter go up to I think 55% shortly after George Floyd, and then all of that was erased within 3 months because of the riots. And so if we're in a similar situation,
I think it got up to about like 70% close to, I think. So I actually had a fight with somebody about this a while ago that was like kind of like, if I remember correctly, like a friendship burning argument that we had. But I was talking about the fact that like BLM and the riots did kind of ruin a lot of how the left looks. It ruined like a lot for the Democrat Party because it was like really high in the beginning, and then it dropped off a fucking cliff by the time like Trump was back in office. Yeah, not back in office. By the time Biden was back in office or in office, it was down well below 40% or below 50%. It was down to like 45%, I think, last I checked.
Situation 3 months from now, if widespread rioting happens and that allows the Republicans to like seize control of the narrative, which I think would be really fucking stupid. And so I would encourage anybody listening to discourage their friends from doing stupid shit. You know, and if that's the case, then you go with reforms. It's just, you should be dynamic.
My position is the policy I want to see is the abolishment of ICE. Given that it's the policy that I want to see, it is in fact what I think we should run on, and it is, I think, the message that we should try to promote. And I think that the way to address it is to focus on the reason why ICE needs to be abolished. And the reason ICE needs to be abolished is because they, as an agency isn't separate from its personnel in that respect, non-fon, right? Agencies develop through a course of cultural development over time. Like, one of the horrible things that's happening with the gutting of all these different agencies is we're losing a lot of that internal cohesion that has been built up over decades and decades and decades at like very important agencies that regulate in the United States. And that sort of background culture, that stuff isn't easy to replace and recreate or to fix entirely. And so given that, I think that personnel and agency and policy are almost hand in hand.
Is John Ossoff Jewish? I voted for John Ossoff because I'm from Georgia. He's one of my senators, so I voted for Ossoff. But is he Jewish? He is? Oh, okay. Well, then I am a Jew lover. What about it?
And I want to get rid of it, and that will help with some of these potential First Amendment challenges if they try to say, oh, you're just coming after us because we're Trump supporters. No, we're just getting rid of the whole agency because of its culture. It's not any particular person. That will have the accomplishment of easy firings of everybody, and they can, if they want to, reapply for the new agency with a new mandate. I think it makes sense from a policy perspective. It avoids a lot of constitutional challenges or other kind of bureaucratic challenges that you could have because it has the imprimatur of Congress. And then ultimately, it is addressing the cultural rot at the center of ICE in a way that mere swaps of personnel will never accomplish.
Okay, two things. The first thing, who the fuck is Chud? What is that name? Chudsley Harriet. That guy's got to go, bro.
What's going on?
They're
on YouTube. I don't see Chudsley.
Why are you feeding the troll, Hutch?
They gotta go, bro. They're screaming. They're calling non-fauna fascists. They're calling IRI a fascist. They're calling me a fascist. They are spamming that shit. Somebody's got to.
I see people saying Chudsley is unhinged, but centrist, fascist, non-fun. Yeah, I think they just called non-fauna fascist, and Hutch is getting jealous, and Hutch has a cherry-picked poll fetish. Yeah, they only called non-fauna fascist, and Hutch is jealous. He wants to be included, so.
Like, very important, and get rid of it. It's not any particular person supporters. No, potential First Amendment. Getting rid of the whole ages if they try to say, oh, you're just.
Yeah, it's just centrist fascist.
Yeah, not any particular, but ultimately in a way that it is addressing.
Boninery touches kids.
The person.
They're screaming. They're calling non-fauna fascists. They're calling IRI a fascist. They're calling me a fascist. They are spamming that shit. Somebody's got to be a fascist.
Guys,
is it in Twitch
you
chat
know
or
why?
YouTube?
You know why it's not calling
Up their chat for Christ's sake.
Twitch chat or YouTube,
whatever.
Okay, so then number two. I want to push back a little bit. What if, Pisco, let me give you a hypothetical. What if we could accomplish everything that you're trying to accomplish in terms of completely overhauling how we systemically enforce immigration policy? What if we could do all of that with a rebrand instead of, or with a massive reform policy instead of a completely new institution? And what if that pulled 25 points higher than abolish ICE? Would you be persuaded? You would prefer Oh, okay. All right.
If you're saying if I accomplished all my goals and I knew that it pulled way better, did you think I was gonna say no?
No.
Are you like testing if I'm just like virtue signaling?
No. I'm not. I swear to you, I'm not like trying to lead you into a gotcha. That was a genuine. I was genuinely curious because a lot of people that I spoke with in 2020, I had a conversation with somebody who, and I asked them this same hypothetical, but applied to Black Lives Matter or on defund the police. I said, what if you can get everything you want? Everything. What if you can convince lawmakers to pass legislation at the state level, at the federal level, and you can redirect funds from police departments to social services and do all that stuff by using a different slogan? And in doing so, you can guarantee that you get it. Would you do that? And the person said no. They said, I shouldn't have to change the slogan. It's not up to me to like explain this to normies. And that was the most insane.
That was kind of a theme with the BLM shit. Is a lot of people who were just very like, well, I shouldn't have to. Okay, but aren't you concerned with outcomes? Like, aren't you a utilitarian where everything's just about pragmatic outcomes? Like, what the
Same
fuck?
thing I ever heard in my life. So I just wanted to make sure you weren't in that
insane. No, I appreciate it.
I think
I don't see the chat person. I just want to be clear. I don't see the chat person in my YouTube chat. I just looked and I didn't see him in the Twitch chat. If we see him anywhere, we'll get him. We're gonna get the bad guys, all right?
Yeah, I blocked him
Good cops,
on
good cops.
Restream, but he still shows up. I can see this guy everywhere, and now he's on YouTube too.
Look at bro. This guy is fully deranged. This guy.
Get the help you need, Chudley, whatever the fuck. I think not.
He's on the official Live and Learn one. Don't worry, I'll get him. He's on the official Live and Learn one. I'll get him. I'll get him. He's not in mine. He's in the official Live and Learn. Just that's it. We'll get him. We'll go.
Fuck him. He's probably Josiah fan. That's where he came from.
Wow, for once, the unhinged progressive calling everybody fascist is not in Pisco's chat. I'm sure he's very proud. For once, it's not him.
I think Non-Fon is spitting here. We are one undocumented immigrant away from killing a white college girl, from the public shifting to the other side on this. And then now we're sitting here rallying around abolish ICE. I think that could complicate things tremendously.
Well,
any concerns
can you come up with a better slogan in the next 10 seconds? Because I think reform does not roll off the tongue nearly so well as abolish, even though it's fewer syllables.
Here's what I think. I don't think we need a slogan on it. I don't think we need to run on ICE. I think we are in a powerful position right now with the government shutdown to demand some serious changes, which I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. And by the way, I brought this up a couple weeks ago. We should shut down the government over demands for DHS, and it got a bit of a muted response. But I understand there's more now with this Alex guy, tragically. But we're on the verge of possibly getting body cams. We're on the verge of demasking these guys. We're on the verge of forcing them to not racially profile. So what if we get all those things in this shutdown fight? Do you guys still think abolish ICE is worth going with at that point?
No, I don't. Like, if we actually get those meaningful reforms, then yeah, I think it makes more sense to just get those reforms, right?
Yeah, I agree. If we can get the reforms and we don't have to risk, like you say, like I think it's not as big of a risk, but if it is, what about prosecute ICE? I like that better.
I saw a tweet and I didn't laugh and I disavow, but it said grape ICE, and that is something I wouldn't support.
Oh wow, very brave, Pisco, that you don't support that as a political
I don't support it.
ICE, you just say ICE accountability. Boom, there you go. Simple, elegant.
That's great.
Accountability
I like
for
that.
ICE.
Well,
Roll
but
off the tongue.
Pisco, let me challenge you with that. If we do get some reforms, I'm not saying we're going to get $75 billion back like Bernie wants. I'm not saying we're going to get them demasked, but if we get them to really change and have to go about their business differently, do you still think abolish ICE will be a winning slogan?
If we are able to get reforms in a different context, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the answer to that. I'm sorry.
Well, with the reforms we're asking for now in the shutdown fight, I'm sure you've been seeing some of the stuff.
Post-reform, will abolish ICE play as well? Probably not.
Yes. Okay. Because I think we're about to see that. I really do. Because you're seeing people on the right, including lawmakers, starting to say, yo, this isn't right. We need to pump the brakes. What are we doing here? And Trump firing that guy is a pretty big deal, too.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is the problem, right? The problem is almost entailed by the mission. The mission of mass deportation was always going to entail rights deprivations like we're seeing. Because once you get the people who are easy to get, they're in the system, they're the ones who are showing up for a lot of their hearings, they're ones who are more visible in other ways, potentially, or they're showing up to places where, ICE is known to go. Once you get those people, there's still millions of other potentially removable immigrants in the country. And in order to find them and to reach the numbers that they're all pushing for, they're going to need to do things like searches. That's why they're trying to expand searches to not even require a warrant when it comes to trespassing on the home. That's why they're just going up to people and asking, hey, are you a citizen? just based on their accent or because they're brown, these Kavanaugh stops and stuff. And so I don't really believe that this administration will ever be able to sufficiently reform ICE in this context while still trying to do their policy agenda, which they haven't backed down 1 second, of quote unquote mass deportation. And so I don't really see it that like it's a good optics win for the Bovino stuff, but this is like throwing meat out. They don't give a shit about Bovino. They just want a sacrificial lamb. That's not going to fundamentally change how shit is happening. It's just a way to try to get the Dimmies unrustled.
I mean, I can agree with that, but I mean, if you're just saying, and I agree with that, to be clear, that like the issue is the mass deportations, that's always just going to entail whatever rights deprivations. I mean, that's just an issue of the policy. The president would find a way, if they want to do mass deportations, to do the same thing that ICE is doing with whatever tools you give them access to. Like,
so the administration is going to keep doing whatever ICE is doing with whatever tools they have.
I mean, if you have an agency or the DHS, have the same, have similar authority, which, I think you said, you still want an agency to have the authority to do like internal deportations and stuff. Why would the president, if they support mass deportations, not just have the same authority to?
Oh no, because I'm not just worried about the agency's culture when we have a Republican president or when we have a lawless president. I'm worried about the culture in the context of a Democratic president. They're not going to be loyal to the mission that whatever Democratic president wants. They're not going to do that, right? So like,
okay, I think I added an emote wall, meaning that when you guys post emotes in the chat, they pop up on the screen and bounce around for a minute. But I need to size it out and like get it right. So if you guys will just spam a bunch of fucking emotes for a minute, just give me lots of fucking emotes, I'll try to fix this real quick.
It's not an issue that just persists during Trump's tenure. And so you ask, well, wouldn't it be conceivable that if like a Trump-like figure wins again, that the reforms wouldn't be sufficient to guard against these abuses? Yeah, the problem there is Trump, but the problem also persists with respect to ICE beyond Trump and now would extend into future presidencies. And so that's why I think the reform is needed, even notwithstanding the fact that you can imagine a president either ignoring whatever new mandate you put there or just giving new personnel such that it doesn't matter. I still think the reform is necessary.
Can I just add to that, Piso? Because I agree. Like what I hear when I hear reform and we just need to fix it, I hear means testing. And when I see means testing in like welfare or any of these other things, you're not going to get everyone. And when you see how terrible this has been used as the enforcement arm, like, I mean, like literally what was Bovino saying before he got let go recently, saying, hey, if you call us Gestapo, there will be consequences, like essentially saying and representing themselves as a Gestapo. And it's like, how do you reform this? How do you means test this? Like, yeah, we got all the bad ones, all the like people that signed up because they hate brown people and are going to abuse the system. Like, we got every single one of them. How about we get rid of it and build it from the ground up, because I want to make sure these fucks never are employed again. That's where I'm at. So unless you could sufficiently show me that we're going to prosecute every single piece of shit that's in the administration right now, and then get our people, like, good people like IRA saying who's just trying to go after like the violent criminals, I don't think there's any other way to do that.
Well, sure. I'm just weighing. I think you would agree, like even in like the case you just, like if we don't fully prosecute everyone, like the threat of ICE would be reduced if we did get whatever reforms. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted. I'm trying to do the moderation stuff.
Well, I'm talking to Soyfeld too. You would agree, like I'm just weighing, like
Okay, there we go. I wanted to get them a lot smaller. That might be a little too small, but that's pretty good. I think that's a good size.
Sort of, what is the like probability of the abolish ICE messaging like backfiring?
I'll make it a little bit bigger. Okay.
Backfiring versus like what is the difference between abolishing ICE and reforming ICE? Like is the difference in the amount of harm caused there sufficient to justify?
Yeah, I think the world I see
message?
that your guys' concerns are played out is, like you said, if we get another Laken Riley incident and like a week before the election, it's like, you want to abolish the organization that would have saved her? Like, yeah, that could happen. But I mean, again, yeah, it depends, I guess, when the election happens. Because if the election was next week, I'd say, fuck it, abolish ICE. If it happens after, yeah, maybe you got to change your messaging a little bit. But I don't know how risky that is. It's hard to say.
I wouldn't put it past the Trump administration to unleash 20 rapists undocumented that they have in their custody in a college town the week before the election, man. They're fucking nuts, these guys.
It seems like the further they push things, the bigger the response that they provoke. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I was so fucking inspired to see 50,000 people in Minnesota marching in sub-zero temperatures. We had 30.
Yeah, okay. I think that's the perfect size. What do you guys think? Is that a good size, or is it still too small on like a phone?
50,000 people in Los Angeles, city of 3.8 million people, almost 3.9 million people. and we had 30,000 people. That's a city of 425,000 people, and 50,000 people were marching. And if the reports about Bovino are true, that potentially resulted in a pretty somebody got fired. And so they're setting an example, I think, for the country right now. And I think it's important to remind people too that Republicans are vulnerable going into these midterms. Anybody that is in a Trump plus 11, 12 district or state thank you for doing that, by the way. So I
I'm doing that until we can find a way to get rid of the fucking troll.
Any Republican that's serving in a Trump plus 12 or lower district or state is vulnerable right now. So yes, I think we should pressure Democrats right now to hold the line and to pick a fight over this. I think this is worth another shutdown fight. But also, if you live in a district or a state where a Republican is representing you in the House or the Senate, fucking call them, leave a voicemail. You can demonstrate in front of their offices. They are susceptible to pressure in a moment like these. All of these people care about their political futures, and
it actually has a filter that I can turn on to get rid of the ice cream emotes and the what is it? Not grapefruit, but the one that people use for a dick, the purple one.
And all of them know that they're in deep shit right now. So like, it's not just the Democrats that can be pressured in this moment. Like, we can actually potentially extract concessions here.
Hold on, Hutch. I gotta give you some grief. Are you willing to go 6 months, a year, shut down on this?
No. We already talked about this. We can retread that same ground. But like,
but that's happening. No, it's so funny. We had there was someone who was a big Hutch supporter in my community, and I love my Hutch supporters, and I love my Hutch supporters. And he was like, he was like from Germany, so he's like, I actually agree with Hutch about what's happening. And he's like, we shouldn't do any kind of shutdown fight based on ICE. That was kind of his position. I don't know if that's your position, but the minute Chuck, I know, yeah, okay, but that was just his position. The minute Chuck Schumer came out and said, we're not going to support this, he changed his mind in the Discord. And I'm just like, are you guys just motherfucking following whatever Chuck says to do, bro? And I'm like, why?
Wait. Didn't Chuck come out in favor of a shutdown?
Yes,
he did. No. I'm just saying. I'm saying that there's a contingent of people. I don't know why. I'm not saying that you're necessarily that. I'm not lumping you in that sense. But I'm warning you that they exist. Who I think.
I hate Pisco. Why do you hate Pisco? Why do you hate Pisco?
Take this kind of like Schumer maximalist position, which is what like Schumer is this master chess player, and what he decides is clearly what's in the best interest of the American people. And that's what I don't understand sometimes, is how much deference is paid to Schumer among some Democrats.
Do you agree Schumer's doing well right now in this moment?
I think it's the right statement to make. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I thought the statement was good.
Right.
I call balls and strikes. I'm fair and balanced. Always have been.
Wait, guys, really quick update from Josiah. It looks like maybe Bovino's not gone. Have we backtrack on this? This is a classic Trump flip-flop.
That looks like some random administration person versus reporting from what was
this is Trisha McLaughlin. This is Trisha McLaughlin. She's the fucking spokesperson.
DHS.
She's like
yeah, I don't know. I would trust reporting over her to this has happened before. I mean, we've had administration officials come out and deny public reporting on something and then ended up being true. So
okay.
Well, it's also she's playing games there. She's like, he's not relieved of his duties. Nobody's claiming he's relieved of his duties. He might have lost this.
Okay, I made it to where the emotes stay there longer. Let's spam as many fucking emotes as possible real quick and see if we can just fill the whole fucking screen with just emotes.
This part of it, but that's it.
It's like
he's being sidelined with an idea to like eventually retire soon or something.
Yeah, it's like sending a party member to fucking Siberia and Soviet Russia.
Right. There's still.
It's remember in Game of Thrones where Tyrion sends Jaina Slynt to the wall. And, not exactly like that, but, you can start to think it's a parody. Listen, it's all word game. It's all whatever. It's meaningless no matter what. Who cares if Bovino is at the head or not? The problem is Trump. The problem is Trump and Noam and the principles there. That's what, in the policy.
Well,
so no one should, I agree with that. I'm saying it's a good optics thing for us to be like, wow, you guys are losers. Even I'm doing this, like the L against these loser MAGA people who are like, oh my God, not Bovino. But I think it
shouldn't end there.
Don't rest on your laurels. Yeah. Don't rest on your laurels.
It's just the beginning. But I think it's a good sign of what's to come. Also, Trump was praising Tim Walz today. That's a totally different tune. He talked to him on the phone and said we're on the same wavelength now. That's a huge difference.
What did Tim Walz possibly say? Like, what trophy did he give him? What like praise could he have said to make Trump completely flop on? Don't forget, he ran as the VP in opposition to him, talking about, oh, tampon Tim, he's awful. Like the Mamdani almost made sense because like Trump didn't have the precedent to like hate him before. But Waltz, I can't believe he's saying even like a modicum of a nice thing to him. Like I need to know what was said in that call.
I wouldn't be surprised if he called Mamdani and asked for advice. I'm not even kidding. I'm sure he just flattered him a little bit.
Trump?
No, Waltz.
Trump's a pussy, dude.
Waltz.
You get him on the phone,
Yeah.
he seems to back down. Just like in Europe.
This isn't the
last
first
week in
time.
Greenland.
And it's not the first time to sort of back what IRI is saying. If you guys remember the George Floyd stuff, he specifically like praised Walt's performance there, right? Like I'm pretty sure he said, he's doing a great job with what's going on in Minnesota and the protests. And so I don't think that we should take what he's saying right now as if there's going to be a massive shift in policy. I think that what's happening is he can read a little bit the room, and he knows the shoot was a bad shoot and he's losing on it. And so that should be a signal of weakness, and everyone should smell blood in the water and take advantage of it.
Ryan Getty. Where's Ryan Getty? He's in somebody's chat.
Oh, he's in my chat. Why?
I watched your recent video on Gavin Newsom, bro. That was good, man. He makes good videos, man. Everybody should subscribe to Ryan. It's good. Check it out.
I was gonna say, you said like he sees the blood.
Oh, they're not even staying longer. Okay, I might have to repaste the link. Yeah, because they're still only lasting 5 seconds, so I gotta fix it real quick.
On the water, reads the writing on the wall. I can't believe Tim Pool came out and said this is a bad shoot. Although now he's reposting videos of like AI upscaled, images that make it look like the guy might have a gun in his hand, so that it's justified. But for a brief second there, Tim Pool couldn't grift hard enough to say, "Hey, this is okay."
It was a fucky statement though. So
Okay, there we
I
go.
agree that it was like
There we go. Now
maybe surprising that he would say it, but it was couched in like ambiguity and not 100%. It's like,
oh, sure. I mean, he's still doing the fence.
He said like Trump's not going to win this one, like as though this were. Did we lose IRI?
Oh
shit.
He said, "Fuck
But,
Pisco, I'm out."
He says shit
Oh, he
talking.
did he?
He did.
He's
I
Tim
heard him say
Pool's
it.
biggest
shit.
stan, and I can't
My
believe
heart.
we're shit talking him right now.
My heart. No.
He just left as soon as you said something. Did you see that? It happened
Wait,
again.
what the fuck?
You start talking, he bounced.
You're
I didn't
fucking
do
with me.
anything.
You're fucking.
Hands up.
Hands up.
no.
Don't shoot.
Hey, speaking of which, how do you guys feel about Hassan saying that Democrats are actually just as bad because Michael Brown was shot when Obama was president?
Oh,
He's right.
Isabel?
100% right.
Isabel?
I did not see
Well,
that.
can we talk about that
my
for a little bit? The
goodness.
drama, Hutch, and I want Non-Fon's opinion about this
Let's
too.
go.
This is the criticism from
Let's fucking
the drama,
go,
Hutch.
dude.
This is the elephant in the room.
Be more specific. There's about like the
There's
15
drama.
different- Yeah, go ahead.
Here are as I understand them, the accusations
Yeah.
from both sides. Accusation against Hutch, we'll start with that one, is Hutch spends too much time shitting on lefties who are going after Trump. That's the accusation. And then the accusation from Hutch is you guys don't
From
actually
lefties
care
that are
about
going
any of
after Trump. Wait. No, hang on. Rephrase that. That's not true. I
That's
don't
the
think I'm-
accusation. No, you can deny it. I'm just saying that's the accusation.
No. How did you phrase that though? Did you say lefties that are going
That
after
Hutch
Trump?
spends too much time going after lefties who are attacking Trump.
What?
That's
Who are
you never heard
attacking
this?
Trump? Who are
You never heard people say
attacking-
this, if you?
Who are attacking Trump? That I haven't heard that. That's stupid. I haven't heard that at all. Bro. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. We filled that shit up, bro. Hell yeah. Well done. Well done.
I've heard the Hutch is going after
hang on.
lefties so much, but these lefties are not attacking Trump very much. So I don't know about that part.
What you don't think? Hang on. You don't think people are claiming that what Hutch's criticism is counterproductive to the goals of
Sure.
like stopping Trump?
The
Yeah,
last
that's
part,
different.
they are attacking Trump is the part we disagree with. I don't think these
Yes,
lefties go after Trump very
correct.
much
You can
at all. but-
disagree. You can disagree with whether the accusation is true.
Okay,
But
I
do you
think
that-
I understand what you're saying. You're
I've never heard them say the ones who are attacking Trump. That's something I've never heard.
saying that they're saying that why are you attacking Hassan? He's spending all this time going after Trump. Why are you attacking
Yeah. Are you denying that you're accused of that?
I understand the way that you phrase it in that way. I would take issue with the premise because if this was just a lefty going after Trump, what fucking issue do I have with that? The only time I go after lefties is when I feel like they're helping Republicans and Trump.
Yeah, you can like fight the accusation, but the accusation is being made. That's all I'm saying, right?
That's
Or do you deny that people are?
I just find it disingenuous framing. That's all. Like you're attacking lefties that are going after Trump. I'm not attacking.
Do you
lefties
think that people are accusing you of that? I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just saying, do you think people accuse you of that?
I mean, it's.
I think
bullshit
so
for
in
sure.
general, the
Yeah.
accusations are generally Hutch punches left more than he punches right. That is in
Yes,
general.
correct.
It has
Correct.
nothing to do with what the
Yes, that is normally what people are saying. I've never heard them say he goes after lefties who attack Trump, because I don't even think that's true. Like, normally he's going after lefties who don't attack Trump, who he's going after lefties who try to like equivocate between Trump and, Kamala, or Democrats and Republicans or shit like that. Like, normally he's just going after those people, and that is like the whole thing. He's not going after the Pisco saying that that's the claim. I disagree that that's the claim. I haven't heard that. But all right, emote fun is over. I'm gonna put it back to 5 seconds. Thank you everybody.
Obvious implication of that is it's counterproductive towards the threat of like Trump and fascism. Like that's their point. What do you say? Sure, like that. That's the fucking accusation. You can just say it's not true.
But not if it's not counterproductive if you hold the view that I do, which is that these lefties are helping MAGA.
I know you disagree with the accusation.
Yeah,
I'm just laying out that is the accusation.
Okay, wait.
Right? Is that a problem?
While Hutch is on the hot seat, we got a super chatter says, do you see trolley problems all the way down, and do you know about the horizon effect or the disadvantages of greedy algorithms?
Nope.
I guess he doesn't. You're gonna have to.
What is he
I
saying?
know what a greedy algorithm is in terms of software engineering. It's like a way to. It's hard to explain. It doesn't matter. The point is, maybe this has something to do with, like, often Hutch, you will put everything into a dichotomy. It's like we either do this or this, and one is utilitarianly better, and maybe there's some disadvantage to doing this all the way down. But maybe he can elucidate in a different chat.
Yeah.
All
right, that's the accusation against you.
Hutch is worried about our brothers to the left who are lost, and he's just trying to reach out to them and
just trying to help
with
them
an
out.
olive branch. That's all, and trying to bring them back to the flock. That's what I think.
No.
So respond to it.
As I said, my view of things is that, like, I think if Hassan stopped covering politics tomorrow, and the same goes for Kyle Kulinski, frankly, I think that would net votes for Democrats.
Correct.
So I think that.
Correct. This is exactly what I've said. This is exactly what, like, my problem is that I think people like Kyle Kulinski and Hassan, they only hurt Democrats. They only make it harder for Democrats to win. They do not win votes for Democrats. They do not make people more likely to vote for Democrats. They only make people less likely to vote for Democrats. That's all they do. Their entire existence on the internet is harmful to Democrats, and it's like, imagine you're somebody who's on the internet, and you are like you're an independent. You're somebody who's kind of just like, going with the flow, not too politically involved, but you watch some politics online. You're interested. And so you go to watch like the biggest content creators, and so you'll go watch Tim Pool, you'll go watch Steven Crowder, and you'll go watch I don't know, Matt Walsh. Okay, so you watch those three on the right, and then you go to the left and you watch the biggest content creators from the left on YouTube, and you're watching Kyle Kulinski, you're watching Hassan, and you're watching Glenn Greenwald. Okay. When you watch Hassan and Kyle Kulinski and Glenn Greenwald, all you hear them do is talk shit about Democrats. That's it. They're always like, anytime they mention Democrats, anytime they talk about Democrat politicians, anytime they talk about Democrat establishment, anytime they talk about, like, the DNC, they're always talking shit about them. They're always mad at them. They're always upset with them. They're always saying they suck. They're always saying they're the do-nothing Democrats. They can't get anything done. They don't help the people. They don't like actually represent their constituents. Like, that's all you hear from those people who are the biggest left-leaning content creators. But then you go to the right and watch the largest right-wing content creators, and all they do is talk about how great Donald Trump is and how fucking magnanimous he is, how brilliant he is, how he's doing 4D chess all the time, and that he's doing exactly what it is we voted for. We voted for this. Trump is just representing our will and our wishes. Like, that's all you get from them. It is obviously a massive net negative to the Democrats, where one side is just talking shit about the Democrats and the Republicans, and the other side is talking up the Republicans and talking shit about the Democrats. So no matter where you go, everybody hates the fucking Democrats, but at least some people like the Republicans. There's at least sometimes you hear good things about Republicans, but you never hear good things about Democrats. Yes, that is the existence that these people have as the biggest left-leaning content creators, and it is a massive negative for us electorally.
My view of them. Now we can debate that. That's fine. We can have good faith debate, and we can get into the minutia about that. But that's what I believe. And so when I go after these lefties, like, for example, Sean the Black, this guy, he posted a tweet. The Democrats said something like, ICE are bad, or I don't know what they said. And he quote retweeted them and said, you voted to fund this. First of all, the Democrats, not a single Democrat voted for the one big beautiful bill, which is what added all that extra
Jared Golden did.
and created
I think Jared Golden did. Yeah.
I don't think he voted for the one big beautiful bill. I could be wrong about that. So first of all,
I thought there were like 6 Democrats that voted for it. Am I wrong on that? I thought 6 did.
He's just wrong on the facts. Second of all,
No way he voted for that.
if you do a cursory search of Sean the Black's tweets, you'll see that he did not vote for
never
Kamala
mind.
Harris.
I'm wrong. Sorry.
So, get fucked. Like if you're going to spend your time on social media actively.
Well, that is the other thing about Kyle Kalinske, about Hassan, Sean the Black. A lot of these people, they're not just shit talking Democrats, they're lying about them all the fucking time. They are always lying about them. And it's infuriating watching them just sit there and lie out their fucking mouths to their audiences. And they have their audiences are almost on the level of like a Tim Pool audience who's just going to sit there and be lied to incessantly and fucking eat it up. It's so infuriating.
Trying to tear down the Democratic Party candidate. You are actively helping Republicans win elections. You are complicit in 14 million projected dead from USAID cuts. The 2 people in Minneapolis would still be alive if people like you made better decisions, and they're going to keep doing it. And so they act like opposition. And then when I treat them like opposition, the way that they behave, the way that they market themselves, they want to clutch their pearls and tell me that I'm being mean and counterproductive. Excuse me. My whole brand is I fucking hate Republicans, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to convince people to support every Democrat on every ticket for the rest of their lives. That's my entire fucking brand, bro. So if you're going to accuse me of being complicit in fascism when you are literally the reason why those people are dead in Minneapolis, you can get fucked. That's my position on it.
Well, and I would even outside of the Minneapolis people or outside of the USAID people, on top of that, the people in Palestine, obviously, I think it's obvious to anybody with a brain that Kamala was going to be worse for Israel than Trump. I think Biden did stand up to Netanyahu. Biden did push back against Netanyahu. Biden did draw lines for Netanyahu. Biden did make threats to Israel and tell them, you can't do this, you can't do that, X, Y, and Z, right? Biden did do those things. Trump has just been nothing but a fucking Netanyahu dick rider. And Trump ran on being the best president for Israel. He ran on saying that he was the best president for Israel in his first term. And they helped the person who was the best president for Israel, they helped him win during what they call a genocide is happening. So, I think it is blatantly obvious that more people are going to die in Palestine as well. More people are going to be genocided if based on their vote or lack of a vote. And they probably, I'm saying if they voted for Jill Stein or if they didn't vote at all, then I'm not suggesting that any of them voted for Trump. But yeah.
On that. Can I steal? I need to jump in real quick here because even though I mostly almost 100% agree with Hutch, you're the reason they're dead, I think, is like the most inflammatory part of that. Because yeah, sure, they didn't help. They actively are hurting.
Yes, I would not say you're the reason they're dead. I would not say that. And I've been very clear to say this. A lot of times when I say to people, like, you took part in this, they're like, oh, you think if I voted, I would have changed the outcome? No. I'm not saying you are solely responsible. I'm saying you took part in this. You were part of this. Just the same as any MAGA voter. No one MAGA voter could have changed the election, but they all took part in voting in Trump. And anybody who didn't vote or voted for Jill Stein or some third partier, they are just as culpable and just as responsible. They took part in this.
And driving voter apathy. But it's Trump and the admin is the reason they're dead.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris? No? Then you are part of the reason why those people are dead.
There you go. Part of the reason. That is much better. You are the reason is very different. Yes, you took part in this.
You can assign a hierarchy of blame, right? Like, are we going to blame leftists if Trump does a fascism? Like, no, it's Trump, right? Like, Republicans aren't just a force of nature. There are people actively making decisions that we should call out. And to say that, go ahead.
It's too.
Biden did not do a great job. That's not what we're talking about. Nobody said he did a great job. Nobody's saying that he was perfect. We're talking about whether or not, like, which president was more likely to be which one is going to allow Israel to get away with more. Which one is going to be more pro-Israel? And I think it's blatantly obvious Donald Trump was going to be more pro-Israel. I think that is blatantly obvious. I don't even feel like, for anybody who pays attention to politics for a week a year, I think that they understand that.
Insinuated is the point that's been made.
Are voters not responsible for the outcomes of elections?
Sure, of course.
Okay, then they are partly. Then stop holding these people's hands. They are part of the reason why those two people are dead.
Who's holding their hands? Who's holding their hands?
Right? This is when people frame it like, I know.
No, that is the difference. Is that the first time he didn't say part of the reason.
You guys aren't doing it, but the pushback I get a lot is like, well, what choice did they have given Kamala's position on Gaza? It's like, what do you mean? What choice did they have? They decided to not vote for Kamala Harris. They knew what Donald Trump was telegraphing 1,000 miles away. They evaluated the risk, and at best, they were indifferent to Trump winning and the consequences thereafter.
I want to hear Non-Fon's response, and I want to say something to you, Hutch.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hutch is valid for going after lefties just because lefties have bad policy. Okay, that's my opinion. But I mean, I think I will say it's not clear to me whether or not Hassan would net Democratic votes if he quit streaming. That's not clear to me. But I do I think you should vote based on who has the highest expected value, essentially. And
I think you should vote based on what your heart tells you. Vote your conscience, guys.
So far as Hutch is advocating for that and condemning people who don't do that, and I think that's voting based on expected value is what the trolley problem thing was insinuating earlier. I support Hutch's movement in doing that.
That's good. Well, listen, Hutch, I want to take what you just said though. On the hypocrisy stuff, no doubt. But aren't you analyzing two different actions? Which is your action justified in virtue of what the political conditions are? And is their vote justified? And one could come to the conclusion, and I'm not saying it's my conclusion, let me be clear, that both them, in withholding their vote and shitting on Kamala, did something wrong, but also you did, and that wouldn't be inconsistent. And just saying, well, you guys are worse, that's not responsive to, is what I'm doing helpful?
I don't know if I said they're worse than MAGA, but mathematically they're the same. They had the same
Yeah, where did worse come from?
Impact as a MAGA voter.
You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, my argument right now is that's not responsive to the claim. The claim is you're hurting the fight against Trump.
I disagree.
By attacking lefties. Right now, but all I'm saying is you're responsible. You guys didn't vote for Kamala. Isn't responsive to that claim. Is it? It's like you're a hypocrite for even accusing me. How dare you accuse me?
You can judge me by my actions. I have always, as soon as I started covering politics on all of my channels, I have always taken the position of, you guys, the Republican Party are getting worse and worse and worse. This is really bad. We are well beyond Obama versus fucking Mitt Romney in 2012. They cannot be allowed to have power. And I don't care how you feel about the Democratic Party. If you want to join this movement and stop them from doing these awful things, straight ticket Democrat, blue no matter who, you ignore people that call you a shill. Do you want this to stop? Then join this movement or be someone that helps Republicans win elections. Those are this is a binary choice.
But the question is shitting on Kyle Kalinske so the question is shitting on Kyle Kalinske helping Republicans win elections?
Pisco, what do you think of the fact that Kyle Kalinske said on his YouTube channel last week that Gavin Newsom vetoed a single-payer healthcare bill in California? That did not happen.
That's true. Okay, if it happened, I can name that.
He said that. And do you know why I think that's bad? What is, before Israel-Palestine, what is the number one issue that...
So I'm saying Kyle is always lying about Democrats. Like, I would like to say that he's just horribly uninformed, but he actually seems like a semi-intelligent guy who can analyze things. There's lots of times where, like, I think there are things that the Democrat Party is split on and that a lot of people just are really uninformed on, and he ends up on the right side of that shit a lot of times. And I'll hear his reasoning and I'm like, wow, okay, like this is something that I don't get from Anna Kasparian, like, ever. I never get like an Anna Kasparian, like, you know, oh, this is actually like this is like a, you know, semi-smart, like this isn't this actually has logic behind it. Like I don't really ever get that from Anna Kasparian. I do get that from Kyle sometimes, and it's infuriating then when you hear him say the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your fucking life.
Kyle Kalinske and his group of people focused on
Corruption,
yes,
Trump.
Medicare for all, right? So what is he telling you? It goes beyond just it being a false claim. He is telling his audience that Gavin Newsom committed a mortal sin according to their priorities
but
politics for the last 10 years.
Kyle would tell people to go out and vote for Gavin if he was in the general. I don't think
you are delusional.
You wouldn't?
If you think
Really?
You are delusional if you think, you guys, listen, I will believe it when I see it, okay?
Did he do that for Kamala?
No,
I'm pretty sure
he did not. I do not believe that he endorsed Kamala Harris.
I think he did. I'm almost positive he did. And this is part of, like, I believe this is like some of the reasoning that I'm thinking of is when he said, like, you know, oh, that's below me. Where did the Leaper go? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm fairly positive he did. I'm fairly positive he endorsed Kamala, and I wouldn't put my life on it, but I feel like he did.
Absolutely. He endorsed Jill Stein, you guys.
No, that was previous.
I think Majority Report also endorsed Kamala. Like, I'm fairly certain both of them. Okay, when I say Majority Report, Sam Cedar, I'm fairly positive, like, said, like, yes, voting third party is a waste of a vote. That's fucking stupid. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to keep saying fairly positive, but I just want to make sure that, like, nobody thinks I'm making a very staunch claim here that I'm going to turn out to be wrong on. So, like, I just want to make sure everybody understands I am saying things that I'm not positive on, but I think I'm right.
Previous year. That was previous.
No,
that was previous year.
In May of 2024, he endorsed Jill Stein. My friend.
Really?
Yes.
He was on for
Really?
Marianne too, right?
Yes,
He
and
loved
they were hyping
Marianne.
up Marianne Williamson. He says that he's
In the
changing his
primary,
tune.
in the primary, or in the
in the general, bro, in the general.
Primary.
In the general, he said he endorsed. He had her on his program and endorsed Jill Stein. That's what he did. After 4 years of Donald Trump. So I'm sorry. He says he'd support Joe Manchin if he was the nominee in 2028. I will fucking believe it when I see it, because I am not taking him at his word. I don't know why anybody.
I'm seeing some evidence he didn't. Okay, but if he does, So you think it's possible he won't endorse the Democratic nominee if it's Gavin Newsom, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's in his DNA to attack the Democratic establishment candidate. Someone like Gavin's going to be piss him off. But listen, I applaud Hutch for trying to help our brethren to the left who are far gone. But 90% of them end up voting for Democrats, so I'm not even worried about it. But I think Hutch does it because he enjoys it, fighting with them.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
Yeah, I said this to somebody the other day. I don't think that like these like leftists who are boycotting the Democrats, I don't think that they're like a powerful group who are like really making a huge difference and are like ruining the elections or anything. But I do think that they're like possibly creating a movement that is going to be harmful in the long run. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm here to harvest plants, but what did you say? Sorry, you're cutting in and out. Are you on a PC? It's a glitch with the game. PC players sometimes cut in and out. There's nothing you can really do about it. Yeah, I'm on PC too, and I'm on PC too, and it keeps doing it to me. But I'm about to head out there and harvest. Hopefully, won't get shocked. So. Yep. Yeah, it just started after the last update, so it's a new thing. All right, man. Have a good one.
I don't know. But there's almost 100 million people, almost 100 million that didn't
IRI is correct. IRI is correct.
I focus my attacks on people with platforms, with people in positions of influence. It's true I'd argue with random people on Twitter, but in terms of like what I prioritize, if you have a platform and you're using that platform to obfuscate, speaking of which, Pisco, the Vanguard boys, they said some very questionable shit in your conversation. They're part of this as well. They're a part of this as well. They said that Josh Shapiro covered up a murder, bro. You understand that
we're gonna talk about that. I know they said that. But we're gonna talk about it. We're scheduling a conversation.
All it takes to debunk that fucking lunacy is like a cursory Google search, bro. These people are lazy, destructive arsonists.
Hutch.
Okay.
So the question is,
arsonists?
By you spending your time attacking Kyle Kalinske, attacking Crystal Ball, and attacking the Vanguard, do you think that is maximizing your ability to stop fascism? That's the question.
Yep, I do.
The answer is yes, because you think by attacking Kyle Kalinske, it's going to do what? In virtue of what?
I want to peel as many people away from that lunacy as I possibly can. That will net us votes and that will increase. You can have your people like Brian Tyler Cohen and Josiah that focus 100% of their attacks on Republicans. That's fine. What is wrong with me? Like the fact that you take issue with me calling them out and not the fact that Kyle Kalinske is telling how many.
Yeah, why are you taking issue with somebody who criticizes Trump, Pisco? Why are you going after somebody who criticizes Trump, bro? That's fucked up.
Fucking views does that video have? 250,000 views? And he's telling.
That's what I'd say. If any of those people ever like came after me and they're like, Tom, why do you always come after the leftists who criticize Trump? I'd be like, why are you coming after a lefty who criticizes Trump? Huh? It's fucked up.
Telling his audience that Gavin Newsom vetoed single payer in California.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference.
Destructive.
Here's the difference.
Is destructive.
Here's the difference. I think on net, Kyle Kalinske is a benefit to our effort to stop Trump. Whether or not a particular video I would think is bad doesn't really bear on that.
I don't.
Let Guy in. Guy's been rolled over a couple times.
I mean, I agree. I think Kyle will come through in the end, but I don't have a problem with what Hutch does at all. I would never engage with the leftists. That to me, it's more about like their lives suck, and so they're looking for something to blame, a boogeyman like capitalism or whatever, the establishment. So you're not going to get through to them unless you just put some change in their pocket and give them something to look forward to. But I think the bigger picture for me is the almost 100 million who didn't even vote in the election. I'd rather go after them. They seem a lot easier to win over than somebody who's some ogre boy weirdo who's got their heels dug in and, you know, just wants to suck on Hassan's knob. You know what I mean? Like,
All right, so
why
to
even
the
bother?
point there, I agree. We need to capitalize on that. But I think what these lefties do is promote voter apathy by saying both parties are the same. Like if you come out and say, "Hey, I know this is awful and people are getting shot by ICE," but remember Ferguson? Like
But
ignoring the
Kyle
fact
doesn't
that, like,
do that. But
well,
Kyle does not
I'm
do
not talking
that.
about Kyle right now. I'm putting this on
Who?
video, but it's like the idea that somehow you can compare the executive branch putting a department into a place that's causing this chaos and incompetence with state police is insane. It's just not at all these same things. And there's like all the like Hutch said, these cursory Google searches of just how these things.
It's fine. I've literally just had like a very long debate back and forth with somebody, some progressive in my comment section. I don't know if that actually hurts me or not while I'm inside. Yeah, in one of my comment sections the other day, just like arguing about exactly this, like talking about like voter apathy and people choosing not to vote and how harmful this is, and all they kept saying is just like, but don't you understand why they would choose not to? I'm like, yeah, of course, it doesn't matter. Like, I understand their logic, but it's stupid and they're wrong. So
things work, immediately dispel them. And if you're able to lie with basically impunity, like if people like Hutch didn't call it out, then you do just drive this insane, like, nothing's ever going to change. We just need to wait for the revolution. We got to firebomb the Walmart, and it never comes. And then fascists take power. Like, it is important.
You're pressing me harder than you pressed Vanguard after they accused David Pakman.
Oh my God! Get over yourself. What the fuck?
This is actually true, bro. You are pressing me.
Jesus
Let me
Christ!
finish what I had to
How
say.
am I pressing you?
are
How am I pressing you?
You are
What's the
accusing me.
pressing?
You are accusing me of.
Bro, I wish Hutch would just say the thing. Just say, bro, you're going after somebody who attacks Trump right now, bro. What the fuck?
Wasting my time and going after people who
I'm
you say
asking
are
a
on our
question.
side. And you're pressing me harder than Vanguard when they accused David Pakman of being paid to celebrate genocide, is what they said.
I'm not.
They said that he got paid to celebrate genocide, and you did
So
not.
first of all, you're factually wrong. I did contest that claim. Will you retract the claim? Will you retract the claim that I didn't contest the ideological connection between Chorus? In fact, I brought up Chorus in the first instance. Will you retract? Will you retract? Will you take the moment? Hutch, will you take the moment right now to retract your claim that I didn't contest the fact that there's an ideological imposition?
I said you're pressing me harder than you pressed them.
How am I pressing you? How am I pressing you?
Now you're doing this administration.
How am I pressing you? I'm asking.
You're not pressing me here? You're not pressing me on this?
By asking you whether or not you think, just elucidating the view that Kyle Kalinske is net bad for the Democrats, just asking that question is pressing you.
You say stuff like Kyle Kalinske, he doesn't do that. What do you mean he doesn't do that? In 2016,
That's pressing you?
Hold on. In 2016, he was Bernie or bust. In 2020, he was on election night on Joe Rogan's podcast. Joe Rogan asked him who he voted for. He said, nobody, I don't vote for war criminals. Okay? After 4 years of Trump, he said that. In 2024, he endorsed Jill fucking Stein. And you want me to give him credit for kind of going after MAGA kind of hard when it's like in vogue right now? What was he doing?
I'm saying since the new administration. So first of all, the claim is I'm pressing you and I'm treating you so horribly.
I don't mind
like
if
you're like, oh my God, I'm being so mean to you right now.
Pisco, it's really frustrating because he does kind of do this like pretty consistently, where he. Oh fuck. Hey, I'm getting fucked up. Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. You're a fucking champ, bro. I come with guns to fight people, not ARC. Not that I fight people, but just so I can make it out alive. So I'm not gonna kill you. But yes, I like to make it out alive with my shit, and so I always come with shit to fight people, and then the ARC ends up fucking me up pretty good, so. I'm here just to harvest plants. So if you see any plants, let me know. Well, here's one right here. Sorry, I already got him. There's another one up there, though.
Why didn't you ask them? Don't you think you're hurting the Democratic Party by saying stuff like
the first topic of our entire the first topic was entirely monopolized by the quote-unquote elephant in the room about whether or not they're willing to support and endorse Democrats. The end of the conversation, they say, we are going to endorse the Democrats.
Yeah, after
they have views of genocide,
covering up a murder, and like Gavin Newsom killing babies or whatever. Which immediately
I said I don't agree. Let's have a conversation about that at a later time. But I'm now being mean to you. I don't understand that. Like, I went through the whole virtue signal. I went through the whole virtue signal thing with the Vanguard.
You're not hurting my feelings.
Sorry, I was saying Pisco before all that happened. I was saying Pisco always strawmans and like hyperbolizes what it is that people are saying about him, and it's really fucking annoying. Like, it feels like that's like all he ever argues against now is just strawman versions of what people are actually saying. Like the Ethan Klein thing, the whole thing was him arguing against a strawman that nobody was arguing, and then the I feel like that's just like the majority of what he does these days is he just like has a fucking straw man that he argues against all the time, and it's just not at all what's ever actually being said.
Truly, I like these exchanges. I don't mind them, and we can move on after this. But like,
and Pisco, I do expect it. I love Hutch, but just to be clear, he's just saying,
I do love Hutch.
It seems like you're diving.
That's the I love Hutch thing is a meme about Pisco, because he will preface like the things that he says with like, oh no, I love him. He did this to me, and I even said, I was like, dude, I don't know why you're like talking down to me right now. Like, Tom, I love you, buddy. I love you. I'm a Tom fan. I'm a big fan, bro. Okay, you can just like have a conversation with me without doing all that shit. That would be great. Thanks.
More deeply into the ideology that Hutch is doing, and I don't think you're being mean, but
give me a break.
What
are you talking about?
I don't know your Vanguard thing, but it seems like you didn't ask like even like follow-up questions or kind of like stay on these topics with them. Is that kind of what you're saying, Hutch? Is that it?
No,
you could have gone harder. You could have gone harder.
Wait, so the critique, as I understand it, not that Pisco agrees with it, just the one he raised is that like Hutch attacking the lefties is like negative expected value, but he in with regard to Democrats winning, but like
I didn't even assert that. I'm just wondering whether or not he agrees with the. I didn't even assert. I'm like.
Yeah,
I'm like, this is so we're having a. I don't think he crashed out. Okay, cool.
No, he didn't. It did that.
Yeah, something's happening. Yeah. I was.
Sorry, what did you say?
I did the field crate. It was not worth it.
Oh. Yo, we're gonna kill you. Nah, no, we're gonna kill you. Yeah, we came matching to kill people. People like you. Does collecting fertilizer not count as harvesting shit? Oh yeah, him and I are both doing trials as well. I'm harvesting. He's here to kill wasps. I'm here to harvest anything. If they might be in the other buildings. If you want to go with me, that's where I'm heading now, and you can kill them.
Alright, yeah, I'll head that way. Watch out for the bastion.
Watch out for that car, it's gonna beep.
Yep. Oh yeah, they're here.
Just there was a topic that was going to be introduced about lefties and about Hassan. I'm like, this is the accusation. I want to hear what you have to respond. And then Hutch said, I actually think it would be better off for Democrats if these people weren't like influenced in stuff. That's something I disagree with, and I'm just disagreeing with it as IRI is. And I just don't think that is like pressing Hutch in a way that I like didn't press Vanguard. I just think I'm just like I don't agree, and I certainly said I don't agree with the Vanguard with stuff they said.
Listen, I'll be fair, and I'll say, because I told my chat, I was like, listen, you're not always going to take the same tone. Sometimes if you're having some conversations on some platforms, it makes sense to take a different tone. And so like I really was balancing that. Like I understand that that's probably what you were doing in that spot, and so maybe there's value there. But there was another part of me too that watched that conversation, and there were a few moments where I would have pushed back like way fucking harder. Like the fact that they accused David Pakman of being paid to celebrate genocide, and then you actually, to your credit, you actually said, wait, hold on.
Well, let's go
and
to
you
the
followed
next
on that,
building.
and then he immediately 180'd.
I
That
thought
fucking
that there
Gavin-
was. So I thought that there was going to be moss in these things that I could harvest, but there isn't any, which is kind of stupid. But there's another one right here. I think it's over here. Ah! 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 Ooh. I can't pick it up. Ah!
Idiot. Immediately 180 and said, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
And he said
wait,
it literally 5 seconds before.
Well, I think
You know,
yeah, I
who do
think
you-
I think
I'm
that
just
was a
asking
weak
you, like,
claim.
I'm just asking you, like, who do you think is doing more damage to Democratic Party prospects? Me for focusing on lefties that I think are way out of.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up that that fossilized lightning, but I couldn't. I'm full, so you can have it. Yeah, you can have it. All right. Well, it's time to head to the. It's time to head to the extract anyway. So you want to go with me?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Yeah, we got to go past the bastion again. Do you have a stim?
I do, yeah. I got a defib too, just in case.
Okay. Oh shit, I don't have stims. Okay, I do have defibs though, so I'll, yeah, apparently I dropped my stim to make more room. So, okay. All right.
I can keep 2.
2? Oh, that's perfect. Here, let me. I gotta make room. You want heavy ammo?
I have double light right now, but thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me put these in my quick use. Yeah, I'm dropping it just because I got to make room for the stems. So, okay. Let me put these in my quick use. All right. Ready?
Let's do it.
Sorry.
They're like completely untethered from reality, and their quote unquote like criticisms of Democrats. It's not a criticism to say that Josh Shapiro covered up a murder.
I don't think you're doing much damage at all, Hutch.
That is smearing a Democratic Party.
I don't think you're doing. If you're asking my opinion, Hutch, I don't think you're doing much damage at all. I think if any, the only criticism that maybe could be levied at you is like an opportunity cost of like what is a better use of your time. But I don't think you're doing any damage.
It's
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you give them too much credit, man. Like these people don't have that much influence, man. I'm telling you. It's you might maybe disagree with me, but like the Vanguard boys and Kyle Kalinske are not determining the election, man.
Kyle
I'm sorry.
Kalinske gets like 40 million views a month.
It
bro.
doesn't
Are you
matter.
Shitting on Trump.
It
Shitting on
doesn't
Trump.
matter. Excuse me.
Spotlight,
Excuse
putting
me.
Putting a spotlight on Trump's like horrible shit. And this is one of the reasons why
I just told you that Kyle Kalinske told his audience last week that Gavin Newsom vetoed single payer in California. Almost any time he talks about Democrats, it's in a negative context. Almost any time, bro.
He and Crystal did endorse Jill Stein in May of 2024, which is I didn't know this, and I guess I retract my statement of I don't think Kyle would do that. That's insane that they did.
I didn't make that shit up. He does it every time, and so I'm sorry. I don't believe him when he says he'll fucking support the nominee. If it's Newsom, no. He's gonna shift the poll. He's gonna shift the goalpost and be like, you know what? It's no longer Trump, so the stakes aren't as high. That's what he's gonna do. It's so fucking predictable.
Yeah, so like I am totally go ahead.
Well, I just say I think these third-party voters, they're never going to vote for Democrats. Same thing with on the right, they have these libertarian weirdos that will never vote for Republicans either. That's all.
Hutch,
I was going to say,
do you have any
go for it now.
yeah, sure. This is some other different topic. Any obligation to like actually fight the lefties on policy issues? Like when I talk to more lefty people, it's almost always about my issues with the actual policies, instead of like just trying to get them to vote for Democrats. Even though maybe I should be getting them to vote for Democrats.
I'm constantly fighting on policy with these people.
Is there a non-fighting way like that we could also like spend our time? Like this person brings up an interesting question. Like if we look at the things that we probably agree with, like you liked Mamdani, you endorsed Mamdani, and it's like, is there some of this stuff?
I'm coming. I'm on my way. I gotta find the exit here. Fuck. Fuck. I'm so fucked. I'm coming! Don't leave! I'm coming! Oh no, I went the wrong way. I'm here! Shit. Oh, fuck.
Capitulating to their, I'm holding my vote out for a concession, but we're like, hey, is there some portion that we can bleed off of the Kyle Kalinskis or the Hassan voters where we say, oh, you know what, that's a good idea. Let's get some like Medicare reforms or let's do the XYZ. And we don't have to constantly be infighting, but we can still bleed off the ones who are like, otherwise we'll just be like, I'm not voting. They're not doing anything I want. Is that even something we can focus on?
I don't think there's a passive way to engage with like Hassan Piker a couple days ago was interviewed by some like pro-Assad like Syrian like news.
Damn, dude. I don't know if that was the guy that I was with earlier. Was that him?
Thing or whatever. And they asked him about, I don't know what they asked him about, but he said straight up, like, a lot of people think that Democrats are opposed to police brutality, but, Ferguson happened when Obama was president, which is a statement that is so fucking mean.
Bro, I've heard like progressives make these, and like socialists make these sort of statements a ton of times. There was I don't know if you guys ever knew the girl Bad Bunny, who was around a while, but I actually got in a fight with her a long time ago when I first got into Twitch politics, where I said that I liked Obama, and she's like, oh, you guys act like Obama is so great just because he's the first black president, but what you forget is that BLM actually started under Obama. What? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What the hell?
Meaningless. That it insults my intelligence. It happened when Obama was president. What the fuck does that have to do with Barack Obama? That was an issue of the local police department. And do you know what the Obama administration did?
Bro, that guy saved my fucking life. If he hadn't given me those stims, I would not have made it. I wouldn't have come anywhere close. I would have been way off. He saved my fucking life by giving me those stims.
Eric Holder and the DOJ at the time investigated the Ferguson Police Department, and they forced a consent decree enforced by a judge to implement reforms at that police department. And do you know what the Trump administration did when they murdered 2 people in Minneapolis? They said the people were fucking terrorists and ICE agents. You have immunity. Go nuts. And Hassan's out here saying, like, a lot of people think Democrats are different on ICE.
No, wait, Hutch,
Yeah,
I agree with this criticism 100%.
Didn't I bring that up in the Vanguard conversation? I'm pretty sure I brought that up.
I didn't get through the whole thing. I didn't get through the whole thing.
I think it was near the beginning. One of the first things I brought up was the fact that he was doing this false equivalence bullshit with one of this interview shit. I was like, I get it. No, that's fucking stupid. It's wrong. And the false equivalence bullshit is pathetic. I just would distinguish someone like that from Kyle Kalinske. I think Kyle Kalinske and Vanguard, they don't do the false equivalence shit. And it's not just me who says that. Like, if my opinion doesn't mean anything, Josiah also says that. Do you think Josiah is wrong about that?
Yeah, I think you're both wrong.
Oh,
100%.
wait, Pisco. I mean, just addressing the fact we just showed the tweet where he's endorsing the Green Party in the year where
I know. Yes, I agree. That they had
not a false equivalency. If you're unwilling to endorse,
100. No, the third party bullshit, and that's, by the way, this is to the credit of the Vanguard over Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball in that moment, that they have always been against the third party grift, have always thought it's stupid, et cetera, et cetera.
That's not true, by the way.
Why are you rolling your eyes?
It's not true. That's not true.
So tell me when did the Vanguard endorse a third party?
Look it up. There's a conversation that they had with Vosh, and Vosh.
Yeah, I'm positive that they've never that they used to like the Jill Stein, that they were like that they kept saying that they like Jill Stein. I don't know what the fuck. Did they really say that? Did they really say that to him?
Had to walk them like babies through the logic of not voting for third party. It was early 2024. Vosh was the one that convinced them to stop fucking entertaining.
In 2024, they were shitting on the people who were organizing the third party stuff. I saw them do it. All right, I mean,
they shifted. I'm just saying, but they were not always opposed to third party shit. That's just not true.
I have seen them call out the third party bullshit, but
you can go look at it. But I want to go back to my question because I truly want to know if this is even viable and if this is something that like Hutch or any of us could spend more of our time on. Because as much as I am all for calling people out, like doing this, I agree with your criticism 100%. Is there not, like, IRI has this mentality, I like it, where it's just like, you know, we're coalescing the Democrat period, the left period against the forces of evil. I don't give a fuck. We're doing whatever we can to win. And I respect that to a degree. Is there not a way to capitalize and almost undermine the message that the parties are the same by stealing some of the best ideas from the left-wing politicians who are winning?
Don't you think that people can, don't you think that
ideas, yes, not the
don't you
bad
think that
ones.
different
Why don't you
people
answer
can
the
wear
question?
Hang on. Don't you think that different people can wear different hats?
No, sure. I'm just saying, can't we do both?
Yes or no?
We could wear two hats.
We can.
I have several
Yes
hats
or
to wear.
no?
But okay, if that's the case, then you should criticize. You should criticize David Pakman or mostly David Pakman and Josiah and Brian Tyler Cohen, who focus 100% on Trump stuff. They're wearing that hat. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That connects with their audience. They're good at that. They like diving into those things. That's their strength. Go for it.
Okay, well, the past the pundit phrase, just the Democratic Party. Is there ways that we can undermine this movement without criticism? You know, like, of course, you know, I think people were like, yeah, if you go and disavow Hassan at the DNC, like that'll really get more voters. What about taking some of the best parts of what Mamdani did and integrating that into the left-wing party and saying, hey, people,
Mamdani is nothing like these fucking idiots. Mamdani is actually smart. Mamdani is actually smart. He's actually a smart guy. That's why he doesn't do this stupid shit.
Right.
You know,
that's why I like Mamdani, because he's a Democrat. He's a proud Democrat.
You tell me, how do I civilly engage with someone who accuses Josh Shapiro of covering up a murder?
I mean,
what's a nice way of engaging?
Do you civilly engage? Do you civilly engage with counterpoints?
I rarely talk to counterpoints. I don't know the last time I talked to him.
Would you? So you don't civilly engage with people who say absurd shit sometimes?
No, I don't generally.
I don't understand this. Like, fucking purity testing.
It
reminds me of lefty shit.
Well, this is almost literally what it is that that Soy Pill was saying the other day when he was talking to Wick, because he was saying, yo, like, when you bring these people on, you can't treat them like serious people. Do not treat them like they're having a serious conversation. If you're going to bring on idiots, treat them like fucking idiots. Do not have like genuine conversations with these people, and don't represent them as genuine people. This is literally what Soy Pill was just saying to Wick the other day. So it seems as though Soy Pill agrees with that idea. That you just don't treat these people like they're serious.
It sounds like purity testing. Like, yeah, they could be totally out to sea on the Josh Shapiro shit. And
it is purity testing. Hell yeah, it is purity testing, and they're not pure enough. Fuck those people.
And on accusations, they also, in the course of our conversation, accused Kamala of engaging in a genocide. But
purity test is whether or not you want to stop Trump, not like, hey, do you have this one policy I want or not? It's not a single issue voter. If the single issue is, are you going to vote? Like, right? Like, it's the complete opposite.
So I don't even understand the question. Can you repeat it one more time? Sorry.
Well, you're saying it reminds you of purity testing of the left. But purity testing of the left comes from, well, I like XYZ, blah, 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 but they're not for single player. I'm not going to vote for them, which is what we're opposed to. And their Hutch's purity testing is.
Oh, so what's the analog? What's the analog? Okay. So no, the purity test is, how do I even engage with someone who thinks Josh Shapiro covered up a murder? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, how do you engage with anybody? Civilly engage with someone like I civilly.
Can't we be nice
IRI is a perfect example. Guess what? IRI interacts with people who say absurd shit all the time, engages with them. We engage on some of the Epstein stuff. Like, there are people whose allegations on some of the Epstein stuff go way past what the evidence shows so far. And they're like, I think that it's been established that it's been a grand conspiracy and Israel's actually covering it up, blah, blah, blah. I still engage with those people, even if they have some absurd opinions. Guess what? It's called America, and so I don't understand why you couldn't. I don't understand why you couldn't civilly engage with someone who thinks Josh Shapiro covered up a murder. Actually, I actually think
it's called America, guys. It's what it is.
I don't know what the basis of that is.
What if the people that you're engaging with are liars? What if they lie?
What's the lie? What's the lie?
I'm glad you asked. So the Vanguard, for example, in your conversation with them, they said, no, we disavow the crazies, the ones that say voted third party. You know, like we didn't like voting for Kamala, but we, you know, like I get in my I call them out all the time, and my audience calls me
What's
a shill.
the lie? What's the lie? What's the statement? It's a lie.
If you go to their Twitter feed right now, what is the?
I just want to say, Non-Fun is doing an excellent job here. Okay. W Non-Fun's in chat. Let's fucking go. W Non-Fun's.
First thing you see on the top of their feed, that is them
Ron
retweeting Sean the
Fine.
Black, who is one of those guys who did that
What
shit.
is the
Who did
lie?
They positioned
I've
themselves
retweeted.
in-
I've
in the
retweeted Trump
conversation
supporters
with
before.
you- in the
I've
conversation
retweeted
with
Trump
you-
supporters before.
In the conversation with you, they said that they disavowed the fringe crazies who did the fucking anti-electoral stuff. That's clearly not true.
Not for who they are, but on those opinions. Hutch, come on. What's the lie? You're saying
Why is it
wait
hard
a
for you to
second.
believe that these guys lie? Like they are
What's
bad.
the lie? What's the fucking lie? Hutch? Hey, identify
They
the
are
statement that's a
not-
lie.
They do not like.
What's the statement that they? What is the statement that is a lie, Hutch?
Told you. I just told you.
They said they disavowed the third party bullshit. That doesn't mean I'll never retweet someone who did that.
Okay.
Wait. Don't just disengage. That's some cuck shit right now. Hang on. Don't just disengage with that.
I don't think these are honest actors.
Oh,
I
hang
don't
on.
think they're honest actors. They have not
No.
demonstrated
I'm just
themselves to be
saying.
honest actors.
So you can say that they have some lies in the past. I'm not saying they've never lied. I'm just saying at this moment you have not identified a false statement. Have you?
When they had the conversation,
Have you
with
identified one or
No,
not?
that's
Have
Pisco.
you identified a false statement or not?
Pisco, let him respond.
You can act
It's
dishonestly.
so-
You can act
don't
dishonestly.
weasel. What's
you
the
can
false statement?
You can act dishonestly without necessarily saying something that's dishonest. Does that make sense? In the conversation you guys were having about the Taylor Lorenz article with Chorus, right? They repeated like three things that were totally debunked within 1 day of that story being dropped. Okay, they could have made just a tiny bit of effort to follow up on what people were. They claimed they repeated the lie that Chorus creators had to go through Chorus to schedule any interview with a politician. This was totally debunked within 24 hours. So it gets to a point where if someone is so incurious, if someone is like not willing to make the tiniest amount of effort to actually look into the things that they're covering, and all they're pushing is the same fucking narrative bullshit every day, I call that dishonesty. I don't think they're
there's a
honest
lot.
actors. I don't know why we would spend even a second trying to court these people.
Why?
I think there's a
why
lack.
do you call you a raccoon? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? I'm just testing it. Can you guys hear me or not?
We can hear you, but there is a lag.
You're a little discombobulated,
shit.
but it's fine.
Hang on, I'm gonna refresh one sec.
Okay.
Okay, well, for
it's getting very
Hyde.
heated, and
Sorry,
right now
we
one of the
should let
parties is not
people
here.
talk.
I do want to say this. We're having the Deem on to have to talk about this discussion next week, so I'm sure we'll get more into it, and it'll get even more loud and crazy and annoying.
Is it better? Testing 1, 2, 3.
And
you're back. And
Vadim and
oh, and Ogre Boy. Ogre Boy's coming on.
Ogre Boy's coming on Live and Learn.
And Vadim, with Vadim, holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Vadim and Ogre Boy, that's gonna be fucking rough, bro. That is rough, dude.
It's gonna be awesome. What a great show. You guys should sub to the channel.
Oh my
But here, let's hear from our guest. What is
Yes.
your thoughts on this back and forth non?
Listen, I think this is why I like talking about policy, okay? Because I think you can discount a lot of the sort of both parties are the same and like the weird narrative shit, especially if it's true these people like just never look into stuff. Like if you can convince them that like single payer healthcare might not be like super great, that like some of these policies are just like kind of cringe. I think you can make them a lot more comfortable voting for Democrats. And I don't know if it's easier to convince them that these policies are bad than it is to like convince them to vote for Democrats because of the threat of Trump or whatever. But I think you need to be neo-lib pilled, Hutch. And I did go in on Ogre Boy about the elasticity of investment to pharmaceutical companies' revenues.
Well, I want to bring up real quick. I do have to say because the super chat has become elucidated to me. The horizon effect, the trolley problems. It's this idea that right now we were just presented with a dichotomy: either Hutch does this or not, or either Hutch goes super hard against them or not. And the horizon effect is in artificial intelligence. There's so many variables for it to look through, and so it can only narrow this down to like a very small sector and then look through these where if you keep trolley probleming and narrowing everything down, you get super tunnel vision on these are the only two options. And non-funds just came in and said, well, what if we, have this like policy solution that actually convinces people to come over with, and so like, yeah, you can shit on them, but you can also do this. And both of these things are going to be aiding and growing our party and getting votes. So yeah.
But these people are not serious about policy. Let's just be clear. Like if you ask them, what would you have done in response to, let's say, like the massive influx at the border? Like put yourself in Biden's shoes. Like what is your policy solution to that? I shit you not. Every time I've asked that question, I've asked this question so many times. They say like Cinemarxism, for example. He's this like Twitch leftist. I had a conversation with him and I asked him like, how do you like vet people coming into the country? Because you got to do that, right? He said his solution was to get rid of all border patrol. He's a prison abolitionist and a police abolitionist. To get rid of all CBP, get rid of all ICE, and what you do instead is you send a bunch of lawyers to go physically stand at the border, and then I guess migrants stand in a single file line, and then you just hand them papers, and then they come into the country. That was literally what he said.
But those are policy positions. They're just not serious about getting it accomplished because it's obviously way too absurd to actually do it. Like it's the same stuff of like, the ACA and stuff. Like they have a policy position on healthcare. It's just that they don't have any mechanism. They don't have any like serious thoughts about like how to actually do what they want or like what the constraints were at the time, like when the ACA was passed, right? But they still have policy positions that you could convince them are stupid.
They don't.
Maybe.
I don't think you can convince them that it's stupid. But like they don't. But
you think you can convince them to vote for the Democrats? Like
no. My whole thing is like I just try to like be aggressive as possible with these people and make them look silly. That's like kind of what my whole thing is all about. Like that's how
and that will peel them off to vote for Democrats where they otherwise wouldn't.
Not them, like hopefully people that watch them.
In the audience.
I get emails from people all the time, from like saying they used to watch this or that person, and so I'm doing.
Well, one of those. I got 6 emails that says Hutch was too aggressive. I'm a Hassan fanboy now.
I'm not watching Hassan. What I'm not sure about is the prescription, because I'll give you an example. I had a conversation the other day with Richard Hanania, and Hanania voted for Trump, and he was saying like crazy shit like, oh, don't worry about it, like fucking RFK won't have any position of any authority, and I wouldn't vote for him if they made him HHS secretary. I remember sitting in that election day stream, and he's like, yeah, there's no reason to think RFK will have he'll be sidelined and marginalized and that kind of thing. And with that said, I had him on, and we spent all the time like assessing Trump shit and talking about like abuses of Trump, internet like interventions, and hashing that out. What is your prescription with respect to the conclusions you're drawing, Hutch? It's not that we don't interact with these people, but is it that we don't have polite conversations with them?
It depends. Like if your whole thing is constant Democratic Party, fuck the Democrats flowchart bullshit, and that's all you do, then I think the best thing to do in that spot for me, and I'm not saying everybody has to do that, but for me is to match that energy into just really, I personally think that the flowchart shit is nuts. Like I think it's so thought terminating. I think it's so fucking stupid. And so I don't really make an effort to like hide my contempt when people demonstrate that kind of logic. And if you find that in your experience that you attract more bees with honey and that works for you, great. But I think that kind of rhetoric has just become so commonplace in online lefty populist brain rot spaces for so long. And I think there needs to be more people pushing back again. I'm not saying you have to, but I think there needs to be more pushback against it, because I think it has done a lot of harm. I think like the 2016 Democratic primaries, that event alone, and if you watch the Ryan Getty video, he gets into this, but like I've been saying this for years. Like that event alone, I think has done so much damage in terms of the discourse.
The primary?
Yeah, the idea that Bernie Sanders was like robbed of the nomination in both 2016 and 2020, I think is really damaging. And I don't like people that spread that lie. I think it's destructive. I think it's harmful. I think people lose faith. They literally think the system is completely rigged against them, and it's because they don't ever stop and ask themselves, why did we lose that election? Why don't we do better with black voters? They don't ask that question. They're just like, it's just fucking rigged. Katie Porter, Cory Bush, Jamal Bowman, like down the line. That's their whole thing. They will never win. They will never lose a primary and then come after the fact and say, here's where I think our campaign like didn't, It's just like, oh, it was just robbed. They think that the Democratic Party, they think that the moderate wing, the establishment wing, should hand them power. Like they just want to skip the step of convincing voters. And they think they should, like they think that Pete and Amy, who were ideologically opposed to Bernie Sanders, they don't agree with his ideal governance. They thought Biden would have been a better candidate and a better president. But they think that Pete and Amy should have stayed in the race to artificially juice Bernie's numbers to like help him on Super Tuesday. How do you explain that? Like what world do you live in? Do you think that the moderates are just going to give you power? No, convince voters. That's how you take the power. That's how you got to do it, right?
Is that a descriptive claim or a prescriptive claim? You're saying the way to get to power is X, Y, Z.
The way
It's obviously descriptive. But what? That is obviously descriptive. I wonder if is he really asking this right now, or like what the fuck? This is obviously descriptive, pretty clear. I don't think it makes sense to even ask that question.
If they want to control,
or are you kind of some kind of normative assessment there?
The way if the Bernie populist wing of the party is ever going to be in the driver's seat of the party, it's going to be after they convince enough voters to give them enough seats to have a majority in the party, and then they can have more influence to elect a House Speaker. They can have more influence to decide who is in the Democratic leadership. But they don't do that. They never fucking do that.
Again, I just think that they're talking past each other. Like in that context, their claim is one that they were cheated out of whatever, and I don't agree with that claim, especially not in 2020 for reasons. But you just saying, well, the way you win power is X, Y, Z doesn't seem responsive to the claim of we were fucked and cheated out of it. It just seems to be like talking about some sort of descriptive of how one gets.
What does that have to do with anything? They're wrong. Like, now, maybe he's saying you're doing the same thing. You need to actually, like, consider how you convince these people of this in order to, like, maybe he's saying that sort of thing, but, yeah, I'm a little confused as to, like, I'm a little confused as to the, like, questions,
power
or the contention,
as opposed to whether or not what was done in a given context is like somehow intolerable or bad.
Well, the claim is just not. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but the claim is just not true. The idea that it was rigged. Yeah, I mean, Hillary Clinton got 3 million more votes, and
no, their claim is it's unfair, and you need to come with a claim that it's not unfair because, and not just the way you get power is X, Y.
Well, okay, so that is so in a lot of the conversations that I've had with people, when they say the election was stolen, I'm like, bro, it was not stolen. That's fucking stupid. And then they're like, okay, like I can see your perspective, blah blah blah, but it at least like wasn't fair. And then, you know, okay, like we can have a conversation around that, but yeah, lots of times it does come down to, like, when they say stolen, they just mean like the Democrats were unfair in how they like helped one side and not the other.
YZ. It's one is a normative kind of like back and forth. It's not unfair versus it is fair, and the other is, well, this is descriptively how one gets power. I feel like you're just not responding to them. I agree with you on 2020, especially.
Fair, unfair. I really don't give a flying fuck about like any of like those kind of descriptors. It's just the truth that if the progressive populist wing is to ever be in a position where they're the leadership of the party, it will be because they convinced voters, and not because Pete and Amy didn't deliberately stay in the race to essentially hand it to Bernie.
I think what Pisco's saying is, like, if you are talking to these people that are claiming fraud and rigging and unfair, and you just say that's not true, that's not going to do anything. Maybe if you, like, you know, demonstrably show the facts of it, you'll bleed the people off who are watching and say, well, it looks like that's wrong. But
this is why I would respond. I would be like, it's not unfair in virtue of one of the expectations in a primary contest is that candidates are able to strategically and tactically withdraw, and that's part of the rules of the game. And if you're working within the rules of the game, there's nothing unfair about it in that sense. And there's never been a norm against like dropping out for purposes of, you know, making arrangements. That's part of everyone's expectation. Therefore, it's not unfair. But you just saying, well, how you win power is X, Y, Z. It doesn't surprise me that it doesn't stick with them, because I don't feel like it's addressing their claim of unfairness. It just feels like it's one is a normative claim and one is a descriptive.
I mean, I just like the label fair or unfair. It's like if Bernie Sanders had built a coalition big enough to take on the moderate wing after they were inevitably coalesced around the strongest moderate candidate, then he would have been in the driver's seat. But he didn't do that. Is that fair or unfair? Like it's
That's their claim. They're claiming.
Well, no, it's again like when they say the election is stolen, this is obviously saying a lot more. Like they say the DNC stole the election from Bernie Sanders. That's not like fairness is very different. But they don't say fair. They don't say these things. He's like trying. I agree that that's essentially their claim to an extent. Oh shit! But that's not what they're actually saying, and that's the problem.
It's unfair.
Yeah, but it's your job as a candidate. So that's the job. If you want the job, you got to convince either plurality or a majority of voters to give you that position. Nobody's going to hand it to you. That's my point. Like the whole framing just drives me insane. Why? Like, do you guys ever hear people that are like, well, we tried the moderate thing for like the last like fucking 50 years. Why doesn't the Democratic Party try the progressive thing? How many times have you guys heard this idiotic claim? That's not how this fucking works. In what universe are the the wing of the party that's in power? They're going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to hand you this. No, you do it by convincing voters.
Okay, but you're once again you're talking past them. Like the claim isn't how one receives the power. It's like it would be wise to do X strategy. It would be wise for us to choose this. And what you're saying is, well, haha, you can't win. This isn't really addressing their claim about the wisdom of a given approach.
I do think a lot of them also believe they already have convinced voters, and it's just like corporate Democrats and corporate interests.
Oh yes, that is essentially the claim. That is it. Is that they believe everybody's already on their side, and that the people are just kind of like brainwashed by like mainstream media and shit like that to not vote for progressives. And that's like part of why they would say that like the elections were stolen and shit like that, is that the mainstream media and CNN and the DNC and all these people like made everybody believe a bunch of dumb, stupid things that weren't true. And so yeah, that's non-fun is totally correct here.
Evil things.
I agree with right, but then it's like, okay, to the extent that they're making that claim, that is a descriptive claim, which you have to address and say something like, well, no, because X, Y, Z. Look at these analyses. You can see like the amount of money spent isn't really influencing. Whatever you want to say. That's the thing is, if their claim is something like the smart strategy would be. No, I'm not. Sorry, my voice. Yeah, there's a lot of words exchanged today. If the claim is that Democrats should adopt a given strategy, and this would be better for Democrats, saying like, well, moderates aren't just going to hand it over, isn't responsive to the claim. It just
well, the framing is them.
Okay, wait. Can we put a pin on this for now, because we are going to do this way more, and Pisco is not going to be the stand-in for the left. We're going to have actual people who have these very disagreeable positions.
I agree with Hutch on this. That's what I'm
saying. That's what I'm saying. Is like you're pretty much on our side in this debacle. So like it's almost like we're wasting all our arguments against people that mostly agree with each other.
Can I just say one thing real briefly? Last thing. I just want the last word on this. Okay, it's the framing that is just like poisoning the discourse. The framing is that there's this monolithic Democratic Party that's like a hive mind that make decisions through some kind of collective consciousness.
Which is part of like their issue with even saying like blue no matter who or something like that, is they think like this is the same as the Republicans. This is exactly what the Republicans do. You're exactly the same as them. Because it sounds very like it does sound very cultish. Like they're not wrong. Like it does sound very culty to say stuff like that.
And that is not what is happening. We live in a representative democracy. So if, for example, the voters in the districts of the Democrats who voted to pass that ICE bill, if they disapprove of those voters, they can primary them and vote them out. So like the way that you make decisions as a party is you forge consensus, and that consensus is going to look different depending on what type of candidates the voters themselves elect. So just stop treating the party like a hive mind and start treating it like what it is. It's a democratic institution.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm going to say the last thing now, and I want you to think about this for next week, because ultimately it sounds like at the end you're saying it's their responsibility to earn the votes, and I feel like that's what they're going to fire back at you when they don't vote for the job.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that like that that like when he keeps saying like, oh, but they've got to choose, you know, or they have to convince them, like, well, they're gonna say the same thing. Like, well, then you just have to convince me to vote for you guys, or like you have to convince me that the election wasn't stolen, or like, you know, you need to be more convincing with X, Y, and Z. That's obviously like the claim. The problem is the thought process that like, if you already think this shit's bad, like we shouldn't have to convince you to like be a good person. Like we should, like, these are people who already have the information. They're just choosing not to wield it in a moral way. And that's like, that is the bigger problem that most everybody's having in this scenario.
General, but don't respond to that yet.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
To be honest, I didn't follow that. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying, you know,
You
hey,
didn't
like
follow that?
Bernie didn't win because he didn't get the votes. I agree with this, but it's like, okay, well, isn't it Kamala's duty to earn the vote of the progressives who feel like they're just?
And so it's her fault.
It is. I mean, sure, but like those voters who decided to not vote for Kamala, they made that decision. They are responsible for their decision. Kamala didn't force them to not vote for her. They chose that.
Do you give Kamala responsibility for not winning?
Kamala failed to build a winning coalition. There's no doubt about that. Kamala failed to build a winning coalition.
We have a whole show for this. Okay, all right. Do we talk about Greenland for like 10 seconds? I'm sure Non-Fon
Yes, we should. I want to hear Non-Fon's opinion on Greenland.
Right, and just to recap, Greenland. All right, Trump threatens and says that Greenland's a necessity.
Yeah, so like the way he just said that right now, yeah, to me it just sounds like a very I would feel like he's like talking down to me. Fuck you. Is there another one over there? I can't tell.
There's nothing that can happen other than them capitulating to us, completely threaten all these tariffs and potentially troops on the ground, tank all the markets, and then declare victory when we get back to the same place, which is they said we could put bases there. Did I get that right? Does anyone have any contentions with that recap of what happened?
No, that's classic Trump strategy. That's the foreign policy.
I like that. Like I'm honestly not surprised. Like a lot of his trade deals are like kind of scaled down versions of that. Like, you know, he'll announce some insane shit. He did it with Colombia, announcing like some insane 50% tariffs on Colombia early on for like literally no concession, just because him announcing that he got a deal can get like headlines. It is not that surprising to me. I'm a little. There's a little part of me that's upset that we didn't get some type of deal that like would have given Greenland like citizens like a lump sum of money or whatever, because that would have been a good natural experiment. That would have been a good
like 500K each too. Talk about a UBI. That's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wait, was it in exchange for Greenland?
No, in exchange for Greenland, he was like, let's pay every citizen and they become Americans. But you know what would have happened is he would have, put a bunch of military stuff there and he'd been like, well, each Jericho missile is worth this much money and we're paying you in protection, right? Like, that's what would have happened eventually.
That's exactly what would have happened. And because think about his healthcare plan. Then, speaking of healthcare, and speaking about Affordable Care Act and single parent and all that stuff, Trump's plan that he announced, I think, was it $2,000 per person to spend on health insurance a year, which like is vastly below what people usually spend. So I don't think you can trust it. But Non-Fon in general, you would be okay with a consensual acquisition of Greenland, right?
Like I don't have a principled objection to that. Like that, like
wouldn't it be cool?
Sufficient. So I think Greenland is like a resource, probably more of a resource drain than it's worth. From my understanding, they get a lot of money and subsidies already from the Danish government.
Yeah, but it's like civilization. It costs a lot to build up the city a little bit, but eventually when you tech up, it's got the resources you need for those.
Well, I mean, like Alaska's still a net drain on our like treasury, right? So like,
what? So you give up Alaska? You think it was Seward's folly? You think it was Seward's folly? You believe them?
Wait, Pisco, I mean, I know this is a little bit of a meme, but the idea is the minerals and natural resources in Greenland will be not so difficult and expensive to mine once global warming happens and melts a lot of the ice. This is a
It's a little cynical. I grant you it's a little cynical, and obviously I disagree with the policy to the extent that it's
I'm actually gonna fucking die.
I don't have a problem with acquisitions. I think that we should expand the franchise in America first. So I would be against any acquisition before we have Puerto Rico and DC full franchise for these individuals. But in general, I don't have a problem with acquisitions. I just think that what Trump is doing is like threatening the NATO alliance, and it's obviously insane, and it's like fucking over our allies and friends and raising tensions needlessly. But yeah, no.
Speaking of which, should we show the letter he sent?
It is the most unhinged thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I know we always say this, but I was genuinely surprised by this. This was like I cannot like this is fine for like a Trump tweet. But let me find this. What was the guy's name?
I'm
the
down.
leader's Jonas.
I need a defib.
I don't know how to
Hello?
pronounce his last name. Is it just Store?
Jonas Store?
Yeah.
I don't know the fucking Danish.
I just say while you're looking that up, this is a huge L for Trump. He got lucky that this shooting happened over the weekend because everybody should be talking about this. This motherfucker said
Help!
we must have Greenland. There is no
Help!
way our national security can survive without
Help!
it. Then he said they need to sell it to us. Then he
Oh,
proposed
fuck.
the tariffs, and he just backed down. I don't know what they did. They must have had an envelope with Epstein Island photos and him banging pockets or something because he completely changed his tune. He didn't even have a plan. He didn't know what happened. He said we have concepts of a plan that'll come out soon. So he loves revealing big things, and so he had no idea what even happened. So I don't know what went in that room, but those Europeans fucked him up.
Yeah.
We can warn that.
I've got the text letter here. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace
Help!
Prize for having
I'm
stopped 8
down.
wars
Hello?
plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now
Help!
think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And why do they have a right of ownership anyway? There are no
Help!
written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago, but we had boats landing there also. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding.
Oh my God.
That sentence triggered the fuck out of me. And now, NATO should do something for you, the United States. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President TJ Day.
It's so
Got
unhinged.
what he wanted. He got everything he wanted. I challenge you to say otherwise. Totally got it all.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing to establish peace? I got a text from my mom. She watched tonight and she said, "Good."
I cannot believe I just fucking lost there, dude. Holy shit. I haven't died in like days. And I really needed to get out there. I really fucking needed to get out there, dude. And I had a record on the trials, and I was like, that was gonna. I'm not gonna. I probably will not get that opportunity again.
Good night, familia. Me voy a camita, which means I'm going to bed. A ver los Celtics, which means to watch the Celtics and listen to a podcast. Pisco is fighting with Hutch. Chill, everybody. Everybody chill. Besos. So she's sending her love.
Espero que tenga buena noche.
Oh, that's so cute.
Shout out.
I'm breaking the peace a little bit because
Oh shit.
The tariffs reminded me of this. I was watching your stream the other day, Pisco. You told, I don't remember who you're talking to. You told someone that Chris Murphy in AOC were your top picks. Okay, Chris Murphy, the anti-free trade dude. Oh my god.
Corruption's number one. I don't know why. Like, you know me, man. Anti-corruption, anti-Trumpism. That's number one. On the free trade stuff, like, yeah, I'm in favor of free trade on most of the time. That's where I'm at. I'm not interested in policies that are gonna fuck us over. But I'm willing to tolerate some policy. First of all, I think that it's useful to have some tariffs in some industries for some domestic security purposes, etc. Some domestic production goals. I don't think that they should be like what Trump is doing. But also beyond that, it's just like it's a trade-off that I think is worth it. I don't care. What I want most of all is destroying the MAGA corruption that has embedded itself in the government. And that's number one. It's going to go first.
Yeah, non-fun. Why are you purity testing Democrats right now?
Yeah, not fun.
I just think that you should
Busted.
vote again, even in the primary, for who has the highest expected value. And I think free trade is a good policy. And insofar as other Democrats offer the same or similar anti-corruption stances, which I think many of them do, unless Chris Murphy has done some unhinged shit that I don't know about, being anti-free trade, at least to some extent, he's not like entirely anti-free trade or anything, not like Trump, like that. You should vote for.
If he's the best U.S. senator, I will die for Chris Murphy. I will die for Chris Murphy.
Non-fun. Would you vote for AOC in the general election?
Of course, against who? Against any of the Republican nominees?
JD Vance. JD Vance.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay,
Hell
that's all I have here.
Is there any Democrat you wouldn't vote for in the general?
Not in principle, no. I mean, I could imagine if AOC
Out of the
was
ones we
running
know
up
about.
against some like hypothetical Republican who is like.
Speaking of, we got a poll on the screen. We got barely any votes. So the way that you vote is by typing a number in chat. And that's how your vote gets counted. So, real quick, the poll on screen is asking, which would you rather as the Democratic nominee for president? Now, the options are number 1, Gavin Newsom, number 2, Pete Buttigieg, number 3, Jon Ossoff, number 4, Mark Kelly. We currently only have 9 votes. Okay, 9 votes right now. Do you type number 1 if you want? If you want somebody else, doesn't matter. We're only asking about these 4. Which one would you rather? Which one would you rather of those 4 people? Which one do you think would be the best option? Not oh, I vote Republican, or I'm voting for Jill Stein, or like, we don't care. It's which one of these would you rather? For if you're a Democrat, whatever, which one would you rather? So you type 1 in chat if you want Gavin Newsom, just a number 1. That's it, nobody else. Or nothing else. You just type the number 1, hit enter, and that's it. Number 2 for Pete Buttigieg, number 3 for Jon Ossoff, number 4 for Mark Kelly. Currently, Pete Buttigieg has 0 votes. Jon Ossoff has 2 votes. Mark Kelly has 3 votes. Gavin Newsom has 4 votes. So this is a close race between Jon Ossoff, Mark Kelly, and Gavin Newsom right now, each one behind the other by 1 vote. So it's 2, 3, and 4 votes. Yes, type 1 for Gavin Newsom, 2 for Pete Buttigieg, 3 for Jon Ossoff. But make sure you get your votes in. Get your votes in. Get them in. We're only going to leave this up for a couple more minutes, so we wanna know, who would you vote for?
Incredibly moderate.
Rubio.
Somehow got the nominee. No,
Rubio.
John
no.
Kasich.
I don't know. I don't even know him.
That was before your time. You were just a wee little
Our
fawn.
baby.
You were only 10 years
You were
old.
just a fawn, not an on.
You weren't even there for 9/11.
Mitt Romney comes back.
We weren't even
runs for
there.
president.
Did you guys watch?
Republican nominee.
Did you guys watch the
No,
full?
Maybe.
But maybe.
Maybe Romney. Hutch, go ahead. Sorry.
It would depend on the assumptions I make about like how much AOC got through and how much Romney would do.
Supreme Court picks.
And
Supreme Court picks. Come on.
Yeah,
fuck the court.
me and Pisco we talked about this a little bit on Wick's show. I think the Supreme Court picks could be sufficient, but it's also maybe I'm weird for thinking this way, but there are things that just like scale up like quite a bit, like things like I've mentioned a few times, pharmaceutical innovation. Like I think doing single payer healthcare, like unironically, like would be like if it led to reduced pharmaceutical innovation, which I think it would, like that's like millions of like life years lost per year.
Well, can't the government just fund? Yeah, go for it.
Well, just from a totally stupid perspective, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but like Europe has done pretty well with innovation of therapeutics recently. I mean, what's the argument against? How does that factor into your argument?
So if you look at especially the novel drugs and like the specialty drug spending, a lot more of that happens in the US. And even for companies that are founded in Europe and like use European investor money, a lot of them are, still in the US market. In fact, like drugs made in Europe will get approved in the US first. Part of the reason we spend so much on drugs is because like, if you look at 2025, it's 70% of the novel drugs and new fancy drugs were approved in the US before any other country, and that's a pretty consistent trend.
But the life years of those fancy drugs, is that more than we would get from single payer and everyone being able to have consistent and good effective healthcare?
Probably, yeah. I mean, so it might depend a little bit on what assumptions you make. But
I pressed you on this before, but like if I'm for giving everyone healthcare or letting old people live from 80 to 120, I say fuck those old people. I don't give a shit. But
I swear we hear
so it's just in principle though. So Pale, like there would be a number of people where like you could let die in order to give 20 extra years to a bunch of old people, right? Like there could be a scale at which that is worth it.
That Stacy woman.
Come on, so you would let one child die, okay, for $1 million, over $1 million, 300.
They're already old. They're already. What is the utility of being 80? That's what my what's the expected utility of an 80-year-old?
A lot of them are happy, bro.
I want that Star Trek universe where when you get to retirement age, because there's not enough resources, we just put them in the big suicide booth, and then you civilization keeps on churning. All right. I'm anti-old people. That's my political message. That's my winning political platform. Old people suck.
The people who vote the most. What were you going to say before?
Wait, real quick. I want to address a piece of this point real quick. It's just real quick with regards to the government funding thing. So for one, you're not going to save money in that case, or at least not much money. Part of the reason we want to negotiate drug prices down with single payer is so that we save money on drugs and the government doesn't have to pay out the ass for drugs. But secondly, like I think you should be very specific in sort of what market failure you're identifying, and then you should have some model that addresses specifically that market failure. So if the issue is that you think firms are going to underinvest in pharmaceutical innovation, then do patents. And we already do patents. And I think, I actually think Reagan partially screwed up patents and made it too easy to get like follow-up patents on non-novel medication. But patents address that issue, I think, way better than like a government-run system.
But how does single payer get rid of like the pharmaceutical industry? You could have single payer with with the private pharmaceutical industry.
Sure, but you would agree, like insofar as you're negotiating prices down, that would reduce the revenue and the expected revenue of pharmaceutical companies, right?
Oh, sure. I mean, but then can't you have then the market failure would be, innovation for products that are, like rare diseases.
That wouldn't be a market failure. That'd be a government failure. That wouldn't be.
Oh, sorry.
In that case, that would be.
Well, no. The failure of the market that the government has regulated such that the market doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, whatever. If you want to call that a government failure, a market failure, I mean, I don't care about terminology, but then specifically the funding and the subsidies would go to shore up that issue, and the single payer is there to address the market failure of health insurance, which is a humongous market failure. Unless you think.
So I think the exact problems will depend on your exact model for giving or like doing pharmaceutical innovation with subsidies. So again, for one, you should identify the market failure that you want to fix, and then like have a specific plan to fix it. I don't think that.
I think the health insurance market failure is well known to people.
That's true for health insurance.
Healthcare is an inelastic good. This is a market for products.
I don't think that's sufficient. But it just so with regards to like.
I just want to recap why I think health. I think there's a lag. I'm not trying to interrupt you. So I think the health insurance is a market failure because A, it's highly inelastic products. B, the information is like fucked. There's a huge disparity in information. 3, it's a monopolistic set of actors who have disproportionate control over prices. These aren't like easily exchangeable products, and again, low information issues there. And yeah, I mean, there's all the things of market failures with respect to health insurance. I can't imagine that you wouldn't concede that.
No, I agree that there definitely are market failures in health insurance. Technically, I don't think health insurance is particularly inelastic until we mandated it. There were a lot of uninsured people, but what I'm talking about right now, like pharmaceutical innovation.
No, that's not what inelastic is. Sorry, inelasticity refers to the inelasticity of demand. That has to do with whether or not sensitivities to the change in right, but just because there exists, I don't know what it was, like 5 and 8% uninsured, doesn't disprove that it's an inelastic demand for health insurance.
I think it's relatively inelastic, but I think in the context of healthcare, when people say it's a market failure because of inelasticity, they're referring to the fact that like people will pay whatever they want to like save their life, right? They're saying like it's essentially a perfectly inelastic good. With regards to health insurance, I mean, you have a variety of different plans that you can choose from. I agree there can be information asymmetries and consumers can make poor decisions. There's evidence for that. And you do have the choice to not buy health insurance, and a lot of young, healthy people, absent the sort of mandate to do it, would not buy health insurance, right? It wouldn't be enough to make it.
The mandate is zero right now. Wait, no, there is no. The mandate is zero. I mean, the mandate was really just a tax penalty that Trump in 2018 made. There's no more penalty. There's no more mandate.
I thought the tax penalty was still past 2018, but I guess I'm wrong there. I don't know.
It's zero. Yeah, it's zero.
I thought they got rid of that with the reconciliation bill.
Yeah, they did. That was one of their big changes. Maybe it's possible non-fond that they raised it back, but I doubt it.
I didn't think non-fond was actually saying that there was currently a penalty. I thought he was saying that just if there wasn't a penalty.
The mandate is zero. That was the basis. Non-fond actually lead up to the 2020 election. Did you hear that like Trump was in court trying to invalidate the ACA? The basis of trying to invalidate it during COVID, right, in the lead up to election was to say, well, you sustained the ACA under Congress's taxing authority, and now we've reduced the penalty to $0. Therefore, is it still constitutional? But the response was, you don't have standing because since the penalty is $0, you haven't faced an injury, therefore you can't sue about it, which is pretty funny. But sorry, Hutch, you wanted to say something.
I don't know when this happened, but did we talk about the Gavin Newsom Ben Shapiro conversation?
No.
Josiah was pissed about it. I still haven't seen it.
Did he do another Bannon?
I mean, so it's an hour and 45 minutes. I watched the whole thing on stream. There was one moment in particular that I did not love. You guys probably saw the clips. There were 2 clips that were kind of making the rounds that people got pissed off about. One was about Israel, and we don't need to dive into that. But the other one was about ICE. And I guess the press office Twitter account had called ICE the Gestapo or terrorists or something like that. And Ben Shapiro called it out. And then Gavin Newsom walked it back. I think he could have been like, that was such a perfect opportunity to like change the conversation to one about Like, what are you more upset about, the language or the people that died? Like, he could have navigated that like a lot differently. But for an hour and 45 minutes, I don't know if you guys, everyone's like super familiar with Newsom, but like he's a very sharp guy, and he definitely was like pushing back against Ben Shapiro's like MAGA talking points for the bulk of that conversation. And it kind of ties into like what we were talking about, Pisco, with like having a different kind of strategy depending on who you're talking to. I actually think that there's probably a lot of value in Newsom having a somewhat civil conversation with Ben Shapiro. Like, I don't think he needed to go like scorched earth nuclear. You know, that said, I do think he could push back a little bit more on that one. But I saw those two clips making the rounds.
I didn't see it. I do know there were points where I was frustrated with Newsom with his podcast and the way that he was handling some of those conversations with people like Charlie Kirk and others. But yeah,
everybody getting really pissed off about those two clips, and it was apparent to me that
his eye was livid.
Like, well, it seems like I agree with him on one front, but like I don't know what he said about the Israel thing, but like it was apparent to me that very few people actually watch. I mean, it's a long, hour and 45 minutes, but a lot of people did not seem to watch that entire exchange. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, like, what do you guys think? Should Gavin Newsom go nuclear when he's having a conversation with Ben Shapiro?
No, I mean, like, I think he should be forceful and angry. I want him to be angry.
Like, you need to laugh people like Ben Shapiro out of the room when he's talking about grading Trump on a curve and like rescinding every single principle he had in 2016. Like, there should be no world in which Ben Shapiro is on top in that conversation. It should be him constantly defending, apologizing, and being a servile little cuck for like an hour and a half. Like, I'm sorry, like I'm so through.
But yeah, but Newsom was Newsom was definitely not like letting him off the hook for like the 98% of that conversation. I mean, he was definitely pushing back. And like, do you guys think that? I mean, do you guys agree that a lot of normies probably think of Ben Shapiro as like somewhat credible? And do you guys agree that you have to be somewhat tactical? Like, you have to be somewhat like, if there's value and potential value, like, what do you guys think is like, there's a lot of Americans right now that are just sick of the hyperpartisan, even though all of us probably agree that Republicans are the source of basically 99% of the country's problems. And you should be partisan in theory, in my opinion. But that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people are in a place with politics where they really don't like the contentiousness. And so I do think you have to balance not looking like a lunatic with being assertive in those conversations.
Let me tell you the answer, Hutch, and kind of tongue in cheek, but I mean it. I want him to be meaner with Ben Shapiro than you think he should be mean with Hassan. That is my response to that. And I think that I want someone who's like angry and being like, wait, Ben, I just want to make sure that I understand you. Did you agree when they sent Gilmar Abrego Garcia to Sikot? What do you think about this? Like, totally unconstitutional. Okay, then I'll have to watch it. I have to watch it. Liberals surrender hands. I'm surrendering. I surrender. Liberals surrender hands. I have to watch it. Josiah was upset about it, but I will watch it, and you're right about that.
Well, Josiah's a content machine. This guy makes like 15 videos a day, so I don't know if he had time to watch the entire exchange, but he was pushing back pretty assertively throughout that entire conversation. He, they chummed it up a little bit, and they're like, "Oh, you went to this college, and tell me about your background." And I think a lot of people wanted it to be scorched earth the entire time, but I don't know. I think I'll put it this way. I think there's more value in being cordial in that spot than being cordial with black pill lefty.
Why is there more value there? Because I mean, like, if you're letting them and their talking points win over, this is like who said this? Destiny had a conversation with Ben Shapiro, and he's like constantly talking about how much he regrets treating these people with kid gloves and trying to appeal to the audience. And look, I'm reasonable. We can have a conversation and let these people just lie and lie and lie and like not be held to the points that they've been lying about for the past 10 years. Like,
well, he's in his demon mode phase. Like I think he was more correct back then, and I think Destiny is very, very angry in the last like year, and I think that's like a big part of what guides his rhetoric.
I don't know. I'm leaning more towards the scorched earth, win no matter what stuff, and I don't think the just kind of playing nice with the people that have led to this rise through their deception is going to do that. I don't know how many Republicans are going to see that and say, well, at least Newsom's a little more reasonable. He's not hyperpartisan. Now I'll go back on all the things and maybe vote for Trump. Like, where does that get us, really? I don't know.
I see Shapiro and I see literal human scum. The guy is scum. And like, it grosses me out to watch all these fucking demons walking among us. And basically, it's absurd. Don't try that shit on me, dude. You motherfucker. But no, like, it's so... It was so fucking gross to me that like we would treat these people more respectably than the fucking annoying as shit doomer pilled lefties. Like, on the one hand, do they fucking piss me off? Yeah. Do I debate like Prime Kai, who's like, I don't care if 30,000 Palestinians will be saved if I vote for Kamala. I'm still not doing it. Yes, that pisses me off. I think it's fucking stupid. But you're comparing it to the apologists for the fascist regime that's currently running roughshod over our rights and civil liberties. and fucking everything up. And when I see that, it makes me sick to my stomach, man.
I think
when I would see it, hopefully.
I think it's because I don't think there are any normies that are listening to Prime Kai's streams or Vanguard Pod or Kyle Kalinske. Like, I think everybody that's watching that kind of content is super partisan. Midas, what about Midas?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're saying the people who are watching Kalinske are super partisan?
Yeah. I don't think those are I don't think his audience are normies. I think he's, well, I could be wrong. Maybe I have
most people are normies is kind of the point. Like, I think my dad watches like Brian Tyler Cohen and Kyle Kalinske. He doesn't know who the fuck Hassan is. He doesn't know anything about online politics. It's very much just like.
I think most everybody's audiences are normies, except for streamers. I think I'm not saying all of their audiences are normies, but I'm saying most of them. Obviously, streamers have a different audience where if you're going to sit there and watch me for 8 to 10 hours a day, sometimes 12 hours a day, like go over the news and shit like that, you're not a fucking normie. Like you literally couldn't be less unnormal. So, yeah, you are one of the least normal people that exist. So congratulations, none of you are normies.
Like, this is how I get my news. It's a little partisan, but like these are like the I imagine my dad is normie. But
is your dad gay?
No, he's not. Otherwise, I would have said dad's Pisco. Clearly,
my dad watches this, Josiah, and I don't think he knows who any of you, any of you are.
Your dad watches Pondering Politics? That's so cute.
Guy, Optics Build, what do you think on this?
I mean, I feel like I gave my thoughts. I didn't see the Gavin Ben thing, but you guys saw how I treated Ben Shapiro, but I only had 10 minutes with him. I think, how could you not fight with these guys if you're talking to someone like Ben Shapiro? So I'd have to see what Gavin's doing. I don't know what his goal is with that conversation, but I don't know. I have to see it. I didn't see the clip, so I have no clue.
I think you guys should reserve judgment for if you watch the full thing, because
we'll watch it.
Because if you watch the clips, maybe you're imagining him just like really being conciliatory the whole time. That is not what happened. Like he
did with Charlie Kirk. That's what I'm getting fucking flashbacks of trauma to the Charlie Kirk interview.
No, I don't think it was that. I don't think like that was like fully cooked. Fully cooked. That conversation that he had with Kirk, and
that was
this
his first one though.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's value in the strategy of the whole like reaching across the aisle kind of thing. It's just a difference of opinion about like how much grace we give particular people. I mean, I obviously have strong feelings about Ben Shapiro, but I'm thinking about the fact that like Ben Shapiro has had consistently one of the most popular like podcasts on iTunes for like I don't even know how long. I don't know if that's changed in recent times after the schism with Candace Owens and the Groypers and all them. But I do think that there are a lot of normies that come into contact or come into some they're exposed to Ben Shapiro podcast clips or like full episodes, and so to that end, I think that there's value in.
But those are Republicans, right, Hutch? Like, this is so. Oh God, I can't believe I'm starting this up again. But this is so crazy to me that it's like how much we need to fight against the left. But like, we gotta be a little nicer.
What's up, guys? I was just trying to get the fuck away from the wasps. They're fucking me up.
Ben Shapiro,
that'd be nice to Shapiro, bro.
And abetting and specifically voting for Trump. Like, this is insane to me.
Dream guest on my podcast. Sorry,
it's about the normies. You guys know that I have been consistently all about like we need to like nobody on this panel would disagree, right? That the Democratic Party brand or left-wing politics as a brand in this country has turned off a lot of normies in recent years, right?
Sure,
like, does anybody disagree with that?
No.
Yeah, so that's where I'm coming from. Like, I don't think I'm not having a conversation with or going at like hardcore lefty people's necks because I'm trying to convert their normie audience. Like, I don't think they have normie audiences.
I guarantee you, at least like the Pac-Man and Kyle Kalinske definitely has normie audience. So like, if they see you, if you had a debate with Kyle Kalinske on Kyle's channel and you were at his throat, I think maybe you'd turn off the normies in Kyle's. Now Hassan, I don't know. I don't think he's got a lot of normies, but yeah.
Josiah's predominating audience is like 55-year-old women in suburbia. It's a very different audience.
Hell yeah!
I totally believe
they don't watch any of his live streams. They only know how to turn on to. Yeah.
My mom watches them too. And
do you guys have any normies in your life that have kind of expressed like buyer's remorse with Trump? Because that happened to me this weekend. I had a normie family member who voted for Donald Trump tell me that they regretted their vote and they hoped they wished that he hadn't won because of everything that was happening in Minneapolis. And so I have to think there's like a lot of that going on right now. Did any of you guys? Do any of you guys?
Yeah, the elections.
I don't talk to my Trump
elections.
family.
The elections last year suggest that a lot of people are unhappy with Trump. That's for sure.
My Trump friends are diehards.
Do you guys think that we are witnessing the death rattles, not of the Republican Party, but of Trumpism as a movement? Non-fun, go.
No.
If we are, it's going to be Groypers that come next.
Really? What is that based on? What numbers are you looking at?
I don't have numbers behind it. It's just that's my intuition based on people. Maybe I'm too online. The people who are popular online, and even some of the people who, I mean, we saw the Young Republicans group chat. I don't know how many of them were like full Groypers, but like it seems like that's growing.
Well, look, Kanye West apologized today in the Wall Street Journal, so I think there's the turning of the page here.
That wasn't him. That was Ye. Ye said all those things. It wasn't him.
Oh, Ye.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No, I'm saying there's like a dual personality thing. Kanye is like the Norman Osborn, and Ye is like the Green Goblin, right? Like telling him to like be anti-Semitic.
I mean, I say it in jest, but I think it actually does show you that like it's not catching on, and that stuff is not going to carry people very far. I think that bleeds into our politics too. The Nick Fuentes's of the world, their stars are fading, and they will fall.
Where the fuck did he go?
I think the right are too intimidated by the Groypers. I look at one metric in particular, and that is what percentage of America don't approve of interracial marriage. I think that's probably like the most useful metric to figure out like, okay, who are the actual like Groypers?
Well, the Groypers are in interracial marriage. A lot of them are, at least. Like they're hypocritical, but like they marry like Latina women and Asian women, and then they're like, well, this one's the okay one, but I'm sure they'd still.
Yeah, but they still say it's not okay. There was that one Christian nationalist 2 weeks ago. He wrote an essay about interracial marriage not being ideal.
Yeah, he's like, my wife is not ideal. That was insane.
Yeah, it's harder for her to assimilate to his culture. That's fucking insane. But like he still opposes interracial marriage, and that number's 3%. So I don't think the Groypers are the future of the Republican Party, and if they are, I think it's going to lead to like Obama numbers.
I have a different metric for the influence of Groyper stuff, and that's the amount of grinder outages at conservative conferences. And the more that number goes up, the more I'm getting doom killed.
Is that real, Pisco? I don't know if I've ever seen like a real metric on this. I feel like everyone, some
people
big
say
account
it.
will just say it every time there's a thing, a gathering of Republicans, and then it gets retweeted. But I don't know if it's true because I don't have. Grindr.
Just say grinder outage.
Maybe I gotta bring Grinder next time I go to AmFest and just check if it's working. Just for science.
This is a joke. This is a
like,
joke.
Fuck,
I might follow through.
We're a little over, guys. Any last words? Otherwise, if not, last words. No.
I love Pisco. Pisco's my boy.
I love Hutch, dude. Hutch is my boy.
Well, I love all of you so much, and I love Black women. Non-fun. Where can people find you?
Yeah, non-fun on YouTube, non-fun 420, Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. I will say, okay, I saw people shitting on my healthcare takes. Okay, you can join my Discord server. I'm open to conversations on it. If people want to discuss that, I'm open to going into the ex-post hold-up problems with pharmaceutical innovation that's being directly subsidized, and the fact that like private pharmaceutical R&D, it's 5x, it's 2x like the entire NIH budget. But I'll be on a Gibbs panel later this week. He hasn't said when yet, but about the Trump economy.
Boy.
I'll probably be at the UFA tour February 4th, and I'll do an IRL stream there. Not affiliated with UFA, to be clear, but I go there to hang out when they're close to me.
You're a UFA orbiter, you might say.
I am a UFA orbiter.
Hutch, what's going on this week?
Just covering politics, same time.
Unfuck America tour. I would probably be considered an UFA orbiter as well. Oh, fuck you. Fuck. Why? Bro, I'm gonna fucking die again. What the fuck? Holy shit. Anyways, yeah, I've been like, a lot of people like think that I'm like one of their like big creators and shit, and I'm not even like I'm not even with UFA. I'm not with like not big creators, not like a large creator, like one of their like main creators, one of the people that like are like a like a Mercedes type. Yeah, I'm not even part of UFA. Thank you.
Time stream starts at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern on YouTube and Twitch. It's just Hutch on both.
All right, Guy.
Non-Fawn, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the R&D concern. I'm going to look into that. We had a guest, Stacy, who was trans, who said she was concerned that Republicans can take over the system and that trans people will be screwed in the future. So some interesting opinions to consider with Medicare for All. I still think the greater good will surpass any concerns and lead to a smarter, healthier population that can innovate or whatever. I wish we had a show last week because I finally had something to plug. I had Dan Goldman, representative from New York, on my stream.
Yep.
We talked about
It
Epstein
was very
files. He was a former. Thank you. I appreciate it, Pisco. He was an assistant U.S. attorney at the Southern District of New York for 10 years. So his perspective on some of the stuff, like the Minneapolis shooting and the Epstein files, was very interesting. So if you guys are curious, you can see it on my YouTube page. And I'm trying to set up some more talks like that. You guys inspire me. I always come here. I'm like, I'm just debating complete morons every day on TikTok. But I'll continue doing that. And hopefully I'll have some more interviews and debates.
You're on the front lines, Guy. We appreciate it. Not everyone can tolerate that.
Oh, by the way, I got my second clip on live stream fail. I'm at the top of live stream fail right now for a debate clip. Yeah.
What for?
Oh, nice.
Some guy was saying that the Alex Preddy guy was, a terrorist shooting to kill, and just all the crazy shit they say. And I said, "Oh, you got reported for misinformation," which happens on TikTok. The timing was just perfect.
Wait, actually, this is a minute long. I want to watch it. Let's watch it. That's great.
Yeah, go for it.
We don't
Well,
get
it's
enough
like 2
time in our
minutes.
lives.
I don't know if you want to show it.
No, it's fine. A minute 30
No, let's do it.
Look, we have so much Pisco Hutch arguing, and you and me just
Yeah,
sit
that
here.
was-
We're like, my parents are hurting each other, and you know what? Let's get a little guy clip in our life, all right?
It's definitely.
I'm not
fun.
sure
It's
what I
really
said to
fun.
Hutch.
On and on.
Can you guys hear the audio?
People's mouth like you.
Mhm.
Is there a wonder we have crap going on in this country, like Minneapolis
Let's talk about that
on and on and
because
on?
you say I'm lying and I'm spewing misinformation. The Trump
are,
administration,
sir.
Stephen Miller, said that Alex Preddy, the guy that was unalived by
that
ICE
crook,
agents,
that domestic terrorist, yeah.
that he's a domestic terrorist and that he was an assassin there to commit maximum carnage. Do you think that's what he was there to do? Assassinate people?
Of course, he was. Why didn't he stay at home? He was there to disrupt. There's no
Why
question.
didn't he stay at home?
No, he was.
He's do you think he was a terrorist? Of course, because why didn't he stay at home? Oh. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Yeah. If you go outside, that makes you a terrorist. I forgot about that. I forgot that was the definition of a terrorist is one who goes outside. Sheesh.
Wasn't he? Was there to
Of course he-
observe and
uh-huh.
film, which is what he was doing. We saw that on camera.
Mhm.
Can a man not bring a weapon to a protest? Does we not have
Of course
Second
you
Amendment
can.
rights?
Of course.
So then why did
But
he
you
end up
cannot
losing?
pull a weapon
He didn't
on
pull
federal
it.
agents.
He didn't pull it.
Yes, he did.
No,
yes,
he didn't.
did.
They pushed him to the
It's plain
ground.
as
The
day.
only thing in his hand was a cell phone. They grabbed his weapon. He didn't even pull it on them. He didn't brand his shit.
Oh
Nothing.
yeah.
See, this is I think we've identified the problem. Where do you get your news from? How do you find out what's going on in the world? Where do you go?
CNN.
You go to CNN?
Lol, he's
Yes.
trolling
You
you.
would've
Everything
seen-
they say is a lie.
Yep. Okay, so why would you go watch a
So
news
I go
source that lies
exactly.
to you?
So I go exactly the opposite. And every time I'm right.
You've been flagged for
Genius.
misinformation.
Oh, of
Oh
course.
my god,
How do they catch them so fast?
that was insane.
An algorithm thing.
Yeah, it's an algorithm thing. They are quick as fuck with that shit, and it is so annoying. I stopped streaming on TikTok for that reason. Like every time I went on, I got flagged for something. I got in trouble for something. Like it was impossible to get anything done, or to have any sort of conversation with anybody. Like even lefties would come on and just start like fed posting with like, I'm saying we should just murder all the Nazis. And it's like, what the fuck? Or one guy, I think, even said, like, I was like, why would you advocate for murdering people? He's like, it's not murder, it's just killing. He's like, murder says that it's unjust, but they're Nazis, so it's always just to kill Nazis. Like, they get you so fucking quick for the smallest shit sometimes, and sometimes the bigger shit as well. But yes, they are, they're on top of it over there. All right. What was the other thing that I was supposed to watch? Oh yeah, the Piers Morgan panel, right? Where's Sassafras? He needs to tell me what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. I don't. Do you know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations. It's very simple. If I felt strongly enough about something the government was doing that I would go out and protest, I would do it peacefully on the sidewalk without interfering, via a whistle, via shouting, via my body, via any other way. I would make my objections known by standing there without interfering, because interfering is where you go south. And laying hands on a police officer trying to, or Border Patrol officer or ICE officer trying to conduct a law enforcement operation is a felony. And now you are going to get arrested. And if you do anything that resembles resisting, you're in serious trouble. Does it? I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. I don't. Do you know why?
So surprising.
If I were a Republican, I would.
Yeah, see, their videos are super blurry as well, so. It's not just us.
Would be reminded of Dante's Inferno. Abandon all hope. You're going to get beat so bad in November, you have no idea.
They want a violent act, whether it's Renee Good, whether it's this individual. There is a desire.
They don't want to get shot, though, do they?
That guy was not a domestic terrorist. He was a guy who treated veterans.
It's not just left versus right. Let's all shoot each other. I'm pretty sure on this panel, I'm the only one who's actually killed people.
You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that, and they did. They stayed a little off the front lines.
Somebody I'm extremely proud of. That's my younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army.
We need to hear those words. He is sorry for what he said. He got it wrong. It was ignorant of him to say it.
The president owes Britain and its armed forces an apology.
Oh shit. That is super fucked up, the shit that he said, dude. That is super fucked up, the shit that he said. I don't know if you guys saw this, but he kept saying that nobody in NATO has ever done anything. That like they've never helped any, and he's like, they sent like, you know, maybe a couple people to Afghanistan or whatever, but like they've never done anything that was actually like a big deal or actually really helpful, and just totally like shit on all of the fucking people who died in Afghanistan. Like I'm pretty sure it was like almost 1,000 people died from the UK. And there were people sent from tons of NATO countries during that time to go help, and that fucking died in that. And he yes, and he said they weren't on the front lines. He said a bunch of really fucked up shit, dude. It was so gross. It was so fucking gross, dude. I'm like, I don't know how the fuck. I don't know how the fuck MAGA is gonna defend this shit, but I'm sure they are. It's just, it's insane, dude. It's totally fucking insane.
Weeks feel like decades in the current news climate, and that's not just because, as you may have heard, I recently had a rather painful altercation with Gravity and a small step.
He's got fat. He got fat, didn't he?
Led to a fracture of my femur and a brand new hip. So here I am with my new bionic hip, reporting from my home, at least for the foreseeable future. But the news doesn't stop, even for my frail torso. The protests in Minneapolis are becoming a demoralizing and deadly crisis for the Trump administration. 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Preddy was fatally shot by ICE officers on Saturday. State officials say he was a harmless protester. Federal officials say he was a domestic terrorist. They're two extreme versions of the same reality, just as half the country sees ICE as good, honest law enforcement, delivering on campaign promises, and the other half sees them as the Gestapo. Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem gave this justification for Preddy's death yesterday.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Really? Having watched the footage, as we've all now done many times from many angles, that sounds like a fairly brazen attempt at rewriting history to suit a preferred narrative, and there's been quite a bit of that going on in the past few days. Thousands of miles away from the domestic strife, President Trump spent last week admonishing his allies in Davos. There's no doubt that strong-arming NATO has delivered some good results for the United States, but some of his comments have caused genuine outrage, particularly on this side of the pond. You might even say they were a fairly brazen attempt to rewrite history for a preferred narrative.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test, and I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there, or we would be there, but will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that, and they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
As a matter of fact, the only time NATO's ever invoked its most powerful clause, that an attack on one is an attack on all, it was after 9/11. Thousands of British troops were injured and 457 of them died in Afghanistan, where they categorically did not stay a little back. Canada, France, Germany, Denmark and others all suffered losses there too. Trump has now backpedaled with a gushing statement about British troops, but he hasn't said the one word he hates using most of all, and this time I think he should. The President owes Britain and its armed forces an apology. Well, joining me to debate all of this is Cenk Uygur, the founder.
Oh, so when it's a British thing now he wants apologies. Now he thinks when it's something against the UK, now it's worth an apology from Trump, eh? Fuck, I'm out the wrong building. Shit. Fuck.
Founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Outkick CEO Clay Travis, Rob O'Neill, the former US Navy SEAL, and the legendary Democrat strategist James Carville. So welcome to all of you for my first panel with a new body. New body, new year, new hip, and new resolve not to trip on a 5-inch step in the middle of a London hotel restaurant, whilst, and this is the most shameful part of all, as Rob O'Neill will certainly attest, while being completely sober. But we will move on from my own personal issues. Welcome to all of you. We're going to start with Minneapolis and then move on a little later to NATO and Trump. On Minneapolis, Cenk Uygur, it's been very interesting, the reaction to this second killing. In the first one, a lot of people moved to their partisan lines, and they held their partisan lines. Those lines were reinforced, doubled down, trebled down by President Trump and his administration and J.D. Vance and so on. This time I'm seeing big cracks, particularly on the MAGA side, on the Trump administration side. They realize, I think, that we've all seen the video, right? You can tell us what you want us to believe, but we've all seen the video. Nobody can watch that video and not conclude that this guy was not brandishing his weapon. He wasn't trying to shoot the ICE officers. He was legally allowed to carry his firearm, which was apparently attached to his waist. He didn't use that firearm. And now we have the, to me, utterly extraordinary hypocrisy of people who've spent the last 20 years telling me that absolutely an American has a Second Amendment right to take a gun legally to a protest or anywhere they see fit. But now, because it doesn't suit the narrative, suddenly this is a terrible thing to be doing. I don't remember that argument with Kyle Rittenhouse. So to me, as always with these things, I don't take a side.
Yeah, Fad was in chat earlier, kept saying, this is nothing like Kyle Rittenhouse. Why do people keep bringing up Kyle Rittenhouse? Because the argument that the Republicans are making is that you should never bring a gun to a protest. Like, that's it. It's not, they're not making, like, it's not something that applies to everything or all things. It's, wait, how much time do I have? 6 minutes? We're going to test it. We're going to test it. We're pushing the limits here, baby. That's what we do on the Tom Foolery Show. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right. That was not part of the plan. But yeah, it's like it is. I have no strong feelings towards Pierce. He's somebody that, like, in American politics is just, like, really, really hard to categorize because he does say things that are like from both sides. He is constantly kind of pushing talking points from both sides, all sides. He is he does not fit into our like dichotomy very well with partisan politics, but he's kind of fucking stupid. I'll say that. He's kind of fucking stupid. He's kind of a fucking idiot. He's kind of dumb. But sometimes he gets shit right. I think that I think that the job that he's doing now is like the perfect fucking job for him, because I think that he's always been like a provocateur and somebody who was just there to piss people off, and he's good at it. He's very good at it. And I think, oh fuck. I think that this is a great fucking job for him. I was gonna do a video essay on him a while ago and ended up not doing it, but I know a lot about him because of all the research that I did for that video essay in his career. Yeah, I unfortunately know a lot about this guy and everything that he's done and said. And you say his whole career has just been being a provocateur. Like he ran websites and like magazines and was an editor for magazines. Kind of like making shit up. He got in a lot of trouble a bunch of times for like breaking rules and lying and fuck, hurry. I didn't know this room wasn't already searched. This is a great fucking room with great shit in it all the time. I need to look in everything. But yeah, so he's always been like a real piece of shit with no morals and yeah.
But I do look at hypocrisy when I see it and call it out when I see it, and I'm seeing a bucket load of hypocrisy.
Yeah, there are layers here. So when Trump first started on the issue of immigration, closed the border, and he takes out people who were undocumented criminals, at that point, he's very popular on immigration. So then he goes to do mass deportations. And a lot of the online media, including the independent podcasters, push back. And the country pushes back. It's not popular at all, right? Okay, so that's layer number one. So why are you making an issue that you were popular on now turning into an unpopular issue with you? The reason I bring that up is because I think there is a purpose, and the purpose is not immigration. The purpose is to divide us, to get ICE to go into the middle of these cities, of course blue cities, and cause trouble. Why do they want to cause trouble? Because they don't want you to notice the great American robbery. We've been robbed by the donors for decade after decade after decade. So what do they need? They need a distraction, and they need us to hate each other. So you send in shock troops from ICE, they go and do what they do, and as Scaramucci said about the Trump team, the fish rots from the head down.
Oh my goodness,
so he didn't. It's not an accident that they're acting in a lawless way. That's why he put masks on them. That's why he took away their badges, so that they would break the law and they would do outrageous things like this. So in the case of Renee Good, the first shot has some debate, although I think the fact that now we've seen he was about 10 feet away and she was going about 2 miles per hour. But fine, if you want to debate the first shot, just waste your life doing that, okay? But the last two shots, they murdered her. They shot her from the side, and the third shot killed her. Now you go to Alex Preddy, and they called him a domestic terrorist and an assassin who went there to murder law enforcement. Now, guys, look, number one, you can see that's clearly not the case. They're clearly telling them, who cares? Just shoot away. In the case of Alex Preddy, there's the first 5 shots, which, again, are totally unjustifiable because they already took his gun away. But the second 5 shots after the pause is nothing but murder and execution. But not only are they killing people in the streets in an effort to divide America and get us to hate each other, but on top of that, now you see, without a shadow of a doubt, for all the independents who voted for Trump, and even for the right wing who voted for Trump, you see that his team is a bunch of liars. That guy was not a domestic terrorist. He was a guy who treated veterans, and his last words were, trying to protect that poor woman over there, and that was his last effort. And to call him an assassin, There is no question that they are giant liars, and they're trying to get us to hate each other and don't buy into it. And yes, finally, the last irony is, when we were using our First Amendment rights on the left, a lot of the right wing said, free speech, we didn't quite mean it. Now, and by the way, when I say that, I mean the extreme right. Most of Trump voters are abandoning him on this issue as well. And now they say, oh, well, now that it involves the Second Amendment rights, maybe we'll pay attention. Ironically, if he wasn't armed, I think he would get less right-wing support. And that is a deep irony, but I'll take it because right now it's become obvious to the whole country they're taking away our First Amendment rights, our Second Amendment rights, and they're trying to set up a police state. And a police state isn't going to care if you're left or right wing.
Okay, Clay Travis, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I think you have to begin with how did we get here? And the answer is Joe Biden let in 10 million illegal immigrants with a wide open southern border for basically 4 years of his presidency. And Trump shut down the southern border within a month with the stroke of a couple of executive orders. And so the question becomes, if there are, and according to Tom Homan, who I think is right, but if there are, by Tom Homan's count, 20 million illegal immigrants in the country now, and 10 million of those illegal immigrants came in with Joe Biden's imprimatur, basically allowing them in during that 4 years. What do you do to move challenge? Initially, you start with people who are engaged in violent acts, and then from there, you aggressively move.
If Pierce was halfway good at manipulation, then I would hate him. True. He's not. Yeah, he's. I don't know. He's just. He's an odd one. He's odd. He's hard to categorize. He's hard to explain. What some of the stuff that he did, I forget what it was. There was something that like really pissed me off for a period that just kind of drove me crazy, and I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was, but that was like what like pushed me to do the. It's what pushed me to do the video essay, or at least start a video essay on him. And I can't remember what it was.
To try to get more of these people out. And then I think we can go into the specifics of analyzing the shooting and how it's going to play out going forward and compare it with Renee Good.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of Michael Owen, natural.com, 2% off your first. On this shooting, Clay, I'm seeing a lot of people on the conservative right who are beginning to pivot away from where they may have initially been on this. The more angles you look at this, the more unequivocal it becomes. No one is honestly now suggesting this guy was brandishing a weapon, trying to attack.
Tim Pool. Tim Pool and them are, they're still, I don't know if they said he brandished a weapon. They're saying something crazy, though. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something fucking wild.
Or assault. There were 8 guys all over him. And then you see one of them reach down, take his legally owned firearm from his side, from his waist, take it away, and it's a second later that they kill him. I mean, that cannot be right.
Look, I think we're going to figure out more details on this. It looks to me like maybe his weapon discharged, that is the weapon that they took from him.
That's what he was saying. Yep, that's what Tim Pool was saying. It's not true. Just so everybody knows, his weapon did not go off. It didn't go off. That's a fucking bullshit lie. If you took 2 seconds to look into it, you would know. If you would just take 2 fucking seconds, you would know that is a bullshit fucking story. It is bullshit. It is bullshit. It is bullshit. His weapon did not go off. It didn't go off. It didn't happen. It's bull fucking shit. It did not go off. It didn't happen. Do not allow these motherfuckers to convince you of this. It didn't happen. Didn't happen. Sorry, I don't know what poll we're talking about. There's a poll on the screen. There's a poll on the screen right now. Right here, right now. And it says, which would you rather as the Dem nominee for president? Type 1 for Gavin Newsom. Type 2 for Pete Buttigieg. Type 3 for Jon Ossoff. Type 4 for Mark Kelly. Currently, Mark Kelly and Gavin Newsom are tied with 4 votes each. And then Pete Buttigieg has 1 vote. Jon Ossoff has 2 votes. So you type it in the chat, hit enter. So if you want Gavin Newsom, just hit 1 and then enter. And that will put your vote in for Gavin Newsom. when he was after the Algerian woman boxer. Is that what it was? That might have been it. Yeah, that might have been it. I'm not sure. I don't think it was that. No, I don't think it was that. It was something else. Yeah, I can't remember. I think it was something else though.
Discharged, and then
okay.
There was a panic and a thought that a gun shot had been fired, and the reaction occurred. That's my analysis of it right now. I think there should be an investigation. If it's determined that he behaved in a way that was outside the law, then this individual should be charged. And again, I think the real issue here, big picture, again, is how do you get the 10 million that Biden let out? But also, these individuals are going and intentionally obstructing these ICE agents from being able to do their jobs.
Kula,
and
how's
this,
it going?
I believe, is the intent.
Long time
they
no see,
want a
homie.
violent act, whether it's Renee Good, whether it's this individual. There is a desire.
They don't want to get shot, though, do they? They don't want to get. Yeah, but Clay, they don't want to get shot.
They don't want to get shot, man, do
Axios
they?
story that came out, I believe it was in July, said that Democrats were instructing people that they did need to have a shooting because politically they saw it as beneficial. In other words, a consequence of trying to get in front of this. And I will just say, look, I am a First and a Second Amendment guy. If the guy, there's a difference between what you can legally do and what you should intelligently do. If I were giving advice to anybody who is going out to protest ICE right now, I would say don't go armed. I think if this guy had not had the weapon that he did, he would have been arrested. He would still be alive. I think there was a panic brought on by the gun being there. And so
I'm sorry, but like, if we're gonna keep doing this, like, if he hadn't done this, he would still be alive. Why aren't you doing that for the fucking cops? The things that he was doing were legal and were okay. Like they were legally okay to do that. The stuff that the ICE officers were doing that was not legal and okay. They were punching. They shoved a woman for no reason, and then they didn't even like detain her. Everybody keeps saying that he was obstructing. Obstructing what? They didn't do anything. They didn't arrest her. They didn't detain her. They didn't do anything with her. So what did he obstruct? Them assaulting a woman? Like that's the obstruction? There was nothing to obstruct. And so then they walk over to him and start throwing him to the ground, punching him over and over. They're using a what looks like a pepper spray that they sprayed in his face again, just like point blank, just like sprayed it all in his fucking eyes. It's very fucked up to do it like that. Where it's like caked all over his face, and then they turn around and they start like hitting him with the actual can over and over and over. They hit him in the face over and over and over, and they're punching him and kicking him, like, and then they start shooting him. The guy who took the gun on him literally looks like he's stealing it. Like he literally looks like a fucking thief. The way he took it off of him, he like grabs it and is like.
I think you have to analyze this situation in general. If my own kids were going to protest Pierce, I would say, okay, do not take any weapons at all. You might legally have the right to do it, but I would tell them that is not a smart thing to do, and certainly.
Yeah, but you know what? Again,
arrest.
Okay, but Clay, before I move to the other two panelists, again, I am struck by an irony here because Renee Good wasn't armed, and it didn't save her, right? And the bottom line is, I thought the position on the conservative right, which is mainly supportive of the NRA, for example, is that actually the answer, say, to school shootings is that everyone should have guns at schools, right? To stop this happening. That would stop it happening. If you take that logic, then after 2 shootings, 2 people being shot dead by ICE agents, wouldn't the logical thing be to do to take a gun if you're legally allowed?
Yep. They always say more people with guns is better. More people with guns makes us safer. And then now, all of a sudden, somebody who had a gun is somebody that they disagree with politically, and so they're going to justify their murder by going the exact opposite direction of everything they've ever said.
To have one to protect yourself against the same thing happening to you. In other words, is the argument not being put forward here by people on the right who love guns? I'm not going to get into that debate again. Litigated that years ago. We've moved on. It's your country, your debate, your guns. However, Again, it does seem hypocritical to me. It's like this is the completely opposite advice that you would normally give to a situation which keeps recurring where people are being shot. The normal advice is you should, if you're allowed to carry a gun, take it to defend yourself.
My argument has been my kids all go to schools with armed security. I want trained security with armed guns at every one of my kids' schools, Piers. That's different than someone going to protest and carrying a gun to me quite significantly. Because again, if you're going to get arrested potentially, or you're going to get involved with ICE agents, I don't think that the position should be, well, you should take a gun and get into a shootout with them.
Ask him if he thinks teachers should have guns. Ask him if he thinks teachers should have guns. I would love to hear him answer that. Should teachers have guns? Just, I want armed security guards. Okay, what about teachers? Do you think the teachers should have guns?
You shouldn't take up arms against lawful citizens in the country who are executing their lawful jobs.
So Clay, you're against Kyle Rittenhouse?
For my kids' school, I want armed security. If my kids were going to protest on any issue under the sun, and they were going there, I would tell them I would not advise them to take a gun. There's a difference between what you're legally allowed to do and what I would advise as a parent.
So you were against Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay,
I got it.
I would not.
Yeah,
I said at the time, I didn't think it was smart for Kyle Rittenhouse to take a gun to the middle of that crazy riot. I would have advised against my kids doing it. Once he was there, I think the jury reached the right verdict in that case.
Okay, let me bring in James Carville. James, it seems to me this is heading to a very dark place in America. You've got these ICE agents who, for their own...
This is the dark place. We're not heading to a dark place. This is the fucking dark place where ICE agents have now murdered numerous people and there will be no repercussions from it. This is the dark place. This is the thing that we warned about. This is the thing that we said was coming. This is it. We're there. We're not heading there. We are there.
For their own self-protection, because they're getting doxxed, they're getting identified, they're getting targeted and so on. They're wearing masks. They're out there. A lot of them apparently do not have proper crowd control training. They're getting into regular skirmishes now with protesters, which are turning deadly. And I think the American people are increasingly appalled by this, which is why you're seeing Donald Trump reigning back in this particular incident in a way we haven't seen him before. But this is getting tinderbox stuff, isn't it?
Well, first of all, a fabulous Republican economist, I think his name was Herb Stein, said that which can't continue won't. This is not going to continue. By the way, if I were a Republican, I would be reminded of the sign on the entrance of Dante's Inferno, abandon all hope. You're going to get beat so bad in November, you have no idea.
Oh, that is, so initially when I started my post the other day talking about the fact that it's really sad that a bunch of people had to give their lives because half of America didn't want to look woke by defending American values and the Constitution and Americans. That part initially started off by I was going to say, like, the initial thought process was that we needed that the only good thing to come out of these people's deaths is that Democrats are going to fucking sweep the next election. Like, that is like, and I'm not just saying this like intuitively. It's not like, oh, I just feel like that's going to be the case. Like, it's just polling and all of the elections so far have shown that this just is the case. It just is the case. People are not in favor of Donald Trump and what it is he's doing. They're not in favor of the Trump administration. They're not in favor of any of this shit. They are, Americans are not cool with any of this. And it is unfortunately making it to where Democrats are going to, it's fortunately making it to where Democrats are going to win, but it's unfortunate how bad it had to get before people were willing to recognize this.
The Democrats are going to pick up 6 or 7 Senate seats. And the idea that somebody exercising poor judgment, which I'm sure I do 10 times a day, is the excuse for someone to shoot me is utterly ludicrous. So people make mistakes all the time. They park in no parking zones. They exceed speed limits. They might drink too much. None of this suggests that you ought to be out shooting people. And honestly, what you have there is a bunch of undertrained, not particularly qualified people with badges and guns. And this is going to be the result of it. The American people don't like it overwhelmingly. Stand by, sit still, and get the crap beat out of you, because that's what's going to happen.
Amen.
Rob O'Neill, it seems to me, we've discussed this a lot on the show with various panels. It seems to me most Americans fundamentally agree with what Donald Trump has done on the southern border. They realized it was particularly porous under Joe Biden, that millions came in illegally into the United States, that was unsustainable, and they think it's great that the border's been effectively closed. I also think there's no argument with most Americans about identifying and deporting people who are in the country illegally who then commit other crimes. The flashpoint is on these ICE agents going into cities and going after people who perhaps came in, with their parents, or perhaps came in 10 years ago and built families in America, who are law-abiding, committed no other crimes, who pay their taxes, who contribute to society, who are the bedrock in many ways of the ideology of the United States of America. And that is where this administration, it seems to me, is overreaching and getting into serious trouble. Then you add this series of incidents now involving people being shot dead as they protest against that, and you've got this unholy mess we're in. What do you make of it?
Well, there's a lot to unpack, and it would help both sides if they were honest with each other and not just trying to get political points proven.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, wait, this is the Patriot, right? This is the Patriot, right? That's it. Or is it Sniper? Was it called the Patriot or the Sniper? What was it called?
Registered independent, I'm absolutely appalled that law enforcement is killing Americans on American soil at any time. And as someone who's been in close armed combat with everyone from Chechens to Afghans to Iraqis to Syrians to our friends in Somalia, no gunfight is the same. And when I walk down the streets of New York, I see people crossing the street without the right of way. Some of them get hit and killed. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. You should be armed wherever you go. And it doesn't matter how many full magazines you have. When you introduce yourself into an ongoing arrest and you're armed, you're just escalating the force. Does the person
This is the guy. There was a movie about like a sniper in Afghanistan that was played by like a big movie star. I forget who it was, but it's the guy from The Hangover. And he was like this excellent sniper in the Afghanistan and Iraq war, right? That's him, right?
who got killed by a bus because they weren't looking deserve it? No. Does this guy deserve it? No. You shouldn't. It shouldn't have to happen. But we're not being honest. It's like the left is now saying, yeah, they're just coming in.
No, that guy is dead. It was called American Sniper. That's what it's called. Oh, Chris Kyle. Known as the deadliest sniper in American history. Okay, yeah, he died in 2013. Okay.
And separating children from their families. There should be a way, and I think law-abiding citizens should have a different route. But there are criminals they're going after, and the left won't even admit it. A lot of people in Minnesota voted for this, but some of the problem.
The left won't admit that they're going after criminals? Who? Who on the left won't admit that? Who? Who won't admit that some of them are criminals? What the fuck? What is he talking about?
In some of the parts of Minnesota is they've infiltrated so many illegal voters. Look at the fraud. And look, again, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong and prove it, and I'll admit it. But there's a lot of bad stuff going on right now, and then it's distracting on
You're
both.
wrong.
Look at the law. No one's considering the gun was introduced. There's law enforcement officers right there. They're feeling so much stress right now because of the paid activists that are all over them, screaming, blowing whistles, shooting projectiles, everything at them. They think about their family too. They think about previous events. They think about previous shootings. All this stuff, and they're like, up to include, I don't want to shoot this guy. When it happens, it happens. We can easily minimize the amount of stuff going on. No shooting is the same. I killed a dude that was driving a car at me in 2012. Different place. That's a big, heavy weapon. She was armed too.
She was.
Here we go again.
Before the cameras, before the ceremony, before history is made, every detail is chosen. From Amazon MGM Studios comes Melania. This new film takes you inside the 20 days leading up to the 2025 presidential inauguration, through the eyes of the First Lady herself, where fashion isn't just style, it's strategy. Witness the image-defining decisions made behind closed doors, a celebration of duty and glamour. Melania, only in theaters, January 30.
Oh, shit.
So, Rob, when you watch this video, as everybody has multiple times...
Fuck, I didn't see that. That's... Oh, wait, he was just doing an ad. Okay, I thought he was talking about that that video. I mean, we've all seen that video multiple times. Wait, I've never seen that fucking video. What the fuck?
From multiple angles. Do you see anything in there which would justify shooting that guy dead?
Well, I have the comfort of watching after the fact, and I'm someone who's been involved with stuff with Monday morning. They certainly come after me and tell me that it should have gone a different way. Would I have shot him from here 24 hours later? No. At the time, I don't know. I have been in spots where I have let people go that were armed that I could have killed that I didn't. I feel good about it. I've killed dudes that I often wonder, should I have? This is not all broad brush stroke. A human life was ended by a law enforcement agent. We should look at it by...
I watched him somewhere the other day where he was talking about the fact that, like, there's, like, a specific guy that he was like fighting other people and had to go inside of a house, and when he ran inside of the house, another guy in the house woke up, turned on the light, and grabbed his gun, and as soon as he grabbed his gun, he shot him in the head. And he said, he's like, I think back to that scenario and think, fuck, like, he was totally justified. Like, I was in his fucking house. I was in his house. I'm some foreigner from another country in army fatigues busting into his house, and he is completely justified in pulling a gun on me, and I shoot him and kill him, and now he's dead. And he's like, and it's something that, like, I think about all the time, is that this is somebody that I shouldn't have shot.
The incident by incident, not a broad brush stroke. And I mean, everything from these, the ICE guys aren't out there to kill people. They're not masked because they're renegades. They don't want to get doxxed. They have families. I have families. I know what getting doxxed is like. There's so much going on here. It's not just left versus right. Let's all shoot each other. I'm pretty sure on this panel, I'm the only one who's actually killed people really, really close. And I think I have an idea of knowing what I'm talking about with lethality. And I don't like it. I'm anti-war, actually. But I mean, as long as we're not going to convince each other the way we're doing it, and if we're not being honest, it's never going to happen anyway. Be honest with case by case, line by line, like we should be doing in Congress. But instead we get here and we yell at each other about the, he should have been armed. He should have had as many bullets as he wants. That's his right. Should he have been killed? I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, Cheng Yugen, let me ask you the question.
I wasn't there? Holy shit. I wasn't there? See, this is something that, like, on my panel, when I'm doing panels, I do not accept that. I do not accept that anybody ever says, oh, I don't know, I wasn't there. So you're here to talk about it. So why the fuck are you here?
Raider.
Why the fuck are you here to talk about something if you're just going to say, I don't know, I wasn't there? Like,
here's a good one.
Get the fuck off. Get the fuck off the show if you're just going to say, I don't know, I wasn't there.
I didn't think I'd ever ask you. Well, Cheng, hang on one sec. Cheng, I want to ask you the question I never thought I'd ever ask you. Have you ever killed anyone?
No, not to my knowledge.
Hey, Cheng, you've got to look at this.
Heart attacks. I don't know.
It's always the quiet ones. You know, it's interesting, Cheng, because we've seen President Clinton, Bill Clinton, and we've seen Barack Obama, another former president, both come out with pretty strong denunciations of this. What would be interesting would be if George W. Bush was to come out and add his name to this to make it more of a bipartisan response, because this cannot go on. The rest of the world, I can tell you, over here in the UK, people are looking on completely aghast that this is happening repeatedly.
Yeah.
And no one can quite understand why those who have the power to cool things down aren't doing that. Now, Tom Homan has been sent down there tonight. We know there's a White House press briefing going on in the next hour or so, which may add some more clarity too. But what should happen here? What do you think is the obvious thing to do? To have ICE completely remove themselves from Minneapolis? But then it begs the question, well, where do they go next? Should they continue their work? Is not a lot of what ICE is doing, because I believe it probably is not a lot of what they're doing valid if they are actually catching and deporting genuinely bad criminals who are in the country illegally anyway? Then they should be allowed to do their job, shouldn't they?
Yeah. So let me build on what James said.
Yeah.
So, look, at this point, the polling is in even before this Alex Preddy shooting, and this one is going to put it way, way over the top. So already over 60% of Americans thought ICE was going too far before the shooting. Over 70% of independents thought that. And now the fact that he was armed and was, exercising his Second Amendment rights just by...
This is really strange. There's no events happening anywhere. There's not a single event happening right now. And normally the map has like an event on each one telling you when it happens next. And it only has it on 3. What the fuck is happening right now?
By having a gun, and he seemed to have been killed because he had a gun and was exercising his Second Amendment rights, I think has driven a lot of the right wing to realize, hey, you know what? Maybe we're not supposed to be murdering American citizens in the streets, that is not supposed to be the point of ICE. And now a lot of people are worried that that is the point of ICE. And I'm old enough to remember when, James, you remember when G. Gordon Liddy would tell the right wing about the jackbooted thugs of the government, and if they came to your house, gun them down? Now they're saying if the government comes to your house, surrender immediately and let them do whatever they want in a police state. But you know that the police state is not going to be for the left or the right. It's going to...
Bro, somebody, this is too fucking funny, dude. Is that Arc Raiders? Yes, it is Arc Raiders. Oh yeah. I posted this on Twitter the other day and said, I think it was yesterday, I will admit Alex Preddy was obstructing ICE officers from beating up a little old lady in Nick Fuentes fashion. MAGA are those real machismo men who would stand back and stand by while a woman gets assaulted by a bunch of other dudes for no reason. Somebody, oh wait, is it not this post? Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. I said the dumb MAGA definition says that Trump has to be killing people in the streets in order to be a fascist. Welp. And somebody replied and said they are bad faith as someone can be, or the biggest ignorant retards ever. Matt Walsh had tweeted out saying an armed leftist went out with a gun to deliberately interfere with legitimate law enforcement operations, and I'm seeing some conservatives, in quotations, some conservatives on this site claim that it might be ICE's fault that the guy is now dead. Insane. Some of you people will never fucking learn. And then Not So Weird, I quote tweeted that with an old tweet from him in 2020 where he said, "Gotta love that particular breed of small government conservatives who goes on and on about abuses of power and even claims he owns a gun so that he can resist the tyranny of the state and yet will defend police literally no matter what they do." It's obviously what he's doing here. But somebody replied named John Adams and said, "Tyranny of the state. Holy fuck, you guys are retards. In what world is tyranny of the state a federal officer?" In what world is tyranny a federal officer? Do you pronounce tyranny different over there? Yes, everybody here in the United States pronounces tyranny the way that I do.
To be for the powerful, and they're going to use it against all of us. But that jury has come in. So what's going to happen next?
All right, we're ending the poll. The results are in. We asked you losers, which would you rather as the Democrat nominee for president? You can still vote while I'm reading this, but it says if you want to vote for Gavin Newsom, type 1 in chat. If you want to vote for Pete Buttigieg, type 2. If you want to vote for John Ossoff, type 3. If you want to vote for Mark Kelly, vote put 4 in the chat. But Gavin Newsom has 5 votes. He's in second place. Mark Kelly has 6 votes, and he is in first place. So my chat would rather Mark Kelly win the election over all of these people, which I'm not mad at. I'm not mad at it. I don't mind Mark Kelly. I kind of like him, so not bad. Now Gavin Newsom and Mark Kelly are tied. Well,
is a lot of Republicans are starting to turn on Trump. He has lost his magic touch that he used to be able to bully and intimidate people. And back in his first term, he did it a little bit more intelligently, one by one, so that it had more power. Now, he just blasts everybody, right? We hate Europe. We're going to take Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, blah, blah, blah. That's on foreign policy. Then he comes back home and he attacks all of the Indiana Republicans. Then he attacks, almost half the Republicans in the Senate. He attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene and calls her a traitor when she's like one of the most right-wing people in the country. He attacks Tom Massey. The point is, now that he's sitting in the 30s and dropping, by the way, like Biden was, he has lost all of his leverage. So you see Republicans abandoning him. Why are they abandoning him? Because of what James said. Because the elections are coming. And if they stick with Trump, they're going to get wiped out with the tide. So now people are going to have to turn on Trump on the Republican Party side. So that's politics, and that's important because that takes away his power and leverage. But also, more importantly, for the American people, for God's sake, let's unite. And remember, you don't...
Biden was in the 30% approval? Yeah, he was like 37% approval rating. He had the second lowest approval rating of any president after Donald Trump's first term.
Want the government to tread on you. The right wing was right about tyrannical government, so this is the time that you need to stand up against that
He says tyrannical
government. So this is the time that you need to stand up against that tyrannical government.
Okay, Clay Travis, just respond.
So earlier they were saying, I say tyrannical, tyrant, tyranny. You guys probably say tyranny, tyrannical, tyrant.
On to that quickly, and then we're going to move on to Trump and NATO and the issue of the NATO forces.
Look, I think this has to be inextricable. First of all, I don't think Trump's base is going to turn on him. Trump's base has never turned on him for anything. That's not going to happen, period. It's 90-10, 95-5, whatever percentages. Most people voted for Trump and for ICE to do exactly this. What I think is important here, too, Pierce, is it's a huge story that should get more attention. It's actually a super positive, unlike all these details. I'm sure you saw it, Pierce. I don't know how much you talked about it because you were laid up in the hospital. And I hope you're getting well, by the way. 125-year low in murders in the United States in 2025. No one alive today, not even Democrat voters on the rolls in Chicago, were able to live in a country that was safer than since 1900. You cannot tell me that shutting down the border and beginning to deport violent ICE criminals is not a big part of why we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years in the United States. So again, big picture, there are...
It's not why. It's not why. Well, you can't tell me that's not why. It's not why. There's if you look at the crime rates, it just continued to trend down over time. It's just continuing to trend down.
10 million illegals here. Do we allow them to stay? And look, this is a real debate going forward that I think is not getting talked about. The 2030 census. What is going to happen with the 2030 census is far more impactful than what's going to happen in 26, what's going to happen in 28, because it sets the stage for a generation of how the electoral college map is going to be set up, for where and how seats are going to be allocated in the 435 House seats. That is really underlying, I think, why this is occurring now, the battle that is going on.
Okay, I want to play a clip. This is the infamous clip already of Donald Trump talking about NATO forces and their contribution to the war in Afghanistan.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test. And I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there, or we would be there. But will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
Well, I was trying to think who best I could bring into this debate now to discuss this. And I realised I had somebody in my own family, somebody who I have regularly mentioned on Piers Morgan Uncensored. I come from a family with lots of military. My brother retired as a colonel. My brother was an army colonel. I've got a lot of military in my family. We've discussed before. I've got lots of military, ex-military in my family. My brother was an army colonel for many years. My brother was a British army colonel. My brother-in-law was a British army colonel. Lots of military in my family. My younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army. He was in the army for 37 years. He did 3 tours of Afghanistan during the war. And
he just mentioned that I believe on the last show we watched, he brought this up.
He joins me now from the London studio, which ironically I'm not at today. So Jeremy, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you. Hello, Piers.
So
hello, Piers.
You were very angry about this. You messaged me immediately. You heard it, and you were furious about the way that the contribution of the British armed forces, and indeed the wider NATO armed forces, from Canada to Germany to France, Denmark, and so on, had been really had their reputation chucked through the hedge over this, with the implication that they had sat back and watched as Americans did all the frontline fighting. Just explain what your role was predominantly in Afghanistan when you were there, but also your reaction to what Trump said.
The tours that I did in Afghanistan, I was mainly supporting the Afghan National Army in their training and education. I was supporting their branch schools up and around Kabul. And I had a multinational force that helped me to deliver that mission.
And what was your experience? This concept that there was a front line in Afghanistan, you don't think that even is a genuine concept? Why?
I think anyone who was part of that campaign in Afghanistan will be able to say it's an asymmetric warfare situation. It was a counterinsurgency. It was the Taliban against us, but they were part of the people. They were amongst the people. It was a 360-degree.
Yeah, it sounds like there were only front lines. Like, if you were out on the streets, because that's where they weren't like, there weren't battle lines. There wasn't a bunch of people like fighting, like, you know, the American Revolutionary War, where they're all in lines, you know, shooting it at each other like that. Like, it's obviously very different when the majority of them are out on the streets, actually, like, searching around and walking around and shit. So,
battlefield. It wasn't a case of them on one side of a field and us on the other. It was largely, you know, you could be attacked anywhere at any time. You could be in a logistics base. You could be manning a medical facility. You could get indirect fire. You could have insider attacks. You could be on a logistic convoy and you could be attacked by roadside bombs. Of course, the heavy fighting was taking place in certain hot spots, but the whole of the country was unsafe to some degree or another. And so it's completely wrong and disingenuous for the president to be referring to only American forces being based on the front line. There wasn't a front line. It was a 360-degree battlefield.
I know some friends of yours who got very badly injured. A guy called Stuart Hill, who's an extremely brave man. I've met him. He's an artist now extraordinarily. Suffered brain damage from an IED explosion. But explain just briefly what happened to him as an example of what you're talking about.
Well, he was with the British Task Force in Helmand. He was a company commander with the 2nd Battalion, the Mercian battle group, and he took part in a major offensive operation against the Taliban in 2009, Operation Panther's Claw. And no sooner had he crossed the start line to sort of take the fight to the enemy, if you like, his company came under attack. He had a vehicle blown up, a soldier was killed, the troop leader lost a foot, other people were seriously wounded. He facilitated their extraction from the battlefield by helicopter, and while that was happening, another one of his men stood on improvised explosive device. He was blown to pieces. Stewart was blown 20 meters away from where he was standing, and the next thing he remembers is waking up in a hospital in Birmingham 3 weeks later, having suffered traumatic brain injuries with shrapnel in the back of his head. So he was very much on the front line, if you want to call it that.
Mm. Yeah, and the bottom line, if you look at the casualties, the UK suffered, well, the US suffered 2,461 fatalities throughout the duration of the war in Afghanistan. The UK was the second highest number of military deaths. 457 British military personnel died in Afghanistan. Thousands more wounded. The Canadians lost 150. The French lost 90. I know that you had personal dealings with a lot of the Germans and the Danes and so on. You know, just describe to me what they were like as fighters in the war, these NATO forces.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't serve with the British Task Force in Helmand, but the Danes did. They had a contingent down there. The Estonians did. There are other elements of our NATO partners down there as well. The Canadians were in Kandahar, which was quite a hot area. The Australians in Uruzgan. There's no doubt that the American forces were holding some of the toughest areas to tame in that insurgency out in the east, and they joined us down in Helmand as well. But so were other members of the coalition. From my own experience, I commanded a task force centred around Kabul, but we had training teams across the whole of the country. So I got a particularly useful insight as to what was going on, whether it's with the German contingent in Mazar-e-Sharif in the north, or whether it's with the Italians in Herat province on the border with Iran to the west, or indeed with our American friends on the border with Pakistan to the east. And I can tell you that everybody was putting their weight out there. There were different areas with different levels of risk, different levels of intensity when it came to the insurgency, but everyone was up for it. And I certainly remember in my own experience working out of the base that I was in the centre of Kabul, I had force protection provided by a Danish company, and they were warriors through and through. And you could have put them anywhere in Afghanistan, and they would have performed as strongly. And indeed they did in Helmand. I also had a German contingent. You have to think, not
never this world, you know, I think Trump
cycled by him in such a flagrantly ignorant and wrong way.
Rob O'Neill, let's bring in the panel now. Rob O'Neill is no one better to go to from the American side of this. I mean, there's no doubt it caused widespread fury, and Donald Trump went as near as I've seen him, actually, to apologising, but he didn't apologise. What do you make of this debate? There's obviously a wider debate about NATO and how it's constructed, the contribution from NATO countries. I think Trump's been very effective in getting NATO countries to pay their dues in the way they actually shamefully weren't doing before. And there can be no doubt that overall, America, obviously, being the most powerful military in the world, does the lion's share of the fighting. But, you know, if you're on the receiving end of that initial comment by Donald Trump, that you all just sat back, everybody else in NATO, it's pretty offensive. I mean, you guys would hate it if it was the other way around.
Yeah, I would hate it, and it is offensive. And yeah, I've given thousands of seminars and speeches, and I think 100% of the time I've mentioned my close work with the Special Boat Service, the SBS from the UK. I've worked with them so much. I mean, we're exactly the same. I remember them telling me stories of the invasion of Iraq. They're getting shot at by Fedayeen Saddam with 23-millimeter twin anti-aircraft guns. And I'm not big into the metric system, but I don't want to get all technical, but that's a big-ass bullet to get shot at you. They've been in the lion's share of Kandahar, all that stuff, the SBS. I know I've worked with the Danes. I've worked with the Canadian snipers have the longest team of them, the longest sniper shot confirmed kill in the U.S. or in military history worldwide, farther than the U.S. Our allies, especially our special forces, the German Kampfstormers, the Norwegian Jaegers, stellar. And what they have is something similar with us. They don't really agree with their politicians, their lawyers, and their government all the time. And the government's inserting themselves, like they always do, for midterms, for debates, for elections. The special operators don't really care. They do their job. The Norwegian Jaegers are some of the best special forces I've ever worked with. Mountaineering, close quarters battle, everything to do with the water. They don't get to fight much because they're government. And these guys know that stuff. We've hosted the Canadians, we've hosted the SBS, all that stuff. They know it. It's just politics being politics. We're just gonna talk midterms. They're gonna forget about this stuff in a few days. It is insulting. I assure you, there are special forces. And even like I think Cenk was saying earlier that, or actually it wasn't Cenk. Sorry, but there is no. It was a previous guest. There is no front line. You can get hit by a mortar walking out of the porta potty. So everyone there, anyone that's gone over there, regardless of admin or combat, you're in a war zone. And something that simple of a comment, it should be checked. And take a deep breath before you say something like that.
James Carville, this came at the end of a long week in Davos where Trump made a number of incendiary comments. A lot of stuff, obviously, about Greenland, which he seemed to rein back on as well. What is going on here with Trump? There seems to be a kind of frenzy to what he's doing. Is it because he's trying to get as much done as possible before the midterms, perhaps anticipating that he may lose control of the House and therefore lose his ability to fundamentally do very much in his remaining 2 years? Is that what's behind this? Or is it just that he believes in chaos theory, where you throw enough stuff at the wall, you go extreme, you go hard, and then you rein back and get what you may have wanted in the first place?
Well, first of all, his statements about the UK soldiers is completely consistent with his entire life. He is the single most anti-military president we've ever had in the United States. Let's review the facts. The bone spurs? Oh, really? What about in Bella Wood, that he refused to leave Paris and go on maybe one of the 5 greatest battles in American history? You can't go on a Marine Corps base that there's not a Bella Wood Avenue. Then he tells General Kelly, and yes, he told General Kelly, that American military people were suckers for serving their country like this.
You're going to keep bringing up these old points that aren't true. This is disingenuous. You're not being honest right now.
They aren't true? What? They aren't true? What do you mean they aren't true?
Excuse me for speaking while you're interrupting. Okay, then he
tell the truth and I won't.
Again, excuse me I apologize for speaking. I admire your service, but your manners don't come to snuff here. He told John McCain publicly he didn't like people who were captured, who shot down, was a POW, was a pilot in the Navy. Yes, he told General Kelly that people were suckers. Jeffrey Goldberg reported it, and they tried time and time again to have General Kelly say he did say it, and he never did. This is the most consistently anti-military president the United States has ever had, and I hope we'll never have one like him again.
Clay Travis, I thought it was a massive misstep by Donald Trump. I don't actually, to this day, understand why he said it, what he hoped to gain. You know, the whole point of a special relationship with particularly the UK is that we've always been there with the United States forces when we've been asked to be. And, you know, our forces are up there with the best in the world. I don't understand why he did it or why he thought people would respond well to it.
Well, look, I think President Trump sees America as a unit.
It is probably one of those moments where he just didn't think. Like, honestly. Like, it is not trying to be a jerk, just saying. Like, when he said it, he was literally just, like, riffing and talking shit and just saying shit. And, yeah, I don't think this was, like, some sort of tactic in his mind where he's like, oh, I'll really get him with this one. Like, I don't think that he actually was thinking. I think he was just talking shit and fucked up pretty majorly with that one. So
unique force for good that often has to go it alone. And I think that was the impetus behind what he said. Trump, as often is the case, is a bull in a china shop. You have to kind of pay attention to his direction, not all the time, every single word that he says. Building on what James Carville said, I actually think Trump...
What's up, bro? I'm just looking for shit to harvest. Do you have security clearance? Do you have security? The thing where you're able to open security lockers? Oh, is it? Here, come here. I'm going to give you some shit. Come here, I'll give you some shit. There's stuff in this locker over here that, like... I said I was going to give you some stuff, but... If you're, Yeah, there's, here. This is a really, like, valuable gun. Right here. This is an Osprey. It's, like, the best... It's one of the better sniper rifles in the game. It needs, like, Yeah, it needs medium ammo. And then come here. There's a bunch of shit over here. That, like, you have to have, like, a specific skill point. It's, like, one of the hardest skill points to get. But I have it, so I'm able to open this thing up. And get shit for people out of it. And then, do you need any ammo? Wires? Oh, wait. I think one of those things that I just gave you turns into wires. The sensors might. I'm not sure which one, but you recycle it. No, you can just do it right here. If you go, what are you playing on, a controller? Xbox controller or PlayStation? I think if you go to the thing and hit triangle, it'll drop down, and then at the bottom of it, when you hit recycle, it will let you break it down into something else. Yeah, and lots of times that'll help you save room as well. If you're like trying to like get more storage space, you can break shit down like that. But we have a limited amount of time. There's about 7.5 minutes left. I'm about to start heading to the extract. Yeah, you gonna pick this stuff up? Okay. You don't have to take it. I'm not going to be offended or anything. It's just shit that I can get out of there for you. But yeah, if you want to head there together so we can fight the Ark and not get killed. In the last one, I died from the fucking Ark, and I'm kind of pissed about it. I'm going to head to the next building right over there because I got to just find some shit to harvest. Yes, this is the building I was looking for. Hell yeah.
Is one of the least likely to use American boots on the ground forces that we've ever seen. And I actually think that's because he despises what he saw happen with the Iraq War and the trillions of dollars and lost lives that we spent in a war where we gained virtually nothing. In fact, the first time my eyebrow really raised and I thought this Trump guy is going to be interesting was when he went after George W. Bush aggressively in the summer of 2015 in the Fox News debate. At that point in time, no one would acknowledge that our response post 9/11 was a disaster and that we had failed and that we had made a lot of awful choices because everybody was still bending the knee to the Bush-Cheney wing of the Republican Party. Trump broke that relationship. And if you look at his use of military force, it has been very judicious. It's primarily been special forces. It's tended to be remote in nature. And he has been, as a general rule, somewhat.
Your mic is making a lot of noise right now. Fuck, I'm glitching out. Oh no. No.
5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
I'm glitching out. Am I live right now? Am I good? What the fuck is happening? Oh my goodness. What the fuck is happening? Were you glitching out just a second ago? I'm glitching out right now, are you? Okay, he's not responding. All right, be careful. Careful, there's a leaper here. Just hide over there. Fuck, I fell off. All right, have a good one, man.
One who is seeking peace, not war, in the world. I mean, as we were doing the show, the 20th body was finally returned from Gaza that has been held there. As we were doing this show, he just posted that he got off the phone with Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, and was sending Tom Homan to try to figure out how to get the violent criminals out of Minnesota without any more loss of life. I actually think you can criticize Trump for a great deal, not being bellicose, not being wanting to go to war or regularly committing American troops is, I think, actually one of the strengths of both Trump 1.0 and so far Trump 2.0.
You know, as we're talking, an interesting development, Cenk. Donald Trump has just posted on his Truth Social. Governor Tim Walz called me with a request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that what we're looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I'll be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We've had tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans, Louisiana, and virtually every other place we have touched. And even in Minnesota, crime is way down. But both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. President Donald J. Trump wasn't expecting that on my bingo card, but that's what we need to see.
Yeah, I wonder if so he is he saying that he's sending what's his name off because Walz said, like, was that like one of Walz's demands in their phone call or something? Is that so I haven't heard anybody say that, but that would make sense if that's the claim.
See, isn't it? I think you need to see collaboration rather than this constant animosity and friction between federal and state officials.
Yeah, I mean, a very rare upside of Donald Trump is that he does backpedal. Like when he gets into a heap of trouble, he oftentimes backs away from it. That's what it looks like he's doing here. So by mentioning Tom Homan, he's basically sidelining Kristi Noem. And that makes sense. Kristi Noem started treating American citizens like we were her dog. Take us out to the gravel pit and shoot us.
No, it's not Kristi Noem that's being sidelined. It's the other guy.
And so she's way too extreme. Before she knew anything about this shooting. She called Peretti a domestic terrorist, as she did with Renee Good. Everyone knows that he was an American citizen who was treating veterans, not a domestic terrorist. It's sick to say that. And now Trump wouldn't have minded any of that if it was popular, but it was intensely unpopular, and he lost a lot of his own voters, let alone almost all independents with that. So now he's saying, oh, I'm going to bring in Tom Homan and do a fresh start. And part of the reason he's doing that is because he lost a tremendous number of the Republicans in Congress. They were saying, hey, this is a bridge too far. Not because it offended their moral sensibilities. I don't know if they have any, but because they see it is very clearly deeply unpopular. And as James Carville said earlier, they're going to get their clock cleaned in 2026. So this is Trump doing a political adjustment, and you could tell by how nice he's being to Tim Walz, let alone sending in Homan. So, yeah, he's going to start to back away because the American people hate what ICE is doing.
Yeah, we lost James Carville. He slipped off, which is a shame because I actually owe him some money from a bet that I lost to him, which, given he's disappeared early, he's now not going to get. Jeremy, just wanted before we finish this, a big debate, obviously in Davos, about NATO as an organisation. Do you think it is sustainable going forward?
Absolutely, I do. Yeah, I mean, it's served us so incredibly well for so long. It's the bedrock of our security, and I really hope that it does continue. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. I do believe the president's been right to give it a bit of a shake and get the European partners to contribute more. And I'm glad to see that they are beginning to do so, but it's been long overdue. But yes, NATO must survive. I believe it will survive, and it will continue to be the bedrock of our security.
And given Rob O'Neill's very kind comments about the UK forces, would you like to return the favour, given that he's the man who killed Osama bin Laden, amongst many other things?
Well, I had the...
Okay, that's who he is. Okay. I get those two mixed up all the fucking time.
The utmost respect for our American brothers. They are the most wonderful soldiers and Marines, and I've never worked with finer people. All hats off to them for all that they do for their country and for NATO and for all our collective security. So thanks.
Excellent. Yeah, that's a good point right there too. And I think that I also wanted, even though James Carville's gone, I wanted to tell him Semper Fi, and I am a fan. The point that I was trying to make with him is if we keep bringing up the old stuff like bone spurs, and like I'm pretty sure Bill Clinton and Al Gore didn't fight in Vietnam. I know that George Bush was instrumental with the Air National Guard keeping the Viet Cong out of Houston. But let's not pretend that our politicians at that level are going to go fight the wars either. I think it comes back to telling the truth. Just for this conversation right here, you can tell there's respect for the inter-service, even rivalries, and again, even interrupting James Carville. It's like he's a Marine. Maybe I can learn too.
You know what? I think we've reached a bit of a tipping point here where.
Yeah, me and Tim Walz, we had the best call, beautiful call. Nobody's ever had a better call. Perfect call. We both want good things. We want good things. We do.
Videos being taken. It's a bit like the George Floyd, it's a bit like the ones we're seeing now. There's a power to videos. And what's become really bizarre is watching people, particularly in authority, trying to tell us what we've seen with our own eyes. They can't get away with it. And the public are not going to put up with it. Yes, there will be people on the partisan left and right who are going to play that partisan card and see what they want to see. But actually, there's a lot of normal people in the United States and around the world who look at these videos and they can make their own minds up about what they're looking at. And if you lie to them, your own credibility gets shredded because you can't lie to people about what they're watching with their own eyes. And that is one of the things of modern technology. Great to end on a positive note. Unusual, but what a good start to the year, particularly after my own bone-crushing start. So thank you all very much. And Jeremy, you managed to survive your uncensored debut. Don't leave us alone.
All right. I'm just gonna play video games now. I'm only gonna be on for like maybe a little bit longer. I got a couple of things that I've been trying to get done here for a bit and have failed horribly at doing it. So I'm gonna try to get some of the shit done in a game that I've been trying to do for the last like hour. I did it. I did do it, but then I fucking died and lost all of it. So, and it seems like the game isn't loading. I don't think I've ever taken this long to get into a match. Like, I'm not lagging. Am I? I'm not having any issues here, am I? I'm good.
As Trump implodes and Republican support is appearing to crumble, I have to ask this question. Who is Megyn Kelly and what does she stand for? Because the shit she is saying right now, I don't get it.
He's very interesting and he's very smart. And on a lot of things, there is value to be derived from that guy's messaging. I'm sorry, but he actually has a lot of things he talks about that you're like, oh, this is not a bad point.
Why do people keep doing this with Nick Fuentes, bro? Why do they keep doing this, bro? Why? Like, don't do this to yourself. Why are you doing this? This is like, there's literally a meme for this called Hitler did some good things. Like, this is literally a meme where people say Hitler did some good things. Yeah, nobody disagrees. Like, everybody knows Hitler did some good things. He had really clean streets, apparently. He was really good at getting rid of the rats, if you know what I mean. But he, like, apparently, like, he really, like, was good with infrastructure and, you know, shit like that. And, like, so what? It seems as though the only reason to ever bring that up is to try to, like, sneak in compliments about the guy, or it's that you actually like him. You actually think he's great, but you're too scared to fucking say it. And so instead, you say stuff like that. Like, it's... Sorry. Is it either you think he's great and you say stuff like that, or it's that you you think it's super edgy and cool, like you think it's really, really cool and edgy to, like, throw in a compliment, like, oh, nobody will even admit this. This is what PF Young does. This game's glitching, bro. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? I can't even turn my fucking flashlight off. I think I'm just gonna try to get out of here. I don't want to die with my fucking guns and lose all of my stuff again. Apparently I can't. Holy shit. I wonder if other people are lagging out like this too. I wonder if, like, other people are, like, stuck in the middle of a fight with a wasp or something, and then they're stuck and can't get out. I'm lucky I'm inside of a house right now while I'm stuck. This is... I agree with Hutch sometimes. Yeah. Hutch says some good things. I'm serious, he does. Like, it's true though. Not all of it's bad. Ooh, I just gave that guy an Osprey and I got another one. I gave him an Osprey too, okay? If the game is trying to repay me for being nice, sorry, but you guys owe me a bit more than that. I don't know what these these cases are. I used to think that they were gun cases, but I think that they just have, like, the basics in them every time. Just like a, oh, fuck. I don't even want to leave because I'm afraid I'm going to get stuck outside and die as well. Am I able to craft hatch key? No, I am not. Fuck, dude. I can't even get out. And I can't quit. If I quit, I lose all of my stuff. Is anybody else lagging? Bro, this is the quietest fucking game I've ever been in. What the fuck is happening? Alright. Oh, fuck. Alright, how do I get out of here? Shit.
Head home at the Overlook Air Shaft.
Fuck. Bro, this is the quietest game of all time. What the fuck is happening? I don't hear any, like, bullets. I don't hear any wasps. I don't hear, like, arc anywhere. And it, yeah, and it's glitching out again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bro. Don't do this to me. Oh. 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 Nope. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Bro, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Oh no. This is not good, dude. This is so not good. Okay, do I have stems? Okay. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bro, don't do this to me. Fuck. It's got me right out in the open, and there comes the fucking arc. Oh no, not a snitch. That's like the worst fucking thing it could be right now. That's literally the worst thing I could get caught with. No. Oh no, dude. It looks like a bunch of people are lagging out. And I have to go really far to get out of the fucking game, dude. Like... This is bad. This is really fucking bad. I'm lucky there's not a bunch of fireballs. Normally, all of those like little rolling balls that pop and kill you, normally those are all over the place, but inside these buildings. What the fuck? There's no way that could have seen me. Is anybody else lagging out? I don't know what to do. I want to try to make a run for it and just try to get out. But the only place that I can go to get out is really far from here. Let's see, so how far is that one? It's 463 meters. How far is this one?
Let's head home at the forest air shaft.
450 meters. Okay, not much of a difference. I think that one's gonna have like an easier path. Oh, I can't mark it. Fuck. Are we lagging again? Yep. Okay. I wish I was inside. Oh. 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 This is not good, dude. I think it might be your internet. You seem to be roboting a bit. Wait, am I? Am I roboting? My internet seems to be a little bit slower. It's like the download speed's at about 700, upload speed's at about 900. Shit, there's a fucking rocketeer there. I know it's gonna happen, dude. I know it's gonna happen. I know it is gonna happen. I'm gonna be outside and it's gonna start lagging and I'm gonna get stuck out there. I know it's gonna fucking happen. Right now, I'm only going inside of houses just because, one, it's safer. Two, I'm hoping that, like, if I wait a little bit, it'll like, not do it as much, and then I can feel a little bit safer running outside. But right now, dude, I'm like terrified to go out there. Damn, I'm finding a lot of gun parts. I got one medium gun part, one heavy gun part, one light gun part. Ooh. Oh no! Fuck. Let's see. Let me try the test again while it's doing this. Oh, okay, just stopped while I was doing the tests. Oh, nope, it is still doing it. Yeah, it's my internet's fine. Yeah, my internet's fine. It is just the fucking game. Just let me make it to the fucking building, please. Let me make it to the building, please. Holy shit. What the fuck? Close. Close the door. Oh! Whoa! What? Whoa! 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 Let's try it again. You got this. You got this. Come on. Yeah! Alright. Oh! 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 Oh, okay. Oh no, there's like a leaper or something out there. There's something big out there now. Fuck. Fuckity. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Well. This is... Oh, seems like it stopped. Okay, what's out there? Fuck, 2 Rocketeers. This is like the last place in the world I want to lag out at. This right here. This is like a super hot spot for Ark. And there's like nowhere to hide. I'm gonna try to get inside this building before the lag starts again. Seems to be timed right now like every 2 minutes, so hopefully I can just get inside. Yep, there it goes. Lagging out again. Sucks. Glad I got inside on time though. That's good. Well,
I'm going to start with the very basics and then just peel things back and add context in layers, okay? So we'll start with the actual footage. Decontextualize it. Let's just observe it for a moment. I don't like Philip DeFranco. Completely irrelevant. He has the footage in his video. Let's watch.
After showing that is just a lie. He was filming, ICE escalated, they beat the shit out of him, it looks like they then disarmed him, and they shot him in the back repeatedly. The Trump administration and the Republicans are telling you not...
Okay, here's a very simple metaphor that explains what's going on, okay? Imagine you're in a house and you have some squatter in your house and you're like, yo, I need this guy out of my house. And then you call the police. And so the police show up, and outside your house, there's a blue-haired protester who believes in the dissolution of the nation state and actually believes that you coup created white people. And she's saying, no, it's racist and evil to kick out the person who illegally came into your house. That's the situation you're in. So you're like, yo, police, we need to get this guy out. I don't care what this protester does. They go, okay. And then they burn down your house. You go, wait a minute, what the fuck? Just because the leftist protester outside my house is an idiot and I do need to get rid of the person in my house, you just fucking burned down my house. You just shot my neighbor in the process of what the fuck? If anyone is to be candidate of the year dumb motherfucker, it is this whatever happened to her face person.
The White House has labeled the man who was killed in Minnesota as a domestic terrorist. Is that something you agree with? And have you seen any evidence to
When you
back up that
perpetuate
claim?
violence against a government because of ideological reasons and for reasons to resist and perpetuate violence, that is the definition of domestic terrorism. This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
That's the facts, she says, totally unimpeded by bias and
Fuck, it's happening. Fuck, it's happening. It's fucking happening. Thankfully, those things seem to be glitching out at the same time as me. I'm not even aiming right now. It's just doing it by itself. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
political motivation. Now, I should say, if I was a more responsible journalist, neither of which applies to me, responsible or journalist, but if I was either of those things, we would wait a little bit and we'd find out, well, do we have any more information about what led up to Alex Peretti getting in that conflict? Did he threaten them verbally? Do we have confirmation on any of that? What we know at this point is that she doesn't know that. So she's saying that even if it could theoretically, it could be the case we find out later, more information comes out, he was literally saying, I'm going to kill you, which even then doesn't change the fundamental issue here. But that at least changes a little bit. She doesn't know that. Now, here's double trouble, once again, just because you have genuinely idiotic, self-hating, seeking the destruction.
All right. We got to make it. We got to make it there. We're kind of limited on time. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, we got some time. we got a little bit more time. We don't need to be that big of a rush. But what's the rush, guys? Come on, let's just hang out for a minute.
Of Western civilization, leftists just throwing water bottles and shit at ICE, whatever. Just because that's there doesn't mean you invite the police over to burn down your house and ruin everything that's good about your country. Let's listen to Kash Patel is someone I regard of low moral character, put him in the same boat of low human capital as Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth is also part of the Trump administration, cheated on his wife, literal alcoholic. You might say that shouldn't really affect someone's ability to do a specific job. And if you were talking about a technical job,
no, I think everybody agrees. Like, even I'm fairly defensive of, like, you know, people with drug problems, people with you know, alcoholism and shit like that. Like, and I think the people are really, like, crude in the way that they talk about these issues a lot. That's not an issue. Like, we all agree, like, somebody who's an alcoholic, this is somebody who definitely has issues doing a particular job. This is one thing we can all safely say.
Perhaps, but as a general rule of thumb, if you're an alcoholic who cheats on his wife, you're not fit to be in a position of power. That's not Kash Patel, that's Pete Hegseth, but they're in the same tier of low human capital. Anyway, here's what this fucking buffoon has to say.
They are targeting the Border Patrol. I mean, it feels like the rhetoric and the protesting is only ramping up. What is your advice to the people right now? who are outraged that this is a second killing at the hands of Border Patrol in 2 weeks.
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence. We will, of course, always protect.
Wait. When did he break the law? That didn't happen. What the fuck?
Protect your First Amendment speech. And if you peacefully protest there.
Actually, everything seems a lot smoother now. Yeah, and I can look inside shit. Okay. Alright. This is a bit better. It's kind of just in time, too. I'm glad I waited all that fucking time. I was about to just make a run for it and be like, fuck it. It's now or never. Who cares? Like, but I'm glad I waited. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have seen a trend here, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, in these protests turning into violent scenarios.
Wait, hold on.
And incite violence. We loaded with men. You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law.
Ladies and gentlemen, dumb motherfucker. You want to know how dumb this is? It's so dumb. The tribal, idiotic, low IQ, can't comprehend that someone else other than me might have some grasp on the truth at all. And when Kash Patel says that, and other people, including United States state attorneys, say things like that, if you approach law enforcement with a gun, there's a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you. Don't do it. And who says you're fucking wrong? The NRA, the National Rifle Association.
Well, alright. Let's not get too crazy here, okay? Let's chill a little bit. Acting like the NRA is some sort of authority on anything. It's the NRA. Like, let's calm down. Let's calm down here, guys. Come on.
Reminder, the most fascist organization, according to many leftists. Again, we don't care what the morons screaming about whatever their demented idea. We covered that in the last video. Okay, the Jacob Fries, the Black Lives Matter type people. All of these people are political enemies. Ignore them. The best thing that can happen is that their ideology dies and gets destroyed. Okay? The NRA is saying, hey, the Trump administration needs to shut the fuck up. It's dangerous and wrong to suggest that if you bring your gun to a protest, which you're allowed to do, and in fact probably should do, responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens. So, ladies and gentlemen, when the NRA says to the current administration, hey guys, you're getting a little fucking authoritarian, well, maybe we should go, that makes sense. Now, on the one hand, par for the course for the NRA. Once again, reminder, leftism, dumb as hell. The whole theme of this stream is just me reminding you that leftism is idiotic, because there are people who are genuinely low IQ enough that will go, you know what, I was against wide open borders, but now that, a few of these thugs shot a guy on the street, I'm actually for open. I'm going to vote Democrat, and I'm going to vote open borders now. And actually, the liberalism is perfectly fine, and we can just allow more and more Somalis to come in, and it's fine. But there are genuinely low IQ people who will do that because they cannot.
So earlier I said, there are some people who do the, Hitler wasn't so bad, like he did some good things and people refuse to admit it, like sort of thing. That's P.F. Young. P.F. Young is almost like explicitly who I was quoting there. When I said that thing. Damn, my marker went way off the fucking mark. Oh shit, I'm glitching a bit. Oh no. Oh no! No. No! Don't do this to me! Fuck this game.
They only base their politics off of.
Fuck this game! You gotta be fucking kidding me! Hello? Help! I ran numerous internet tests. My internet is fine. Hello? Wait, I did wear the one where I can make it. I think I did. I wore the fucking one where I keep my health. I'm so fucking smart, dude. Holy shit, I am so fucking smart, bro. I wore the augment where I keep my health. I really just don't want to lose my guns. That's it. I just don't want to lose my guns. My health isn't going back up. Okay, now it is. Okay, very slowly. Wow. Okay.
Opposition to other people. The NRA actually does have principles, clearly. And you know what? If it was truly what's the word, the phrase they keep using nowadays? It's like a total state and corporate approach, or a total government approach, or total society approach. If there was a total society approach to fascism, the NRA would have taken this opportunity to back them up. Okay, now, I really do fucking hate Matt Walsh. Okay? Doesn't matter that I agree with him on some things. Doesn't matter that he did one of the best documentaries of all time, What is a Woman? Phenomenal. In fact, it was precisely good in proportion to the fact that he never talks in it. He just asks questions. So it's funny that the greatest thing Matt Walsh has ever done is him shutting the hell up and just listening to people explain their insane beliefs. Lesson to be learned there. Here's Matt Walsh, brilliant, non-LARPer. Remember, he's definitely a Christian. The ICE situation is really complex. My take is more nuanced. I want our immigration laws to be enforced, but I just want them to do it without using any...
Oh my goodness, dude. What the fuck? Why did it put me all the way back here? No! No, 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 no. I don't have time. I'm gonna run out of fucking time if it keeps doing this. Oh my goodness, bro. Holy shit. Dude, I need to like write a letter to Embark, who made this game or something. I need to... if I die, I want my stuff back. I want my stuff back. This is so ridiculous, dude.
Any force, without anyone ever getting hurt, without anything sad or upsetting ever. And if the people we're trying to deport don't want to be deported, or if liberal activists don't want us to deport them, then obviously we shouldn't do it. But I'm totally a conservative on the issue. Unless people get really mad at me, then never mind. Please don't yell. Oh, no. Here's meme of the day, everyone. Ready? Meme of the day. We're instituting a new segment. Welcome to Modern MAGA. Dave Smith. I'm an immigration restrictionist. I believe that we have the right to remove any and all people who entered our country illegally. Also, ICE is out of fucking control. A bunch of pussies drunk on power going around intentionally escalating violence, intimidating U.S. citizens. They create these tragic situations, and after this gigantic show of force, they won't deport a fraction of the illegals who entered under Biden. This is simply not worth it. Survey says 8.2 out of 10. First off, the calling them a bunch of pussies drunk on power, true or otherwise,
No.
I don't know, kind of pandering. But this is absolutely true. First off, they won't deport a fraction of the illegals under Biden. That's...
What? This was the only one that was open. This is literally the only one. It had 17 minutes left on it. Help!
Hey! Hello, Raider! Hello, Raider! Hey! Hello! Hello, Raider!
Help! I can't even make it to the other one. Like, even if somebody picked me up, I don't think I could make it to the other one. And The thing is stuck in the ground. I was like, where the fuck is that laser coming from? But it's coming from inside the ground. Hello! Help! Help! There's nobody here, bro. Like, there's nobody on this entire map.
That's just true. And again, my whole perspective is, how about this, how about this, how about this? We knew that getting a bunch of masked agents to break down doors and deport grandmas is not going to be, at minimum, it's not going to look good. It won't look good because it's immoral. So how about we just focus on immigration restriction? Look, if you made it here and you've been here for 10 or 15 years, that's the price we have to pay. Part of democracy is when you have a shitty leader and they implement shitty laws. Well, you know what? Like, if too many people came over 10, 15 years ago, that's the price you got to pay. If people came over here in the last like couple years, yes, deport them. Fine. Especially if they're criminals. We should have just done a massive restriction of the border. Say, look, we're shutting down the border. We're putting a moratorium for 20 years. Okay? No more Somalis in Minnesota. No more immigration from any direction. We're cutting this down. We're restricting it down to a few million a year, and that's it, or whatever it is. And then we can give people time to assimilate, because immigration only works if there's assimilation. And the Somali situation is kind of a perfect example of how not to do immigration and how that is a problem. You cannot just have people come here and carve out cultural enclaves. Well, everyone who comes to America is an individualist, and we don't see color. Ah, yes, that's why all the Somalis went to one city and defrauded the government for $9 billion. Oh, it turns out colorblindness doesn't work unless everyone agrees to it, okay? And you know what? It can work with more assimilation. Like, if you're an American of Somali descent and you've been in this country for 2 generations, that's a problem. Again, I said this last time. To use the same word to describe you as Somalis actually like fresh off the boat from Somalia, that's ridiculous, but trick of language. This is also just a problem with... Anyway, so decent take. And then what does the head of the Israeli wire say? This is a slur. ICE agents are simply enforcing the laws of the land. They aren't even rounding up normal illegal aliens. They're almost exclusively targeting violent criminals, gangsters, and sex offenders. Somebody fact check this. This could be true. I don't know. Matt Walsh sucks ass. Doesn't mean he can't also be correct sometimes. Remember when Pam Bondi came out and said hate speech needs to be censored? Matt Walsh came out and said, this is complete bullshit. So even the people you hate can still make good points, okay? And everyone knows, see, this is the thing, everyone already knows this. If you're watching this, you're high enough pro-sociality that you already know this, and you already know how politics works, okay? This is how politics works. Ready? Real quick, we'll get back to this. Most people are low emotional IQ. And what happens is they end up getting in fights and developing very bad relationships with people in their personal lives. So they might have a brother-in-law or a son or a cousin who has a different political view than they do. And then because those people are incapable of hashing out a disagreement and seeing the person in their completeness, and they don't know how to, see the whole story there, what they do is they say, well, because my cousin's MAGA, therefore every single MAGA person or everyone who voted for Trump must be evil, or vice versa. Because my one cousin is progressive, everyone else is... So what people are doing is merely taking their own personal failings, their inability to manage their own relationships, and then projecting that on an entire political tribe. That's how politics works, okay? And everyone here basically knows that. And so, so that...
Today's been shit. Today has been shit on this fucking game, dude. Fuck.
So that's the thing. So when Matt Walsh, who sucks, does say true things, you got to be able to give that credit. Otherwise, you're just doing politics like a toddler. Again, I don't even know if this is true, but it could be. Leftists are out on the street breaking about 10 different laws in an attempt to interfere with law enforcement, all in the name of defending violent criminal aliens, and you put the blame on ICE. They're the ones who are out of control, fucking insane, total nonsense, embarrassing. Very feminine. This is very catty feminine. This is the modern masculine man, by the way. Right? Just Twitter spats. Fucking insane. Total nonsense. Embarrassing. Cringe. Now, unfortunately, that is the landscape of the internet. It rewards more feminine antisociality. Whereas, physical conflict is more male antisociality. Anyway, absolute fucking roast. Oh, now the Israeli wire guy addresses me? Hilarious. It's always when they think I'm on the wrong side of a popular right-wing issue. Come have a conversation. We'll see who gets embarrassed. Check with your boss to see if you're allowed. Hilarious. Ooh. Not really a true, genuine invitation to conversation. So that's kind of a problem, but whatever. And then Matt Walsh, incredibly unsurprising. You didn't address my points. And then what did he say? Oh, well, here's another. Well, that's how that goes. Gotta love that particular breed of small government conservative who goes on and on about the abuses of power and even claims he owns guns so he can resist tyranny.
Who is he reading Not So Erudite's post?
Government conservative who goes on. Oh, well, here's another. Well,
Iwaniak.
That's how that goes. Gotta love that particular breed of small government conservative who goes on and on about the abuses of power and even claims he owns guns so he can resist tyranny and yet will defend the police literally, no matter what they do. Ladies and gentlemen, when it's convenient, when it serves your tribe. Again, this is another good rule of thumb. If you actually have principles, you will find yourself agreeing with people who are on opposite sides of other perspectives than you. If you are always no enemies to the right, no enemies to the left, then you're a demented loser who is just a tribal hack. ICE has nothing to do with Israel. You can't call yourself America first if you think we can tolerate 30 million third world illegal aliens living in our country. There would be no violence if the illegals took their free plane ticket home and leftists stopped harassing ICE. Well, first off, ICE has nothing to do with Israel. Let's just scroll down real quick. I think retired Green Beret whistleblower claims ICE trains in Israel to bring apartheid tactics in the U.S. Deputy Director of ICE was sent by the ADL for training with the Israeli. Interesting. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We all know Nick Fuentes has never said anything incorrect ever, right? You can't call yourself America first if you think we can tolerate 30 million third world illegal aliens living in our country. Again, this is why the situation will remain complete garbage, because that is kind of true. This last sentence is absolutely true. There would be no violence if the illegals took their free plane ticket home and leftists stopped harassing ICE. Anyone who's encouraging the agitation of ICE, political enemy. Once again, you need to shut the fuck up about that. Okay? But this is bootlicking, fundamentally. That's what this is. Because, again, Nick Fuentes' whole orientation is the highest value of any society is order and authoritarian control. And that's demented.
ICE has nothing to do with Israel. You can't call yourself America first if you think we can tolerate 30 million third world illegal aliens living in our country. There would be no violence if the illegals took their free plane ticket home and leftists stopped harassing ICE. Well, then what about all of the people that they've been going after that weren't illegals? They've been going after tons of people and even sent over 130 people to CCOT who were not here illegally. So what about that?
That's a definition of totalitarianism. So we are in the bootlicking LARPing stage, and to be honest, I don't even know what is the point of even talking about this anymore. It's a basic fact. The 3% rule is that in order for a society to completely shift its cultural operating system, it only takes 3% of the population to institute a giant preference cascade. How many American revolutionaries were actually super pro-independence from England? About 3%. How many Bolsheviks in Russia were actually like proportion of the population? About 3%. How many Nazis in Germany before they became the only political party? About 3%. So the 3% most ideological, most nothing to lose people will just go back and forth on this. I do think the left will then, an ICE agent could get shot, and then the tit for tat just spirals. And what do you do? What do you do? Yeah. See, the issue is all of the pro-social people, or most of them, are living life to a point where they don't want revolution and chaos. So, you know, like if you have kids or a family, it's like, well, I'm not getting involved in this tit for tat. Although, of course, some people are ideologically possessed enough where they go get themselves killed even though they have kids, which is fucking stupid. Again, I have clips of just the leftists breaking into a church. Isn't it great being surrounded by assholes?
This is the house of God, and
I mean, what a scene. Did you ever think you would see anything like that?
Now, I think the number one comment out here just hit the nail on the fucking head. If anyone thinks this is a good idea, what would be seen if they did this in a mosque? Oh my, dude. Oh my God.
I don't, bro. This is so dumb. All right. I'm getting off. I'm going to bed. I hate my fucking life. I'll be back on tomorrow, most likely. Hopefully, put a lot of suggestions and content suggestions. If there's anything that you want me to, wait, Hutch still crashing out about the left is insane. Also, trying to get us to support right wingers, bipartisan LMAO. Wait, what? When did he say support right-wingers? What are you talking about? 70% of the violence is right-wing. Immigrants create less violence than right. We should be locked up, Republicans. What are you talking about where he was trying to get people to support right-wingers? I didn't hear that. Anyways, I'm getting off. I don't care. I'll be back on tomorrow. Join the Discord. Put any content suggestions you have for me there. If there's nothing to cover, I will just play video games all day and not get on. So, Hutch versus Pisco was basically Hutch still trying to figure out if he's going to work with the left. Then near the end, he tries to get us to be okay with the goofies. That is not at all what that conversation was about. That is not at all what that conversation was about. It was about whether or not he can, whether or not criticizing the left is, whether or not criticizing leftists is bad, just because they criticize Trump sometimes. That's what it was about. It was about whether or not like it's bad to criticize leftists if they criticize Trump sometimes. He's wasting his time going after the left when Republicans are fascists in taking over the country. Hold on, you understand he's not going after all leftists though? You understand that, right? He's not going after all leftists. When you say Republicans are fascists in taking over the country, that's what he's going after them for. That, for helping fascists. That's what he's going after them for helping the fascists. People in chat were trying to get him to correct it, but Pisco didn't. Yeah, the left doesn't help fascists is the thing. If they don't vote, or they vote third party, or they vote for Jill Stein, yes, they help fascists. Yes, they do. Yes, that is just pragmatically what it is they do. And so for people who do nothing but shit on Democrats, who are lying about Democrats nonstop, people like Kyle Kalinske, these are people, we voted Kamala. Hold on. When you say we, that's why I said he's not going after all leftists. He's going after the ones who didn't vote. You can't say we voted for Kamala. Okay, then he's not talking about you. So what the fuck? Like, also Kamala tried to push to the right when no, she did not. That is objectively untrue. That is objectively untrue. She was more progressive than Joe Biden, who was the most progressive president that I've had in my lifetime. So that is most leftists. Yes, most leftists. It doesn't matter. That's not who we're talking about. It doesn't matter. Like if he's saying, hey, I'm going after these people, and you keep saying, but we didn't do that, like, okay, then you're not part of it. So stop being overly defensive if he's not talking about you. Like, just like actually engage with the actual point that's being made and realize that you are probably against those people too. So that's that. He even said most leftists voted Kamala. Like, he even said that during the fucking argument. The enemy actual is Republicans and those who help them. Yes, correct. Yeah. So you agree with him. Yes, you agree with him. You agree with Hutch. Congratulations. Thank you for going over that with me, because that is it is nice to know. If those who them understand that often will include Democrats. What? I still don't. Those who support them would include Democrats like Hutch, literally advocating to work with them in a bipartisan fashion. Okay, again, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, when you say work with them in a bipartisan fashion, like I don't know what that applies to. Obviously, you have to work with Republicans in a bipartisan fashion in order to get legislation passed, but I'm assuming you're not like upset with that, like the most obvious claim of all time, like just something that's just like objectively true. The Dem core is progressive socialist liberals. Okay. So when you say the core, like the core is liberals. Like it's liberals. Socialists and progressives are like more on the outside. But now Republicans or moderates who are coming into the party. Okay. Republicans are passing crazy stuff with 8 Dems. Can't get 8 Republicans. Trash party then. Okay. That literally, I don't know. I'm sorry. You're just getting overly defensive. You're just arguing against it that he's not saying. I don't, you just outsided yourself? What? I'm not a progressive? Wait, you think I'm a progressive? I was a conservative a year ago. Not a progressive. Not only am I a liberal, I'm a moderate liberal. But alright, I'm in now. Y'all leave a comment on the video to help push it in the algorithm. And make sure you put content suggestions in the Discord. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.